Su-chun, we are no longer the same kind of people. I'm already a disciple of Tianlan sect. Do you know what kind of place Tianlan sect is? That is a place you will never be able to go to in your life. The beautiful woman looked down at him. That day, Su-chun did not expect such a bloody thing to happen to him. Hiss, it's good to cancel the marriage. Su-chun wrote a divorce letter directly according to the script. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully the poor young, Li Qingwei. I hope you won't regret it in the future. That day, it rained heavily. Su-chun was very happy. Others thought Su-chun was stimulated and stupid. Even Li Qingwei thought Su-chun was stupid. He left without looking back, too lazy to bother with a fool. Only Su-chun knew what this meant. He was a time traveler, and he was holding a script of a broken marriage. If this is not the protagonist, who is the protagonist? After 3 days, there was no movement. Strange? Is this golden finger not energetic enough? Su-chun waited for 3 days. The golden finger did not come. It doesn't matter. He has patience, saying that things change over time. Isn't it 30 years? 3 months later. Could it be that the golden finger was taken away? Su-chun suddenly realized that there was a villain who woke up early and secretly took his golden finger away. A few years before he traveled through time, it was popular to have such villains who specialized in stealing other people's golden fingers. Su-chun was busy looking for the whereabouts of the golden finger. 3 years later, Su-chun got nothing, and even his cultivation remained in the same place, which disappointed Su-chun's father and thought that Su-chun went crazy after his marriage was broken off. Give up training Su-chun and then train Su-chun's half-brother. Although his qualifications are slightly worse than Su-chun, he is smarter. The competition for the prince has always been like this. By the time Su-chun reacted, it was already a fait accompli. All his resources were taken away by his own brother. He became an abandoned child. 30 years later, recalling that time, Su-chun sighed. Since his father Su-nen gave all his resources to his half-brother Su-shiuehe, Su-chun had a big fight with Su-nan and left the family. He wanted to prove that he could still become a hegemon even without the Su family. But he is not a hegemon. But he has become the leader of a mercenary group. He led his small team to hunt monsters, and he lived a comfortable life. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he was already middle-aged, looking vicissitudes, not as young and frivolous as before. 30 years ago, he should not despise the poor young man. 30 years later, he should not despise the poor middle-aged man. Thinking of Li Qingwei, who broke off his marriage, he had already broken through to the spiritual pattern realm and became the true disciple of the elder of Tianlan sect. Su-chun felt that it was time for him to cheat, as he was already middle-aged. If he didn't cheat, he would be old. Could it be that my cheat is many children, many blessings? Su-chun pondered for a moment and remembered the woman who had been following him in the mercenary group. This was the girl he met on the road when he left his family. Her name was Lu Shui. Now they're all over 40 years old. On that day, Su-chun got married. In a blink of an eye, another 30 years of ups and downs. The many children, many blessings system that Su-chun had been waiting for a long time did not come. He and Lu Shui had a lovely daughter and a son. Both have good talents and are now in the gathering spirit realm. Daughter and son are both studying in the Wufu. In the future, they don't have to live a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife in the mercenary group like him. Su-chun suddenly remembered that he heard yesterday that Li Qingwei had broken through to the Spirit Sea realm and became an elder of the Tianlan sect. Maybe Li Qingwei doesn't know who he is now. Su-chun had a headache. He brought his brothers to join a large mercenary group, but the eldest brother in it died yesterday. His cultivation was only at the peak of the spirit gathering stage, and he could not carry the banner. He did not have the invincible strength of the same level. Su-chun, who did not want to be affected, left the mercenary group with his small group and settled in a place called Chongchuan City. Here, Su-chun created a Su family. On the night of inviting major forces, an uninvited guest came to the Su family. Looking at his younger brother, who had a little gray hair on his temples like himself, Su-chun suddenly became very calm. He had hatred, but this hatred had been worn away by time. Brother, since you left, my aunt has suffered from heart disease and died 20 years ago. Brother, just a year ago, my father also died. Before he died, he was still talking about you and wanted to see you for the last time. Brother, I know you still resent the wrong things I did back then. I will apologize to you. Come back to the family with me. Su-chun refused indifferently. Su-shiuehe left helplessly. Why is the wind and sand so strong today? Looking at Su-shiuehe's departing back, Su Chan touched the corners of his eyes, moist and rubbing. He can no longer go back to the other Su family. Now, this is his home. That day, Su Chan was drunk. Don't bully the old and poor. Su Chan is old. Even Lu Shuyi was buried by him. Not buried here, but buried in the place where they first met. It's not romantic, but Su Chan doesn't want others to disturb her. This time it's not the past 30 years, but the past 20 years. On his 100th birthday, he still doesn't have a system. He knows that today is his birthday and the end. Fortunately, his son, his daughter, his grandson, granddaughter, and the core young people of the Su family have all been sent away. Outside the door, there are swords and shadows. Su Chan picked up the long sword that was already covered with a lot of dust. The old guy from the Su family next door broke through to the spirit pattern realm. No second voice is allowed in Chongchuan City. Su Chan was on the wrong side. He thought the city lord would be the first to break through. He was killed in the face. His fate was to be liquidated. The door was kicked open, and an old man in stone blue brocade slowly walked in. This was the ancestor of the Su family, Su Ba, a strong man in the spiritual pattern realm. Su Chan was ready to die, even though he was old, but he did not stay in the mercenary group in vain. Behind him, another young man came out with a few heads in his hands. The heads rolled over to Su Chen's feet. Seeing the faces of the heads clearly, Su Chen's face became ugly. Then he died. After 100 years of wind and rain, the family was finally destroyed and he died. Vaguely, he seemed to hear the young man who walked in talking to himself. It's a pity that Su Chen's 2 children and several elders fought to protect the Su family. Even if they knew the retreat route of the Su family one step ahead and sent a large number of people to block them, some of the Su family's young people still ran away. If they ran away, then send people to chase, find, and arrest them. Su Chan, this old guy, is cunning and cautious. The Su family disciples who were sent out must be talented. If they grow up, they will be a big trouble for my Su family. If it weren't for the inheritance of a strong man in the spirit sea realm, it might be my Su family that was destroyed. Su Chen's consciousness disappeared, but he didn't die completely. Realm, awakening spirit, gathering spirit, spiritual pattern, spirit sea, spiritual soul, Tongxian. Dongxiu, Nirvana, Saint, Saint King, Great Saint, Quasi-Emperor, Great Emperor. Chapter 2 The Striving Son of the City Lord, Part 1. Upon realizing his demise, Su Chan found himself in a peculiar realm, shrouded in darkness. How infuriating. The old dog of the Su family possessed such fortune. Reflecting upon Su Ba's last words, Su Chan felt a surge of indignation. The City Lord's breakthrough into the spirit pattern realm was supposed to be a certainty, yet it was the Su family that achieved it first. Such is fate, a cruel jest of destiny. As the ancestor of the Su family stated, had the City Lord broken through first, it would have been the Su family that would have taken vengeance upon the Su family. Someone from the Su family betrayed me. If one could behold his visage now, they would surely see Su Chen's face as dark as coal. The only ones who could be sent away were either his descendants or his closest confidants. However, Su Chan had no time to ponder these matters, for he had arrived at his golden opportunity, the coveted boon he had yearned for a century, albeit only after death. Could it be that his centennial birthday had activated it? But now that he was deceased, what use was this boon? Yet, Su Chan dutifully examined what lay before him. It was a tome, which he began to peruse. The first page inscribed, "In your first life, you were young and reckless, committing many errors. After leaving home, you endured hardships, battled within a mercenary group, attained great power, established a family, became an ancestor, propagated your lineage, and left your mark upon the world. Though you have perished, your legend endures within Chongchuan City. Your life can be deemed splendid. Evaluation, White Star 3. Reward, 30 reversal points. Please allocate your reversal points to enter your second life." A prompt appeared before Su Chan. Qualification, 0. Insight, 0. Heritage, 0. Mindset, 5. Note, reversal points can be utilized immediately or saved for the next life, but upon the conclusion of a life, all will reset to 0, save for mindset. Su Chan comprehended. His golden opportunity was, in fact, a life simulator. It could only be activated posthumously. How utterly vexing. Nevertheless, he could not disregard this boon. He expended all 30 reversal points in one breath. Thus, qualification 15, insight 10, heritage 5. Having cultivated for a lifetime, Su Chan understood that in the early stages of cultivation, one required qualification for swift progress, and later, insight for breakthroughs. Without qualification in the beginning, resources would be scarce. And without resources, future advancement would be unattainable. Hence, he augmented his qualification by 5 points. A flash of blinding light enveloped him as Su Chan transitioned into his next life. In Beifeng City, A handsome youth gazed in astonishment at his reflection in the mirror. By heavens, he had awakened his memory at 17. Why couldn't he have awakened sooner? Su Chun felt exasperated. Had he awakened a year earlier, he would have had many more opportunities, such as participating in the elite martial arts academy's assessments or the top sect's examinations. In this life, his status was commendable. He was the son of the city lord of Beifeng City. To his surprise, he had noble origins. The city lord of Beifeng City bore the surname Jiang, with the given name Li. In this incarnation, Su Chun had assumed the name Jiang Chun. Yet, there was a silver lining. He still resided within the Tianfeng kingdom. Remembering the annihilation of the Su family from his previous life, which had occurred merely 20 years prior, he realized that the ancestor of the Su family was still alive. Su Chun felt resolute. He would avenge the grievances of his past life in this one. Young Master Jiang Chen, your father seeks you for a discussion. A girl donned in a pale yellow dress, with a cherubic face, hurried towards him with small, quick steps. She was Su Chen's maid in this life. Su Chen nodded and followed the maid to meet his father. In the spacious room, Jiang Li had already instructed the servants to prepare a meal. A tall, stern middle-aged man and a woman clad in a moon-white gown, her raven hair elegantly pinned with a jade hairpin, awaited Su Chen's arrival. Upon seeing them, Su Chun beamed and respectfully greeted. I pay my respects to father and mother. Wang Hanyu pulled Su Chen close, exclaiming, you child, come sit down. There are no such formalities at home. Su Chen took a seat obediently. Jiang Li remarked, let us eat first. We shall discuss matters afterward. After finishing the meal, Jiang Li finally broached the subject of his visit. Chinner, you have reached the pinnacle of the spirit awakening stage, merely a step away from spirit gathering. This spirit gathering pill may assist you significantly. Following the meal, Jiang Li produced an exquisite box containing a pill. Indeed, a spirit gathering pill. A single spirit gathering pill could aid one in breaking through from the peak of spirit awakening to the spirit gathering realm. The method of concoction was known only to the highest powers, and not only was it exorbitantly priced, but even possessing wealth did not guarantee acquisition. Despite being a city lord and a formidable spirit pattern master, procuring a spirit gathering pill was no simple feat. Su Chun felt a swell of gratitude within. In just 3 days, he would ascend to the spirit gathering realm. He was merely 17. In his previous life, he had reached this stage only at 25 after leaving his family. Thus he had gained 8 years in this life. The future appeared promising. After his breakthrough, Su Chun returned to Lingyun Martial Academy, brimming with vigor. Though Lingyun Martial Academy was not as prestigious as the 2 top martial academies, it remained one of the 10 most formidable academies in the Tianfeng kingdom. Upon his return, Su Chen's breakthrough to the spirit gathering realm caused quite a stir. After all, achieving this at 17 marked him as a prodigy, and even in the talent-rich environment of Lingyun, only a handful possessed such aptitude. Su Chen also gained entry into the inner courtyard, selecting an elder as his mentor. The elder he chose, Jiang Xiangyang, was a formidable figure at the 7th level of the spirit pattern realm, surpassing Su Chen's father, Jiang Li, by 4 levels. Jiang Xiangyang was a rather disheveled old man, yet he accepted Su Chun as his disciple due to their shared surname. Thus, Su Chen secured another formidable ally. That very evening, under the encouragement of his friends, he hosted a banquet to celebrate his entrance into the inner sanctum and his successful apprenticeship under Jiang Xiangyang. After all, this journey had not been easy. Su Chun nearly faced a beating from his friends, who viewed his life as a series of fortunate events. With a city lord as a father, successfully achieving spirit gathering at 17, and securing a mentor like Jiang Xiangyang, how could he not be considered a winner in life? You simply do not understand. You know nothing of my struggles. Su Chun merely shook his head, recognizing that they could not grasp the trials he had endured, even if they were from his past life. After leaving the tavern, beneath the hazy moonlight, Su Chun felt a jolt of recognition. He encountered a familiar figure, one from his past. This acquaintance was not a friend, but an enemy, the Su family. Li Ming, I require your assistance. Su Chen's expression turned serious as he regarded the inebriated man beside him. Upon witnessing Su Chen's earnest demeanor, the man sobered immediately. I knew you were feigning drunkenness. Su Chen glared at the suddenly alert Li Ming, his frustration mounting. Li Ming offered a sheepish smile, explaining that he had no choice but to pretend. Otherwise, he might have met his demise at the tavern. You're not exactly innocent either, Li Ming muttered under his breath. Su Chen chose not to dwell on this, recalling that during their time in the mercenary group, such levels of intoxication were merely a casual drink. However, he could not afford to display any unusual behavior now. I need you to investigate someone. Su Chen pointed towards the young man who resembled a figure from his past. The young man turned to glance back at Su Chen, flashing a smile. Chapter 3, The Struggles of the Lord's Son, Part 2. Li Ming is Su Chen's closest companion, hailing from the influential Li family in Lingyun City. Investigating an individual is, after all, a relatively straightforward endeavor. Within a day, information regarding the youth, who was suspected to be a connection from the past, lay before Su Chen. Unreliable as he may be, Li Ming proved to be dependable at a crucial moment. Indeed, a cold smirk appeared on Su Chen's face. His expression fierce. His instinct, akin to that of a lone wolf, had not betrayed him. The youth in question was indeed the son of an old acquaintance. The young man who once stood behind Su Ba, the most distinguished of Su family's youth 2 decades ago, was none other than Su Changji's son, Su Sheng. He was also a scion of the Lingyun Academy, 3 years older than Su Chun, at 20 years of age, already at the 9th level of Qi awakening. Perhaps he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet, he would never have the opportunity to do so. Su Ba, while I may not be able to eliminate you, I shall not hesitate to eradicate your kin step by step. Su Chen's hatred ran deep. Initially, accepting death was a matter of gambling, a risk he was willing to take. The true issue was that he was still alive. The haunting image of his loved ones and old friends' severed heads rolling at his feet often plagued his dreams, until he obliterated the Su family to the last ant. His heart would not find peace. Not to mention, the Su family possessed a legacy of spirit sea experts, a tremendous opportunity, within the Tianfeng kingdom. Such individuals were considered absolute powerhouses. Su Qingyue, who had once called off their engagement, was now merely at the spirit sea level herself. Such talent shone brightly in the Tianfeng kingdom, and no wonder they deemed themselves above him. But Su Chen held a grudge. His thoughts lingered. Indeed, they were no longer of the same world. While Su Qingyue had aged, he was just 17, and he would never consider marrying an older woman. This was no mere matter of acquiring wealth. Su Chen pondered how to discreetly eliminate a disciple from Lingyun Academy. It was a severe crime for academy disciples to harm one another, resulting in severe punishment ranging from confinement to expulsion. Naturally, Su Chen could not act openly. However, Su Sheng could conveniently fall victim to ruthless bandits during a task, bandits who just so happened to harbor a grudge against the Su family. Thus, he would be slain. This scenario was entirely plausible. The academy could not rally forces for Su Sheng, with the Su family now in possession of the Spirit Sea inheritance. They were eager to conceal themselves, making it improbable for them to act overtly for Su Sheng's sake. Ultimately, 3 months later, Su Sheng was assigned a lucrative task. Who are you? Su Sheng, clad in academy attire, eyed the 3 hooded figures that had suddenly appeared before him with suspicion. Your demise awaits. The trio united, forcing Su Sheng to retreat until, in a moment of life or death crisis, he unleashed a fierce punch, faintly accompanied by the roar of a white tiger, retaliating against the 3. Gasping for breath, Su Sheng was bewildered as to why he was besieged. He intended to lift the hoods to unveil their identities. Yet, in the next moment, a sharp blade pierced through his chest. What a bunch of useless fools, unable to kill even one person. Fortunately, I had remained vigilant and stealthily followed. Yesterday, Su Chun had indulged in a frenzied night of drinking, inebriating everyone, and discreetly slipped away. He scattered a few drops of corpse-burning liquid to obliterate the evidence, then departed, surrounded only by reckless souls, none of whom suspected him. Even if Su Sheng's death were to be discovered, it mattered little. In this life, he was named Jiang Chun. What concern was it of Su Chen's? Su Chen quietly returned to Lingyun City, and when others finally noticed him, he feigned sleep. 1 month later, Su Sheng's demise was finally uncovered. Just as Su Chun had anticipated, the academy hastily concluded that Su Sheng had provoked enemies and had been slain by them. In the martial world, the death of an ordinary student was but a trivial matter. Most remained oblivious to the loss. The Su family was aware but dared not raise a fuss. Only the family patriarch, Su Changji, seethed with rage, yet no lead surfaced. Ultimately, the matter faded into obscurity. Only Su Chen knew this was merely the beginning. The grudge of a clan's extermination could not be settled with a single life. Concealed in the shadows, Su Chun was not in haste for revenge, continuing his cultivation at Lingyun Academy. A year later, upon turning 18, Su Chen was summoned home by Zhongli. Upon his return, he noticed an elderly man sitting beside his father, someone who appeared vaguely familiar. He was not a member of the Su family. Reality was not so melodramatic. The old man was the former patriarch of the Wang family from Beifeng City, a person of considerable repute whom Su Chun had encountered a few times. Beifeng City was significantly larger than Chengchuan City, and Zhang Li was a spirit pattern realm expert. As was the Wang family patriarch, old Wang regarded Su Chun, a young man of admirable stature and commendable cultivation, with satisfaction. Zhang nephew, I have a granddaughter of unparalleled beauty, who has long been training at the Lingjian sect, and has just returned to Beifeng City. I hope you can take her around for a few days. Su Chen understood. This was nothing less than a matchmaking endeavor. He glanced at his father, who nodded in affirmation. It was clear that the young lady was indeed stunning, possessing considerable talent, which pleased Zhang Li immensely, prompting him to summon Su Chen home. Marriages of alliance were commonplace among prominent families. In Su Chen's previous life, the Su family had allied with the Li family, with his betrothed being Li Qingyue. Unexpectedly, she had caught the eye of an elder from Tianlan's sect, who took her away for training. Ultimately, Su Chen agreed to meet her. He aimed to leave a mark in this world and earn points to reverse his fate. It was effortless for Su Chen to meet Wang Bailu, the granddaughter in question. Clad in garments as white as snow, she stood gracefully beneath a pine tree. As gentle rain fell, her elegance untainted by makeup, exuding an air of freshness and refinement. This was Su Chen's first encounter with Wang Bailu. Wang Bailu raised her head, akin to a proud snow lotus, gazing intently at Su Chen. He, too, scrutinized her. She was indeed beautiful, though her gaze was lowered, only revealing her delicate toes. Su Chen mused. His father's judgment was indeed astute, though there was still a hint of imperfection. Unbeknownst to Wang Bailu, Su Chen's thoughts wandered. However, a handsome appearance left a favorable first impression on any beauty. This time, there was no plot of breaking off the engagement. Both parties were quite satisfied. Su Chen spent 3 days exploring Beifeng City with Wang Bailu, and they enjoyed each other's company immensely. After 3 days, they parted ways, agreeing to reunite at the decade-long competition for the younger generation in Tianfeng Kingdom. Su Chen returned to Lingyun Academy, where his mischievous friend Li Ming observed him with curiosity, sensing a change in his close companion upon his return. Naturally, Su Chen had no intention of revealing that they had indeed transformed. He was now a man of family lineage, while Li Ming remained a solitary bachelor. Chapter 4, The Striving Lord's Son, Part 3, Su Chen immersed himself deeply in his training at Lingyun Academy. Since the awakening of his memories from his previous life, nearly 2.5 years had passed. He had advanced from the 9th level of Qi awakening to the 6th level of spirit gathering. At the age of 19, such a rapid pace of cultivation astonished the academy. After deliberation, the elders decided to nurture Su Chen as a seed-level candidate in the spiritual sea. Everyone regarded him as a prodigy. Yet, only Su Chen understood that his swift progress was attributed to 2 factors. First, he had traversed this path in his previous life. And second, his innate talents, understanding, and resources in this life were vastly superior to those of the last. Despite this, he remained a mere pretender of a seed-level candidate. However, Su Chen had no intention of clarifying this. He saw it as the academy's investment in him. The Su family remained calm, and there were no tidings of the Su family that he had founded in his previous life. Su Chen had lost interest in such matters, focusing instead on the upcoming 10-year youth competition in the Tianfeng Kingdom. The academy held high hopes for him, wishing for a commendable rank. Accompanied by the elders of the academy and a group of cultivated geniuses, Su Chen set forth towards the capital of Tianfeng. His reckless friend, Li Ming, also accompanied him on this journey. Jiangchun, do you have confidence in this competition? I suddenly feel immense pressure. Just within the Lingyun martial house, there are so many talented individuals, Li Ming remarked, gazing at the vast expanse of stars overhead, feeling a sense of confusion. Over the past 2 years, Li Ming had successfully broken through to the spirit-gathering realm, currently at the 1st level. Meanwhile, his good buddy Su Chen had already reached the 6th level. Despite being a year younger, he had initially thought Su Chen was a genius, but all the young disciples participating in the competition from the martial house were, without exception, equally formidable, with the weakest being at the 5th level of spirit gathering. In this world, prodigies were as numerous as the stars. Su Chen gazed up at the celestial vault. In an era, there can only be one moon. All other stars are destined to be overshadowed by its brilliance. Li Ming looked at his somewhat unfamiliar friend, a wave of excitement washing over him. Are you suggesting you want to be the moon? Su Chen shook his head. I am merely a minuscule star. Yet, to hear the truth in the morning and die in the evening is a life worth living. If I can behold that moon, witnessing the true talents of martial arts, even if overshadowed, I would gladly accept it. Li Ming was taken aback. Was this truly the same friend he spent every day with, now transformed into someone so profound? Su Chen earnestly continued. I merely wish to convey that one should not fear failure. In this world, there are countless individuals who surpass us. Li Ming nodded, releasing his apprehension. If his closest friend was unafraid of failure, what was there for him to fear? Su Chen had one more thought unvoiced. Sooner or later, I, Su Chen, will become that most resplendent moon, unique in every way. If not in this life, then in the next, or the one after that. There will come a time when I, Su Chen, will live in a manner that commands the admiration of all. After Su Chen and Li Ming returned to rest, none noticed a middle-aged man stepping out from the shadows. To hear the truth in the morning and die in the evening. How many old fools lack the open-mindedness of a young successor? After much travel, they finally arrived at the capital of Tianfeng. The elders of the martial house had already arranged accommodations for them. Su Chen hurried to meet his fiancée, and when he introduced her to the gathered members of the martial house, Li Ming's face darkened significantly. We agreed to stay single together. Yet you already have a fiancée. Su Chen chuckled awkwardly, believing Li Ming would understand. The Lingyun martial house treated Wang Bailu exceptionally well. But the Spirit Sword sect did not regard Su Chen favorably. Wang Bailu was renowned for her beauty within the Spirit Sword sect, though she did not possess the widespread fame of being one of the top 10 beauties of the Tianfeng Kingdom like the sect's master sister. She exuded a unique charm and had many admirers within the sect. Su Chen's arrival felt akin to poking a hornet's nest, as he found himself surrounded by a throng of people. You are Wang Shimi's fiancée. I challenge you. One of the older disciples from the Spirit Sword sect furiously declared. If you lose, you must distance yourself from Wang Shimi. Su Chen did not accept the challenge. Where does such a foolish, love-struck individual come from? Are you not a man? Do you not dare to engage in a fair duel between men? If I lose, I will vanish from Wang Shimi's sight. If you lose, you shall renounce your engagement. The senior disciple relentlessly pursued him, seemingly believing this would diminish Su Chen's stature in Wang Bailu's eyes. I merely feel that Wang girl is utterly innocent, being treated as a wager by someone like you. If you wish to spar, I will certainly oblige, but I refuse to use my fiancée as a stake. She is not an object, but my future wife. With these words, Su Chen garnered the respect of the Spirit Sword sect. Wang Bailu's beautiful eyes turned to the refined young man, sparkling with admiration. The humiliated Spirit Sword sect disciple, filled with rage and embarrassment, attempted to strike at Su Chen but was swiftly subdued in a single move, shocking the Spirit Sword sect. Ultimately, a middle-aged man escorted the dazed and self-doubting disciple away. Throughout the ordeal, Su Chen had no knowledge of the disciple's name and had no desire to learn it. They were not on the same level. An elder from the Spirit Sword sect personally apologized to Su Chen and assured him that no one from the sect would trouble him again. The sect members' attitude underwent a complete transformation. They had originally deemed Su Chen unworthy of Wang Bailu, but now they worried that she might not be worthy of him. They were convinced that Su Chen would emerge as a dark horse in the martial arts competition, achieving remarkable results, and wondered how many noble ladies would seek him out thereafter. Wang Bailu recognized this predicament. Her fiancé, he was excessively outstanding. Should he gain fame, would she receive a letter of divorce? Thus, on the eve of the martial arts tournament, she remained by Su Chen's side at all times. It was only when the grand event commenced, with geniuses from various sects gathering, that she finally granted him some freedom. Su Chen felt that his status as a dark horse was waning. He had transformed into a mere underdog. Yet, despite the fatigue, his past life of relentless struggle and survival on the brink of death endowed him with battle experience that these fledgling youths could hardly match. Throughout the competition, Su Chen emerged as a dark horse, capturing the attention of various forces. Zhang Yuan, your Lingyun martial house has indeed acquired a fine talent. Numerous elder figures convened, expressing their envy towards the Lingyun martial house. At 19, having reached the 6th level of spirit gathering, Su Chen astonishingly defeated a highly favored contender within the top 10. Nan Gongmeng from Tianlan sect, age 21, stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level of spirit gathering. She was the pride of the sect, cherished by elderly Qinghua. Yet, despite being merely at the 6th level of spirit gathering, Su Chen, driven by an indomitable spirit and fearless resolve, compelled Nan Gongmeng to concede. His reputation soared, and he was dubbed the martial arts madman. Chapter 5. The Struggles of the City Lord's Son, Part 4. At this moment, the dark horse of the Tianfeng Kingdom, Su Chen, lay upon his bed, gripped by excruciating pain. Every inch of his body felt as though it were being mercilessly sliced by 1,000 blades. Wang Bailu, Li Ming, and the familiar faces from the Lingyun martial house all gazed at Su Chen with concern. Wang Bailu leaned over the window, tightly grasping Su Chen's hand, tears cascading from her eyes like precious pearls, soaking the bedding beneath them. With a reluctant smile, Su Chen assured them, "It's all right now, I have awakened." However, the pallor of his face elicited nothing but disbelief from the onlookers. Desperate to shift the topic, Su Chen inquired, "Who emerged victorious in my battle against Nan Gongmeng from the Tianlan sect?" Upon hearing this, they erupted into animated chatter. "Of course, it was you, junior brother Jiang," exclaimed a beautiful senior sister, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Su Chen felt a gentle, cool touch on his hand, realizing it was Wang Bailu resting her face against it. A silent declaration of her affection. This amused him, momentarily alleviating the pain from his injuries. "Word has spread throughout the capital about your legendary victory, junior brother Jiang. Nan Gongmeng was one of the top 3 contenders, yet she fell before you and failed to make the top 10, interjected a senior brother, his voice brimming with respect. "The martial spirit you exhibited is truly commendable. It embodies the essence of martial arts, fearless and unwavering, igniting the flames of passion within us," another brother extolled, thoroughly captivated by Su Chen's prowess. In truth, Su Chen's heart screamed in agony. The so-called martial spirit was irrelevant. Survival was his only concern. His relentless drive stemmed from the fact that Nan Gongmeng was a prized disciple of Li Qingyue. In his past life, the memory of Li Qingyue's rejection was etched vividly in his mind. If he could not defeat Li Qingyue, how could he possibly tolerate being bested by her disciple? This battle was a matter of validation. Su Chen reminded himself that he could not afford to lose. Ultimately, a singular voice echoed in his mind: defeat Nan Gongmeng. Thus, he emerged victorious. In a straightforward contest, Su Chen could never have matched Nan Gongmeng's skill. However, in terms of battle experience, she was no match for him. "Jiang Chen, you are truly remarkable. Nan Gongmeng, the ethereal beauty among the top 10 of the younger generation, was brought to tears by your prowess," Li Ming exclaimed, his face alight with admiration. Watching his best friend gain fame, Li Ming was overwhelmed with excitement. "In wealth and honor, we shall not forget each other. As brothers, we share in glory and disgrace." Su Chen, however, was lost in deep contemplation. A question loomed in his mind. Was it really true? For a prodigy to be reduced to tears was an unfathomable concept. How could he, the protagonist, remain unaware of Nangong Meng's distress? Slowly, he asked, when did this happen? Nangong Meng is also a martial genius. Surely she wouldn't cry? Li Ming replied earnestly. This is the talk of every street and alley. And storytellers are narrating how you brought tears to the Dream Fairy. Many young talents from various factions are planning to unite against you. If your wounds have not healed, I suggest you keep a low profile. A multitude of emotions surged within Su Chun. If he discovered who had spread such a rumor, he would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon them. It was not that he wished for Nangong Meng to cry. Rather, he had unwittingly invited a significant trouble upon himself. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered, striding towards Su Chun with a broad smile. Jiang Chun, well done. For the first time in 5 martial competitions, our Lingyun martial house has someone in the top 10. The man's joy was palpable, but as he leaned down, he noticed Su Chun lying helplessly on the bed. In a hushed tone, Su Chun murmured, Elder Mu, could you be a bit gentler? Once again, he drifted into unconsciousness. The room was filled with concerned glances directed at Elder Mu, who, with an awkward smile, reluctantly produced a third-grade elixir for Su Chun. With 5 consecutive competitions yielding no top 10 results, the appearance of Su Chun was a rare beacon of hope. Should he be rendered incapable, the elders of the academy would surely demand his head. Elder Mu lamented, wishing he had not come today. The third-grade elixir, worth tens of thousands of gold coins, was an experience Su Chun finally awoke to, savoring its divine taste. The rewards from the Tianfeng royal capital were also generous. 3 days of cultivation in the spirit pool, a green spirit rune, and a low-grade mysterious weapon, which Su Chun chose as a spear. With every inch gained in length, strength also increased. 3 days later, Su Chen's cultivation advanced, surpassing the 7th level of spirit gathering to reach the 8th. Upon leaving the spirit pool, he encountered a familiar figure. A graceful silhouette, draped in a purple robe, with a face as cold as winter's snow and strands of hair cascading over her forehead, appeared like a dream. She was a beauty long yearned for by many. If only she did not possess those murderous eyes. Su Chun inwardly cursed his misfortune. The newcomer was none other than the defeated Nangong Meng. Jiang Chen, I challenge you, Nangong Meng declared defiantly. Her pride wounded by the rumors circulating about her defeat at the hands of a lunatic from the Lingyun martial house. While she accepted her loss, she would not concede to having cried. To vindicate herself, Nangong Meng sought to defeat Su Chun and reclaim her honor. Su Chun sidestepped her. With his cultivation now at the 8th level of spirit gathering, defeating Nangong Meng would pose no challenge, yet he was reluctant to engage. Nangong Meng, infuriated by Su Chen's disregard, seethed, Jiang Chun, are you even a man? Turning to face her wrathful countenance, Su Chen replied, puzzled. What does my masculinity have to do with my acceptance of your challenge? He could not comprehend the logic of these young women. In a fit of rage, Nangong Meng decided to take matters into her own hands, brandishing her sword and charging at Su Chun. She appeared deceptively calm, yet beneath the surface, she was a tempestuous tigress. Su Chun muttered under his breath, the words unmistakably reaching Nangong Meng's ears. As he raised his spear, its tip gleamed ominously. The cold light pressed against Nangong Meng's forehead, piercing the delicate skin and drawing forth crimson droplets of blood, an exquisite sight indeed. Withdrawing the spear, Su Chun waved dismissively. Little girl, wait until you step into the spirit rune realm before challenging me. With that, he departed with an air of nonchalance. Nangong Meng stood frozen for a moment. Her forehead stained with blood and her eyes brimming with tears, droplets falling like rain. You scoundrel! Jiang Chun, you wretched scoundrel! Once again, the capital was shaken by rumors. It was said that the Dream Fairy had been heartlessly abandoned by Jiang Chun, left to mourn for an entire day, inciting the youth of the Tianfeng kingdom to rally and seek vengeance against those who dared to bully her. Chapter 6. The Striving Son of the Lord of the City, Part 5. Time flows like water, and 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In this year, Su Chun is 22. Recalling the scene from the martial arts tournament, Su Chun feels an overwhelming headache. He cannot fathom which scoundrel turned the events into a wild exaggeration, from him defeating Nangong Meng in tears on the stage to her being abandoned in the end. The versions are countless. If he ever finds that instigator of rumors, he would surely hang him and give him a good thrashing with a whip. There are also numerous suitors of Nangong Meng seeking trouble with Su Chun, but those are merely trifles. After all, he is a seed-level contestant of the Lingyun Martial Academy. However, 3 years have elapsed, and Su Chen's cultivation remains stuck at the 9th level of Qi gathering. Even with the spirit patterns issued by the Royal Palace during the tournament, he still requires another year or 2 to reach the spirit pattern realm. Meanwhile, all the top 10 prodigies, except for Su Chun, have already stepped into the spirit pattern realm. His innate talent, after all, pales in comparison to theirs. Even Nangong Meng, whom he easily defeated back then, has reportedly entered the spirit pattern realm months ago, and she possesses blue spirit patterns. In the kingdom of Tianfeng, those with blue spirit patterns are few and far between. Su Chun suddenly remembers Nangong Meng, not out of longing, but because of what he said 3 years ago. At that time, it was merely a casual boast, feeling quite fitting. Nangong Meng, surely wouldn't he take his words seriously, would she? Suchin ponders this, not out of whimsy, but because tomorrow marks the conclusion of his long courtship with Wang Bailu. He hopes that no mishaps occur on his wedding day. Turning to return to his residence, a stunning shade of purple catches his eye. Suchun lowers his head and hastens his steps. Suddenly, he feels a chill at his neck as an ice-blue longsword is pressed against it. Suchin stiffly raises his head to behold a flawless visage looking coldly at him. A hand wielding a sword poised at his throat. What a twist of fate. Suchin chuckles awkwardly. Miss Nangong, it has been a while. Nangong Meng remains silent. Her gaze icy, sending shivers down his spine. Suchin produces a red invitation card and offers it, saying, Miss Nangong, tomorrow is my wedding day. I invite you to grace the occasion with your presence. The invitation is taken by Nangong Meng, who, with a flicker of ethereal light, reduces it to ashes in her hand. Jiangchun, do you still remember what you said back then? Nangong Meng's voice is frigid, colder than eternal ice. Of course. Suchin remembers, but he certainly cannot admit it at this moment. He feigns innocence. What words of mine could possibly be so unforgettable to you, Miss Nangong? Nangong Meng perceives his shamelessness. He clearly knows but pretends otherwise, hoping to evade the confrontation. Jiangchun, I challenge you. If you refuse, I shall castrate you. Her words are as frigid as the winter's chill, and Suchun has no doubt she would follow through. The words he intended to utter are swallowed back. Matters concerning his brother's life must be taken seriously. It is well known that Suchun is a man of deep emotions, especially when it comes to brotherhood. Damn it, am I truly afraid of this little vixen? Suchun strikes. Suchun is met with a beating, his face bruised and battered. It is evident that despite her delicate appearance, her blows are merciless. No matter how many strategies Suchun devises, she shows no mercy. It is baffling how there are those in the kingdom of Tianfeng who would willingly endure a beating from Nangong Meng, claiming they would sacrifice 10 years of life for such an experience. Struggling to his feet, Suchun finds that Nangong Meng has long vanished. Left behind is a jade vial, beneath which 2 crooked characters are etched with a blade, too clear. Suchun muses that even if he sent his dog to scrawl, it would produce a more aesthetically pleasing result. Such a beautiful girl, yet she possesses a petty, violent temperament and is illiterate, producing such grotesque handwriting. After his complaints, Suchun curiously opens the jade vial, discovering a 3rd-grade healing elixir inside. Enduring a beating for a 3rd-grade elixir seems quite worthwhile, Suchun mutters, feeling somewhat better. She is a generous little vixen, a meticulous violent one. Alas, she is illiterate. Upon returning home, he encounters his father, Jiangli, who looks on curiously. Chin'er, how did you acquire so many injuries? Suchun raises his head and replies sullenly, I fell accidentally. Jiangli is skeptical. How can a fall leave such marks? Seeing his father's disbelief and sensing an investigation looming, Suchun reluctantly admits, I encountered a senior on the road who needed a sparring partner to experiment with a new technique and offered me this 3rd-grade elixir. Jiangli, still dubious, raises an eyebrow. However, upon Suchun producing the elixir, he remains skeptical yet somewhat convinced. Getting beaten and acquiring a 3rd-grade elixir? I have never encountered such a senior before. If only I could meet such a person more often, Jiangli ponders, concluding that Suchun's beating was indeed worth it. The next day, Suchun's injuries have completely healed. On the day of the wedding, the venue is filled with guests, and many have traveled to Beifeng City. Among them are seniors from the Lingyun Martial Academy, some who have graduated even abandoning their tasks to attend, along with his teacher Jiang Xiangyang and even the vice president of the academy. There are also young talents from Tianjin Mountain, along with Wang Bailu's mentors, and friends like Li Ming, who once ranked among the top 10 prodigies in the tournament. Jiang Li is taken aback by the scene, noting the presence of many distinguished figures, even those he must look up to. These individuals treat his son with remarkable courtesy. It feels so foreign. The elder of the Wang family beams with delight, believing this to be his wisest decision in life. Suchun's potential is boundless, and the Wang family will surely prosper alongside him. In a single day, the atmosphere is jubilant, and Suchun experiences intoxication for the first time. Reflecting on his good friend Li Ming, who has long since passed out, Suchun adds, what a rookie. Under the hazy moonlight, it is the perfect moment for the bridal chamber. Suchun surmises that Wang Bailu must have been waiting for him for quite some time. Today, he is the husband, and she is the wife. This world will bear the traces of his existence. Approaching Wang Bailu's door, Suchun looks up to find the clouds that obscured the moon have dissipated, revealing a particularly bright and round moon. In the distance, on a tall building beside the moon, a purple figure seems to stand. Suchun blinks, and the purple figure vanishes. It must be an illusion, he thinks, attributing it to having drunk too much. Hubby, a soft call emanates from within the room. No longer hesitating, Suchun opens the door and steps inside. Chapter 7. The Struggling Lord's Son, Part 6. Another year has passed, and Suchun has successfully integrated the spirit patterns, stepping into the realm of spirit patterns. This particular spirit pattern, a product of the third-tier Gale Demon Wolf, is a beast pattern of azure quality, yet Su Chun does not possess the privilege to be choosy. In this world, spirit patterns are categorized into white, azure, blue, purple, orange, and red. A high-quality spirit pattern signifies combat prowess, augmenting the strength of its possessor. The enhancement from the Gale Demon Wolf is speed. Azure particles swirl around Su Chun's feet, spiraling upward. Is this the power of the spirit pattern realm? In his previous life, Su Chun never broke through to this realm, lacking both techniques and spirit patterns. Now, at merely 23 years of age, he has achieved this milestone. As for the Su family, Su Chun's expression turned frigid, still harboring a grudge against them for the annihilation of his clan in his past life. If even one person from the Su family were to escape, it would not sit well with him. However, acting rashly at the first level of the spirit pattern realm could risk being ensnared by the old-timers of the Su family, potentially allowing many of them to slip away. What Su Chun desires is the complete eradication of the Su family, leaving no trace behind. He refrained from acting immediately. After all, he had endured for many years. So why rush in the final moments? After breaking through to the spirit pattern realm, Su Chun returned to the Lingyun martial house, creating quite a stir and acquiring abundant cultivation resources. This was his objective. With these resources, reaching the second level of the spirit pattern realm within a year would not be a mere fantasy. Thus, Su Chun continued to enter seclusion. 2 years later, the patriarch of the Su family celebrated his 140th birthday. Members from various branches of the Su family gathered to pay their respects. The Su residence was adorned with festive decorations. Yet, unbeknownst to them, in the shadows of the night, a figure cloaked in darkness, wearing a ghostly mask, lurked ominously, gazing towards the Su family. This was Su Chun, who had just concluded his seclusion at the Lingyun martial house. At last, he could settle the score with the Su family. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he intended to capture the entire Su family in one fell swoop. Su Chun moved swiftly, each step releasing a stream of azure energy, his figure flickering as he appeared in the next location. Behind him, the sounds of agitation echoed as a cadre of prepared martial artists followed him into the Su residence. Leading them was an elderly man with squinting eyes, graying hair, a hunched back, and a somewhat rotund figure. Within the Su family estate, Su Chun demonstrated his prowess in the spirit pattern realm, cutting his way inside. Many members of the Su family fell to Su Chun's blade, prompting the family to hastily gather a multitude of martial artists. "Who are you? And why do you attack my Su family?" inquired a middle-aged man from the Su family. Although his appearance had changed, Su Chun recognized him as Su Changyuan, the youngest son of Su Ba, whom he had encountered in his past life. With deliberate steps, Su Chun vanished from sight, and by the time the Su family warriors reacted, he was already before Su Changyuan. Terror filled Su Changyuan's eyes as he attempted to speak, only to have his head severed by Su Chen's sword. Su Chun held the sword in one hand, and Su Changyuan's head in the other. The surrounding Su family members were consumed by grief, rallying the martial artists to confront Su Chun. Su Chun dispatched several fearless warriors with ease, sending the rest into panic. He refrained from further attacks. It would be a waste of energy. These individuals could be left to the Su family to handle. Indeed, Su Chun had found the Su family from his past life and located its head, his younger brother Su Shueha. After Su Chen's demise in his previous life, Su Shueha discreetly sought out the descendants of Su Chun and a few old friends, hiding them to prevent the Su family from locating them for many years. Su Shueha harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Su family. He had usurped Su Chen's position within the Su family for the sake of martial cultivation, as the path of martial arts requires competition. Yet, Su Chun was his elder brother, the only family he had left after their parents and aunt perished. How could he not harbor resentment against the Su family for their role in the destruction of his clan? Upon discovering that his descendants had been taken in by Su Shueha, Su Chun felt an array of emotions. Nevertheless, he found solace in knowing that Su Shueha was more suited to be the family head than he was. Thus, Su Chun concealed his identity and sought Su Shueha's collaboration to annihilate the Su family. Su Chun's aim was to obtain a rare opportunity from the Su family, while allowing Su Shueha to claim the remainder of their possessions, as a form of reparation for his family's past. When Su Chun revealed his cultivation at the third level of the spirit pattern realm, Su Shueha decisively chose to cooperate. The Su family had no viable options left. Their resources were dwindling, and they were in dire need of a new spirit pattern realm master. Regardless of the choice made, collaborating with Su Chun was the optimal path. Thus, as Su Chun advanced towards the inner courtyard of the Su family, Su Shueha led a multitude of Su family warriors into the fray, launching into a merciless slaughter. Old grievances and new enmities could only be settled with the complete annihilation of the Su clan. Su Chun fought his way into the inner courtyard of the Su family, where chaos erupted as everyone sensed the peril. Along his path, he eliminated several direct descendants of the Su family, targeting anyone who bore a resemblance, and hanging their heads from his waist like trophies collected from the depths of hell. Suddenly, Su Chun halted. his gaze falling upon a familiar figure attempting to slip away amidst the crowd. It was you. A torrent of hatred surged within Su Chen's eyes. The man seemed to sense Su Chen's scrutiny, abruptly looking up, trembling at the sight of Su Chen's wrathful glare. Numerous Su family descendants fell before Su Chen's brutal swordplay, bloodshed rampant. That swordplay, Lin Yifei was well acquainted with it. There was only one individual capable of wielding that technique with such mastery. He was oblivious to when the Su family members around him were slain until he found himself utterly alone. When the figure, resembling a demon risen from the abyss, locked eyes with him, Lin Yifei could no longer withstand his fear and fell to his knees, beads of cold sweat dotting his aged face. It was too similar. Lin Yifei bowed his head, unable to meet Su Chen's gaze, his throat constricting as he stammered, Who are you? Lin Yifei was certain that the person he feared from his memories was long dead. Su Chen's eyes were as cold as ice. Just a vengeful spirit collecting debts for a deceased friend. With a flash of his sword, Lin Yifei fell, his head rolling to the ground, eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Su Chen. Su Chen did not inquire why Lin Yifei had betrayed him. It was no longer necessary. The price of betrayal was death, and that included future generations. These matters would be handled by Su Shua. Now, a mournful wail echoed from the inner courtyard, and Su Chen recognized another familiar figure. Chapter 8. The Struggles of the Lord's Son. 7. The contemporary head of the Su family, Su Changji. Unlike the youthful visage etched in his memory, Su Changji had now entered middle age, assuming the mantle of leadership within the Su clan. Stumbling unsteadily, he beheld the familiar countenances surrounding him. His mind reeled, as if the very heavens were spinning about him. His lips quivered faintly, teeth clenched, his eyes bloodshot. Su Chen observed the scene with a calm demeanor, remarking, "It seems I have not erred in my judgment." Su Changji abruptly lifted his head, resembling a vengeful specter, and roared, "Kill! I shall end your life." He charged forward. In an instant, Su Changji found himself ensnared by a vice-like grip around his neck. Su Chen, devoid of any compassion, struck decisively, obliterating Su Changji's cultivation with a mere wave of his hand. The disparity between the spirit pattern realm and the gathering chi realm was akin to that of swatting a chick. Of course, this did not apply to extraordinary prodigies, and Su Changji was far from being one of them. Rather than slaying Su Changji immediately, Su Chen led him to an elder of the Su family, Su Ba. Upon sensing the commotion from the Su household, Su Ba emerged from his seclusion, only to witness a figure cloaked in black dragging away his most cherished son, adorned with the severed heads of his descendants, including his beloved great-grandson and great-granddaughter. They were all dead. What grievance do you hold against the Su family? That you would not spare even the innocent children? Su Ba lamented, his voice laden with sorrow. To lose a child before a parent is the greatest anguish of all. Where is the legacy of the spirit sea? Speak, and perhaps I may spare this wretch's life, leaving a flicker of hope for the Su lineage. Su Chen's tone remained indifferent, his gaze fixed warily on Su Ba. He did not underestimate any adversary. Su Ba, yearning for a desperate confrontation, felt his intentions detected by Su Chen, who unleashed the full extent of his cultivation at the third level of the spirit pattern realm. Su Ba felt despair wash over him. His advanced years and waning vitality rendered him incapable of inflicting significant harm upon this formidable foe. After grappling with his inner turmoil, he gazed upon the unconscious Su Changji, tears streaming down his face, having reached a fateful resolution. Might you swear an oath? Should I relinquish the legacy of the spirit sea, your words must hold true. Su Ba did not inquire how this enigmatic figure had learned of the Su family's legacy. Such questions were now irrelevant. Even if it were untrue, it had to be true at this moment for the sake of preserving the last ember of his family. Su Chen nodded. I seek only the legacy of the spirit sea. Having acquired it, I would not object to leaving a flicker of hope for the Su family. Should I breach this promise, my martial path shall cease. Having achieved the desired outcome, Su Ba retreated into his quarters, retrieving a beast hide inscribed with arcane symbols and the translations painstakingly deciphered by the Su family over the years. As Su Chen observed Su Ba's fervent efforts, memories of their past encounters flooded back, evoking a fleeting desire to spare him. Yet, that was an impossibility. With a swift motion, Su Chen accepted the legacy of the spirit sea, then, just as Su Ba attempted to retrieve Su Changji, he severed the latter's head with a single stroke. The severed head rolled upon the ground, blood gushing forth like a spring. You. Su Ba was rendered speechless, his heart in turmoil. A familiar yet frigid voice echoed in his ears. Do you remember the Su family? When you annihilated them, did you consider the old and the young? Now, it is merely a reckoning for debts owed. Su Ba's eyes widened. From the very beginning, this cloaked figure had no intention of sparing the Su family. You shall not escape your fate. In defiance of the martial oath, you will be devoured by 1,000 demons. The entirety of the Su family shall witness your demise on the road to the underworld. Su Ba shrieked in anguish as Su Chen executed him. Arranging the severed heads in a neat row, Su Chen, having avenged his grievances, remained silent for a considerable time. Finally, he spoke softly. I shall not descend into the underworld. Even if you await me there until the waters of the underworld dry up, you will not find me. He would endure an endless cycle of rebirth, but he would never descend into the depths of the underworld. Having obtained the legacy of the spirit sea and dispatched Su Ba, Su Chen departed, disregarding the remaining members of the Su family. For there were others in this world who harbored even greater animosity towards them. Before leaving, Su Chen cast a distant glance at the plump elder entering the inner courtyard. Murmuring, Su Shiweta, I entrust the Su family to you. Ensure you do not repeat the mistakes of the past. Having forgiven Su Shiweta for the past transgressions regarding martial resources, Su Chen recognized that Su Shiweta was far better suited to be the heir of the Su family than he had been. The resources of the Su family would be handled appropriately by Su Shiweta. With the enmity severed and the past laid to rest, Su Chen resolved to embrace this new life, yearning to explore realms of martial prowess beyond his current understanding. Su Shiweta, sensing a shift in the air, turned back to see the retreating figure of the black-cloaked man who had aided in the Su family's downfall, vanishing from sight. That elder must have obtained what he sought. He mused, recognizing the item must be of immense value, yet beyond their reach. However, he found himself puzzled by the resemblance between that departing silhouette and the memory of a certain individual who had left the Su family long ago. Surely, it was just an illusion. As Su Shiweta entered the inner courtyard alone, leaving the Su family guards outside, he beheld the neatly arranged heads of the Su family. Suddenly, a smile broke upon his face as he viciously kicked at the lifeless head of the elderly Su. The skull shattered upon impact, yet amidst his mirth, tears streamed down his cheeks. Chengge, did you see? Shiweta has finally avenged you. Chengge, I was young and foolish, envious of the affection you received from father and the adoration of the Su family. But I never intended to usurp your place. Nor did I wish to force you from the family. Chengge, you cannot know the anguish I felt during those 3 years of your silence. My mother. She truly needed the 1,000-year snow lotus pill to survive. I pleaded for it, yet they would not grant my request. Only by becoming the first heir could I hope to save her. Chengge, after you left the family, I searched for you for 60 long years. When I learned of your whereabouts, I was not elated but filled with dread. I feared you would refuse to see me, that you still harbored resentment. The day you agreed to meet was the happiest day since my mother's passing. In truth, on the journey home that day, I wept for so long. Had you known, you would have surely laughed at me. I was a child who cried easily. Yet you always told me, a man does not shed tears lightly. I thought this notion erroneous. It was simply that I had yet to encounter genuine sorrow. Brother, it was Shiweta's fault. It was Shiweta who caused your demise, who brought sorrow upon your life. Su Shiweta, struggling to suppress his tears, succumbed to a child's wail. The sounds of clashing blades echoed throughout the night. At last, dawn broke. Chapter 9, The Struggles of the Lord's Son, Part 8. The annihilation of the Su family in Chongchuan City was neither a grand event nor a trivial one. In the kingdom of Tianfeng, it was but a minor occurrence. However, in Chongchuan City, it was monumental. The distance between Chongchuan City and the Su family of Qishir City was considerable, yet the latter's destruction of the former piqued many people's curiosity. It wasn't until over 20 years ago that the truth emerged. The founder of the Su family, Su Chen, was, in fact, the younger brother of Su Shiweta from Qishir City, and it was this revelation that unveiled the true circumstances surrounding the Su family's downfall. The cunning mind of Su Shiweta was astonishing. He had quietly and meticulously orchestrated the complete annihilation of the Su family in one fell swoop. People marveled at Su Shiweta's meticulousness and ruthlessness, and the prestige of the Qingshi Su family soared to unprecedented heights. Within a few years, a new practitioner of the spirit pattern realm emerged from the Qingshi Su family, and everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of it all, Su Chen, observed his daughter, who was incessantly chattering, with a smile playing on his lips. In this lifetime, his daughter was named Jiang Mingwei. Su Chen also planned to have a son with Wang Bailu, intending to name him Jiang Hao, though he did not belong to one of the prominent 4 families. He could only compensate for that with his surname. With descendants secured, he had left a mark in this world. However, fame eluded him. Over the years, countless prodigies had emerged, and it had been a decade since his affair with Nangong Ming. Su Chen began to ponder how he might lead a more resounding life. Since the fall of the Su family, the resources invested by the Lingyun martial manor had been depleted, and without resources, his cultivation progress had slowed considerably. For years had passed, and he had barely managed to break through to the 4th level of the spirit pattern realm. Notably, a quarter of the Su family's inherited legacy had been deciphered by Su Chen. This inheritance was not left behind by a powerful figure of the spirit sea realm, but rather by a formidable being known as the Spirit King, Li Jin, a legacy from a transcendental monarch. Unfortunately, he only possessed the first part of it. One could only wonder about the Su family's fortuitous luck. Had they been granted a few more years, Su Chen would have had no hope of vengeance. With the Spirit King's legacy, even if it was merely a third of it, the Su family was destined to thrive. What a cautious family the Zus were. What a remarkable Suba. What a formidable Su Changji. Su Chen finally comprehended why Su Changji had not conducted a thorough investigation or publicized his pride in his son, Su Sheng, after his death, instead opting to suppress the matter. This colossal secret, if not for his reincarnation, could have led to the Su family's resurgence. Now, this secret belonged to him, Su Chen. Su Chen dared only to covertly decipher the legacy left by the Spirit King under the pretense of seclusion, not daring to disclose it. Upon emerging from his retreat, he would bury it deep. Should others discover that he possessed a legacy of the transcendental realm, The Jiang family in this lifetime would likely meet a fate not dissimilar to that of the Su family. At the dinner table, Jiang Mingwei was happily gnawing on a chicken leg, while Jiang's father and mother tended to her. Wang Bailu, observing Su Qin's troubled demeanor, gently inquired, "Is there something weighing on your mind, my husband?" Having known each other for 12 years, Wang Bailu could easily discern that Su Qin's state had been unusual in recent days. Su Qin sighed softly. There has been unrest in the south. The Kanglin Kingdom has launched an offensive against the Tianfeng Kingdom, capturing several cities in succession. Zhang's father and mother were taken aback, surprised that this young man had suddenly begun to show concern for matters of state. Wang Bailu chuckled softly. My husband must be tempted by the resource demands proposed by the royal family. Though Su Chun had the backing of the Lingyun martial manor, it was a martial institution and could not cultivate him alone. In a few years, without cultivation resources, this false genius would surely be exposed. Su Chun nodded. This time, those who achieve remarkable military feats will be rewarded with titles. I wish to enlist. In chaotic times, heroes emerge. And Su Chun sought not only to secure cultivation resources but also to establish a name for himself, leaving a more profound mark on this world and providing better cultivation conditions for the Jiang family. Wang Bailu spoke with determination. If this is what you wish to pursue, then go forth. Su Chun was taken aback, expecting Wang Bailu to oppose him. Sensing his surprise, Wang Bailu smiled. Did you think I would hinder you? She playfully laughed, entwining her arm with his, tilting her head gently. Have you forgotten that I, Wang Bailu, hail from the Spirit Sword sect? I am not a burden to you. I am your supportive partner. The Mad in Jiangchen should not remain hidden in a mere Northwind city. Su Chen's heart swelled with emotion. Ultimately, he resolved to enlist. For the sake of cultivating resources, to elevate the Jiang family's starting point, and to secure more opportunities for the next generation. After making this decision, he encountered many familiar faces, particularly the long-absent Li Ming. It had been 7 years since their wedding, and Li Ming had begun to take over the Li family. Appearing somewhat prosperous, Su Chen confirmed this several times, causing Li Ming to vent his frustrations. Li Ming, burdened by his own issues, lamented that in this generation of the Li family, his talents were mediocre, and he was the youngest. His whimsical father had left the family affairs to him and vanished to enjoy life. None of his elder siblings wished to take on the family mantle, leaving only the unfortunate Li Ming. Chengu, I truly missed the days we spent at the martial manor. Those were my happiest moments. We would drink, dine, and roam carefree. Li Ming continued reminiscing, but was abruptly interrupted when a slap landed on the back of his head, causing him to yelp in surprise. Just as he was about to question Su Chen's actions, he noticed Wang Bailu listening intently. A shiver ran down Li Ming's spine as he realized how close he had come to disaster. Seeing Li Ming grasp the situation, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had nearly jeopardized everything. The fool had a tendency to divulge too much. Roaming carefree, Li Ming chuckled awkwardly. Finishing his thought, Chengu, you must make a name for yourself. Li Ming did not dissuade Su Chen, but instead presented him with a vial of medicinal pills, offering his well wishes. Within the vial were 5 third-grade pills, and Su Chen felt deeply touched. This fellow had likely used all the funds he had pilfered from the Li family to procure these 5 pills. Good brother, should fortune smile upon us, let us not forget each other. If I become a great general, you shall be my mighty commander. Perhaps the title of mighty commander might not be ideal. But then again, this is a different world. And with that, Su Chen took his leave. Unbeknownst to anyone, a woman in purple stood at a distance, quietly observing the scene. Jiang Chun. You scoundrel. Chapter 10. The Struggles of the Lord's Son. Part 9. Su Chun was fortunate. The commander of the Xuanjia army had heard of his reputation. Thus, Su Chun ascended rapidly, slaying countless foes on the battlefield. In a mere 30 years, he amassed numerous accolades and was elevated to the rank of count. In the dead of night, Su Chen often pondered whether he was indeed a butcher. Once he stepped onto the battlefield, he realized that his past bravado in the mercenary band, filled with self-righteous cruelty, was nothing but a farce in the face of true warfare. Consequently, his heart grew even colder. His meteoric rise was not due to his prowess, but rather because his commander was exceptionally formidable. Not long ago, the commander of the Xuanjiao army, Mu Qingfeng, survived an assassination attempt, his life hanging by a thread. It was said there was still hope. Yet Su Chun understood the elder's character. He had likely already resigned to his fate. If there were even a breath left in him, he would never allow traitors to dictate the course of action. The assassination of a formidable being at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea within the camp left many dubious. 15 years prior, under Commander Mu Qingfeng's leadership, they had vanquished the forces of the Kanglin Kingdom, earning widespread renown across the Tianfeng Kingdom. Commander Lin Qingfeng sought to capitalize on this victory to annihilate the Kanglin forces, but was halted by the court, which opted to let the enemy retreat, reasoning that as long as the invasion was thwarted, the two nations could remain allies. Infuriated, Commander Lin returned to his hometown. Now, 15 years later, the Kanglin Kingdom had recuperated and, having torn up the treaty, invaded once more. Commander Lin re-emerged, only to be assassinated immediately after securing a victory. Su Chen silently poured a jug of wine as a farewell for Commander Lin, expressing gratitude for his past mentorship. Commander Lin, should you find yourself alone in the next life, I shall uncover the truth and avenge you. In this life, I cannot, for I still have family to consider. I am merely at the 9th level of spirit patterns, hardly more significant than an ant in the Grand Court. The following day, orders arrived, and Su Chen was reassigned to another border. Several comrades approached him, urging, General Jiang, let us rebel. Su Chen dismissed their pleas, leaving without a backward glance. This is not rebellion. This is sheer madness. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, a few at the spirit pattern realm attempting a coup would be crushed by a single at the spirit sea realm. Afterward, Su Chen learned that the traitors were retreating in disarray, nearly allowing the Kanglin army to advance unimpeded. Ultimately, the royal family dispatched 2 formidable beings at the spirit soul realm, forcing the Kanglin forces to withdraw. The spirit soul realm, a level above the spirit sea realm, was a rarity within the Tianfeng kingdom. Su Chen briefly noted the war's progress before losing interest. He had been sidelined and was now merely passing time, incapable of influencing the overarching situation. However, letters piled on his table brought a smile to his face. Over the years, Wang Bailu had gifted him 2 sons, the elder named Jiang Hao and the younger Jiang Pingyun. His daughter, Jiang Mingwei, and elder son Jiang Hao are both married, while the younger son Jiang Pingyun roamed the world as a wandering knight. Su Chen was open-minded, supporting whatever choices his children made. Additionally, letters arrived from the Lingyun Martial Academy, from his mentor Jiang Xiangyang and friends who had chosen to remain at the academy. Upon hearing of Su Chen's demotion, they inquired about his well-being. Su Chen felt immense gratitude toward the Lingyun Martial Academy. Without it, reaching his current stature would have been impossible. When he grew old, he might choose to stay at the academy as an instructor, much like Jiang Xiangyang. Moreover, he received a letter from Li Ming. Approaching 60, Li Ming had married and wished for Su Chen to attend his wedding, after 3 decades apart. Nonsense. This rascal must be fooling me. A 60-year-old man luring a young girl. Su Chen scolded, finding Li Ming utterly shameless. He wrote an impassioned letter, expressing his disdain, but upon reflection, he revised it, ultimately crafting a simple message. Live well, this is my heartfelt intention. Su Chen retrieved the jade slip containing the cultivation technique he had translated years ago, the Tongling King technique. Since joining the military, he had only managed to decipher half of it over the years. This half should suffice, theoretically. It would enable him to reach the Spirit Sea realm. This Tongling technique is a boon for you. Whether you can cultivate to the Spirit Sea realm depends on your own fortune, he mused, acknowledging Li Ming's potential. With a sigh, Su Chen prepared a gift and entrusted it to a confidant for delivery. This city felt like a cage. He could no longer escape its confines. Recently, the inner circle of Commander Lin had conspired to rebel, and without exception, they were all eradicated. Countless eyes were likely watching him. Whether Su Chen was involved in the conspiracy or not remained uncertain. Regardless, if he left this place, his fate would either be death or something hardly better. Curse those traitorous scoundrels. Su Chen seethed internally, feeling resentful. After a period of relative calm, he found himself trapped like a common prisoner. 10 more years passed. Su Chen was now nearing 70. As a peak spirit pattern expert, 70 was not old. He had endured numerous injuries, and, while unlikely to reach 300, living 200 years posed no great challenge. Just yesterday, the Kanglin Kingdom had once again rallied its forces to invade the Tianfeng Kingdom. Su Chen could not fathom the reasoning of those in power above. It seemed they were as persistent as a stubborn adhesive, returning to battle before they had even rested. Endless negotiations for peace. They must think themselves doves of peace. What vexed Su Chen most were the battle reports laid before him. The Tianfeng army was retreating steadily, losing vast territories to the Kanglin Kingdom. While indifferent to the fate of the Tianfeng Kingdom, he did not wish for his friends and family to become subjects of a fallen state. General, there is something small I am uncertain whether to say. His confidant hesitated. If you are unsure, then do not speak. Su Chen decisively ordered him to silence. General, I cannot continue like this. We should align ourselves with the Kanglin Kingdom. With your talents, you would surely be held in high regard there. Lord Jiang, Lord Gu, Lord Han. They are all dead. I fear you too will meet the same fate as the other lords. Su Chen regarded his brave confidant with exasperation. That fool should be wary of walls having ears. He risks being overheard. Su Yi grinned foolishly. I know that the general is cautious and will not let others approach easily. General, a man lives but once, if he does not achieve great feats. What a waste of a life. Su Yi's eyes gleamed with determination, fully aware that his general held little concept of national allegiance. Chapter 11 The Struggling Lord's Son, Part 10. Su Chen calmed himself, reflecting that this lad truly is my confidant, adept at discerning my long-held thoughts of rebellion. All right, you should return and rest, he spoke in a tranquil tone. This elicited great joy from Su Yi, who interpreted the general's lack of anger as tacit approval. However, in the instant Su Yi turned to leave, he heard a metallic clang behind him. The next moment, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Su Chen regarded the dismembered body of his loyal aide with an impassive expression, privately lamenting his own decline. He found himself concerned about swiftly dealing with even a 6th-level spirit pattern master. Not wishing to create a commotion, he opted for stealth. Su-yi was correct. He had long contemplated rebellion. Yet, he could not act upon it. In the kingdom of Tianfeng, he had a wife and children, parents, and esteemed friends. Should he rebel, those close to him would face certain death. Even if he sought refuge in the kingdom of Kanglan, he could not transport so many people. He resolved to endure this life, and perhaps settle scores in the next. After burying Su-yi, he reflected on how well the lad understood him. I told you not to speak of matters better left unsaid. With Su-yi gone, when others inquired, Su-chin simply claimed he had sent Su-yi home. After all, remaining in such a mundane border town offered no prospects. 3 months passed, and then came the harrowing news. The Xianyuan army had been completely annihilated. This was a force that matched the famed Xinjiao army. Now, the Kanglan kingdom's troops advanced relentlessly, approaching the border where Su-chin resided. What on earth is happening? 1 million soldiers, gone in 3 months? Su-chin was flabbergasted. Such an outrageous turn of events. A foolish ally. Most critically, the higher-ups expected reinforcements to be mobilized, urging Su-chin to hold on for a month. Hold on to what? An elderly and frail spirit sea master. With him as the strongest at the 9th level of spirit patterns? That evening, Su-chin entered seclusion, preparing to break through to the spirit sea realm. The spirit communication technique contains secret methods for a short-term breakthrough, albeit at the cost of longevity. Given another 20 years, a stable advancement to the spirit sea would be assured, without such extreme measures. But now, it mattered not. Death was inevitable. Might as well break through the spirit sea and take down a few more enemies. Not long after Su-chin entered seclusion, a Kanglan army arrived to besiege the border fortification he occupied. 10 days of steadfast defense led to the death of the aged spirit sea lord. The people mourned. For although that old tyrant had enriched himself while depriving them of cultivation resources, they all wished for his demise. But not at this time. How long would General Jiang Chun take to break through to the Spirit Sea? The heart of the city's defense felt cold and desolate, as the protective formations lost their backbone, unable to hold for long. Yet, just as the city was on the verge of collapse, the previously dim array suddenly surged to life, annihilating thousands of Kanglan soldiers. A formidable figure descended from the skies, lifting the array's core, which had been on the brink of extinguishment. At that critical moment, Su-chin had successfully broken through to the Spirit Sea and emerged from his retreat. I never expected to have a day of becoming a savior, he mused, feeling an unprecedented euphoria, as though a gateway to another realm had opened before him. With but a gesture, he could cleave mountains and sever rivers. At last, they withstood the first wave of the Kanglan kingdom's assault. The survivors bore smiles of relief, eagerly recounting the thrilling battle. When they spoke of the old tyrant's final stand against a Spirit Sea general, severely wounding him, Su-chin could not help but feel a surge of respect. That old rascal died a true hero, though regrettably, not a fragment of his remains was left. Thus, Su-chin and the others erected a simple tomb in his honor. Su-chin held a poor impression of the old rascal. They were hardly on amicable terms. However, upon learning that Su-chin was determined to risk everything for a breakthrough to the Spirit Sea, the old tyrant had bequeathed all his cultivation resources to Su-chin, instructing the soldiers that after his death, Su-chin would be the sole leader of the city. Flawed in life, he managed a moment of perfection in death. Before the grave of the old tyrant, Su-chin poured out a jar of strong liquor, murmuring, "If only I had broken through sooner. Perhaps you would not have had to perish." It was not that Su-chin was ultimately moved by the old tyrant as sacrifice. At another time, he would have wished for his swift demise. Yet now, with the old rascal gone, he found himself the only Spirit Sea master remaining within the city. It was clear that the next Kanglan army dispatched would undoubtedly be stronger. Reinforcements would arrive in 20 days. Su-chin thought of his wife and children, his parents, and the grandchildren he had yet to meet. I must hold on for 20 days. 10 days later, the Kanglan kingdom launched another large-scale assault on Su-chin's stronghold. This time, a dense mass of troops, numbering no less than 50 or 60,000, was led by 3 Spirit Sea generals. Su-chin cursed inwardly, yet he had to rally the defenders. He thought of his wife, children, and parents. The city was filled with soldiers. Over the past 10 days, Su-chin had fervently proclaimed the ferocity of the Kanglan soldiers, warning that if they captured the city, a massacre would ensue, leading to the death of every man, woman, and child within its walls. When asked about the possibility of fleeing the city, Su-chin had already warned others that the Kanglan army surrounded them. Leaving the city meant certain death. Those who chose to escape seemed to confirm Su-chin's words, as none ever returned. They indeed perished, killed by Su-chin's own hand. The Kanglan army was not as vicious as Su-chin had portrayed. At least there remained a chance of survival. If Su-chin were to open the city gates and surrender, everyone within could live. But Su-chin would never surrender. His heart was cold as he gazed upon the encroaching Kanglan forces, musing, "Do not resent me. In this chaotic world, are we not all mere pawns?" 3 Spirit Sea powerhouses held Su-chin at bay while the rest of the Kanglan army clashed with the city's defenders and residents. That day, darkness enveloped the land, and countless bodies lay strewn about. The entire city was stained crimson, as relentless rains washed away the remnants, creating a foul river of blood. Ultimately, Su Chun exploded with power, vanquishing one Spirit Sea master and severely injuring two others. At last, they had held their ground. As he beheld the retreating Kanglan forces, Su Chun managed to force a smile, albeit with great difficulty, before collapsing unconscious. This fainting spell lasted for 5 days. Upon awakening, he found that only 5 days remained until the reinforcements arrived. Although the remaining defenders were fewer than 1/10 of their original number, they remained invigorated. The Kanglan army had not attacked immediately. With only 5 days left, they might just hold out until help arrived. In the deep of night, the survivors gathered. Dreaming of life after the turmoil, Su Chun gazed at his scarred face in the mirror, recalling a time when he was gentle and humble, refined and striking. He touched his face, pondering whether Bai Lu would still recognize him in this state, and if she would find him repugnant. Regardless, he yearned to survive and return home to see her. Chapter 12. The Struggles of the City Lord's Son. And it is widely acknowledged that for a wandering soul, returning home is a formidable challenge. Su Chun deeply empathized with this sentiment. 5 days had passed, and not only had he not seen any reinforcements, but even the letters of support were conspicuously absent. Damn it, these scoundrels. Su Chun could easily deduce that some fool in the court was undoubtedly causing trouble. The Kanglan army had already besieged the city, and it would not be long before they launched their final assault. With a bitter smile, Su Chun realized that this life might be coming to an end. Surely, the next reckoning would yield even more defiance points. In this life, he had experienced far more than in his previous one. At this moment, an unusual calm enveloped his heart. He was merely an ordinary man, one among the throngs of humanity. Looking at the wounded soldiers around him, he asked, "Gentlemen, are you willing to fight to the death alongside me?" The remaining soldiers gazed mournfully at their general. "General, I wish to go home. I haven't returned in 10 years. On the battlefield." A man who had remained silent even when his arm was severed now bowed his head, letting out a beast-like roar. Su Chen's eyes dimmed as he calculated the time. It had been 20 years since he last returned. Although family had visited him each year, he still felt the weight of absence. "Brother Jiang, do you think those bastards in the court will truly send someone to rescue us?" Song Feng fixed his gaze on Su Chen's face, seeking some glimmer of hope. Su Chun maintained a serene expression, assuring him, "They will, without a doubt." He continued, "If we survive this battle, our names will echo throughout the Tianfeng kingdom. Our descendants will bask in endless glory, and our families will enjoy the finest of treatments." Song Feng grinned. "Then I shall trust you, Brother Jiang. Should I fall in battle and you remain, please ensure my remains are brought home. If I cannot return alive, at least let my body find its way back. It is the least I can wish for." Su Chen filled a cup with wine and handed it over, smiling. "If I, Jiang, should perish, I implore you all to carry my body back as well. After 20 years away, I too long for home." The soldiers raised their cups, and together they drank deeply. The following day, as dawn broke, 10 formidable experts from the Spirit Sea realm arrived with their army. Su Chen stood on the city wall, holding his spear, his gaze steady. Behind him, the soldiers had already resigned themselves to their fate. Without a word, the battle erupted in its full ferocity. What was turned to battle was, in truth, an overwhelming massacre. Su Chun was not the chosen one, at least not in this life. Faced with the relentless assault of 10 Spirit Sea experts, even with the city's protective formations, he soon found himself overwhelmed, his body battered and bloodied. He keenly felt the vitality ebbing from him. The city lay in ruins. All were dead, and soon he too would join them. His eyelids grew heavy, and his vision blurred. In his previous life, death had come too swiftly. He had never experienced the slow approach of demise. This life, it seemed, was compensating for that regret. "Jiang Chun, you bastard, you cannot die." In the distance, Su Chen caught sight of a familiar purple figure breaking through the Kanglan army's formation, cleaving through 2 Spirit Sea cultivators. He felt himself being lifted, droplets of water striking his body. He could no longer discern the face of his savior. Is this the arrival of reinforcements? He wondered as the voices around him faded. Someone was sobbing inconsolably. Su Chen succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself in a mysterious space, gazing blankly at the abyss around him. What he had experienced felt like a fleeting dream, yet the vivid memories reassured him that it was no mere illusion. "Fool," Su Chen muttered under his breath. He had not anticipated that the long-lost Nangong Meng would charge alone into enemy ranks. What was the Tianlong sect doing? Where had Li Qingwei disappeared to? How could such a fool be allowed to act recklessly? Su Chen cursed again. The conflict between nations was no trifling matter. He had no knowledge of whether Nangong Meng had managed to break through the encirclement. At this point, it mattered little, for he himself was gone. He picked up the Reverse Fate book, a name he had assigned to his extraordinary ability. Opening its pages, he turned to the first chapter, chronicling his first life. Now, he was poised to unveil the second chapter. In your second life, you were a youthful prodigy, achieving fame early, avenging the grievances of your past life, resolving your inner turmoil, and attaining great fortune. You broke through the limits of your potential, enjoyed marital harmony, and left your bloodline in the world. You enlisted in the military, earning remarkable achievements, yet were ultimately marginalized by petty individuals and exiled to the frontier, where you met a valiant end. Nevertheless, your tale remained etched in the annals of the Tianfeng Kingdom. Your only regret was that you departed too swiftly in your youth, failing to observe the people around you with care. Evaluation: White 9 stars, defiance points 90. Nonsense. Suchin shattered the reverse fate book. What regret could he possibly have had in his youth? The reward of 90 defiance points was indeed commendable. Achieving such results with merely 30 defiance points in his previous life, with 90 defiance points in the next, wouldn't that be a grand opening? Potential: 0. Comprehension: 0. Background: 0. Mindset: 10. Suchin pondered for a moment. Potential was vital, so he allocated 40 points there. Comprehension was equally important. Thus he added 30 points. As he delved into the spirit communication technique, he suddenly realized something crucial. He had translated much, but anything beyond the Spirit Sea realm eluded him. Even the Spirit Sea realm itself remained hazy. With the remaining 20 defiance points, Suchin invested them in background. Background held great significance, representing resources for cultivation and determining how far he could ultimately ascend. Having completed these adjustments, Suchin resolutely chose to embark on the next chapter of his life. Chapter 13, Rebirth of an Enemy as a Marquis, Part 1, in a lavishly adorned chamber. Suchin gazed at his delicate, fair hands, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. In this life, he awakened his memories at the tender age of 9, a full 8 years earlier than in his past existence. After a moment's contemplation, he seemed to recall that in this life, his surname might be Fengchun. The connotation of that name was rather unfortunate. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his pupils constricted in alarm. The royal surname of the Tianfeng Kingdom is indeed Feng. To be reborn into the royal bloodline of the Tianfeng Kingdom, how unfortunate. Suchin had intended to seek retribution against the Tianfeng Kingdom, yet here he was, entangled in a series of inexplicable misfortunes. Wait, the Tianfeng Kingdom has yet to fall? Suchin was taken aback. The Kanglan army was supposed to be invincible. He felt compelled to uncover the truth of what transpired in those years. With that resolve, Suchin stepped out of the room, only to encounter a beaming youth. Ninth brother, where are you headed? Suchin quickly retrieved the boy's information from his memory. The lad was named Fengxian, the third son of their unreliable Marquis father and Suchin's half-brother. I'm off to the library to seek out a martial technique for my training, Suchin replied casually. Ninth brother requires training in martial arts? Why not have the servants fetch it for you instead of going yourself? Fengxian queried, a hint of confusion in his tone. He then presented a collection of assorted illustrated books with a grin. Ninth brother, these are treasures I have cherished for many years. What is the merit in training martial arts when one can ponder the profound truths of life? Suchin cast a glance at the crude artifacts, inwardly lamenting, I am merely a 9-year-old child. Must you present me with such vulgar items? Nevertheless, he complied, saying, thank you, third brother, I shall accept these gifts. After quickly stowing away the crude items, Suchin noticed a flicker of delight in Fengxian's eyes as he proclaimed, if ninth brother enjoys them, I shall search for more illustrated works on the profound truths of life for you. Suchin nodded with a smile, and the two shared a moment of harmonious camaraderie. Once Fengxian had departed, however, Suchin's smile vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor. How could he still possess only the cultivation level of the third stage of Qi awakening? He had begun his training at 5. By this time, he should have attained at least the 6th or 7th stage. The competition for the title of heir was indeed terrifying. He proceeded to the library, where not only the Marquis's martial arts manuals were stored, but also records of events from various regions. Upon seeing Suchin enter alone, an elderly man with white hair expressed surprise. Has the 9th young master finally awakened? He recalled that Suchin had seldom shown interest in such places. What a pity for the 9th young master's talent. Suchin was slightly taken aback. The elder's cultivation had reached the Spirit Sea realm. In his previous life, he had labored tirelessly to achieve that level, yet here was a mere librarian who had attained such mastery. However, recalling the library's significance, he soon came to terms with it. After 3 consecutive days of searching, Suchin felt perplexed. Could it be that in his past life he had been so woefully inadequate that the Marquis's library held no records whatsoever? Does the 9th young master require assistance? The elder inquired, noticing Suchin's growing frustration over his fruitless search. Suchin hesitated, reluctant to disclose his quest for information on Jiangchun, fearing unnecessary complications. Yet the lack of news from his previous life weighed heavily on his heart. Finally, he divulged his purpose, claiming curiosity after hearing of Jiangchun's exploits, noting the shared character in their names. Upon hearing this, the elder chuckled dismissively. 9th young master, Jiangchun is merely a name that shares a character with yours. How could he possibly compare to you? Flattery held little appeal for Suchin. He sought only to unravel the mysteries surrounding his demise in his previous life. The elder continued, Jiangchun disregarded military orders, resulting in the loss of the border, allowing the Kanglan army to advance unimpeded. Had it not been for General Yu's decisive action in annihilating the main forces of the Kanglan army, our Tianfeng kingdom would have faced dire consequences. It is a pity about that heavenly beauty from the Tianlan sect, Nangong Ming. She rushed into the fray and nearly thwarted General Yu's efforts, ultimately perishing alongside Jiangchen amidst the Kanglan army siege. The elder prattled on, but Su Chen felt a chill envelop him. He could scarcely comprehend the elder's words, as a deafening hum resonated in his mind. Jiangchen had disregarded military orders? Yu Jingde had vanquished the enemy and emerged a hero? Nangong Ming was dead? How could she have died? Hadn't reinforcements arrived? A sudden, suffocating grip seized Su Chan's heart, squeezing it mercilessly, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of despair that made his head throb painfully. Ninth young master, are you all right? The elder, noticing the beads of sweat on Su Chen's brow, called out, jolting him back to reality. So, that was the situation. A shadowy smile crept across Su Chen's face, one that could only be described as sinister. The elder found it peculiar. But recalling the Marquise's view of Su Chen as an eccentric, he dismissed his concerns. What became of Jiangchen's family? What was their fate? Su Chen inquired, his tone steady. At this, the elder replied with palpable disdain. Jiangchen nearly brought about the downfall of the Feng clan's rule. How could the king spare them? Rest assured, they have received their due punishment. Anyone who threatens the stability of the Feng clan will not meet a pleasant end. Thank you for the enlightenment, elder, Su Chen said calmly, before swiftly departing the library. Returning to his chamber, Su Chen remained silent, staring into the mirror at his current self. A deep revulsion reflected in his eyes. His face, however, bore a grimace that hinted at torment. A lifetime of trepidation could not compare to the mere whispers of the court. Yu Jingde, how ruthless you are. The reinforcements were nothing but a ruse. A trap you meticulously orchestrated. In his previous life, Su Chen had encountered Yu Jingde once alongside Lin Qifeng, who had described him as ruthless, unscrupulous, and consumed by greed. Su Chen had contemplated various possibilities, even considering that everything might be a trap and that no reinforcements ever existed. Yet, none of that mattered to him. What truly gnawed at him was that Yu Jingde had not only used him and the people of a city as bait, but had also appropriated Su Chen's military accomplishments, painting him as a villain who disregarded military orders, nearly leading to the Tianfeng kingdom's demise. Meanwhile, Yu Jingde, basking in the glory of his so-called heroism, had likely reaped untold benefits. Ultimately, a lifetime of deeds could scarcely fill a few lines in the annals of history. Feng clan, Yu Jingde. The reflection in the mirror appeared as a resurrected specter of vengeance. Chapter 14. Rebirth of the Vengeful Enemy as the Marquis, Part 2. Feng Zian discovered that ever since their last encounter, his ninth brother seemed to have transformed entirely. Although he still wore a cheerful smile each time, being in his presence imparted a sense of confinement to Feng Zian, a chilling, disorienting dread. It was from that day onward that the ninth brother exhibited astonishing talents that astounded the entire Marquis. In merely a month, he ascended from the fifth layer of Qi awakening to the ninth layer, as if he had been bestowed with divine favor. The long-absent ancestor of the Marquis, the Marquis of Jinghai, was so taken aback that he took the ninth brother under his wing for personal instruction. Alas, all I desired was for my ninth brother to enjoy a joyful childhood. Surely, I have never wronged him. After a moment of introspection, Feng Zian found no fault in his treatment of Su Chen, which allowed him to relax. Within the opulent palace, Su Chen stood beside an elderly man clad in a violet robe. The old man, with his snow-white hair, appeared frail, yet exuded an overwhelming vitality that surged like a mighty river. Simply seated, he appeared to be the very axis of the universe, radiating an aura of unparalleled power. This was the Marquis of Jinghai, one of the 10 strongest figures in the kingdom of Tianfeng, a being of the 6th layer of Spirit Realm. The Spirit Realm. It was the realm of the noble, a level of strength akin to that of a celestial being. If the former me had encountered a Spirit Realm master, I might have been struck dead by a mere glance. Su Chen felt a thrill of trepidation within, for this was his first proximity to a master of the Spirit Realm. He had heard that at this stage, one cultivated the power of the spirit, distinguishing it fundamentally from the layers beneath it. The kingdom of Tianfeng had faced numerous crises, each time rescued by these formidable Spirit Realm masters. Indeed, to have advanced to the gathering Spirit Realm in such a short span was extraordinary. In the records of Tianfeng, such talent had only appeared once before. A delighted smile graced the Marquis's face. He had heard whispers of the current ineffectual head of the family having given birth to a 9th son of remarkable potential. Yet he had dismissed it lightly. However, 2 months ago, upon learning that the 9th son had seemingly awakened, progressing from the 5th to the 9th layer of Qi awakening in a single month, the Marquis was filled with regret. He lamented not having brought this child to his side sooner, for this was indeed a harbinger of fortune for his lineage. For 4 years, this child's talent had been squandered. Had it not been wasted, he might have shattered all cultivation records in the kingdom of Tianfeng. Thank you, Grandpa Jinghai, for your kind words. Su Chan's diminutive frame sparkled with curiosity, his large, clear eyes captivating the Marquis even further. By the way, Grandpa Jinghai, who was the greatest genius recorded in the kingdom of Tianfeng? Su Chen inquired, his thirst for knowledge evident. He was genuinely curious. as it seemed he possessed the potential to transcend the spirit realm in this life. However, even though his talent was formidable, it paled in comparison to those prodigious figures recorded in the kingdom's annals, such as the Marquis of Jinghai himself. At the sixth layer of spirit realm, an achievement Su Chen surmised he might never attain. His rapid advancement stemmed from 2 lifetimes of experience, coupled with the profound techniques inscribed in the spirit communing scripture left by the Spirit King, which allowed him to exchange his lifespan for accelerated cultivation. In his previous life, upon breaking through to the Spirit Sea realm, he could have enjoyed 300 years of life, but utilizing the technique reduced his lifespan to merely 200 years. This method bore significant drawbacks, entirely exhausting his potential and longevity. Yet Su Chen felt he could no longer afford to be concerned with such matters. In this life, he harbored but one thought: every member of the Feng clan must perish. With such a tremendous advantage came a steep price. Yet Su Chen's cultivation speed was undeniably unparalleled, at least in his view within the kingdom of Tianfeng. Nonetheless, he had heard whispers of another individual whose genius surpassed his own. The Marquis of Jinghai squinted, chuckling. That is a legend. It is said that the establishment of our kingdom of Tianfeng is tied to that figure. My ancestor, the founder of the Feng clan, forged a friendship with this legendary man, aiding him in overthrowing the previous dynasty and founding the kingdom of Tianfeng. Even my ancestor claimed that he was far inferior to this individual in cultivation. Encountering him was akin to a fish in a pond gazing upon the vast sky. Su Chen's eyes sparkled. The founder of a kingdom was undoubtedly a legend, yet he spoke so humbly of himself. Is that esteemed figure still in seclusion within our kingdom of Tianfeng? Su Chen asked curiously. The Marquis shook his head. Since that legendary figure assisted my ancestor in establishing the kingdom of Tianfeng, he ventured forth into broader realms, never to be heard from again. Su Chen blinked in surprise, his heart swelling with joy. Such a formidable presence was absent from the kingdom of Tianfeng. Fortune smiles upon me. However, his countenance bore a hint of disappointment. The Marquis chuckled, chiding, Little rascal, do you harbor thoughts of that legendary figure? Do you find my cultivation insufficient to guide you? Su Chen hastily shook his head. In my eyes, Grandpa Jinghai, you are the foremost powerhouse of the kingdom of Tianfeng, the pillar of our nation, the most extraordinary individual, and the bravest warrior of the Feng clan. The Marquis laughed heartily, his smile nearly reaching his ears. You flatter me. I am not as grand as you proclaim. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen pressed. But who was that legendary man who aided the founder in establishing the kingdom? In high spirits, the Marquis revealed this secret to Su Chen. That legendary man. His name is Li Myth. He is the divinely favored one of the Li family. 5 years had swiftly passed. Under the guidance of the Marquis of Jinghai, Su Chen's cultivation soared, swiftly reaching the first layer of spirit pattern at the age of 14, a feat that would astonish anyone who heard it. This year, the Marquis decided to send Su Chen to Tianfeng Martial Academy for further refinement. Within the Marquisate, Su Chen was undoubtedly the young master. Often, the title of young could be omitted altogether. Su Chen could summon all the latent power of the Marquisate, both overtly and covertly. In the eyes of the Marquis, Su Chen had become the true heir, rendering his ineffectual father a mere figurehead. Returning to the royal capital, Su Chen was filled with complex emotions. In this life, his identity and talent placed him at the pinnacle of the kingdom of Tianfeng. If only he could slow down and savor this journey, perhaps he could lead a fulfilling life. Alas, as he closed his eyes, memories of his past life flooded his mind. Outside the lavish carriage, snow fell like feathers. Little Marquis, we have arrived at Tianfeng Martial Academy. The steward announced softly from outside the carriage, seemingly cautious not to disturb Su Chen. With a measured step, Su Chen exited the carriage, where numerous instructors and students of the kingdom of Tianfeng gathered, their curious gazes fixated on the opulent vehicle. There, within, resided the kingdom of Tianfeng's foremost genius. Chapter 15. Rebirth of a Vengeful Foe as a Marquis, Part 3. Since that day, Su Chen had been enrolled at the Tianfeng Martial Academy. As the foremost martial academy in the Tianfeng kingdom, its profound heritage was self-evident. Its founder, like the Marquis of Jinghai, was one of the 10 most formidable figures in the kingdom. Those eligible to study here invariably had noble blood coursing through their veins. Descended from the kingdom's elite. Young Marquis, Master Feng Hongyu has sent an invitation for you to attend a banquet. Inquired a fair and cultured young woman standing respectfully beside Su Chen. He glanced at the invitation in her hand. Noting that the unique metallic engraving alone was worth a fortune, memories of Feng Hongyu's background surfaced in his mind, a prodigy of the main lineage, who had achieved a breakthrough to the spirit pattern realm at the tender age of 17. Su Chen accepted the invitation, choosing not to elaborate further. The young woman, a maid sent by the Marquis of Jinghai to attend to him, understood his temperament well after 3 years of companionship and refrained from saying more, perhaps sensing his interest in the banquet. As she departed, Su Chen toyed with the invitation, letting out a sigh. His grandfather, the Marquis of Jinghai, was indeed concerned for him, going so far as to assign several Spirit Sea realm guardians to watch over him day and night. Though well-intentioned, This left him little opportunity to revisit the places of his past life, nor to retrieve the spirit communication technique buried in the earth. In the short term, that was unattainable. Fortunately, the spirit communication technique he had translated in his previous life would suffice to carry him through to the spirit sea realm. Setting the invitation aside, Su Qin's intention to attend Feng Hongyu's banquet was not born from mere curiosity or a desire for socializing, but rather to seize the opportunity to observe the finest talents of the Tianfeng Kingdom's youth, individuals who posed no threat to him, or perhaps potential allies for his grand ambitions. He also wondered if he might encounter the offspring of an old acquaintance. 5 days later, within a lavish estate, a multitude of young individuals gathered. Any one of them, if plucked from the crowd and cast elsewhere, would certainly cause a stir. Their ancestors bore the most illustrious bloodlines. A luxurious carriage drawn by 9 magnificent flying steeds came to a halt before the estate, drawing the attention of onlookers. Each steed was a stunning specimen, their silver curves resembling exquisite works of art. Remarkably, each possessed the strength of the spirit pattern realm, a rare breed of exotic beasts. In the throng, there was a palpable buzz. These were prodigies in their own right. Yet, the youth seated within the carriage surpassed them all in talent and noble lineage. Inside the estate's palace, shrouded in mist and vibrant hues, a scene reminiscent of a celestial realm unfolded. 20 to 30 figures engaged in lively conversation. The young Marquis of Jinghai has arrived. With the servant's announcement, everyone instinctively turned their gazes towards a direction. A young man, with a serene demeanor and an aura of nobility, slowly entered the palace, surveying the surroundings. Su Chun discreetly noted the presence of several descendants of his adversaries. Unfazed, he took his place at the secondary seat. Upon seeing Su Qin, Feng Hongyu's face lit up with delight. Cousin, my father speaks of you daily, portraying you as a celestial being. Today, upon meeting you, I see it is indeed no exaggeration. No wonder my father holds you in such high regard. Feng Hongyu was the 43rd son of the current king of the Tianfeng Kingdom and enjoyed considerable favor from the monarch. By addressing Su Chun as cousin, he sought to foster a closer relationship. Su Chun raised his gaze slightly and replied with calm composure, I appreciate the king's and your highness's kindness. Although he expressed gratitude, his expression remained impassive, resembling a block of ice. Feng Hongyu, however, was unfazed. Prodigies often carried an air of arrogance, especially those lauded by the elders of the main lineage. He possessed ample confidence in his ability to win Su Qin over to his side. As the banquet unfolded, Su Qin became acquainted with numerous offspring of prominent families within the Tianfeng Kingdom, each boasting illustrious ancestral accomplishments. Among them was his long-cherished nemesis, the son of the renowned general of the Xuanwu army, Yu Jingde. Lowering his head, a wave of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The old rascal Yu Jingde, having fathered a lifetime of daughters, had ultimately produced a son. Su Qin pondered whether this was a gift from the heavens. What would it be like to witness the demise of Yu Jingde's most treasured son before him? Yet, the moment was not opportune. His current esteemed identity, acquired with considerable effort and precious reversal points, would not warrant a mutual downfall with Yu Jingde's progeny. Such an outcome would be too great a loss. After the banquet concluded, Su Qin appeared unperturbed, as though nothing had transpired. Time passed, and 3 years slipped by. During this span, Su Qin's cultivation ascended to the 7th level of the spirit pattern realm. At the age of 16, he had forged connections with many of the Tianfeng Kingdom's prodigies and aristocrats. It was evident to discerning observers that Su Qin's future was boundless, inciting profound jealousy in his brothers and his ineffectual father. As long as Su Chun remained in the Marquis of Jinghai's abode, they would forever remain overshadowed. Brother Feng Chun. A melodious voice echoed as a radiant young girl of about 15 or 16 entered, possessing a beauty that could captivate nations. Princess Huayan, celebrated as the most beautiful maiden of her generation in the Tianfeng Kingdom, was the king's most cherished daughter and Su Qin's fiancée in this life. In addition to Princess Huayan, his grandfather, the Marquis of Jinghai, had also sought out numerous noblewomen to secure alliances for him. So it is Huayan. Su Qin concealed the hatred in his heart, raising his gaze to respond coolly. Princess Huayan eagerly extracted a plethora of items, elixirs, techniques, and spirit artifacts. Brother Feng Chun, you are to participate in the martial arts grand competition tomorrow. These items will surely be of great assistance to you. She pushed a large assortment of goods towards Su Qin, her eyes sparkling with mischief. To any onlooker, the sight of the first beauty of the Tianfeng Kingdom treating a man in such a manner would surely break the hearts of many young suitors. Seeing the vast array of items, Su Qin was taken aback. Among them were treasures of immense value, including 4th-grade elixirs. Perhaps she had pilfered a small fortune from the royal treasury. Pushing the items back, he replied nonchalantly, even without these, I remain the foremost prodigy of the Tianfeng Kingdom. If your father were to discover that you absconded with such valuables, the consequences could be dire. Princess Huayan shook her head vigorously. Father cherishes me dearly. He would never punish me. She persisted, pushing the items back towards him. Her cheeks puffed out like a docile kitten. Brother Feng Chun, these are gifts from Huayan to you. You must accept them, with no choice but to acquiesce. Su Qin reluctantly accepted the items. Princess Huayan beamed with delight at his compliance. Yet, a twinge of guilt gnawed at Su Chen's heart. To manipulate a young girl in such a manner, if she were to learn the truth, she might harbor deep resentment towards him. Despite this, the smile on Princess Huayan's face remained unblemished, like a bright moon amid darkness. Chapter 16. Rebirth and Revenge of the Marquis. Part 4. The following day marked the grand martial arts competition of the Tianfeng Kingdom. A gathering of prodigies unparalleled in nearly a century. Alas, this year's event saw the emergence of a peculiar anomaly. Even with a talent reaching the third level of the spirit pattern realm, it proved utterly inconsequential. The disparity between the third and seventh levels of the spirit pattern realm was insurmountable. Su Chun, without even shifting his stance, effortlessly defeated his opponent with a single strike. As he journeyed to the spirit pool for cultivation, his prowess advanced further, culminating in a breakthrough to the 8th level of the spirit pattern realm. The path of cultivation in this lifetime unfolded seamlessly for Su Chen. After another year of training at the Tianfeng Martial Academy, he ascended to the 9th level of the spirit pattern realm, graduating as the youngest student in the institution's history. Upon leaving the Tianfeng Martial Academy, Su Chen did not immediately return to the Jinghai Marquis' residence, but instead ventured to the Tianlan sect, seeking to validate his martial arts. Thus, accompanied by his maid, guards, and steward, he embarked on a grand journey to the Tianlan sect. Half a month later, within the Tianlan sect, the sect leader regarded the young Marquis with caution, pondering the esteemed visitor's intentions. Su Chen spoke calmly, expressing his desire to train at the Tianlan sect for 6 months, presenting a jade box as a token of sincerity. Upon opening it slightly, the sect leader's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly closed it, beaming as he assured Su Chen that his request would be granted. However, a flicker of hesitation crossed the leader's face. Su Chen reassured him with a gentle smile, stating that he harbored no intentions of coveting the sect's core techniques or venturing into forbidden grounds. Hearing this, the sect leader's demeanor brightened once more, and he acquiesced to Su Chen's wishes. Within the confines of the Tianlan sect, Su Chen's purported validation of martial arts was but a ruse. What he truly sought was a reunion with an old acquaintance. A month later, his guards finally relaxed their vigilance, allowing him to explore the Tianlan sect as he pleased. It was then that he located the place of his old friend's residence. Amidst the bamboo peaks, he encountered Li Qingwei once more. She had aged considerably. Su Chen recalled the first lifetime when Li Qingwei had come to break off their engagement, her demeanor exuding an air of invincibility. The figure before him now was that of a lonely elder, spending her days in solitude among the bamboo groves. Time had swiftly passed, nearly 2 centuries had gone by, and the events of their past had become increasingly elusive, even to Su Chen. "Do you recognize this old woman, young Marquis?" Li Qingwei inquired, her eyes reflecting confusion as she sensed a faint familiarity in the boy's gaze, reminiscent of an old friend long forgotten. Su Chen nodded. "Though I have not met Li Leopren, elder, I have often heard tales of your exploits." Li Qingwei chuckled wryly. "What exploits could I possibly have? Merely tales of old, woven together by others for their amusement." Su Chen fell silent for a moment. Indeed, as Li Qingwei had said, the stories of her past engagement had long been fabricated into popular narratives, yet the protagonist had never achieved the fame depicted therein, leaving Li Qingwei with no regrets. He was not Xiao Huohua, and she was not Nalan Yinran. Curiosity piqued, Su Chen asked, "Li Leopren, what compelled you to call off the engagement?" A flicker of surprise crossed Li Qingyue's eyes. She had not anticipated that this esteemed marquis would show such interest in gossip. With a sigh, she admitted that in her youth, she would have been reluctant to discuss such matters. However, now, with age weighing upon her and her remaining days dwindling, memories that had once faded were becoming clearer, entwined in her heart. Perhaps having a listener was not such a bad thing after all. Li Qingyue smiled. "Since you were so intrigued by my tale, I shall recount this old story for you, young Marquis." Su Chen poured 2 cups of tea and placed them before them, listening intently. "This entire tragedy stemmed from my youthful naivety. My betrothed was merely the son of a minor clan leader, akin to you, carrying the name Chun. Yet he was nowhere near your caliber." Su Chen's expression twitched, and he hastily took a sip of tea to steady himself. After complimenting Su Chen, Li Qingwei continued, "At that time, my master held high hopes for me, envisioning my ascent to greater realms of cultivation. Young and ambitious, I believed that I, Li Qingwei, could not confine myself to a small family, living a life of domesticity. Though I am a woman, I possess aspirations to meet the heroes of this world." A smile graced Li Qingyue's face as she reminisced about her younger self. She had no regrets about joining the Tianlan sect or about breaking off the engagement. Su Chen remained silent. Had it been in the first lifetime, he indeed would not have been worthy of Li Qingyue. Their families shared a cordial relationship, and while he and Li Qingyue had been on good terms, it had not transcended mere friendship, lacking any notion of unreciprocated devotion. Yet, he had later become enchanted by the narrative surrounding their broken engagement. "Was your decision to call off the engagement driven by this reason?" Su Chen inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingyue responded hoarsely, "Yes and no. If he were my husband, I would accept it, but he cannot be my fiancé. From a young age, my parents and kin have told me I was to marry into his family. Yet I have always despised the notion of my fate being dictated by others." Su Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated this to be the reason behind Li Qingyue's decision. Sensing his astonishment, she chuckled. Are you surprised, young Marquis? The tales suggest I abandoned my fiancée for the sake of ambition, and while that is true, if you believe that, I hold no objections. Su Chen nodded earnestly. In his first lifetime, he too had believed this. Li Leoprin, having remained unmarried throughout your life, do you ever regret your decision to call off the engagement? This time, Li Qingyue was momentarily taken aback. She seemed to glimpse the outline of a figure from her memories, sitting across from her, posing that very question. After a long pause, she regained her composure, faced with a stranger's visage rather than one from her recollection. Regret? Perhaps. There are times I ponder whether my life would have taken a different course had I not called off the engagement. The path of cultivation has been a desolate one. I have met many prodigies, yet none have evoked the feelings I once had. Had I not broken off the engagement, perhaps he would not have met his demise at the hands of his enemies, leading to the tragic end of his family. In her lifetime, she had harbored ambitions that surpassed many men, rising from humble beginnings to eventually become an elder of the Tianlan sect. Did she regret it? Perhaps it was merely the melancholy of aging, a longing for what once was, as she watched her loved ones depart one by one. Yet, in her youth, she had never regretted any of the decisions she had made. Chapter 17. Rebirth of an Enemy as a Marquis, Part 5. Su Chen was beset by a myriad of emotions. He had often pondered how it would be when he next met Li Qingyue, yet he had never envisioned their reunion unfolding in such a manner. Out of pity for your old age, I, Su Chen, shall spare you this time, he mused inwardly. The past, with its myriad grievances and injustices, was no longer a matter for debate. All he knew was that yet another acquaintance was lost to him. Does the young Marquis have any questions? Li Qingyue asked languidly, finishing her cup of tea as she observed Su Chen, who seemed lost in thought. Rising to his feet, Su Chen expressed, Thank you, esteemed elderly, for enlightening me. My impression of you has certainly shifted. Li Qingyue smiled gently. The perceptions of the world are but the perceptions of the world. I aspire only to be my true self. Why should I concern myself with their opinions? Su Chen remained silent, merely bidding farewell and adding, as a token of gratitude, I vow in the name of the Jinghai Marquis to retrieve the remains of Nangong Meng and return them to Tianlan sect. Li Qingyue's eyes widened, then she laughed softly. She did not utter words of thanks, but instead called after him, young Marquis. Turning back, Su Chen met her gaze, and in that moment, Li Qingyue was reminded of the young boy from so many years ago, whose eyes mirrored those of the present-day Marquis. She had many things to say, but ultimately, all that emerged was, Please take care, young Marquis. Su Chen smiled in response. You too, esteemed elderly. In the serene bamboo grove, only Li Qingyue remained. Walking alone into the depths where stood countless bamboo steels, each chronicling the lives of her departed loved ones, her sole disciple, Nangong Meng, her mentor, her parents, and the grave of her betrothed, Su Chen. Seated before the grave, she murmured, Su Chen, I must appear quite foolish now, don't I? You spoke of 30 years of fortunes rising and falling, yet now, it has been 200 years. Perhaps my choices were indeed misguided, as you never came to Tianlan sect. In this world, many things are beyond our control. Su Chen exited Li Qingyue's bamboo grove, gazing into the depths where the elderly figure had long since vanished. With hands clasped in salute and strands of hair falling over his forehead, he reflected on his journey, partly to resolve the enmities of his first life, and partly to bid farewell to this cherished friend. Li Qingyue was nearing the end of her days. 2 decades prior, after the fall of Jiang Chun and Nangong Meng in battle, she had ventured into the fray alone to retrieve Nangong Meng's body, but became ensnared. It was only through the timely arrival of Yu Zhengde and his forces that she escaped with her life, albeit at the cost of irreparable injuries. With a sigh, Su Chen lamented the fading of old friends, akin to leaves swept away by the wind. The grievances of youth had lost their significance. The traces of his existence in that first life had ultimately been erased by time. 7 days later, news of Li Qingyue's death spread. Tianlan sect mourned briefly, but soon forgot her entirely. Su Chen found solace in this, sensing a subtle shift within his heart. The previously unyielding barrier of his spiritual sea began to waver, hinting at the possibility of a breakthrough. He decided to remain at Tianlan sect to seize this fleeting opportunity, hoping to advance to the spiritual sea realm. His stay extended beyond the anticipated 6 months, culminating in a full year. In that time, Su Chen, at the age of 18, became the youngest spiritual sea warrior in the kingdom of Tianfeng. In his past life, it had taken him 70 years to reach this point. In this life, he achieved it in a mere 18, indeed, not even a full 18. Yet, such details were of little consequence now. Having broken through to the spiritual sea realm, the path ahead was one he would need to navigate alone. Fortunately, he had the guidance of the venerable ancestor of the Jinghai Marquis, sparing him the solitary struggles of his previous lives. After achieving his breakthrough, Su Chen paid his respects to Li Qingyue and departed Tianlan sect, returning to the Jinghai Marquis. However, a turn of events awaited him on his journey home. He fell into an ambush, confronted by a cadre of 15 spiritual sea warriors, their identities obscured by dark garments, emanating an aura of lethal intent. How bold! Who are you to dare lay hands on the young Marquis? Do you not fear the wrath of the Jinghai Marquis upon your kin? The steward shielded Su Chun, flanked by a group of spiritual sea guards who stood protectively before him, their eyes wary of the encroaching dark figures. Despite their numerical superiority, with 15 against their mere 8, the tension was palpable. Since we have come to eliminate the young Marquis, we fear nothing, one of the masked figures scoffed. But his words were cut short by the leader's interruption. Enough chatter. Seize the young Marquis immediately, lest we delay and face unforeseen complications. In an instant, all the cloaked figures surged forward. The steward shouted to Su Chun, "Young Marquis, flee. I shall hold them off." Without hesitation, Su Chun unleashed the aura of the spiritual sea, dispatching one of the assailants before racing towards the Jinghai Marquis. Damn it. How could he break through the spiritual sea realm so swiftly? One of the attackers thought, bewildered as Su Chun's guards and steward valiantly delayed their more numerous foes. Young Marquis, forgive me, Feng Ding can no longer serve you. You must survive. A thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of the earth itself convulsing. Su Chun understood that his steward had sacrificed himself to buy him time. He pressed onward towards the Marquis, vowing not to die in vain in this life. In the distance, amidst the chaos, 3 figures crawled out, remnants of the 15 who had ambushed Su Chun now reduced to 3, ignoring their wounds. They hastily donned dark cloaks to conceal their identities. After him, we cannot allow him to escape back to the Jinghai Marquis. With determination, they unleashed their full potential, pursuing Su Chun without relent, for this was their singular opportunity to terminate him. Chapter 18. Rebirth of an Avenger as a Marquis, Part 6. Su Chun found himself relentlessly pursued. After 4 grueling days and nights of evasion, he finally returned to the vicinity of the Jinghai Marquis' residence. "Grandfather, save me. I am in dire straits." Su Chun cried out towards the Jinghai Marquis' estate. In an instant, several terrifying gazes turned towards him from within the estate, all belonging to formidable spirit realm experts. Su Chun was inwardly astonished. The foundation of the Jinghai Marquis' household was indeed formidable. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated. "How dare you lay a hand on Chinner? I shall scour the heavens and the earth, traversing the entire Tianfeng kingdom, to ensure that you ruffians pay dearly for your transgressions." A colossal spirit realm entity materialized, obscuring the sky with a single hand. The 3 pursuers, upon witnessing this, were engulfed in despair. It was over. The old Marquis had emerged. In a heartbeat, their expressions hardened as they channeled their inner energy, opting for self-destruction rather than allowing the Jinghai Marquis to uncover any trace of their existence. Tragically, 2 of them detonated simultaneously, and the resulting shockwave engulfed the last remaining assailant. Though he perished as well, he did not die completely. The Jinghai Marquis, clutching the shattered jade token retrieved from the aftermath, bore an exceedingly grim expression. At that moment, upon seeing the Jinghai Marquis arrive, Su Chun could no longer maintain his composure. Exhausted of energy, he succumbed to unconsciousness and plummeted from the sky. Fortunately, the Jinghai Marquis was swift, catching Su Chun just in time. "Chinner, no matter who seeks to harm you, your grandfather will undoubtedly avenge you." The Jinghai Marquis' gaze was icy. Had he not arrived promptly, his cherished descendant might have perished before his eyes. For a fortnight, Su Chun remained in a coma. As he gradually regained consciousness, memories of the life and death chase flooded his mind, leading him to wonder if the secret of his reincarnation had been exposed, resulting in this assassination attempt. 15 spirit sea experts in his previous life, he had never encountered such a multitude of spirit sea cultivators, even when surrounded by an army. It seemed that in this life, he had drawn too much attention, inciting fear among various factions that a being more formidable than the founder of Tianfeng Kingdom might arise. This was the only possibility Su Chun could conceive, yet he remained oblivious to the specific forces that wished for his demise. However, none of it mattered anymore. Those who had pursued him were now mostly dead or injured. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted to one of delight. He pondered how he could enlist the Jinghai Marquis in his quest for vengeance. Was this not an opportunity? "Chinner has awakened," a concerned voice called from outside. It was the Jinghai Marquis. To prevent anyone from taking advantage of Su Chun's slumber within the estate, he had remained vigilantly by his side. Upon seeing the old yet imposing figure, Su Chun rose to pack his belongings but was halted by the elder's grasp. With no choice, Su Chun expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, grandfather, for saving my life. Had you not arrived in time, I fear I would have perished." Hearing this, a flicker of rage and relief crossed the Jinghai Marquis' eyes. "Rest assured, Chinner, as long as I am here, you are utterly safe within the Jinghai Marquis' residence. No one shall harm you here. I am currently investigating the forces behind those who pursued you. Regardless of their identity, they will pay the price." "Grandfather, do we have any leads now?" Su Chun inquired. The Jinghai Marquis' expression darkened as he shook his head. "No matter how I investigate, all traces have been meticulously erased by an unseen hand. However, I did discover a spy's jade token from the Kanglan Kingdom on one of them." "Damn it." Su Chun cursed inwardly. Once again, it's the Kanglan Kingdom. It came as no surprise to him that among his pursuers were experts from the Kanglan Kingdom, given their long-standing enmity with the Tianfeng Kingdom. Yet, he was certain that the pursuit was not solely orchestrated by the Kanglan Kingdom. Regaining his composure, Su Chun continued, "Grandfather, have you considered the possibility that this may be an intentional diversion to lead us to suspect the Kanglan Kingdom?" The Jinghai Marquis' eyes flickered with interest as he replied, Go on. Su Chen elaborated. Who do you believe I pose the greatest threat to as I grow stronger? The Jinghai Marquis fixed his gaze on Su Chen, who met his stare unflinchingly. After a prolonged silence, the Jinghai Marquis finally spoke. You must understand that this matter is of utmost gravity. For the Jinghai Marquis' household, certain issues may lead to catastrophic consequences, even if they are mere conjectures. Su Chen responded calmly, I am well aware of that. But my grandfather Feng Ding has perished unjustly. He was also my kin, and I cannot let this go unavenged. The Jinghai Marquis refrained from admonishing Su Chen, merely stating, Do you have any evidence? Su Chen shook his head. I possess no evidence, but in this kingdom, who else could wield such influence except for one individual? Surely. Grandfather harbors suspicions as well? I implore you to act on my behalf. Grandfather Feng Ding's death cannot go unavenged. A sudden smile spread across the Jinghai Marquis' face as he exclaimed, Now, this is the true descendant of the Jinghai Marquis. Rest assured. I will seek justice for Feng Ding's demise. Those fools outside, if they were not of my bloodline, I would have eliminated them long ago, a bunch of useless cowards. The Jinghai Marquis' eyes betrayed his fondness for Su Chen, who was indeed his most prideful descendant, not only gifted but also remarkably astute and perceptive. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback by the Jinghai Marquis' swift change of demeanor. It seemed that his grandfather had long harbored suspicions regarding the intrigues within the palace. And the recent exchange appeared to have been a test. The Jinghai Marquis smiled enigmatically. Are you curious why I have yet to confront the true culprits behind this? Su Chen nodded. He was well aware of the Jinghai Marquis' affection for him. With a cold chuckle, the Jinghai Marquis replied, Even if I were to storm the palace in search of answers, I would likely only eliminate a few inconsequential individuals. My grandson nearly lost his life. It cannot simply end with the death of a few insignificant figures. I will ensure that the mastermind pays a blood price, making them aware of the consequences of daring to harm my grandson. Su Chen observed the Jinghai Marquis' imposing demeanor and inquired curiously, How do you plan to accomplish this? Grandfather? The Jinghai Marquis' gaze turned contemplative. That, of course, will result in rivers of blood. If I desire bloodshed, then war must be instigated. I shall incite conflict between the Tianfeng Kingdom and the Kanglin Kingdom. And then the Jinghai Marquis turned his gaze towards Su Chen. My grandson, which legion do you favor? Consider it a gift from your grandfather. Su Chen's pupils constricted in shock. Chapter 19. Rebirth of the Enemies as a Marquis, Part 7. The legion referred to by Marquis Jinghai naturally pertains to the four great legions under the current king's command. To everyone's astonishment, Marquis Jinghai intends to present one of these legions as a gift to Su Chen. The four grand legions of the present are the Xuanjia Army, Shenyuan Army, Xuanwu Army, and Shinlin Army. Although two of the legions had perished in the past life, the king swiftly reformed them within a short period. Among them, the commander of the Xuanwu Army is none other than Yu Zhengde. Without hesitation, Su Chen declared, Grandfather, I wish to command the Xuanwu Army. He had initially thought it would take Yu Zhengde decades to pay the price for his actions. Little did he expect it to come so swiftly. Marquis Jinghai nodded in agreement, stating that he would ensure Yu Zhengde made a grave error, allowing his grandson to effortlessly seize control of the military authority, subsequently placing members of the Jinghai Marquis within the Xuanwu Army. Days later, Marquis Jinghai summoned a trusted guardian of the spirit realm to protect Su Chen while he ventured alone to the royal capital. The news of the assassination attempt on the young Marquis of the Jinghai family spread like wildfire across the kingdom. Marquis Jinghai was furious, causing widespread panic among the populace, who feared being implicated in the young Marquis assassination. For half a month, the Jinghai family remained unusually quiet. Had they perhaps already uncovered some leads? Shortly after Marquis Jinghai arrived in the royal capital, a piece of news emerged. The assassination of the young Marquis of the Jinghai family by the Kanglin Kingdom nearly deprived the Tianfeng Kingdom of an unparalleled genius. Consequently, Commander Yu Zhengde was ordered to lead the Xuanwu Army to retaliate against the Kanglin Kingdom. There was no debate, no delay. Everything transpired with startling abruptness. At the Yu family estate, Yu Zhengde, having earned great merit for defending the Tianfeng Kingdom in the past, now stood at the pinnacle of power within the court. After fathering a son, who subsequently had a child of his own, Yu Zhengde cradled the cherubic infant in his arms, utterly enamored. However, as he leaned in, his stubble caused the child to wail, prompting an elderly woman, hunched over, to snatch the baby away, chiding, Look what you've done, old man. You frightened the child. Despite the elderly woman's discontent, Yu Zhengde could only smile sheepishly. Just then, a guard burst in, disrupting this tender scene, exclaiming, My lord, urgent news. The jovial expression on Yu Zhengde's face vanished, replaced by a chilling aura that instilled fear. What is it? He demanded. The guard, trembling, reported. The king has ordered the commander to lead the Xuanwu army against the Kanglin Kingdom. A flicker of surprise crossed Yu Zhengde's face. As the esteemed commander of the four great legions, he knew the king would not mobilize him without significant costs. The guard continued. It was the young Marquis of the Jinghai family who was attacked by the Kanglin Kingdom's guards. In a fit of rage, Marquis Jinghai has personally gone to the royal capital. The king has thus agreed to his demands, vowing to send troops at all costs to seek justice for the young Marquis. Realization dawned on Yu Zhengde. The assassination of the young Marquis had stirred considerable uproar recently, and he had been curious about the audacity of the perpetrators. To discover it was the Kanglan Kingdom's doing was shocking. And it was no wonder the king was moved to action. While he, too, held the title of Marquis, his standing paled in comparison to that of Marquis Jinghai, who was among the 10 most formidable figures in the Tianfeng Kingdom with the esteemed Feng lineage. Once the guard departed, the elderly woman voiced her concerns. What is the king thinking, launching a direct war against the Kanglan Kingdom? Yu Zhengde, while playfully engaging the infant, responded nonchalantly, what do you know? The young Marquis is now hailed by the Feng clan as a genius on par with the founding ancestor. Who knows? He may yet break through to the Transcendence realm and become a new sovereign. The anger of the Jinghai family over his assassination is matched only by the fury of those old-timers in the Feng clan. It is only fitting that they demand retribution against the Kanglan Kingdom. The elderly woman remained apprehensive. Why has the king chosen you for this task? Surely he harbors some trepidation towards you. Yu Zhengde waved dismissively. You misunderstand. This is a mark of significance. The king clearly values me. Our Yu family lacks any spirit realm experts. We hold no sway to invoke his fear. I plan to take Tianlu along with me to the battlefield for some experience, preparing him to inherit the Yu family legacy in the future. The elderly woman gazed at her partner of 200 years, contemplating saying more, but Yu Zhengde interrupted. You're just getting old, overthinking everything. Even if the king truly intends to act against me, how could I resist? My life is destined to serve the king. And should it come to death, I shall embrace it willingly. With a smile, Yu Zhengde reassured her, and the elderly woman fell silent, though unease lingered in her heart. Soon, the entire Xuanwu army mobilized, with Commander Yu Zhengde at the helm and Su Chen overseeing the operation. Accompanying them were several formidable individuals from the Spirit Sea realm, including a taciturn elder clad in gray robes, whose indifferent gaze bore an oppressive spiritual presence. Upon encountering Yu Zhengde, the latter, ever eager to ingratiate himself, introduced his son, Yu Tianlu, to Su Chen. Young Marquis, I have had the pleasure of meeting you at the banquet of Prince 63. Su Chen merely nodded, displaying a dispassionate demeanor that left the two men feeling rebuffed, yet Yu Zhengde found solace in the thought that the young Marquis was solely focused on revenge. If he could assist him in exacting vengeance, it would surely earn the Yu family favor, potentially allowing them to thrive for centuries to come. The Grand Army advanced steadily towards the Kanglan Kingdom, catching them unprepared. Although Yu Zhengde had usurped Su Chen's military accolades for his own elevation, he remained a seasoned commander, having navigated countless conflicts without major blunders. However, 2 months later, news struck Yu Zhengde with the force of a thunderclap. His only son, Yu Tianlu, had carelessly fallen into a trap set by the Kanglan Kingdom and was captured. This son, born late in his life, and the sole heir to his legacy, was the focus of all his aspirations. As he contemplated rescuing Yu Tianlu, the Kanglan Kingdom's conditions were unyielding. He must withdraw his troops to ensure his son's safe return. Otherwise, he would receive only a lifeless body. Chapter 20, Rebirth of the Vengeful as a Marquis, Part 8. The rain fell softly, casting a somber atmosphere over the day. However, Su Chen felt an unusual sense of delight in the weather. Yu Zhengde gritted his teeth and, with his frail form, knelt before Su Chen. Young Marquis, I implore you to save Tianlu, my only child. I cannot bear to see him perish. Yu Zhengde was acutely aware that the decision to withdraw troops lay entirely in the hands of the young man before him. Su Chen's fingers drummed rhythmically on the chair, creating a sound that mingled with the raindrops outside the tent. The beating of Yu Zhengde's heart echoed with the rhythmic sounds. A faint smile graced Su Chen's lips as he replied, I understand the feelings of the Xuanwu Marquis. Yu Zhengde's expression brightened momentarily. Could it be that the young Marquis was considering a retreat? However, the subsequent words from Su Chen plunged Yu Zhengde's heart into despair. But I know. How can this war be treated lightly? Our Tianfeng Kingdom has already suffered countless casualties. If we retreat so easily, how could we justify the sacrifices of those valiant soldiers? Su Chen spoke with a calm demeanor. This war cannot be swayed by the life or death of a single individual. Marquis Yu, please take your leave. He waved dismissively, urging the kneeling elder to accept his fate. Without Su Chen's consent, should Yu Zhengde withdraw his troops, he would be disregarding the royal decree. All he had achieved would vanish overnight. With just a few words, Su Chen could label Yu Zhengde a traitor to the Kanglan Kingdom. Yu Zhengde raised his head to meet the gaze of the indifferent youth before him, a bitter smile escaping his lips. Young Marquis, I understand. He held back a question that lingered in his mind, fearing to utter it. He wanted to ask Su Chen who had instigated this war. Yet, the last remnants of rationality restrained his thoughts. Yu Zhengde stumbled out of the tent, his mind a chaotic whirl. The cold rain pelted against him as he felt like a helpless beast, howling in despair. He was merely a pawn on a chessboard, manipulated at will. Inside the tent, Su Chen leisurely sipped tea, while the elder in the gray robe scoffed dismissively. A force without a spirit realm master is destined to be a mere pawn. If my Feng clan allows him to live, he will be a marquis, second only to none. If my Feng clan allows him to die, he will be but a fish on the chopping block. Su Chen chuckled softly. This wretched world indeed adheres to the principle of martial supremacy characteristic of fantasy realms. The Kanglan Kingdom, seeing that the Tianfeng Kingdom had no intention of retreating, brought Yu Tianlu to the front lines. Father, save me. I do not wish to die. Yu Tianlu knelt on the high platform, a butcher standing beside him, blade poised at his neck, causing him to tremble in terror. Yu Zhengde, if you withdraw your troops, we will return your precious son to you. Yu Zhengda's lips turned pale as tears streamed down his face. Tianlu, my child. It is not that your father does not wish to save you, but rather that I cannot save you, and I dare not. A profound pain pierced his heart as he struggled to articulate a single word. Kill. The advancing army cast a somber shadow over the faces of the Kanglan generals. On the high platform, the executioner received the command and swiftly beheaded Yu Tianlu. Witnessing this, Yu Zhengda stood in shock, until the army repelled Kanglan's forces. Only then did he numbly approach his son's lifeless body, placing the head atop the decapitated corpse, again and again. Please, Marquis Yu, accept my condolences. Su Chen said as he approached Yu Zhengda, his tone devoid of emotion. Startled back to reality, Yu Zhengda looked up to meet Su Chen's indifferent gaze, seeing deep, mocking eyes that seemed to glance down upon him. Su Chen remained unfazed by the vengeful glare directed at him. As long as Yu Zhengda could suppress his fury and refrain from acting against him, this game could continue for a while longer, rather than concluding so swiftly. Upon returning to his tent, Yu Zhengda could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. To witness his child die before him was the cruelest tragedy imaginable. He yearned for the war to end swiftly so he could return to the Yu family. Unfortunately, Su Chen was not yet satisfied, and thus, Yu Zhengda was compelled to act as a hound, following Su Chen's directives. 1 month later, Yu Zhengda received a mysterious letter from the Kanglan kingdom, bearing familiar handwriting. Your Majesty, he seeks to take this opportunity to eliminate the young Marquis, Su Chen. Yu Zhengda's eyes widened in realization. This letter was indeed written by the king. He suddenly comprehended that a talent like Su Chen posed a grave threat to any ruler. No sovereign could tolerate the emergence of an uncontrollable power beneath their very nose. He resolved to collaborate with the Kanglan kingdom to set a trap and eliminate Su Chen. Without a second thought, Yu Zhengda agreed. He harbored hatred for the Kanglan kingdom, but even more for the indifferent Su Chen. Besides, he had no other choice. Though he was unaware of the young Marquis's motives for attacking the Kanglan kingdom, he realized that if the situation persisted, one misstep could lead him into an irretrievable abyss. He had a family, grandchildren. He could not die on this battlefield. Indeed, the old Marquis's predictions were accurate. The king was relentless. The elder in the gray robe snorted coldly. Under his vigilant watch, Yu Zhengda's every move was transparent to him. Su Chen, meanwhile, fell into deep contemplation. Is he still so obstinate? I have encountered that rotund fool before, and he always appeared so genial. Perhaps he is a smiling tiger, harboring hidden blades beneath that smile. In this life, I shall not allow that rotund fool to have an easy time. Was the king truly foolish, or was this all a deliberate ploy? Su Chen found the situation increasingly perplexing. If it were merely foolishness, it would be manageable. However, if it were intentional, he would have to reassess the king's capabilities. Unbeknownst to Yu Zhengda, he was blinded by hatred and seized even the slightest opportunity to gamble. Ultimately, as the army advanced, Yu Zhengda unintentionally redirected the guards protecting Su Chen. Under the cover of darkness, a figure drifted into the tent, a middle-aged man cloaked in dark robes. His white hair standing in disarray, exuding an overwhelming force that seemed to make the very air tremble. Lord Zidian, I never anticipated the Kanglan kingdom would send you here. Chapter 21. Rebirth of the Vengeful Enemy as a Marquis, Part 9. Within the military tent, Su Chen clasped his hands together, displaying no surprise at the arrival of a formidable spirit realm expert. The elder in the gray robe behind him recognized the white-haired man and immediately revealed his identity. This revelation sent a tremor through the heart of the Purple Lightning Marquis. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the Purple Lightning Marquis attempted to retreat. However, the elder's gnarled hand tightened around his spear, unleashing a burst of spiritual energy that transformed the night into day. Witnessing this, the assembled generals shouted in alarm. Protect the young Marquis. If the young Marquis were to perish here, they would undoubtedly be implicated. It's you, the master of the stunning spear. How can you still be alive? The legendary spear technique had dazzled several eras and dominated the surrounding kingdoms. After 500 years, many had presumed the master of the stunning spear to be long dead, yet here he stood before the Purple Lightning Marquis, a formidable spirit realm powerhouse. The Purple Lightning Marquis, merely a third-tier spirit realm cultivator, dared not engage in battle and sought only to escape swiftly. Yet, how could the master of the stunning spear allow the Marquis to flee? Cursed Yu Zhengda, you have brought this upon me as well. Is this the ordinary spirit realm expert you spoke of? A nondescript elder? The Purple Lightning Marquis cursed vehemently. The master of the stunning spear was undoubtedly one of the top 10 experts in the Kanglan kingdom. His words echoed clearly among those present, eliciting expressions of horror. It seemed their commander Yu was conspiring with the Kanglan kingdom to harm the young Marquis. The thought sent shivers down their spines. Surely, something monumental was about to transpire. Yu Zhengda, meanwhile, was inside the tent, envisioning a scenario where, if Su Chen were to die, he could easily withdraw his troops. However, the Purple Lightning Marquis' words shattered his fantasy. Stepping out of the tent, Yu Zhengda beheld the Purple Lightning Marquis being pursued by the familiar gray-robed elder. His mind blank with disbelief. It's over. Soon, countless soldiers, generals, and guards surrounded Yu Zhengda. Yu Zhengda, how dare you conspire with the Kanglan kingdom to harm the young Marquis? A sharp reprimand rang out, parting the crowd to clear a path. Su Chen approached leisurely, flanked by 2 guards who glared fiercely at Yu Zhengda. Upon seeing Su Chen, Yu Zhengda felt as if struck by lightning. His legs buckled. and he collapsed to the ground. Your Excellency, I swear it was Timi. I did not conspire with the Kanglan Kingdom to harm you. This must be a scheme to sow discord. Yu Zhengde desperately tried to exonerate himself. Su Chen coldly commanded, subdue him. The guards surged forward. And despite Yu Zhengde's struggles, he was swiftly overpowered. The Xuanwu army naturally fell under Su Chen's temporary command. The master of the stunning spear returned with the head of the purple lightning marquis, prompting Su Chen to reflect on the elder's extraordinary might. Likely second only to his ancestor, one of the top 10 experts of the Tianfeng Kingdom. Having assumed command of the Xuanwu army, Su Chen promptly reshuffled its leadership, imprisoning all those associated with Yu Zhengde and stripping them of their powers. After leading the Xuanwu army in a few symbolic skirmishes, he returned to the capital. As Su Chen returned, news spread throughout the Tianfeng Kingdom. The commander of the Xuanwu army had conspired with the Kanglan Kingdom to assassinate the young marquis of the Jinghai Marquisate, the kingdom's foremost prodigy, nearly leading to the demise of the young marquis and the ruin of 1,000,000 troops. Ultimately, he was unmasked by the young marquis, who turned the tide and forced the Kanglan Kingdom to sign a series of treaties, achieving a resounding victory. The body of Nangong Ming, after decades, was also returned to the Tianlan sect by Su Chen, reuniting her with her ancestral home. The king was overjoyed and conferred the title of champion marquis upon Su Chen. The tale of a young marquis rising to prominence became a celebrated story in the Tianfeng Kingdom. From the heights of a tavern in the capital, Su Chen gazed downwards. Since that day, Yu Zhengde had completely fallen from grace, branded as a traitor conspiring with the Kanglan Kingdom and ultimately meeting a grim fate in prison. Below, the once noble Yu family had descended into disgrace, with its members ruthlessly executed one after another. Observing this scene, Su Chen chuckled softly. Ah, how splendid is the cycle of fate. Having relied on the erasure of his past glories, he now faces a swift demise in the obliteration of his lineage. Brother Chen, what are you looking at? Feng Huayandapos, and, adorned in a pink robe, rested her chin in her hands, gazing at Su Chen, who seemed lost in thought. It was a rare moment for her to see the first beauty of the Tianfeng Kingdom, yet he appeared preoccupied with the world outside. Turning to her with a smile, Su Chen replied, nothing of consequence, merely some scenes that evoke memories of the past. Gazing into Feng Huayandapos and Andapos' eyes, he softly declared, Huayandapos, and I shall marry you next year. All right? Upon hearing this, Feng Huayan's fair face flushed with excitement, and she leaned on the jade table, hesitating before murmuring, Brother Chen, please do not go back on your word. Nodding with a smile, Su Chen assured her, I will certainly keep my promise. Later that evening, after Feng Huayan returned to the palace, Su Chen sighed, what a foolish girl. However, with royal status, there are far more possibilities ahead. A year passed, and Su Chen's cultivation barely reached the second tier of the spirit sea. At the age of 20, he fulfilled his promise and wed Feng Huayan. The Jinghai Marquisate was abuzz with celebration as the first beauty of the Tianfeng Kingdom was married. The wine in the taverns was consumed in abundance, leaving many young scions in sorrow and despair. But he was the foremost talent of the Tianfeng Kingdom, undeniably brilliant. After marrying Feng Huayan, Su Chen officially took charge of the Jinghai Marquisate. However, his brothers and his ineffectual father seemed deeply resentful, as Su Chen stripped them of all authority. While passing through Beifeng City, Su Chen mysteriously vanished, reappearing in a place of his past. The area was cloaked in dust, and upon observing the back courtyard, he noted several gravestones. Is this really Ming? Su Chen pondered of his childhood friend, realizing that after all these years, only he would remember someone named Jiang Chen. He did not disturb the offerings left at the graves. Instead, he bowed to the spirits of Zhang's parents and Wang Bailu, as well as his own children. Rest assured, I shall soon make the Feng family pay dearly, Su Chen murmured to himself. Following the remnants of his past, he located the buried site of the spirit communication technique and unearthed it. This would become his weapon for vengeance. Chapter 22, Rebirth of the Avenger as a Marquis, Part 10. Within the residence of Marquis Jinghai, the Marquis stared in disbelief at the martial arts manual in his hands. His shock transformed into joy, which gradually shifted to a serious demeanor. Chinner, this is a genuine royal-level martial art, left behind by a formidable being known as the Spirit King. It must not be divulged. Apart from you and me, no one else can know of its existence, lest our Jinghai Marquisate faces utter calamity. In the present world, there are only two places that possess royal-level martial arts. The first is the Feng clan's main lineage, where only the current king is qualified to practice. The second is the Li family of Tai Yuan, inheritors of the legacy left by Li Shenhua, though none among them have grasped its essence. Now, another location has emerged. If the main lineage becomes aware of this, especially given the recent series of events, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Su Chen's displayed talent is already enough to invoke their caution, if combined with a royal-level martial art. The Marquis fears those old geezers may become utterly deranged. Su Chen nodded, fully aware of this matter. The Marquis gazed at the spirit art, his eyes ablaze with fervor yet burdened with trepidation. It was akin to holding a hot potato. However, it also contained the martial secrets he had long sought. Grandfather, please enter seclusion. Perhaps you might find an opportunity for further advancement in the spirit art, Su Chen said with a smile. The Marquis was moved. Amidst the multitude of inept descendants, a true dragon had finally emerged. Once he commenced his seclusion, Su Qin's expression returned to calm. Handing over the spirit art to the Marquis was a deliberate maneuver on his part. After all, the Marquis was his most formidable ally. His ability to confront the main lineage depends on whether the Marquis can comprehend the spirit art. If he can progress further, the chances of overcoming the main lineage would increase significantly. As for whether the Marquis would assist him against the main lineage, Su Qin smiled faintly, certain of his support. Human beings are inherently driven by desire. Once strength is attained, those desires can grow exponentially, leading to decisive actions. Even if, hypothetically, the Feng clan's main lineage learned of the spirit art, they would not spare the Marquis. The moment Su Qin relinquished the spirit art, a vendetta was set in motion. And now, he required an opportunity. Dear father, dear brother, and dear king, I must rely on you for this opportunity. Su Qin chuckled softly. He understood that these individuals would not abandon their intentions to see him perish. Moreover, he could not afford to wait much longer, if decades were to pass. Perhaps this facade of a genius would be exposed. His life was fleeting, and he could only rely on secret methods to conceal his true self. 10 years later, under Su Qin's management, the residents of Marquis Jinghai thrived with order. Since obtaining the spirit art, the Marquis had entered seclusion, emerging only once to bestow Su Qin with the complete version of the spirit art before resuming his retreat. Feng Huai nestled quietly in Su Qin's embrace, akin to a serene kitten being gently stroked. Why would you desire our child to become the most esteemed individual in this nation? Su Qin's voice, laced with a hint of mirth, echoed in Feng Huai's ears. Feng Huai shook her head. I only wish for our family to live in peace and safety. Su Qin sighed. What if your father harbors intentions to kill me? Feng Huai's eyes widened as she fervently shook her head. That's impossible. My father would never wish to harm you. You are his champion, Marquis. Su Qin smiled but chose not to respond. Days passed, and Su Qin departed from the residence with Feng Huai, their child, and a retinue of guards to visit the blossoming Hundred Flowers Valley, which Feng Huai had long yearned to see. After Su Qin's departure, a shadow emerged within the Marquis, enviously watching him leave. That old fool is shrouded in mystery. He must possess a staggering secret. A mixed blood strives to usurp my title. Let us see how you survive this encirclement. The figure in the shadows sneered at Su Qin's retreating form. En route to Hundred Flowers Valley, Su Qin encountered an ambush. Nearly 20 formidable Spirit Sea realm experts launched an assault, each radiating a far stronger aura than those he faced over a decade ago. Among them loomed a presence as deep as an abyss, a Spirit Soul realm expert. With a thunderous roar, it felt as if the heavens were crumbling. Su Qin's guards fell in droves, and he himself sustained grave injuries while desperately shielding Feng Huai and their child. Who are you? Why do you attack my husband? Feng Huai cried out, eyes filled with fury, as she beheld the injured Su Qin. She lifted her gaze to the Spirit Soul realm figure. Are you sent by my father? Her eyes glinted with venom, and she stood protectively before Su Qin. Princess. The Spirit Soul realm expert involuntarily began, quickly realizing the gravity of his words, trembling as he continued, Princess Huayan, you should never have uttered that question. Feng Huai's lips curled into a cold smirk. Am I to watch my husband perish before me, then faint, allowing my child to inherit the Jinghai Marquis, while witnessing it slowly devoured? Unbeknownst to her, Su Qin smiled. His objective had been achieved. A long spear descended like a mountain, and the Spirit Sea realm attackers were instantaneously obliterated. A gray-robed elder stepped through the void, emanating an unparalleled pressure. The spear master of the stunning phoenix, is that you? The black-robed figure gasped. Fortunately, the old Marquis, worried for Chinnares' safety, had sent me to follow discreetly. I never imagined you would go so far as to attempt to end Chinnares' life repeatedly, even to the extent of plotting against his own son. The spear master shot a cold glance at the figure behind the black-robed man. Under his gaze, the shadow fled in haste, yet the spear master merely raised a hand, a spear shadow flickering through the air, piercing the fleeing figure. This scene left the onlookers breathless. The spear master had broken through. Kill. Today, without fail, Feng Qin must die. The black-robed figure exerted all his strength to slay Su Qin. Unfortunately, he was ultimately intercepted by the spear master. The entire force was annihilated. The victor was none other than Su Qin. Chapter 23. Reborn Enemy as the Marquis, Part 11. Upon returning to the Jinghai Marquis mansion, Su Qin lay gravely injured and unconscious. Feng Huai opposed and remained vigilantly by his side. Once Su Qin regained consciousness, Feng Huai softly spoke, Husband, I aspire to see our child become the most esteemed individual in this kingdom. She had made her resolve, choosing her husband and child with unwavering determination. Su Qin felt a surge of joy within him, understanding that the moment for action was drawing near. The Marquis of Jinghai also came to visit Su Qin. Witnessing the repeated assassination attempts on his beloved disciple, he reflected that, had he not been vigilant, he might have been met with a lifeless body. This is an utter disgrace. I shall rally my troops and march upon the royal capital. The Jinghai Marquis mansion has never endured such humiliation in centuries. Angered, the Marquis hastened to don his battle armor and gather his forces to confront the royal capital. Su Qin quickly restrained him, aware that the Marquis had honed his spiritual abilities over 10 years, advancing from the 7th to the 8th level of the spirit realm. However, The royal capital was home to formidable adversaries, including those at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Grandfather, we must not act impulsively. If you storm the royal capital, one misstep could lead to encirclement and defeat. The Marquis chuckled softly. I am merely agitated by the sight of my disciple being attacked. This does not mean I have lost my reason. He then turned to Suchin. What are your thoughts, my dear? With a serious demeanor, Suchin replied, Grandfather, I have been contemplating the possibility of further assassination attempts. Must every talent from the collateral line live in constant fear of being slain? Why should the main line not include us? Are nobles and lords not merely men? The Marquis fell silent for a moment, and after a pause, his voice brimmed with unprecedented ambition. You are correct, my dear. If Feng Tianqing can claim the main line, why can't we, Feng Jinghai? With our spiritual abilities, we are not inferior to his lineage, especially with your extraordinary talents. Even the old guards of the Feng clan will surely stand with you. Suchin nodded. Grandfather, our immediate task is to fortify our defenses, stockpile resources, and bide our time until your breakthrough to the threshold of the profound realm. That day will mark the ascendance of our Jinghai lineage. With Feng Huayan and the Marquis as his trump cards, Suchin felt confident in the success of his plans. After agreeing with Suchin's strategy, the Marquis returned to seclusion, granting Suchin full autonomy over the mansion. Without delay, Suchin summoned his siblings. He possessed a list, and as he traversed each location, heads fell one by one. Feng Xian had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. The youth before him appeared as a cold, merciless specter, devoid of any compassion. Familiar heads rolled across the ground. When Suchin approached Feng Xian, he recalled how this individual had once attempted to lead him astray. Sensing Suchin's ominous gaze, Feng Xian collapsed onto the ground, a yellow liquid pooling beneath him. Dear brother, I truly had no part in the plot against you. You must believe me. Trembling, Feng Xian feared that he would soon join the ranks of his fallen kin. I believe you lack the audacity for such treachery, Xian, Suchin replied. Then added with a soft smile, but your mother did pay a hefty sum for 2 assassins from the Spirit Sea realm to be involved in this affair. Feng Xian's pupils dilated in horror before his head met the ground. Moments later, Suchin casually tore the list into fragments, scattering them across the floor. The list had been a mere fabrication. Now, the direct bloodline of the Jinghai Marquis mansion consisted solely of him. If he became king, his lineage would reign supreme. Should he fail, the Feng clan would lose yet another branch. 20 years swiftly passed. Suchin's cultivation broke through to the spirit realm. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power, he realized that the area within thousands of meters was now under his dominion. Capable of altering the very fabric of his surroundings with a single thought, he knew his efforts had not been in vain. Alas, the potential of this body had been entirely expended. Estimating his remaining lifespan, Suchin discerned that it was drawing perilously short. Had it not been for the spiritual herbs sustaining him over the years, he might have long since revealed his condition. Even with his breakthrough to the spirit realm, he could only anticipate 5 or 6 more years of life. Over the past 2 decades, the king had increasingly overstepped his bounds, systematically diminishing the martial resources available to the collateral lines, while more and more of their kin faced persecution. The other marquis houses were no less beleaguered. Gazing at the jade tablet in his hand, he inscribed 6 words: clear the sovereign escort, save the nation. He could no longer afford to wait for the Marquis of Jinghai to achieve his breakthrough. He might not survive long enough to witness that day. He resolved to unite the other collateral lines in rebellion. He would not only challenge the Tianfeng kingdom, but would also seek to leave it in ruins for posterity. With Feng Huayan's involvement, the plan quickly materialized. In a short span, the Tianfeng kingdom was engulfed in its most brutal internal strife. All 8 marquises revolted simultaneously, and no fewer than 20 powerful individuals from the spirit realm were embroiled in the conflict, including 7 of the kingdom's top 10 experts, resulting in rivers of blood and countless casualties. Leading his forces, Suchin ascended rapidly through the ranks. Huayan Apos, and how do you think the world will perceive me? He inquired, gazing at the chaos he had wrought, holding Feng Huayan's hand and asking calmly. Feng Huayan smiled. If my husband triumphs, he shall be hailed as the founder of a new era. Should he fail, I too shall descend into the depths with him. Why should we concern ourselves with the opinions of the world? Suchin replied solemnly. Victory and defeat are eternal truths. Feng Huayan turned, draping a cloak over Suchin's shoulders, whispering gently, in my heart, my husband is forever a king. Suchin felt a swell of emotion, inexplicably moved. He embraced Feng Huayan Apos, and, internally whispering, I am sorry. In this lifetime, upon learning of the Jiang family and Apos' demise in his childhood, he had already severed any path of retreat. Everything he had done was merely to amass more points of defiance against fate while seeking justice for his past life. The moment he chose to burn his lifespan to hasten his cultivation, he had irrevocably embarked on a path of no return. He was not a genius akin to the great ancestors, nor a prodigy rivaling the likes of Li Shenhua. He was merely a thief of time, consuming his own existence. Whether it was worth it, he could not say. Right and wrong, he had no desire to discern. All he could do was immerse himself in the fray, gambling against fate itself. Chapter 24. Rebirth of the enemies as a marquis, complete. The blaring sound of horns echoed like thunder throughout the royal capital, reverberating in all directions. A million warriors amassed at the city gates, instilling a sense of despair in the hearts of the commanders of the Tianfeng kingdom. The presence of the 8 Marquises was overwhelming, with their hidden military strengths rivaling that of the king's 4 great legions. Yet, the 4 legions had now dwindled to 3, as the Xuanwu Legion had been effortlessly commandeered by Su Chun. Within the royal palace, a high-ranking official trembled beside the Tianfeng king, delivering grave news. Your Majesty, I have just received word that Marquis Jinghai, Marquis Ma Yuan, and Marquis Xiebing, the 8 Marquises have reached the city gates and intend to. Before he could finish, the Tianfeng king interrupted. They aim to slay me and usurp my throne. Do they? With a cold smirk, the Tianfeng king mused. I should have taken the risk to eliminate that brat when I had the chance in the capital. If it weren't for those old fools from the main lineage vouching for him, how could I have allowed this calamity to persist? The official was drenched in cold sweat. The king continued, those from the main lineage wish to seize Fengshen for their own, aspiring to mold him into a figure like our great ancestor, guarding the Feng clan. Little do they know that Fengshen is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Intent on overthrowing the main lineage of the Feng clan and even seeking my head. I originally only intended to quietly eliminate Fengshen. Yet time and again he has managed to escape death. However, if he believes he can easily topple my main lineage, he is sorely mistaken. The Tianfeng king's demeanor remained eerily calm, unaffected by the impending siege. At this moment, he no longer concealed his cultivation level, half-step, transcendence, amidst the vast army. Su Chen furrowed his brows, sensing an unprecedentedly terrifying energy emanating from the capital. A being of at least the pinnacle of the spirit realm was concealed within the city. Yet, he felt no fear. He slightly bowed to the elder beside him. I will rely on you, grandfather. Marquis Jinghai nodded, transforming into a towering giant clad in golden armor. With overwhelming might, he unleashed a superior spiritual martial art recorded in the Tongling technique, striking the formation with a single punch. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, causing countless runes to cascade like a shower of light. Within the royal city, innumerable figures exploded into blood mist, painting the vast city crimson. The once impenetrable formation now bore a gaping hole. This sight invigorated the coalition of the 8 Marquises while plunging the citizens of the capital into despair. In the blink of an eye, the formation had been shattered. Marquis Jinghai was on the brink of transcendence. At that moment, a golden figure emerged from the royal palace. With your meager strengths, do you think you can replace me and cleanse my court? Do you take me for a feeble ruler? The raspy voice, filled with authority, echoed and reverberated among the coalition of Marquises, shaking them to their course. Su Chen's expression grew grave. This king had concealed his true strength remarkably well, achieving half-step transcendence in silence. Fortunately, Marquis Jinghai was also at half-step transcendence. With a surge of murderous intent, a terrifying wave of power surged forth, akin to an ocean in tumult. Phone you, no matter how you hide your strength, today I shall demand an explanation for Chen, roared Marquis Jinghai as he charged towards the Tianfeng king. The clash between two beings at half-step transcendence was enough to wreak havoc upon the world. This was a force that ordinary beings of the spirit realm could only gaze upon in awe. As the Tianfeng king and Marquis Jinghai engaged in battle, Su Chen led the army into the capital, while the main lineage of the Feng clan dispatched their own powerful warriors. Fengshen, if you retreat, I assure you that such events will never occur again, and no one will act against you in secret. An elder from the Feng clan attempted to dissuade Su Chen. With a cold laugh, Su Chen retorted, rebellion has already erupted. Surrendering now would be tantamount to seeking death. Countless experts joined the fray, with those in the spirit pattern realm falling like ants in droves, while those in the spirit sea realm were merely larger insects. Only in the spirit realm did the true battle unfold. Su Chen clashed fiercely with an elder from the main lineage of the Feng clan. This was his first battle at the spirit realm level. His opponent was formidable, and Su Chen could not gain the upper hand until the master of the Jingong spear intervened, aiding Su Chen in vanquishing the Feng clan elder. In the skies above, the battle between the Tianfeng king and Marquis Jinghai raged on. Su Chen surged into the ancestral grounds of the Feng clan, intent on annihilating the entire main lineage. Heads rolled, and blood flowed freely. Even the high-ranking officials within the court were not spared. After this battle, the order of the Tianfeng kingdom collapsed entirely. The other lords believed Su Chen to be mad, yet they reveled in joy, wishing nothing more than for him to eliminate all in his path. This way, even if Su Chen ascended as the head of the main lineage and claimed the throne, he would have no power over them. The world would descend into utter chaos. Only Su Chen understood that he was not insane. His vision was clouded by rage. He could not find peace until the treacherous officials were dealt with. What would become of this world was no longer a concern for him. Just as he was on the verge of eliminating the Feng clan's main lineage, the skies darkened. Heavy clouds loomed, casting a shadow. A coffin soared from the depths of the Feng clan stronghold, and without warning, it opened, revealing an elder. The old man's complexion was as pale as parchment, his eye sockets sunken, and his eyes dull and lifeless, as if the flame of life could extinguish at any moment. In that instant, all sounds of battle ceased, leaving only the faint sound of the elder's breath. With a skeletal hand, he gestured forward. Su Chen felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Boom. An ancient relic of a marquis exploded into nothingness. With a mere flick of his finger, another spirit realm expert disintegrated like fireworks. Su Chen's hair stood on end. Soon, he found himself utterly alone. Everyone had perished, including the master of the Jingong spear. Transcendence. This was Feng Tianxing, the ancestor of the Feng clan, and he was still alive. Cold sweat drenched Su Chen as he grappled with his unwillingness. He was so close to victory. Transcendence should not exceed 800 years of life. Nearly 1,000 years had passed since the Tianfeng kingdom's founding. How could this old man have lived for over a millennium? Before Su Chen could ponder further, Marquis Jinghai, sensing the shift in the tide, abandoned his battle with the Tianfeng king to aid Su Chen in escape. Chen, you must flee. Just as Marquis Jinghai approached, the frail elder's hand gently tightened, and in an instant, Marquis Jinghai and Appo's body twisted. Then, he was obliterated. The Tianfeng king rushed in. Witnessing the carnage of his main lineage, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Su Chen. You have a heart as ruthless as they come. I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. As his words fell, Su Chen struggled to lift his arm, raising his middle finger. A deafening roar reverberated through the heavens. Ultimately, silence reigned. Chapter 25. The Li Dynasty, Part 1. As Su Chen re-entered the space of the reversal of fate, he gasped for breath, unable to suppress a curse. To his astonishment, the ancestor of the Feng clan still clung to life. Most critically, it appeared that the Feng clan's ancestor was also a formidable figure within the realm of transcendent mastery. He had come so close to overturning the Feng kingdom. Nearly a breath away, Su Chen felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely before he regained his composure. In this life, although he had not toppled the Tianfeng kingdom, he had effectively eradicated the main lineage, leaving all 8 vassal lords and their spirit sea and spirit soul realm experts dead in that battle. The entire court was left in ruins, leaving the Tianfeng kingdom a mere shadow of its former self. Su Chen retrieved the reversal of fate to examine the gains of this lifetime. The third page revealed, in your third life, you are the foremost genius of the Tianfeng kingdom, with high hopes resting upon your shoulders. You do not disappoint. Even if it means sacrificing your lifespan for cultivation. To avenge your past life, you choose to disrupt the world, making the Feng clan and your enemies pay for their actions. You succeeded in ensuring the demise of the general who orchestrated your family's extermination, then allied with 7 other lords to invade the royal capital, slaying all nobles and extinguishing the main lineage. Alas, your efforts were thwarted by the last breath of the Feng clan's patriarch, leading to your downfall. You are a madman, a king, a devil, a hero. Your deeds will be judged by future generations. Evaluation. Blue 2 stars reversal points. 200 reversal points. How many lives had Su Chen indirectly or directly caused to perish? The casualty numbers surely reached into the double digits. Even the Feng dynasty had been rendered nearly extinct due to his actions. Had he succeeded in replacing the Feng main lineage, perhaps his evaluation would have ascended to a higher tier. Su Chen's gaze lingered on the blue rating. A single star was 100 reversal points apart. Unfortunately, he had emerged from a battle with an ancestor who had yet to be fully vanquished. The world of fantasy was fraught with peril. Qualifications: 0 comprehension, 0 heritage, 0 mindset, 15, with 200 reversal points at his disposal if allocated judiciously. Perhaps this lifetime would indeed offer him the opportunity to break through to transcendent mastery, becoming a true king rather than merely a false genius reliant on the burning of his lifespan in the past. He allocated the majority of his points to qualifications, adding 90 points. For comprehension, he added 70 points. With the remaining 40 reversal points, he devoted them entirely to heritage. The fourth life commenced. As dawn's light began to filter in, Su Chen opened his eyes to behold a canopy of golden threads and silver linings, intricately adorned. It seemed his status in this life was not to be underestimated. He felt a surge of relief as he examined his hands, finding them not the delicate ones of an infant. In his recollections, he discovered that in this life he was known as Li Chun, the second son of the Li family in Taiyuan, often referred to as Li Heir. Astonishment washed over him. The Li family of Taiyuan was none other than the lineage left behind by the legendary figure of the Tianfeng kingdom, Li Shanhua. What a revelation! Su Chen recalled that within the Li family, Li Shanhua had bequeathed a unique cultivation technique. The Feng clan's patriarch had acknowledged that Li Shanhua was far superior to himself, and the patriarch's mastery even transcended the realm of transcendent mastery. What level of prowess had the extraordinary Li Shanhua achieved? Su Chen could only speculate. Yet he coveted the technique left behind by Li Shanhua. In this life, his memories awakened at the age of 13. At 13, he had reached the 9th level of spirit gathering. In his previous life, he had burned his lifespan to achieve such a level. Now, he transformed from a mere false genius into a true prodigy. Suppressing his excitement, Su Chen began to investigate the changes that had occurred in the Tianfeng kingdom following his previous life's demise. Indeed, the transformations were considerable. In his past life, Su Chen had nearly annihilated the Feng clan, compelling their patriarch to revive at the cost of his dwindling lifespan. Although he was uncertain whether that ancient figure had perished, the Li family suspected he had. 30 years had passed since then. The Tianfeng kingdom had not yet fallen, but it existed in name only. In his previous life, the Tianfeng king had sustained severe injuries from a battle against the Jinghai Marquis, and to solidify the Feng clan's standing, he had been compelled to resort to marriage alliances. Presently, the Tianfeng kingdom was effectively governed by four major factions: the Li clan, spearheaded by the Li family of Taiyuan; the Kong clan, led by the Chongping Kong family; the sect group, represented by the Lingwu Hall; and the merchant group, headed by the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. These four factions carved up the territory, controlling the lifeblood of the Tianfeng kingdom. Although Su Chun had not eradicated the entire Feng clan in his previous life, he had dealt them a devastating blow, stripping them of their former supremacy. No longer did they possess the strength to command the Tianfeng kingdom. A tumultuous era was on the horizon. Young Master Li Chun. The clan elder requests your presence in the Spirit Pattern Hall to select spirit patterns. A maid called from outside, snapping Su Chun from his reverie. The Li family of Taiyuan boasted a far deeper foundation than the Jinghai Marquisate, and the Li family had accumulated an impressive array of high-quality spirit patterns. It was rumored that among them was a golden quality spirit pattern left by Li Xinhua. Unfortunately, no one in the Li family had ever obtained it. Even the purple quality spirit patterns had not been acquired for centuries. In his previous life, the best spirit pattern he had used was merely of blue quality. Su Chun entered the Spirit Pattern Hall, where numerous young men and women of the Li family gathered. Upon his arrival, they willingly parted to create a path. Su Chun was the most exceptional genius the Li family had seen in centuries. Only one person regarded Su Chun with disdain, displaying an arrogant demeanor. A richly dressed youth obstructed Su Chun's path. Li Qin, no matter how outstanding you are, your father will never pay you any heed. Li Wenxuan boasted, raising his head in self-satisfaction, as if that alone could surpass Su Chun. Su Chun could not be bothered to respond. Although he held the esteemed title of the second son of the Li clan, his mother was merely the daughter of a minor sect and Oppo's leader, lacking a powerful backing. Prior to revealing his talent, he had not been well regarded and had often faced oppression. It was only after Su Chen's abilities came to light that his fortunes improved, earning him the favor of the clan elders. However, this newfound recognition also incited the hostility of his brothers, as no one relished the idea of being overshadowed by someone they had long considered beneath them. One by one, the young individuals entered the Spirit Pattern Hall to acquire their spirit patterns. When Li Wenxuan emerged, he was beaming with joy. I have obtained the rare blue quality spirit pattern. Thunder Galloping Horse, he announced, eliciting envy from the crowd. The Thunder Galloping Horse was a coveted spirit pattern, capable of unleashing remarkable speed and even employing small-scale lightning attacks. Undeniably a practical asset. Li Wenxuan approached Su Chen with an air of superiority. Once I break through to the 9th level of spirit gathering, I will be able to absorb the spirit pattern. Your lead in cultivation is merely temporary. I will soon catch up and surpass you. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. How could someone at the 2nd level of spirit gathering dare to provoke him, a 9th level cultivator? He felt no inclination to shatter Li Wenxuan's daydream and simply brushed past him, stepping into the Spirit Pattern Hall. Chapter 26, The Li Dynasty, Part 2. Within the Spirit Pattern Hall, the illustrious Li family has preserved the spirit patterns stripped from the beasts they have defeated throughout generations. The more exceptional one's innate talent, the greater the resonance achieved. The frequency of resonance directly correlates to the likelihood of acquiring these precious spirit patterns. Su Chen closed his eyes, attuned to the energies around him. Dozens of blue luminescent strands flickered past. Su Chen inwardly marveled at the profound heritage of the Li family. With a mere gesture, he could seize exquisite blue-grade spirit patterns. Yet, in this lifetime, how could he settle for merely merging a single blue-grade spirit pattern with his extraordinary talent? Su Chen remained unhurried, patiently searching. Before long, a glimmer of purple light caught his eye. He felt a surge of joy. This was a purple spirit pattern derived from a beast known as the Thousand-Armed Spider, an exceedingly rare creature nearly extinct in the kingdom of Tianfeng. Adorned with countless arms, it could produce strands of webbing as tough as steel, laced with venom. Should he merge with it, he would transform into an enhanced version of Spider-Man. However, Su Chen hesitated, unwilling to become a venomous being. With his patience rewarded, he soon discovered another purple-grade spirit pattern, the Lava Berserk Ape. This beast was engulfed in flowing magma, its fiery fur radiating immense heat. It was extraordinarily rare, having vanished from the kingdom of Tianfeng. Upon fusion, not only would he possess unmatched strength, but he would also gain the ability to manipulate flames and resist their fury. Of course, such power came with its drawbacks. Merging with the Lava Berserk Ape would result in a volatile temper, yet this flaw seemed negligible in light of the benefits. Su Chen encountered several other exceedingly rare purple-grade spirit patterns, and a sense of disappointment crept in as he realized that, given his qualifications, summoning a legendary golden-grade spirit pattern was likely beyond his reach. He reminded himself that this was merely a legend, the truth of which remained uncertain. After careful consideration, he selected the spirit pattern of the Frostflower Ice Phoenix, a beast with the bloodline of an ancient phoenix. Its plumage was pure white, resembling crystalline ice, and it was said to cover all it touched in frost, with its breath capable of freezing rivers and mountains in an instant. Absorbing this spirit pattern would grant him the ultimate power of ice and the ability to summon the wings of the Ice Phoenix, enhancing his speed while imbuing him with the vitality of the ancient phoenix, ensuring a longer lifespan. Having made his choice, Su Chen exited the Spirit Pattern Hall. Outside, Li Wenxuan was ostentatiously boasting about his blue-grade spirit pattern, taking the opportunity to belittle Su Chen. Li Qin, what spirit pattern did you acquire? Hurry up and show us. Li Wenxuan, consumed by jealousy, thought to himself that perhaps Su Qin's spirit pattern was inferior to his own. Su Qin emerged from the hall with an air of calm, which led Li Wenxuan to misinterpret his demeanor. The elder presiding over the spirit pattern hall also cast a curious glance at Su Qin, intrigued by what this supposedly unparalleled talent of the Li family might have obtained. With an open hand, a flicker of purple light illuminated the space, and soon a snow-white ice phoenix materialized, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet and frost to form swiftly. Several elders, though braced for the spectacle, gasped in astonishment, murmuring, "The Li family truly possesses a purple-grade spirit pattern." They had believed the tales of their ancestor, Li Shenhua, leaving behind such a rarity in the kingdom of Tianfeng to be mere myth. Su Qin contemplated the myriad other purple-grade spirit patterns that the hall held. Perhaps unbeknownst to Li Shenhua, since his extraordinary emergence, the Li family had been in a steep decline, devoid of any talent capable of resonating with a purple-grade spirit pattern until Su Qin's arrival. Impossible. This cannot be. Li Wenxuan exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Su Qin. How could you possibly acquire a purple-grade spirit pattern? The Li family has none. Su Qin frowned at the accusation. An elder from the Li clan interjected, "Third young master, cease your baseless claims. This purple spirit pattern is a legacy from our ancestral deity." Li Wenxuan persisted. Then why does he possess a purple-grade spirit pattern while I do not? This must be favoritism on your part. Li Qin, that purple-grade spirit pattern is mine. I command you to hand it over, he declared, acting like a petulant child, which darkened the expressions of the Li elders. Were it not for Li Wenxuan's status as the family head's child and his decent talent, they might have swiftly reprimanded him. Su Qin chuckled at Li Wenxuan's foolishness, wearing a mocking smile. Seeing that Su Qin refused to relinquish the purple-grade spirit pattern, Li Wenxuan's expression hardened, and he lunged forward to seize it. With ease, Su Qin grasped Li Wenxuan's wrist and applied a gentle pressure. Pain immediately etched itself across Li Wenxuan's face. Li Qin, let go of me. Unable to bear the piercing shriek, Su Qin flung Li Wenxuan away, who landed on the ground, wailing, Li Qin, you bully me. I will tell father, and he will teach you a lesson. Su Qin remained unfazed by the threat. Just then, a robust middle-aged man accompanied by several elders entered the spirit pattern hall. Upon seeing the man, Su Qin calmly addressed him, Father. Li Wenxuan, upon spotting his protector, quickly altered his demeanor, adopting a pitiful expression. Father, I want the spirit pattern that brother Li Qin has. You must make him give it to me. As his words fell, all the Li elders turned their gaze toward the middle-aged man. Silence. He smacked Li Wenxuan across the face. Though he did not employ any spiritual force, the blow sent Li Wenxuan sprawling, blood trickling from his mouth, clutching his swollen face. Li Wenxuan was bewildered as to why his usually doting father would strike him today, and he cried in indignation, "Get Wenxuan out of here immediately. Do you wish to embarrass us further?" The middle-aged man's tone was icy, prompting the guards to hastily escort Li Wenxuan away. It seemed that this time, their father was not a fool, capable of discerning right from wrong. Su Qin regarded the middle-aged man with newfound respect. If he were truly a fool, he would not have ascended to the position of family head. With Su Qin and Appo's displayed talent, Li Jiangquan would certainly not regard him as an inconsequential son. Purple-grade spirit pattern. Qinner, your talent is impressive, unprecedented in our Li family for centuries. I will arrange for a mentor for you, and you shall devote yourself to cultivation within the clan. Li Jiangquan said, a smile gracing his features as he spoke kindly to Su Qin. Chapter 27 The Li Dynasty, Part 3. Since the news of Su Qin obtaining a purple-quality spiritual pattern spread, no one doubted his extraordinary talent any longer. The wariness surrounding Su Qin's exceptional abilities stemmed from the legacy of his previous life, Feng Qin. After Feng Qin's demise, the revelation of his secret practice of a life-burning technique led various factions to label him as a madman, serving as a cautionary tale. Su Qin's status within the Li group saw a remarkable elevation, quickly earning him the true privileges of the second young master. Many elders favored this astute young man, choosing to become his supporters. With the rise in her son's status, Su Qin's mother also gained considerable standing within the Li group, no longer subjected to bullying. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed, and Su Qin's cultivation reached the third level of the spiritual sea realm. This astonishing progress left many elders of the Li group astounded. The once chaotic Feng Qin, who had wreaked havoc over 3 decades ago, had not burned through his lifespan as swiftly as this prodigious scion of the Li family. It was only natural that Su Qin would request to observe the techniques left behind by the esteemed ancestor, Li Shenhua. After much deliberation, the elders of the Li family consented, allowing Su Qin to attempt to cultivate the legendary technique. Upon encountering the long-desired divine art, the royal extreme astonishing technique, Su Qin was taken aback by its formidable name. This technique radiated an air of prestige, with its golden characters exuding nobility. Su Qin immersed himself in the study of this technique for 3 months but remained utterly bewildered. He cursed under his breath, lamenting how such a high-level technique could be bestowed without regard for the qualifications of its successors. Compared to this technique, the royal-level spirit communication technique seemed trivial. Despite his struggles, Su Qin refused to yield and informed the elders that the technique he had encountered was indeed the royal extreme astonishing technique. Upon hearing the name, Several elders exchanged glances, subsequently overwhelmed with joy. After centuries, a second individual had finally uttered the name of this technique. It was said that anyone capable of seeing the name possessed the potential to cultivate it. The elders surrounded Su Chun, viewing him as a treasure. Yet, Su Chun pondered how long it would take to comprehend this technique. He had no time to squander. Hence, he opted to practice the spirit communication technique while masquerading it as the Royal Extreme Astonishing Technique, for no one in the Li family had witnessed the latter. 3 months later, the news of Su Chun successfully grasping the Royal Extreme Astonishing Technique spread like wildfire throughout the Li family. His supporters rapidly multiplied, and the position of heir increasingly tilted in his favor. Upon hearing this news, the eldest son, Li Yuanfa, erupted in fury within the confines of his courtyard. This is impossible. How could a child born of a lowly maid comprehend a technique that no one in the Li family has grasped for centuries? This must be a deception orchestrated by Li Qin to fool the elders. Li Yuanfa refused to believe that his brother possessed such extraordinary talent. If this continued, his position would be at stake. The future leader of the Li family could only be him. Li Yuanfa approached his father, Li Jianquan. Rest assured, your brother will not vie for the heir position. It is yours alone. Li Jianquan reassured him. Father, do you have a plan? Li Yuanfa suppressed his excitement and inquired in a hushed tone. Li Jianquan chuckled and continued. The Xianyuan sacred sect is organizing a grand competition among the 100 nations. The victors will earn the right to cultivate within the sect. Your brother's talent surpasses all in the Tianfeng kingdom. Even among empires, he would be deemed a genius. Gaining entry to the Xianyuan sacred sect would not be difficult. The Xianyuan sacred sect, a colossal entity overseeing hundreds of kingdoms and several empires, was said to have been founded by a legendary sage. Such a sage was a being of immense power, capable of altering the heavens and plucking stars from the sky. With Su Chun and Appo's talent, he was poised for greatness. However, becoming a king within the Xianyuan sacred sect was no small feat after returning home. Li Yuanfa could not contain his grin, bursting into laughter. Once his brother entered the Xianyuan sacred sect, he would no longer compete for the heir position. How could a true dragon be trapped in shallow waters? Suddenly, Li Yuanfa realized that if his brother ascended to a higher realm, the heir position would fall to him. He felt a sense of exhilaration, akin to a discarded treasure now cherished. Regardless of how splendid the outside world may be, it is filled with countless talents. No matter how gifted Li Qin is, in a broader expanse, he is merely one among many. Li Yuanfa consoled himself. Meanwhile, Su Chun continued his cultivation. By chance, he encountered a familiar face, an elderly man with white hair yet still bearing a hint of familiar determination. It was Li Ming, his companion from his second life. Still alive in this world. This revelation filled Su Chun with joy, yet he could not reveal his identity. Secretly, Su Chun summoned a guard to investigate Li Ming's experiences over the past 2 centuries. Upon inquiry, he discovered that Li Ming had indeed been fortunate. Following Su Chen's death in his second life, Li Ming seemed to have gained an extraordinary advantage, breaking through to the spiritual sea realm in less than a decade and overshadowing numerous talented siblings. The Li family, once a mere branch, rapidly expanded its influence in Lingyun City. Li Ming's rise was attributed to the chaos he had sown within the Tianfeng kingdom, which led to the downfall of the Feng family's main lineage. Seizing the opportunity, he established the Li Merchants Association, swiftly amassing wealth and elevating his previously inconspicuous branch to one of the wealthiest factions within the Li group. However, with riches came peril. Li Ming and Appo's most cherished descendant was captured by the notorious 12 fiends, who demanded a ransom of 10 million gold coins. Unable to procure such a sum, Li Ming sought assistance from the main lineage. Li Yuanfa, however, left Li Ming in a lurch, insisting that Li Ming's beloved great-granddaughter marry him in exchange for help. Li Ming refused, and without his consent, no one in the Li family was willing to extend aid. The 12 fiends were not to be trifled with. Su Chun stroked his chin, contemplating. Very well, let me, as a father figure, lend a hand to this dear friend of mine. With a smile, Su Chun instructed an elder to bring Li Ming to him. Chapter 28, The Li Dynasty, Part 4. Li Ming was engulfed in confusion. Why did the second son of the Li family wish to meet him? He had no acquaintance with this young man. His interactions had primarily been with the elder son, Li Yuanfa. Upon learning that his most cherished great-grandson had been abducted by the notorious 12 great evildoers, his first thought was to seek the help of the elder son. However, Li Ming's heart sank when Li Yuanfa audaciously demanded that his great-granddaughter marry him. Naturally, Li Ming refused. He was not oblivious to Li Yuanfa's ulterior motives. Should he acquiesce, the hard-earned savings he had amassed over the years would soon fall into Li Yuanfa's hands. Not to mention, he harbored a staggering secret that must never be revealed. Li Ming's rejection of Li Yuanfa incited the latter's fury, leading him to issue an edict that the Li group could not assist Li Ming, thereby coercing him into submission. Despair enveloped Li Ming as former allies showed him no mercy. Among the 12 great evildoers were formidable beings at the spirit realm, adversaries beyond Li Ming's capacity to confront. No one dared oppose the 12 great evildoers. Just as he feared he would lose his life to this ordeal, a Li elder approached him, stating that the second son of the Li family wished to see him. With a heart laden with trepidation, Li Ming followed the elder to the place where Su Chen was training. Li Ming had heard of the second son's reputation. He was said to be a prodigy not seen in the Li family for centuries. Upon their meeting, the youth before him truly possessed an extraordinary presence, high-bridged nose, slightly upturned thin lips, and a natural grace that exuded an unspoken air of nobility and Taoist charm. Most strikingly, this young man, roughly the same age as his great-grandson, had a cultivation level so profound that Li Ming could not discern its depth. The rumors surrounding the Li family were indeed well-founded. Li Ming felt anxious, fearing that the second son would propose conditions akin to those of Li Yuanfa. Observing Li Ming's tense demeanor, Su Chen smiled. I can assist you in dealing with the 12 great evildoers. Li Ming's expression was a mixture of joy and apprehension as he summoned the courage to inquire. What is it that the second son requires of me? With a gentle chuckle, Su Chen regarded the anxious Li Ming, pondering, does this old fellow fear that I harbor ill intentions towards his great-granddaughter? Surely he did not wish to become the father-in-law of this old man in his second life. The very thought sent shivers down his spine. Should Li Ming discover this in the afterlife, he would likely laugh himself to death again. Feeling quite uncomfortable, Su Chen cleared his throat. The 12 great evildoers are elusive and have committed numerous heinous acts, leaving many factions aggrieved yet silenced. I merely require your cooperation, Li Lao, to eliminate them. Nothing more. Li Ming was incredulous. Is that all? This young man only sought his cooperation? Li Ming had already resigned himself to an overwhelming defeat. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. What? Does Li Lao suspect my intentions? Realization dawned on Li Ming. The young man before him was of a status far superior to that of Li Yuanfa within the Li group. It was no exaggeration to say that the second son could crush him as easily as stepping on an ant, conjuring any accusation without fear of reprisal. Such a person could not possibly have ulterior motives against him. Clearly, the second son sought to orchestrate a grand scheme against the 12 great evildoers. Li Ming began to speculate on Su Chen's true intentions. Unbeknownst to him, Su Chen found Li Ming's bewilderment amusing. This old fellow had evidently spent too many years treading cautiously, cultivating a timid disposition. After instructing the elder to escort Li Ming away, a genuine smile spread across Su Chen's face. Helping Li Ming did not require much rationale. Reuniting with a foster son necessitated some form of action. Once Li Ming departed, Su Chen made his way to the ancestral grounds of the Li family, where the true essence of the Li group was cultivated. Even the family head, Li Jianquan, could not freely enter the sacred space. However, upon Su Chen's arrival, only a few indifferent gazes glanced his way, which quickly retreated upon recognizing him. The prodigal son of the Li family enjoyed certain privileges. As Su Chen stepped into the ancestral grounds, the sound of light laughter reached his ears. Little Chen, what brings you to the ancestral grounds to trouble us old fellows? Various powerful beings at the spirit realm emerged, smiling at Su Chen, and upon sensing his increased cultivation, their faces lit up with long-lost joy. After respectfully greeting the elders, Su Chen smiled and said, I cannot hide it from Grandpa Hongwen. I have a matter to entrust to you. One elder, wielding a large sword, jokingly scolded, just because I spoke first, you set your sights on me. The other elders laughed in response, then withdrew, leaving the task to Li Hongwen, the third ancestor of the Li family. With a cultivation level of the 8th tier of the spirit realm, such a figure was rare in today's world, and could be counted on both hands. Su Chen chuckled. What troublesome matter have you encountered, little guy? Li Hongwen inquired, puzzled. Could it be that the unfilial family head Li Jianquan is showing favoritism? Should we hold a meeting to dispose of him and let you take the head of the family directly? Unbeknownst to Li Jianquan, his position was precariously close to being lost. Su Chen recounted the predicament concerning Li Ming, then stated, I seek Grandpa Hongwen's assistance to eliminate the 12 great evildoers. Li Hongwen pondered for a moment. Had anyone else uttered such words, they would have been met with his scorn. Am I so cheap as to offer my services for free? Yet, this was Su Chen, so it was a different matter altogether. He recognized him as the future ruler of the Li family. Curiosity piqued, Li Hongwen asked, Little Chen, do you have any plans in mind? He could hardly believe that his clever disciple would suddenly lose his wits and request a powerful spirit realm expert to resolve a conflict for free, an absurdity when the top contenders of the world could easily handle such trivial matters. Su Chen had already devised a strategy, speaking softly. The 12 great evildoers have wreaked havoc for far too long. Their notoriety is immense. If Grandpa Hongwen were to take action against them, it would solidify the Li family's reputation throughout the land, ensuring our family's vessel remains steadfast on its journey. Furthermore, Li Ming has been unwaveringly loyal to our Li group. Should we ignore this matter, it would undoubtedly dishearten other branches of the family. I wish to set an example for the other branches of the Li family, demonstrating that as long as they are loyal and diligent, the main lineage of the Li family will always be their most solid support. Upon hearing Su Chen and Appo's resolute declaration, Li Hongwen was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Excellent, excellent. Truly deserving of being the Li family's prodigal son. The more he observed Su Chen, the more he delighted in the realization that the Li family had once again given rise to a true dragon. Chapter 29, The Li Dynasty, Part 5. Under the persuasion of Su Chen, Li Hongwen agreed to take action. Li Ming began negotiations with the 12 evildoers, and a meeting place was agreed upon. The 12 evildoers approached recklessly, believing that as long as they did not encounter a formidable opponent above the 7th level of the spirit soul realm, escaping would not pose a problem. However, they were utterly unprepared for the fact that a member of the esteemed Li clan, one of the top 5 powers in the realm, would personally intervene over what they deemed a trivial matter. Li Ming's great-grandson was rescued. The 12 evildoers could hardly believe it, issuing cries of disbelief and anger. Li Hongwen, how can you be here? You shouldn't be. Li Hongwen executed all 12 of them, displaying their heads neatly suspended in the wilderness. Inscribing the words, "Those who offend the Li family shall face relentless retribution, no matter how far." Upon hearing this news, the populace erupted in excitement. Although the 12 evildoers had terrorized the kingdom of Tianfeng for just a few decades, their heinous crimes were innumerable and could be recounted for days on end. Now, these 12 villains had been annihilated by the Li family, significantly enhancing the reputation of the Taiyuan Li clan. As Su Chen had anticipated, the principle of spending lavishly for a reward held true everywhere. The branches of the clan, witnessing this example, grew more loyal to the main lineage. In a swift turn of events, Su Chen, the second son of the Li family, found himself at the center of attention. Numerous powerful figures began to ally themselves with him, much to his unexpected delight. Shortly after saving Li Ming's great-grandson, Li Ming sought out Su Chen once more. Expressing gratitude and arranging a banquet in his honor, Su Chen mused internally about Li Ming's unexpected courtesy and gladly accepted the invitation. At the banquet, a young girl of merely 15 or 16 trailed behind Li Ming, casting furtive glances at Su Chen. After a couple of drinks, Li Ming revealed his true intentions. "Damn you, Li Ming, can you truly face me in the afterlife? I regarded you as a brother, yet you aspired to be my grandfather." Su Chen thought wildly. Firmly rejecting Li Ming's intentions, the girl behind Li Ming's eyes turned red with disappointment, but Su Chen remained unmoved. "Little sister, if you must place blame, it can only fall upon your great-grandfather." Li Ming felt a twinge of disappointment, believing this second son of the Li family to be extraordinary and destined for greatness. Yet regrettably, he seemed unimpressed by his great-granddaughter. The matter was never broached again. After some time, a piece of news spread throughout the kingdom of Tianfeng. The Xin Yuan sacred sect was commencing a selection among the 100 nations, offering the exceptionally talented a chance to join their ranks. Su Chen was astonished by this revelation. In his third life, while pursuing vengeance, he had gleaned a glimpse of this vast world through the texts left behind by the Feng family. He understood that the world they inhabited was known as Dongwang, and he suspected this was merely the name of the region where the kingdom of Tianfeng resided, dominated by those sacred lands known as the Holy Grounds, where powers had once given birth to saints. The Xin Yuan sacred land was one of these sacred places. The kingdom of Tianfeng was but an inconspicuous nation under its dominion. Several venerable clan elders turned their gaze towards Su Chen. He blinked, asking, "So, esteemed elders, do you wish for me to participate in the selection trials to see if I can enter the Xin Yuan sacred land?" The elders nodded in agreement. Su Chen contemplated this and ultimately consented, eager to witness the world beyond and understand what constitutes genius. For him, the kingdom of Tianfeng presented no challenge. Su Chen set off for the trials, accompanied by Li Hongwen as his protector. Upon learning of Su Chen's participation in the trials, Li Yuanfa was elated, unable to hide his joy. "Chinner, you have finally departed." In recent days, the elder's glances toward him had grown increasingly peculiar, while his father began to favor Su Chen more overtly. Li Yuanfa felt overshadowed by Su Chen's brilliance, yet he understood that this shadow would eventually dissipate. With Su Chen's departure, the skies cleared for him, leaving him feeling invigorated. In the royal capital, those representing the kingdom of Tianfeng at the trials included not only Su Chen but also Feng Jingqi of the Feng family, Wan Mir of the Wanbao Merchant Association, Wang Ganbao, Kong Gaoyu of the Chengping Kong family, and Song Wuqing of the Lingwu Hall, among others. Together, they formed a formidable group of 10, all of whom were the kingdom and Appo's most distinguished talents. If a genius ranking were established, these 10 would undoubtedly occupy the top spots. However, Su Chen found little interest in them. None of them had reached the Spirit Sea realm, and the highest among them was merely at the 7th level of the Spirit Pattern realm. While being below 20 and at the 7th level was indeed remarkable, it paled in comparison to Su Chen, who had ascended to the 4th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Although their factions fought separately, their participation in the trials represented the last vestige of dignity for the kingdom of Tianfeng. The selection trials required them to journey to a place called Xianling City. This city lay far from the kingdom of Tianfeng, and even with a guide from the Spirit Soul realm, the journey would take at least half a year. The kingdom lacked a teleportation array, meaning this journey would consume considerable time. During this period, Su Chen's cultivation progressed from the 4th to the 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Through trials and tribulations, Su Chen encountered numerous wonders beyond imagination. The vastness of the world extended far beyond his current perception. Upon arriving at Xianling City, the size of the city surpassed Su Chen's expectations. The once unreachable figures of the Spirit Soul realm were nearly ubiquitous here, and some exuded terrifying auras. Those were true masters of the profound realm. Their descendants had come to participate in assessments or broaden their horizons, including several of Su Chen's age who had advanced to the Spirit Sea realm. "Chinner, what do you think?" Li Hongwen inquired with a smile as he observed Su Chen. Su Chen inhaled deeply and murmured, "The kingdom of Tianfeng is truly too small." Li Hongwen nodded in agreement, sighing, "Indeed, the kingdom of Tianfeng is far too small." As everyone awaited the commencement of the trials, Wan Gambao approached Su Chen. "I implore you, brotherly, please save my sister." Wan Gambao knelt before Su Chen, banging his head on the ground, causing Su Chen to frown and quickly assist him to his feet. Over the past 6 months, the siblings from the Wanbao Merchant Association had grown to be acquaintances of Su Chen, and for him to kneel in supplication indicated a grave matter had arisen. Anger and anxiety flared in Wan Gambao's eyes as he spoke. "Today, we encountered individuals from the Kanglin Kingdom and the Momen Kingdom on our journey. They insulted my sister, and unable to tolerate it, I fought back. My sister and Grandpa Geng were captured by them while trying to protect me. They demand that our kingdom of Tianfeng engage in a contest of geniuses." Chapter 30, The Li Dynasty, Part 6. The Genius Battle is a venue established within Xianling City. A contract binds the participants, with life and death disregarded. It is evident that both the Kanglin Kingdom and the Momen Kingdom have come prepared. Their intention is to eliminate the young generation of the Tianfeng Kingdom before the 100 Nations trial commences. The Kanglin and Momen Kingdoms harbor grudges against the Tianfeng Kingdom. Perhaps their true target is me. Su Chen's gaze turned cold. He was uncertain where the Kanglin and Momen Kingdoms derived their confidence. Nevertheless, Su Chen proceeded to honor the appointment. While he may not be the most talented participant in the 100 Nations trial, he felt invincible against these two lesser kingdoms. Su Chen's arrival at the venue delighted the prodigies of the Kanglin and Momen Kingdoms. They pointed to a youth clad in coarse garments, whose appearance was utterly unremarkable. Standing alone. "If you can kill him, we promise to fulfill your requests." Was this a plea for external assistance? Su Chen mused that these two kingdoms had grown audacious enough to plot against him. The youth in coarse clothing regarded Su Chen with a serious expression. "I will kill you," he stated flatly, as if stating an undeniable fact. The sharp sword energy cut through Su Chen's skin, drawing blood. Interesting. A long-lost sense of battle surged within Su Chen as he ascended the prodigy platform alongside the youth in coarse clothing, signing the life and death contract and commencing the prodigy battle, attracting many prodigies from various nations to observe. After all, with the 100 Nations trial on the horizon, every contender wished to conceal their cards rather than reveal them openly. Each of them was an adversary, and any display of strength piqued their interest. On the prodigy platform, Su Chen calmly regarded the youth before him. "I am curious. How can a talent like you be swayed by mere incompetence?" Su Chen voiced his thoughts. The youth before him was at the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea realm. That sharp sword glow suggested an understanding of sword intent, a talent not inferior to his own. The prodigies of the Kanglin and Momen Kingdoms turned pale upon hearing Su Chen's blunt remarks about their worthlessness. In their respective kingdoms, each was regarded as an extraordinary genius. The youth fell silent, his expression earnest and resolute. "I need a great deal of gold. If they provide me with gold, I will assist them." Su Chen was taken aback. In the youth's eyes, he perceived unwavering determination. Tentatively, he inquired, "How much gold did they offer you?" Perhaps in the youth's perspective, Su Chen was already a dead man. Thus, he delayed his attack, as if fulfilling Su Chen and Appo's final wish, and replied, 1 million gold. 1 million gold? Such an amount. If merely killing a 5th-level spirit sea martial artist warranted 1 million gold, many would eagerly rush to the task. However, Su Chen smiled. 1 million gold? I will offer you 10 times that amount. If you take their heads, I will grant you 10 million gold. The they he referred to naturally pointed to the prodigies of the Kanglin and Momen Kingdoms. Upon hearing this, the prodigies of the two kingdoms turned ashen. They were well aware of the youth's terrifying prowess. Fortunately, the youth ultimately declined. "My father taught me to have principles." His gaze was steadfast, seemingly unwilling to engage further with Su Chen, perhaps fearing that Su Chen's demands would sway his decision. He made his move against Su Chen. Understanding sword intent makes one a genius. Yet, Su Chen was no less a genius. As the dazzling sword strike approached, Su Chen placed one hand behind his back, while the other floated lightly, fingers forming the shape of a sword. Li Clan's ultimate technique, Lingxi Sword Finger. The collision of two sword energies erupted, casting countless shadows. A more terrifying aura surged forth from the prodigy platform. Unfortunately, those outside could not discern the precise events within. Only the youth in coarse clothing knew how horrific the scene at the center of the prodigy platform truly was. With both hands clasped before him, black hair swirling, Su Chen's eyes bore no trace of emotion. The temperature of the heavens and earth plummeted abruptly, snowflakes beginning to drift. The youth felt an intense chill, not merely physical, but a bone-deep cold within his heart. The snowflakes falling before him appeared as droplets of crimson blood. In this icy expanse, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood lay buried. He had witnessed scenes of famine, where countless bodies lay strewn across the land. Yet the sight before him was far more terrifying. Gritting his teeth, the youth resolved not to yield. He had reasons to survive. Channeling all his strength, he thrust out a sword. In Su Chen's hand appeared an ice spear, which he subsequently wielded with grace. It was the manifestation of spear intent. As he thrust forward, a deafening sound once again engulfed the prodigy platform. This battle would determine a victor. Amidst the swirling dust, the youth knelt on the ground, an ice spear aimed at his throat. Should Su Chen wish, he could easily take the youth's life. As Suchen retracted the ice spear, the youth, perplexed, asked, "Why do you spare me?" In his understanding, he had failed. A loser should meet death. Suchen replied calmly, "Because I believe you should not die here." The youth was taken aback, then smiled. "My name is Lin Wu." Suchen nodded. "Li Chun." Lin Wu called out to the departing Suchen. "I owe you a life. Should you ever need it, this life is yours to claim." Suchen smiled, having achieved his goal. Lin Wu was a person of principles. Perhaps unexpected rewards awaited him. The prodigies of the Kanglan and Moment kingdoms were struck with astonishment. Suchen had not only survived but had also defeated such a formidable opponent. They were well aware of Lin Wu's strength. With grim expressions, they handed over one Miaojin. Their hearts were heavy. One Miaojin and her brother expressed profound gratitude towards Suchen. The turmoil soon subsided. Chapter 31, The Li Dynasty, Part 7. The trial of 100 nations commences in the very heart of Xianling City, lies a grand and expansive square, entirely constructed of white jade. The square is filled with young men and women, thousands in number, yet not a single sound escapes their lips. They gaze reverently forward, their eyes brimming with anticipation. The site of the trial of 100 nations is a mysterious realm, teeming with opportunities and inhabited by both monsters and demonic beasts. Participants who seize opportunities gain points, while those who vanquish the beasts earn additional points. Only the highest scorers will be granted entry into the Xian Yuan sacred ground. It is a simple yet brutal process. A beam of light suddenly illuminates the white jade square, piercing the heavens and the earth. As the light dissipates, all present vanish without a trace. Upon reopening his eyes, Suchen finds himself in an unfamiliar environment, standing atop a formidable black mountain, gazing into the distance. This mysterious realm is vast, akin to a small world. Suchen murmurs to himself, "Is this the handiwork of the powerful beyond the realm of enlightenment?" Truly terrifying. Beyond human comprehension, he begins his quest for opportunities. The Xianling secret realm serves as a means for the Xian Yuan sacred ground to recruit disciples and is abundant with precious treasures seldom found in the outside world. Securing these treasures is an opportunity in itself, regardless of whether one joins the Xian Yuan sacred ground. This explains why, in addition to the 100 nations, numerous other factions participate in the trial. Before long, Suchen encounters a monstrous beast. It is a serpent, entirely cloaked in black scales, coiling upon the mountain, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. Its dark red eyes fixate on Suchen, revealing it to be a creature of formidable strength. Comparable to those at the 6th or 7th stage of the Spirit Sea, Suchen is taken aback, a fierce determination igniting within him. It is said that where extraordinary beasts dwell, there lies a high probability of finding rare treasures. He is greatly intrigued by the prospect of such treasures. As Suchen contemplates, the fearsome serpent thrashes its lengthy body, its hardened scales scraping against the rocks, leaving deep gashes. The serpent lunges, seeking to swallow the diminutive human whole. The wind howls like a blade, with a pair of ice wings sprouting from his back. Suchen deftly evades the serpent's strike. The serpent's head collides violently with a nearby hill, shattering upon impact. What immense strength! Truly a fearsome creature. Suchen is astounded and promptly retrieves the exquisite spiritual spear gifted to him by Li Hongwen, a weapon the latter had wielded personally. Ordinary weapons would be ineffective against the black-scaled serpent's defenses, but a superior spiritual artifact would surely suffice. Seizing the moment, Suchen thrusts the spear into the serpent's abdomen. Penetrating its tough scales, blood gushes forth, and in its agony, the black-scaled serpent descends into madness, thrashing its colossal tail and obliterating the hills around it. Suchen seizes the opportunity, unleashing a barrage of spear strikes, each transforming into a flurry of shadows piercing the serpent's body. When the serpent retaliates, he evades. And when it falters, he counterattacks. After an arduous hour-long struggle, the serpent succumbs, its lifeblood drained, rendering it motionless. Suchen meticulously strips the serpent of its spiritual patterns and inner core. As an extraordinary creature, it could fetch a fortune of no less than 1,000,000 gold coins if sold. After dispatching the black-scaled serpent, Suchen returns to his previous location to search for the so-called treasures. Remarkably, he discovers one, on the mountain where the serpent had resided. There lies a fist-sized black crystal, valued at 1,000,000 gold coins. Suchen's heart swells with delight as his score rises to 300. This place is truly a treasure trove. In the next life, he shall return to explore further, determined to make the most of this life. Suchen resolves to secure as many treasures as possible, knowing that any unattainable wealth could be pursued in the next life. In the ensuing period, Suchen roams the secret realm, encountering various other participants. Unfortunately, most are unfriendly, compelling him to retaliate and seize their treasures. He also encounters some immature treasures, which he chooses not to take but instead marks for future retrieval should he return. As he wanders, Suchen senses a shift in the atmosphere. A treasure has emerged. His eyes light up with excitement as he spots a golden glow hovering in the distance. It is a stone tablet, adorned with dense symbols. Suchen observes streams of light rushing toward the tablet. Among them is a young prodigy, around Suchen's age, yet at the 6th stage of the Spirit Sea, surpassing Suchen by 1 level. This young prodigy seems devoid of hostility. Introducing himself as Aojin, he begins to elucidate the secrets of the stone tablet to Suchen. It is known as the Xian Yuan Ancient Tablet. said to contain numerous inheritances of techniques and powers acquired through battles by the Xian Yuan sacred ground. By seizing a Dao platform, one could connect with the Xian Yuan ancient tablet and comprehend its profound mysteries. Legends speak of individuals who have grasped royal-level inheritances within the tablet. Su Chun is astounded by this revelation. As their conversation unfolds, they arrive at the vicinity of the Xian Yuan ancient tablet, now teeming with people. Beneath the tablet, there are 108 Dao platforms, all occupied, seemingly devoid of any available space. Ao Jin dashes towards one of the platforms. Tossing Su Chun a line, the platforms are seized by strength. You must defend your claim. Observing Ao Jin engaging with adversaries for a platform, Su Chun wastes no time in targeting a seemingly weaker genius at the third stage of the Spirit Sea, launching an assault to claim the platform. I am a descendant of the Thunderstorm King. How dare you seize my Dao platform? The youth recognizes Su Chun as the prodigy who triumphed in the recent contest. Realizing he is outmatched and resorts to threats. With a cold sneer, Su Chun swiftly defeats him, sending him tumbling from the platform. Here, who isn't of noble lineage? If one lacks strength, they should gracefully withdraw. Su Chun dismisses the youth as parting threats and occupies the Dao platform, awaiting the opening of the Xian Yuan ancient tablet. Soon, he spots a familiar face, Lin Wu, who has also arrived and is challenging a genius guarding a Dao platform, defeating him in combat. He also encounters prodigies from the Kanglan Kingdom and the Imoman Kingdom. Upon seeing Su Chun, they flee in haste, fearful of falling victim to his might. Su Chun chuckles inwardly. Can they escape the initial confrontation only to evade him now? He had believed the prodigies from these two nations lacked courage to participate. Yet they possess some semblance of audacity. Should they cross paths again, he will not hesitate to strike. Before long, the allocation of the 108 Dao platforms is completed. Among the 108 prodigies, the one who captures Su Chun's attention most is a gentle young man clad in white, boasting an astonishing cultivation at the 9th stage of the Spirit Sea. It is truly remarkable. After all, Su Chun has only recently attained the 5th stage of the Spirit Sea after his recultivation. Chapter 32, The Li Dynasty, Part 8. As Su Chun's consciousness ascended with the Dao platform, it entered the profound ancient monument. In the pitch-black expanse of heaven and earth, countless runes floated, each imbued with esoteric mysteries. Su Chun and his companions needed to comprehend these runes. The more qualifications they grasped, the stronger the inheritance they would receive. Immersed in the process of understanding the runes, Su Chun eventually opened his eyes. Is 73 runes truly my limit? He mused quietly. His expression calmed as he realized that, in this life, his innate talent lacked great opportunities. At best, he would reach the profound realm. From 73 runes, he obtained a fragment of the inheritance from a powerful figure known as the Winter King. I knew the Xian Yuan sacred land would not be so benevolent. Su Chun's face darkened. The inheritance he received was merely a part. Fortunately, it was the martial skill known as Heavenly Seal and Earth Lock from the Winter King, an exceedingly rare half-step, king-level martial art that resonated perfectly with Su Chun's own spiritual patterns. Viewing his points, Su Chun noted an increase of 500. Surrounding the ancient monument, the Dao platform still had 3/4 remaining, with a quarter of the participants, like himself. Lin Wu was evidently one of those remaining. It seems this favor is not in vain. Su Chun smiled, harboring no feelings of jealousy. In this life and the next, he would eventually tread upon these geniuses. Lin Wu was a principled individual, masquerading as this life-s successor would prove immensely beneficial. Having departed, Su Chun sought further opportunities. Half a month later, he chanced upon a prodigy from the Kanglan Kingdom. Upon seeing Su Chun, their faces turned pale, and they immediately attempted to flee. Yet, how could Su Chun permit their escape? The prodigies of the Kanglan Kingdom met their demise at his hands. However, he gleaned a piece of news from one of them, an inheritance from a powerful being beyond the profound realm. Su Chun resolved to investigate. A deep cave concealed an underground palace, magnificent yet protected by arrays, rendering it inaccessible. This filled Su Chun with regret as he could not claim its opportunities at present. He would return for them in the next life. Su Chun meticulously concealed the palace. Soon, the 100 Kingdoms trial reached its conclusion, with many perishing. Among them, royal treasures emerged, inciting fierce battles among numerous geniuses. Su Chun refrained from participation. This should prevent entry into the Xian Yuan sacred land. Naturally, Su Chun yearned for the Xian Yuan sacred land, but he understood that with his qualifications, he would merely be an ordinary disciple, spending centuries cultivating, eventually becoming an outer elder. Dying in some forgotten corner, or being treated as a mere pawn by other prodigies from sacred lands. Such individuals were abundant within the Xian Yuan's sacred land. None would remember him. He would acquire little in terms of counterfeit points. However, in the Tianfeng Kingdom, the situation was different. Becoming a ruler of the profound realm would elevate him to the status of an esteemed ancestor, alongside many opportunities from the Li family that he needed to scheme for. The final results were announced. The top 50 could enter the Xian Yuan sacred land. Su Chun's score ranked 57th, excluding him from entry. Could I have miscalculated? A deep disappointment flickered in Ao Jin and Amp, Appo's eyes. He believed Su Chun and Amp, Appo's strength should have easily secured him a spot in the Xian Yuan sacred land and wished to befriend him. Now, it seemed he was mistaken. This individual would gradually fade into obscurity. Being unable to enter the sacred land, even by a mere 7 rankings, meant they were not of the same world. Unaware of Ao Jin's thoughts, Su Chen noticed Lin Wu's name on the list. Lin Wu successfully entered the Xianyuan sacred land. He also learned of a prodigy at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea, known as Lang Chao Tian, a somewhat juvenile name. Su Chen chose to disregard it. Regarding Su Chen's exclusion from the Xianyuan sacred land, Li Hongwen felt some disappointment, just 7 places short. What Li Hongwen did not realize was that this was all part of Su Chen's design. Lin Wu approached Su Chen, believing him more deserving of a spot in the Xianyuan sacred land and wishing to relinquish his place. Su Chen repeatedly waved his hands. This opportunity belongs to you. Brother Lin, focus on your cultivation in the sacred land. He had finally resolved to forego entry. Lin Wu immediately grasped Su Chen's arm, declaring, brotherly. From this moment on, you shall be my elder brother. If you have any requests, I, Lin Wu, will fulfill them. A hint of guilt flickered in Lin Wu's eyes. He presumed his earlier confrontation with Su Chen had exposed Su Chen's strength, leading to the latter being targeted by other prodigies, which resulted in his failure to secure a spot in the Xianyuan sacred land. Su Chen clasped Lin Wu's hand, and the two swore brotherhood by blood. Lin Wu departed, following the elders to the Xianyuan sacred land, while Su Chen and his companions began their journey back to the Tianfeng kingdom. They had arrived with 10, but returned with only 5, as the other 5 perished within the Xianyuan secret realm. Such losses were neither trivial nor monumental, especially compared to the Kanglin and Momen kingdoms. The prodigies of the Kanglin kingdom were completely annihilated by Su Chen, while none from the Momen kingdom emerged unscathed. After half a year, Su Chen and his companions returned to the Tianfeng kingdom. In the Tai Yuanli family, since Su Chen's departure, Li Yuanfa had begun to flourish, accomplishing numerous tasks that garnered the respect of many clan elders. However, this newfound momentum was soon shattered. What? My brother has returned? Li Yuanfa's expression fluctuated as he listened to the report from a trusted elder, struggling to muster a semblance of a smile after a long silence. Surely this is a jest? Li Yuanfa had hoped that, upon Su Chen's entry into the Xianyuan sacred land, he would ascend as the future head of the Li family. But with the news of Su Chen's return to the Tianfeng kingdom, everything changed. The elders who once viewed him favorably fell silent, driving Li Yuanfa into a frenzy of jealousy, yet he clung to a sliver of hope. When Su Chen finally stood before him, all remnants of that hope vanished. He glared resentfully at Su Chen, who merely smiled faintly, paying no heed to Li Yuanfa and Appo's animosity. The position of the Li family and Appo's leader was rightfully his. Upon learning that Su Chen had missed entry to the Xianyuan sacred land by just 7 places, many elders expressed mild disappointment. Had Su Chen entered, the Li family could have established roots within the Xianyuan sacred land. With so many prodigies in the 100 Kingdoms trial, achieving 57th place was already remarkable. Realizing this, the Li clan elders, while regretting Su Chen's exclusion from the Xianyuan sacred land, began to regard him with even greater importance. Li Yuanfa found himself cast into the cold, forgotten corner once more. After some time, the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce personally visited, seeking to arrange a marriage between Wan Yaojiao and Su Chen, a union between the two families. Such alliances often take time to establish. However, Su Chen did not resist, for the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was immensely wealthy. Gaining their support would allow him to seize the very lifeblood of the Tianfeng kingdom. Chapter 33, The Li Dynasty, Part 9, Time Flies. And Su Chen is now 23 years old. This year, his cultivation has broken through to the 9th level of the spiritual sea, setting his sights on the spirit realm. It is also the year when the fortunes of the Tianfeng kingdom vanish, a year of great chaos. The Li family of Tai Yuan reveals its long-concealed ambitions. In this tumultuous world, if the Feng family has achieved so much, why can't the Li family do the same? The elders of the Li clan are filled with fervor. The Tianfeng kingdom splinters into countless factions, and heroes rise amidst the turmoil. Under Su Chen's pressure, Li Yuanfa becomes more diligent, leading a legion to conquer several cities with commendable results. However, in comparison to Su Chen, the disparity is vast. In his past life, Su Chen nearly annihilated the Tianfeng kingdom, capturing an entire region in less than 2 months with his commanders and strong allies. Li Jianquan laments, I have a Qilin child. He is the future of the Li family. Meanwhile, Li Yuanfa's hatred for Su Chen deepens, as even his own father begins to lean towards Su Chen. Perhaps it won't be long before this ostensible heir of the Li family is replaced. Li Yuanfa is filled with resentment. If only I had Su Chen's soldiers and his formidable allies, I would surely surpass him. Unwilling to accept his fate, he yearns to compete with Su Chen. Regrettably, he is not a peerless general. In his eagerness for success, he recklessly advances, falling into ambush and suffering heavy losses, leaving the Li family deeply disappointed. Ultimately, it is Su Chen who cleans up the mess, earning the respect of the Li clan. Within the estate, Li Yuanfa kneels before the door of Li Jiaoquan's chamber. Father, I am the heir. I am the true heir of the Li family. Please grant me another chance. Inside, Li Jiaoquan feels a pang of compassion. This is his most beloved child, the one he has invested the most effort in. If possible, he would choose to pass the family leadership to Li Yuanfa instead of Su Chen. Alas, This is a world of fantasy, and even as the patriarch, he is not in control of his own destiny. The elders of the Li clan refuse to let Li Yuanfa squander resources any longer, not even willing to grant him another opportunity. Disheartened, Li Yuanfa departs, fully aware of his father's decision. The position of heir to the Li family is meant for me, and only for me. Driven to madness, Li Yuanfa attends Su Qin's celebratory banquet, where numerous strong figures engage in lively conversation. Wan Mia sits beside Su Qin, observing the scene. Perhaps in a few years, the world will bear the Li name. Just as the guests fantasize about the future, a message reaches Su Qin, causing his expression to change drastically. The banquet falls silent. The Tianfeng king has commanded the armies of the Kanglan kingdom to march directly into the Tianfeng kingdom, evidently intending to fight to the death. The Kanglan army is alarmingly close to the Li family stronghold. Su Qin must return to intercept their advance. While Su Qin is delayed, Li Yuanfa is released, along with his brother, Li Wenxuan, who continues to assault the Tianfeng kingdom. Only through the collaboration of the Li clan and the Wanbao Merchants Association, the two most formidable and affluent forces in the Tianfeng kingdom, could such an endeavor be realized. Su Qin has clashed with the Kanglan kingdom before and understands that their bravado is merely bluster. When faced with true adversity, they flee faster than anyone else. 2 years pass. Su Qin is now 25 and has ascended to the spirit realm, astonishing the world. He leads 500,000 troops of the Qinyu army, defeating the Kanglan kingdom's millions. No matter how many achievements Li Yuanfa accumulates, he remains overshadowed by Su Qin. As long as Su Qin is present, Li Yuanfa will never have a chance to shine. Shortly after Su Qin's victory over the Kanglan kingdom, Li Yuanfa suffers a crushing defeat. What a fool! Su Qin muses inwardly. Li Yuanfa possesses talent, yet he faces utter devastation, with his entire entourage decimated, all thanks to his brother, Li Wenxuan. From a young age, Su Qin sensed that Li Wenxuan lacked intelligence, and now his suspicions have proven correct. In a drunken haze, driven by ambition and gullible to slander, Li Yuanfa has been thoroughly undermined. Reluctantly, Su Qin must clean up the aftermath. A year later, Su Qin returns to the royal capital, filled with mixed emotions. The once prosperous Tianfeng kingdom, after 2 lifetimes of effort, has ultimately fallen under his hand. The Tianfeng king is a formidable figure, a half-step into the transcendental realm, while the ancestral figure of the Li clan also stands at the same threshold, witnessing the flourishing of the Li clan. The elder feels a sense of fulfillment in his twilight. On the battlefield, the Li clan's ancestor rises from his coffin, offering Su Qin a warm smile. This ancestor hails from 500 years past, with little time left to live. Su Qin respectfully bows. 1,000 years ago, our ancestor, Li Shenhua, allied with the genius Feng Tianqing to establish the Tianfeng kingdom. The voice of the Li ancestor resonates among the armies, reaching the royal capital. The Tianfeng king's voice booms forth. If that is the case, why does your Li clan rebel against me? Why betray the Feng family? In this realm, the Feng family has already lost its authority. If the Feng family continues its reckless antics, the legacy of my ancestor, Li Shenhua, and the Feng patriarch will be ruined by your hands. Therefore, the ownership of this world rightfully belongs to the Li clan. Tianfeng king, if you surrender, I will. In the name of the Li family, vow to spare a remnant of your bloodline, considering the past camaraderie between our ancestors. The Li ancestor attempts to persuade the Tianfeng king to yield. With a cold laugh, the Tianfeng king retorts, "Old man, you speak so grandly. Yet it is merely due to the late patriarch's demise. Your Li clan has long coveted our legacy. The late patriarch, out of old affection, refrained from eliminating your clan, which has led to today's calamity for the Feng family. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will take you down with me. Even if my family perishes, I will carve out a piece of flesh from your Li clan." A torrent of hatred surges within the Tianfeng king. If not for the turmoil of the 8 dukes, which decimated the Feng family strong, how could they have fallen into such despair? If not for the upheaval, how could the patriarch have been driven out, revealing the last of the Feng family's secrets? If not for the patriarch's compassion and old ties, the Li clan would have been eradicated long ago. Given another 100 years, how could I not have glimpsed the transcendental realm? How could the Feng family not have continued for another millennium? What the Tianfeng king does not realize is that the true architect of all this is once again attacking the royal capital. From a distance, he observes the desperate struggles of this fallen ruler. The Tianfeng kingdom roars in defiance. My Feng family shall not become slaves to a fallen nation. A cadre of surviving strong warriors from the Feng family bursts forth from the barrier, declaring their willingness to fight to the death alongside their king. With a hearty laugh, the Tianfeng king and the Li ancestor ascend into the air. Su Qin raises his arm, his tone icy. Kill them. Leave not a single one alive. Chapter 34, The Li Dynasty, Part 10. The clash of 2 armies left a gruesome scene, with corpses strewn across the battlefield. The kingdom of Tianfeng faced a catastrophic defeat. No matter how fearless they were in the face of death, the waning dynasty could not withstand the relentless tide of historical change. Since the demise of the kingdom's founder, the fate of the Tianfeng kingdom had been sealed. Shortly after Su Qin led his forces into the capital, a piercing wail echoed through the skies above the city. Heaven and Ampos' mandate does not wait for me. This is the will of the heavens. I despise this. My Tianfeng kingdom has been ruined by your hand. My Feng family's legacy has been destroyed by you. Su Chen lifted his gaze, contemplating. Hatred, indeed, is the right sentiment. The more you loathe, the more joy I derive from it. A millennium-old dynasty fell at his hands, and a new era would rise through his endeavors. Eyes from all directions turned towards him. In the end, did that old man from the Li family emerge victorious? What a pity that the Li family seized the fortune first. Even if that old ghost from the Li family triumphed, it would come at a considerable price. A semi-royal existence is not easily vanquished. The true chaos of the world is about to commence. Within the capital, Su Chen regarded the returning ancestral figure of the Li family with a hint of concern. Following the fierce battle, although the Li ancestor had successfully slain the king of Tianfeng, the circumstances remained dire. With his right hand severed, his life force dwindled like a parched river. Li Hongwen hastily brought forth a blackened coffin, into which the Li ancestor laid himself. As Li Hongwen gazed upon the bloodstained steps, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Who could have foreseen that the legendary ancestors of the Li family, in collaboration with the founder of the Feng family, established the Tianfeng kingdom, which thrived for a millennium, would ultimately fall to the hands of the Li family? Su Chen smiled faintly and remarked, perhaps this can be viewed as a beginning and an end. Li Hongwen erupted in hearty laughter. What a splendid notion of completion. Su Chen seemed to ponder something, then curiously inquired, Grandfather Hongwen, do you know the whereabouts of our Li family and Appos? As progenitor, the revered ancestor Shenhua? Is he still alive? Li Hongwen contemplated for a moment before slowly responding. This is a closely guarded secret of the Li family. However, given your status, it would be permissible to share these mysteries with you. Su Chen and Appos' expression sharpened. His focus unwavering. When ancestor Shenhua departed the Tianfeng kingdom, he had already reached the realm of Dongxiu, a level beyond the ordinary, and was revered as an emperor. He had left behind words stating his intention to venture beyond the eastern wilderness, to explore the realms beyond, and to contend for supremacy, the title of emperor. Su Chen and Appos' heart trembled. Could it be that he was a reincarnated powerhouse? An emperor, regardless of the fantasy realm, represents the pinnacle of existence. Ancestor Shenhua, born of a mere small kingdom, aspired to transcend the heavens, treading upon the heads of countless prodigies. Su Chen pressed on. Has Grandfather Hongwen encountered any traces of ancestor Shenhua in the eastern wilderness? His curiosity was piqued. Li Hongwen shook his head. The ancestor declared that he would traverse the world under an alias to avoid attracting calamity upon his descendants. Our Li family remains unaware of his whereabouts, only knowing that he is undoubtedly still alive. A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Hongwen and Appos' eyes. If the ancestor were present, how formidable would the Li family become? Su Chen listened patiently, his heart elated at the news of ancestor Shenhua and Appos' continued existence. Such a being would be an unparalleled ally. Perhaps in a future life, he might encounter ancestor Shenhua. Soon, the Li family embarked on a grand migration. With the fall of the Tianfeng kingdom, the Li family, having seized its dragon veins, emerged as the new sovereign of the region. After much deliberation among the clan elders, they decreed the establishment of the Yuan dynasty. The ruler was Li Jianquan, Su Chen and Appos' adoptive father in this lifetime. Not long after the foundation of the Yuan dynasty, other factions that had carved out territories began to declare their own kingdoms, refusing to concede and vying for supremacy against the Li family. Notably, the Lingwu Palace in the east supported the Dao kingdom, while the Kong family in the north founded the Tianqing dynasty, both formidable powers. Upon the establishment of the new kingdom, Li Jiaquan dispatched Li Yuan fought a campaign against the Lingwu Palace. It appeared that my good father was still unwilling to relent. Su Chen squinted, clearly discerning that Li Jiaquan sought to cultivate Li Yuanfa as a rival. However, the throne of this lifetime was his to claim. Li Yuanfa had been the primary heir of the Li family, possessing considerable capability, and soon, victories flooded in. Upon hearing these tidings, Su Chen merely smiled calmly, choosing to focus on his cultivation, for years of warfare had dulled his progress. In the 30th year, Su Chen and Appos' cultivation ascended to the third level of the spirit realm, rendering him a formidable figure within the Li family. Some elders, who had lived for centuries, fell short of his prowess. That year, Li Yuanfa encountered an extraordinary talent from the Lingwu Palace, facing repeated setbacks. Under pressure, Li Jiaquan had no choice but to dispatch Su Chen once more to lead the army against the Dada kingdom. Su Chen advanced eastward with his forces, conquering cities and prevailing in battles. Brother Song, how do you fare? Su Chen greeted a familiar face with a subtle smile. The extraordinary talent from the Lingwu Palace, who had repeatedly bested Li Yuanfa, was none other than Song Wuqing, who had accompanied Su Chen to Xianling City to participate in the recruitment of disciples for the Xian Yuan sacred land. Song Wuqing chuckled wryly after defeating Li Yuanfa. I sensed an ominous premonition, and it turns out my intuition was rooted in you. Brotherly, upon our reunion today, it seems we may not have the opportunity to reminisce. The mighty river surged, and the soldiers of the Yuan dynasty faced off against the warriors of the Dada kingdom across the waters. A million-strong army gathered, their every movement affecting the very heavens. At times, dark clouds loomed. At others, torrential rains poured. Sometimes, snowflakes danced in the air, while at other moments, the skies were clear and bright. Su Chen laughed heartily. Rest assured, Brother Song, once I vanquish the Dao Kingdom and capture you alive, we will surely have ample time to catch up. Song Wuching and Amp, Appo's expression grew solemn, aware of the formidable presence before him. A grand battle unfolded across the banks, with nearly 20 spirit realm experts engaged in combat. The warriors of the Dao Kingdom, fearless in the face of death, aimed to slay Su Chen, for only by eliminating him could the scales of victory tip in their favor. Facing his foes, Su Chen laughed loudly. Come forth. Let me stretch my muscles. The might of hundreds of thousands of soldiers converged upon Su Chen, whose cultivation ascended rapidly, soon reaching the 7th level of the spirit realm. As the spirit realm warriors of the Dao Kingdom surrounded him, Su Chen swiftly dispatched 2 weaker opponents with a punch and a palm strike. Witnessing this scene, Song Wuching felt a bitter pang. He was simply too monstrous. Song Wuching understood that the fearless spirit realm warriors of the Dao Kingdom were unwittingly creating an opportunity for him, a chance to strike down Su Chen in one fell swoop. Observing his former mentors perish before him, and gazing upon the figure that seemed both divine and demonic, Song Wuching reminded himself to remain calm. An elegantly curved longbow materialized in his hands as he drew back the string, summoning a blood-red arrow imbued with martial vitality. The arrow was released, and the heavens trembled. Chapter 35, The Li Dynasty, Part 11. Su Chen felt a terrifying aura locking onto him, leaving him with no retreat and no way to evade. This was a force capable of ending his life. This must be the trump card of the Lingwu Palace, the king-slaying arrow. A legendary weapon said to be able to slay a true master of the transcendent realm. Su Chen recalled the accounts about the Lingwu Palace, which he had previously thought to be mere myths, yet it seemed they were far from fiction. The Lingwu Palace indeed possessed a formidable secret. However, if the Lingwu Palace had a trump card, then did the Li family not possess one of their own? The Imperial Battle Armor. A golden stream of energy enveloped the sky, revealing an incredibly sacred golden armor that adorned Su Chen. This was the foundation of the Li family, a legacy left by their mythic ancestor, intended to protect the descendants. It was precisely because of this armor that the great ancestor of the Li family could defeat the Heavenly Wind King. Clad in the Imperial Battle Armor, Su Chen had never felt such magnificence. It was as though he could shatter the heavens with a single punch, and within his heart, there lingered an illusion that he could slay gods. The clash between the king-slaying arrow and the Imperial Battle Armor sent tremors rippling for thousands of miles, radiating a dazzling white light. Even those of the spirit soul realm could not perceive the events within. Nonetheless, this confrontation of trump cards concluded with Su Chen's victory. The armor on his chest shattered into pieces, and he was drenched in blood, yet he wore a radiant smile in the sunlight. Ultimately, this battle was won by the commander. The hidden cards of the Daha dynasty failed to eliminate Su Chen. Aware that the situation was dire, Song Wuchie discarded his bow and arrows, opting for submission. Even if the Lingwu Palace still harbored thoughts of resistance, it was futile. The Daha dynasty had fallen. Following the demise of the Heavenly Wind dynasty, yet another dynasty perished at Su Chen's hands. The Heavenly Wind dynasty had the support of the Li family's great ancestor. Yet the Daha dynasty was vanquished solely by Su Chen's formidable strength. Upon returning to the court, Su Chen was granted the title of Champion Marquis, becoming the national marshal of the Tianyuan dynasty. With no further honors to bestow, it would not be long before the elders of the Li family chose to depose Li Jiangquan, supporting a younger ruler instead. However, Li Jiangquan had presided over the Li family for many years and now ruled the nation. Would he easily tolerate being ousted? Not even if that person were his own son. Amidst the swirling currents of court intrigue, Su Chen was a guest at Li Ming and Appo's residence. Li Ming, aged yet undeterred, still wished to marry his great-granddaughter to Su Chen, only to be met with refusal. Perhaps I am truly old, he lamented. Petals fell like snowflakes, landing on their garments. Li Ming sighed, reminiscing about 2 centuries ago when he too was spirited and had companions by his side. Now, all his old friends had passed away, and his own time was limited. As Su Chen listened to Li Ming and Appo's reminiscences, he murmured to himself, "Old friend, rest assured, for as long as I draw breath, your lineage will continue to prosper because of the few bottles of third-grade elixirs you gifted me. However, I cannot acquiesce to your desire to wed your great-granddaughter to me." He did not wish for his good brother to become a mere elder. In a corner, a beautiful woman playing the guzheng wore a melancholic expression. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The Tianyuan dynasty swept across the lands, achieving unity once more. Su Chen and Appo's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the spirit soul realm, yet his pace of advancement had slowed. Over the past decade, he had not ceased his study of the imperial astonishing scripture left by the Li family's mythic ancestor, but ultimately he had gained nothing. This technique demanded an exceedingly high level of comprehension, and Su Chen's aptitude in this life had only allowed him to grasp the name of the technique. This was his limit. "Father, oh father, please do not turn against your son." Su Chen sighed softly. His father had been increasingly active in recent times. In this world, a ruler was not only above all others but also bore the national fortune, which could accelerate cultivation. Li Jiangquan was reluctant to abdicate prematurely. Within the palace, Li Jiangquan summoned Li Yuanfa. Yuanfa, do you wish to become the crown prince? Li Yuanfa's eyes widened in disbelief, an indescribable excitement welling up within him. Could it be? My father has not given up on me? Since his defeat against Song Wuqia, everyone had lost faith in Li Yuanfa, deeming him unworthy of his position. He had languished in melancholy within the manor. Now, Li Jiangquan and Apos' renewed attitude rekindled hope within him. Li Jiangquan smiled kindly. Among all my offspring, you are the one I favor and believe in most. The position of crown prince should rightfully belong to you. Li Yuanfa, filled with excitement, exclaimed. Is what you say true, father? Do I truly still have hope of becoming the crown prince? Will those old fellows in the Li family allow you to do so? They all support Brother Chen. Li Jiangquan's gaze turned icy. As the ruler, how dare those old men dictate my thoughts? The foundation of a nation cannot be swayed by mere words from others. Li Yuanfa nodded in agreement, indignantly stating, as the ruler, your words should be law. Those old fellows in the Li family seeking to control the throne succession are utterly outrageous. But how can you make me the crown prince, father? Li Yuanfa questioned, perplexed. Though he loathed the elder council, he could not deny their overwhelming power. Not only was he unable to contend with them, but even his father, Li Jiangquan, seemed like a puppet in their hands. A smile crept onto Li Jiangquan's face, one that sent chills down Li Yuanfa's spine. If I were left with only you as my heir, would they have any choice? Li Yuanfa was taken aback. He had never perceived his father as so unfamiliar. In his eyes flickered madness and desire. Yet, this momentary chill was soon replaced by a fervent ambition. If Brother Chen were to be removed, then would not the crown prince's position be mine? Li Yuanfa's gaze grew fervent, and with Li Jiangquan's support, the possibility of eliminating Su Chun became increasingly tangible. After Li Yuanfa departed, Li Jiangquan coldly observed his son and Apos' retreating figure. A tiger does not consume its cubs. Yet, Li Jiangquan was no tiger. He was a king. One who had emerged from the countless heirs of the Li family. Was he not also proud and ambitious, willing to eliminate any stepping stones in his path? Even if that person were his own child? With Li Jiangquan's backing, Li Yuanfa made a resurgence, swiftly gaining strength in the court. Various factions opposing the emergence of an unparalleled ruler in the Tianyuan dynasty began to meddle in the unfolding events. The capital and Apos' skies dimmed slightly. Su Chun scoffed. This is merely a dying struggle. Chapter 36, The Li Dynasty, Part 12, From the Heights of a Grand Tower. The entirety of the royal capital lay before Su Chun and Apos' gaze. A full 60 years had elapsed since the establishment of the Tianyuan dynasty. Su Chun and Apos' cultivation had ascended to the 7th level of the spirit soul realm. Apart from Li Hongwen and the severely injured Li clan patriarch lying in his coffin, Su Chun and Apos' prowess ranked among the strongest in the Tianyuan kingdom. Father, your ambitions are too grand. Su Chun murmured softly. 3 months prior, his biological mother had passed away. Just 2 days ago, the elder council and Apos' attempt to impeach Li Jiangquan had failed. Li Jiangquan had no desire to be a puppet emperor. The capital was now filled with unfamiliar presences of powerful spirit soul cultivators. Su Chun regarded Li Jiangquan with newfound respect. This man was formidable. And Su Chun admired such tenacity. Li Jiangquan had not treated this incarnation of Su Chun poorly, if possible. Su Chun would not mind granting him a chance for a peaceful retirement. Regrettably, Li Jiangquan was unwilling to concede. Even if the one seeking to usurp him was his own child, Su Chun was not inclined to wait any longer. As dusk approached, shadows began to gather around Su Chun. Each figure exuded a powerful aura of the spirit soul realm. Kill. Leave no one alive. Su Chun commanded coldly. If Li Jiangquan could not make the decision, then Su Chun would assist him in making one. Within the residence of Li Yuanfa, backed by the support of the Shadow God sect, Li Yuanfa was currently basking in glory. Your Highness, the champion marquis seems to be taking action. The high priest of the Shadow God sect spoke gravely to Li Yuanfa. Finally, my brother has made a move. For this day, I have prepared for 50 years. Li Yuanfa's heart surged with excitement, feeling as though the vast empire was within his grasp. The Shadow God sect had 2 late-stage spirit soul realm experts stationed there. With their backing, Li Yuanfa brimmed with confidence. Outside, Li Hongwen squinted, ready to strike. In another part of the royal palace, Su Chun had already reached Li Wenxuan, placing the severed head of his supporter, Duke Xiao, before him. This scene terrified Li Wenxuan, causing him to collapse to the ground. Retreating in fear, Li Chun, you cannot kill me. Su Chun remained unmoved. Brother, I am your own flesh and blood. You cannot kill me. Li Wenxuan cried in terror, tears streaming down his face as he desperately clung to Su Chun, hoping to awaken their fraternal bond. However, after much contemplation, Su Chun could find no justification to spare the life of this and Apos' brother. And Apos, Su Chun gently patted Li Wenxuan and Apos' head, a kind smile gracing his features. Do not worry, third brother. I will ensure your passing is not too painful. How could he be so compassionate? Su Chun led Li Wenxuan and Apos' head to the next location. Soon, within the entire royal palace, only Su Chun remained as the descendant of Li Jiangquan. In the grand hall, a middle-aged man in a black robe sat at the center, surrounded by formidable auras that regarded him warily. When Su Chun entered, the man opened his eyes and smiled, asking, is it over? Su Chen nodded. It is over. The black-robed man was none other than Lin Wu, whom Su Chen had not seen for quite some time. Li Jiangquan, seated upon the throne, watched as Su Chen presented the heads of his siblings before him. Even he, in that moment, felt a chill run through his heart. He laughed heartily. Good, good. Truly worthy of being my child. With you as my offspring, I have no regrets in this life. May the Tianyuan dynasty reach unprecedented heights in your hands. The victors claim the throne. Li Jiangquan understood that his fate was sealed. Su Chen successfully seized the throne of the Tianyuan dynasty from Li Jiangquan. With the blessing of national fortune, Su Chen felt his cultivation speed increase several-fold. After managing the national affairs, Su Chen engaged in lively discussions with Lin Wu, learning about the deeds within the eastern wilderness. The realm we inhabit is called the Tianjin domain, which is divided into 5 major factions: Eastern Wilderness, Northern Desert, Southern Barbarians, Western Regions, and Zhangzhou. Zhangzhou serves as a sacred land for all martial artists, home to countless sacred sites and once the birthplace of emperors from superlative lineages. The Eastern Wilderness, while slightly lacking in vitality, still harbors several saintly lineages and even some fallen imperial lineages. The Xianyuan sacred land is merely one among them. There are at least 10 such lineages in the Eastern Wilderness, and prodigies abound like fish crossing a river, countless in number. Su Chen reflected on the vastness of this realm. The Tianyuan dynasty was but a speck of dust within it. Su Chen and Lin Wu reveled in their cups, discussing not only the realm but also their experiences since departing Xian Spirit City. From Lin Wu, Su Chen learned that Lin Wu had been accepted as a disciple by an elder of the Xianyuan sacred land after joining an elder of the Cave Void realm, a status equal to that of a monarch. In the span of 70 brief years, Lin Wu and Apos' cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Spirit Soul realm, surpassing Su Chen by a level. He was now dispatched by his sect as one of the inspectors for the 100 Kingdoms, a position quite lucrative. The Tianyuan dynasty was also one of these 100 Kingdoms. Such unexpected rewards from a casual action surprised even Su Chen. The first century under Su Chen and Apos' governance saw the Tianyuan dynasty flourish. In the year 143, Su Chen visited the residence of Duke Li, where Li Ming lay upon his bed, dismissing those around him. Your Majesty, I may no longer be able to serve you, to share tea and philosophy, to drink and hunt alongside you, Li Ming said, nearing death after 300 years of life. Your Majesty, I have one last wish. I implore you to grant it. Su Chen, curious, wondered if this old fellow had discerned something. With his last breath, Li Ming stated, Your Majesty, my great-granddaughter has long harbored affection for you and remains unmarried. Perhaps you might consider marrying her? Su Chen and Apos' expression darkened. My minister, I shall never agree to such a matter. Li Ming chuckled weakly, his breaths growing fainter. A dear friend slipped away once more. Su Chen's mind wandered, memories of his youthful days flashing vividly before him. In that life, he was known as Jiang Chun, merely the son of an ordinary city lord, while Li Ming was just the son of a common clan leader. Old fellow, even at the brink of death, you seek to take advantage of me. Su Chen chided with a wry smile. This time, he spoke his thoughts aloud. Yet, there was no response from Li Ming. The traces of Jiang Chun vanished from this world. Su Chen felt a surge of enlightenment. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Soul realm. Just a step away from the Transcendence realm, Su Chen entered seclusion, seeking to seize the opportunity to break through to Transcendence. Chapter 37, The Li Dynasty, Part 13. Su Chen secluded himself to break through to the Transcendence realm. The surrounding dynasties could not remain idle. A powerful figure in the Transcendence realm, with a lifespan of 800 years, posed a significant threat to their peace. Su Chen, at merely 150 years of age, if crowned king, would surely disturb their rest. A young king, would he remain content in his territory? Not all dynasties possessed a guardian of the Transcendence realm. Only the mightiest among them could claim such strength. After much deliberation, they resolved to bribe the inspector of the Xianyuan sacred land, enlisting another inspector to assist in obstructing Lin Wu. Initially, the inspector was reluctant, but with the participation of over 10 dynasties, the offered price became irresistible. The other inspector, Wang Zhiyuan, agreed to aid the allied nations in their endeavor to stop Lin Wu. Before the inspection hall, Wang Zhiyuan chuckled as he examined the storage ring in his hand. With these riches, he would not need to worry about cultivation resources for decades to come. The next day, chaos erupted across the 13 dynasties. Upon receiving the news, Lin Wu was instantly enraged. He was acutely aware that Su Chen was in a crucial phase of his breakthrough. Should he be disturbed, the consequences would be dire. As Lin Wu prepared to support the Tianyuan dynasty, he found himself confronted by Wang Zhiyuan. Junior Lin, as an inspector, you must fulfill your duties and refrain from exploiting your position for personal gain. Lin Wu and Apos' expression darkened. Wang Zhiyuan was at the 3rd level of transcendence, while Lin Wu was merely at the 1st. Wang, if anything happens to Brother Li, I will not spare you. Lin Wu vowed silently. Both were inspectors. Yet with Wang Zhiyuan standing in his way, Lin Wu found himself unable to reach the Tianyuan dynasty. Within the Tianyuan dynasty, the coalition of 13 dynasties pressed upon them. Despite the continuous emergence of talents within Tianyuan, they could not contend against the united front of the 13. A desperate battle ensued. Corpses littered the landscape, and blood stained the rivers. Countless soldiers from the Tian Yuan dynasty perished, stalling the advance of the coalition. Many lives were lost in this conflict. Numerous sects were decimated, their legacies swept away by the currents of time. Many noble families rose in defiance, etching the final pages of their lineage into history. Yet, despair also led many to surrender. The great Xia was on the verge of collapse. Many familiar faces of Su Qin fell in this battle. It seems this old body must sacrifice itself for the nation, Li Hongwen remarked with a faint smile. The Li family and Appos' foundation was nearly exhausted by this conflict. Only he and the ancestral figure in the coffin remained in the spirit soul realm. As the coffin opened, the ancestral figure, clad in imperial battle armor, remained silent, his aura steadily rising. This battle would be his final stand. 2 old bones wished to halt our advance. The coalition laughed heartily as powerful figures in the spirit soul realm ascended like stars in the sky. 2 old bones? Then add me to the mix. A golden light enveloped the area as Li Jiangquan appeared. After stepping down from the throne, he traveled through various nations, and his cultivation had reached the 7th level of spirit soul. Upon hearing of Su Chan and Appos' seclusion and the invasion of the Tian Yuan dynasty, he returned without hesitation. Regardless of the circumstances, I am still a member of the Li family. Li Jiangquan gazed toward the royal capital, a content smile gracing his features. Oblivious to the impending doom, the coalition advanced, bolstered by the presence of the ancestral figure of the Li family, a half-step into transcendence, alongside Li Hongwen, an 8th-level spirit soul expert, and Li Jiangquan, a 7th-level spirit soul expert. Reinforcements gathered from all directions. Song Wuk led the experts of Lingzhu Hall, opting for a desperate gamble. Within the royal palace, 5 years had passed since Su Chun began his breakthrough into the transcendence realm. Fragments of memory flickered in his mind, akin to a fleeting parade. This spirit communication technique was certainly not a legacy from a mere transcendence expert. Su Chen's expression darkened as he felt those memories embedding themselves in his consciousness, like a seedling draining his vitality. Perhaps one day, the seedling would flourish, overshadowing his own memories. Would he then be Su Chun or the Appos, Spirit King and Appos? Such a method was truly terrifying. If individuals continuously cultivated the spirit communication technique to the transcendence realm, would the Spirit King not be able to live countless lives through such means? Achieving a form of alternative immortality, Su Chen estimated that the spread of those memories in his mind would take at least 300 years to fully replace him. 300 years would be ample time. With unwavering resolve, Su Chen could no longer suppress the aura within him. A massive ice phoenix emerged above the royal capital, unleashing a hailstorm upon the city. The mountains and rivers trembled as a powerful figure in the transcendence realm appeared. In less than half an hour, Su Chen arrived at the battlefield, where the scene was grim. The Li ancestral figure had fallen, and Li Hongwen donned the imperial battle armor, standing alone against 7 late-stage spirit soul experts. Li Jiangquan, on the brink of collapse, sensed Su Chen and Appos' arrival. The aura emanating from Su Chen overshadowed all present, akin to a blazing deity, and Li Jiangquan smiled contentedly, closing his eyes. His life had been overshadowed by Su Chen's brilliance. As the head of the Li family, he felt himself inferior to Su Chen at every turn. He envied Su Chen, this flesh and blood relative, for he, Li Jiangquan, had fought his way up from generations of Li family's prodigies. He was no puppet. Yet the blood of the Li family coursed through his veins. Observing Su Chen and Appos' arrival, Song Wuk felt a weight lift from his shoulders, knowing that in this gamble, Lingwu Hall had triumphed. I have arrived. Su Chen and Appos' expression remained impassive as he regarded the coalition and Appos' forces, comprising 68 spirit soul experts. They all charged at him simultaneously. Despite his recent breakthrough into the transcendence realm, his cultivation still unsteady. Otherwise, they all understood the consequences of provoking an inspector. The spirit soul experts struck in unison, enveloping the world in a radiant glow. Crimson and white intermingled spectacularly. Behind Su Chen, a colossal halo materialized, resembling a divine being. From within the halo, a spear emerged, dividing into thousands and overwhelming everything in its path. The power of transcendence was no longer of this world. With a single strike, fewer than 10 spirit soul experts remained standing. The remaining coalition forces were filled with terror. The strength of a transcendence expert was indeed beyond their capacity to overcome. As they sought to flee, how could Su Chen allow such an escape? Millions fell upon the Tian Yuan dynasty. Su Chen successfully broke through to the transcendence realm, leaving the nations in shock. Half a month after his breakthrough, Lin Wu finally managed to escape and found Su Chen in the Tian Yuan dynasty. From Lin Wu, Su Chen learned that he had not intended to remain away, but rather had been restrained. Su Chen merely smiled, saying little, which left Lin Wu feeling quite guilty. Having attained the transcendence realm, Su Chen did not seek immediate vengeance. The open-source dynasty had suffered tremendous losses. He established the open-source martial academy, recruiting talent and promoting martial prowess among the populace. In the aftermath of the battle, countless spirit soul experts perished, their souls remaining in the Tian Yuan kingdom, giving rise to many new talents. Chapter 38, The Li Dynasty, Conclusion. In the 2nd century, the Tian Yuan dynasty witnessed the emergence of prodigies. Over the span of 50 years, the 13 nations that once assailed the Tian Yuan dynasty endeavored to appease Su Chun and Amp, Apos, wrath with various resources. However, Su Chun dismissed their efforts with disdain. After half a century of recuperation, his forces were strong and resolute, and he launched an unhesitating assault on the nearby Kanglan kingdom, settling old scores. Upon hearing the news of the Tian Yuan dynasty and Amp, Apos' advance, the ruler of Kanglan, Song Lin, trembled in fear. With no formidable experts at his side, he regretted not having fully supported the Tianfeng kingdom during its time of need, realizing too late the might of the Tian Yuan dynasty. Unfortunately, his regrets bore no fruit. Within 6 months, the armies of the Tian Yuan dynasty laid siege to the city, effortlessly dismantling the supposedly impregnable defensive formations, which were mere trifles in Su Chun and Amp, Apos' eyes. The Kanglan kingdom met its demise. The fall of Kanglan instilled a sense of crisis among surrounding nations. As the proverb goes, when the lips are gone, the teeth feel cold. After this battle, Li Hongwen sensed the impending doom and bid farewell to Su Chun, embarking on a quest beyond the 100 kingdoms in search of opportunities for breakthroughs. However, this journey marked the last known whereabouts of Li Hongwen. Su Chun refrained from provoking other nations further, as Li Hongwen and Amp, Apos' departure sparked a sense of urgency within him, prompting him to focus on consolidating his own power. In the 3rd century, Su Chun and Amp, Apos' cultivation reached the 3rd level of the Tongxian realm, a status that marked him as a formidable force among his peers. Yet, he chose not to continue his ascension. He realized that the more he practiced, the more the memories of the Spirit King seeped into his consciousness. Should he reach the 4th level of the Tongxian realm, it might signal the time when the Spirit King would completely supplant him. I harbor ambitions to sweep across the realms, yet I find myself ensnared by the machinations of a long-deceased individual, Su Chun murmured, filled with a sense of injustice. After the destruction of the Kanglan kingdom, he recognized the need to halt his advancement and instead cultivate a loyal following, preparing for the future. That year, a king and Amp, Apos' secret realm manifested near the Tian Yuan dynasty, which Su Chun promptly claimed as his own. He left behind a token within, allowing anyone who possessed it to present 3 unconditional requests to the Li family of the Tian Yuan dynasty. Even demands for the throne had to be honored by the Li clan. Upon the announcement of this news, the entire nation erupted in excitement, elevating the intrigue surrounding the king and Amp, Apos' secret realm to unprecedented heights, prompting countless young talents to embark on explorations. However, all endeavors proved futile. Su Chun had tampered with the token, ensuring that aside from himself, no one would be able to truly obtain it. This was his preparation for the future, leaving behind 3 requests that the Tian Yuan dynasty could fulfill to their advantage. As for the techniques left by the divine Li, if he could not comprehend them in this life, surely he would in the next. It was also in this year that Su Chun made a significant decision. The Tian Yuan Martial Academy began to recruit talented commoners. Those with exceptional gifts could advance through rigorous selection to enter the academy. Governors who discovered such commoner talents were rewarded handsomely, and any commoner genius admitted to the academy would be exempt from exorbitant tuition fees, which would be subsidized by the royal family. Su Chun and Amp, Apos' initiative faced vehement opposition from the aristocratic families of the Tian Yuan dynasty, who believed that the academy should only be accessible to the royal and noble offspring. However, such dissent was swiftly quelled after Su Chun eliminated a few of the most vocal opponents, serving as a cautionary example. In the 320th year, Su Chun and Amp, Apos' great-grandson was born, possessing the legendary ice spirit body. On the day of his birth, extraordinary phenomena occurred, with icy winds howling and lakes freezing. Su Chun was deeply enamored with him, naming him Li Xianbing. Li Xianbing and Amp, Apos' cultivation journey rivaled Su Chun and Amp, Apos' own, progressing at an impressive pace. And it was merely a matter of time before he reached the Tongxian realm, with the potential to glimpse even higher realms. At the age of 18, Li Xianbing participated in the examinations of the Xian Yuan sacred land, successfully becoming a disciple of an ancient powerhouse there. Following his enrollment, the status of the Tian Yuan dynasty among the various nations soared. In the 350th year, another talent emerged from the Li family, Li Xianyuan. While he did not possess the same qualifications for imperial ascendance as Li Xianbing, his steady demeanor endeared him to Su Chun, who groomed him as his successor. The commoner faction of the Tian Yuan dynasty also found its representative in Ji Chongping, who, at the age of 20, broke through to the Spirit Sea realm. Li Xianyuan and Ji Chongping were hailed as the dual dragons of the dynasty. By the 400th year, the 400-year-old Su Chun abdicated, passing the throne to his grandson, Li Ping and Amp, Apos, and who was also the father of Li Xianyuan. Su Chen departed from the Tianyuan dynasty, setting out to seek opportunities for breakthroughs. The Tianyuan dynasty was well supported, with Lin Wu and Li Xianbing at the helm, and Li Xianyuan alongside Ji Chongping prepared to uphold its legacy. With 50 years remaining, Su Chen yearned to explore the vastness of the eastern wasteland. The expanse was far greater than he had ever imagined, encompassing only a fraction of what Lin Wu had described. The number of prodigies exceeded Su Chen and Apos' wildest dreams, including those destined to wield the laws of thunder and invincible beings whose very existence crushed all in their path. In just 50 years, Su Chen traversed only a small portion of this vast land. He sensed that the Spirit King was on the verge of completely supplanting him. On the day of his reckoning, Su Chen silently returned to the Tianyuan dynasty, storing all his possessions in a small secret realm, sealing it securely to ensure nothing was amiss. In an instant, a light rain of spiritual essence began to fall over a 10-mile radius surrounding the small secret realm. In a secluded mountain forest, no one knew of a powerful expert in the Tongxian realm who had passed away in this very spot. Upon re-entering the reverse fate space, Su Chen eagerly opened the reverse fate book to review the fruits of this life. The fourth page of the reverse fate book unfolded. In your fourth life, you are the prodigy of the Taiyuanli family, who held great expectations for you. You achieved fame at a young age, outshining your contemporaries. You participated in the trials of the Xian Yuan sacred land, where you could have entered but chose to forego it, preferring to be the head of a small flock rather than the tail of a great one, a decision not lacking in wisdom. You led your armies to annihilate the Tianfeng kingdom, achieving monumental feats and altering the course of history. Your father envied your talent, and your brothers resented your gifts. After 50 years of meticulous planning, you swept away those with ulterior motives among your siblings, consolidating power and ascending to the throne. Upon your coronation, you diligently governed, bringing peace to the realm, which incited envy among others. In a time of national crisis, you successfully broke through to the Tongxian realm, turning the tide in your favor. Your life has been marked by brilliance, though you stumbled into the webs of ancient beings, choosing to disperse your cultivation to achieve mutual destruction. You nonetheless lived a remarkable life as a sovereign. Rating: Blue 6 stars. Reverse fate points 600. Chapter 39, The Fateful Son-in-Law, Part 1. With a single breath, 600 reversal points were amassed. Su Chen speculated that had he not met an untimely demise, his reputation in this life could have soared even higher, effortlessly attaining a blue 7 or 8-star ranking. The spirit communication technique was a path he would no longer tread. Resolutely, Su Chen decided to abandon this misleading practice. Without the spirit communication technique, he set his sights on the Emperor and Apos' astonishing scripture left behind by Li Shenhua. In his previous life, after the elders of the clan fell in battle, Su Chen had erased all traces of the scripture and Apos' existence, hiding it in a secluded corner known only to him. As long as he acquired the token from the monarch and Apos' secret realm, he would have the opportunity to access the Li family and Apos' library and obtain the Emperor and Apos' astonishing scripture. Understanding was imperative. Thus, Su Chen invested 500 points into comprehension. The remaining 90 reversal points were allocated to aptitude, while the last 10 were directed towards his heritage. In this life, he was determined to master the Emperor and Apos' astonishing scripture. The advantages conferred by a high-quality technique were immense, rivaling the benefits of an additional life. Without hesitation, Su Chen embarked on his next life. In the Great Yin dynasty, the Xia family was merely a modest clan. The most formidable among them was but a spirit sea realm cultivator. However, they boasted a gem named Xia Yingwe. Not only was she exceptionally gifted, but her beauty could sway the hearts of all the youth in Qinghe City with a mere glance or smile. Yet, fate was unkind. For Xia Yingwe was bound to an engagement with Mu Chun. The Mu family and the Xia family had maintained a cordial relationship for generations, with the heads of both families becoming sworn brothers. A betrothal had been arranged between their son and daughter. Unfortunately, 18 years prior, the Mu family was ravaged by a beast tide, leaving only a blind old servant to carry an infant to the Xia family, the infant being Mu Chun, who was none other than Su Chen in this life. Su Chen shook his head as the scenes of his past gradually crystallized. At the age of 18, he awakened memories from his previous existence. How did I become a child groom? The fragments of the last 18 years flooded his mind, and he couldn't and Apos' help but smile bitterly. The Xia family displayed remarkable loyalty. Even after the downfall of the Mu family, they upheld their promise to wed Xia Yingwe to him. Xia Yingwe did not concoct any melodramatic scenarios to withdraw from the engagement. Instead, she had grown up alongside him, diligently safeguarding Su Chen's dignity within the Xia household. Alas, Su Chen pressed his forehead in frustration. The Xia family treated him well. Yet Mu Chun and Apos' actions were intolerable. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Xia family, believing them responsible for the old servant and Apos' blindness and accusing them of seizing the treasures left for him by the Mu family. Time and again, He squandered the Xia family and Apos' resources, indulging in debauchery, rendering Xia Yingwei a laughingstock among the nobility. Reflecting on the misdeeds of his previous incarnation, Su Chun felt an overwhelming urge to end it all and begin anew. However, the investments made in this life were too significant. Thankfully, he remained within the eastern wilderness. Abandoning thoughts of self-harm, Su Chun noted that the Great Yin dynasty was one of the 10 dynasties under the dominion of the Xianyuan sacred land, not far from the Tianyuan dynasty, accessible via several teleportation arrays. Yet, in this life, he could not afford such luxuries. He needed to earn money, which weighed heavily on his mind. Outside, a cacophony of voices erupted. Father, why not just kill this ingrate? He consumes our Xia family's resources, yet tarnishes our name and degrades my sister's reputation, forcing her to marry this wretched being. Let me in to slay him. I promise to make it swift and painless, out of respect for both families. Father, I know you hesitate to sever the last bloodline of the Mu family, but does this fool truly warrant your protection? Su Chun and Apos' face twitched. Such a furious voice could only belong to his little brother-in-law, Xia Chenfeng. Xia Chenfeng had long harbored a desire to eliminate him. Silence. Mu Chun is your half-brother. Speak such words again, and do not blame me for invoking family discipline. A middle-aged man reprimanded sternly, causing Xia Chenfeng to scowl. He kicked open Su Chun and Apos' door and taunted, young Master Mu truly excels. Nearly defeated by a waste from the Feng family. If I were young Master Mu, I might never wish to awaken again. Anger flared on the middle-aged man and Apos' face as he chastised. Chenfeng, you shall not speak to Chen in such a manner. Xia Chenfeng, feeling wronged, stormed out in a huff. The middle-aged man turned to Su Chun with concern. Nephew Mu Chun, are you feeling better? If there is anything amiss, I shall summon Master Yuan to examine you. Master Yuan was Qinghe City's foremost alchemist, and his services were costly. The genuine concern in the middle-aged man's demeanor was palpable. Su Chun rose to stretch and smiled. Thank you, Uncle Xia, for your concern. I am feeling much improved. Seeing that Su Chun's vitality appeared stable, the middle-aged man finally relaxed. Do not take Chenfeng and Apos' words to heart, dear nephew. I will certainly discipline him upon my return. Observing the remorseful middle-aged man, Su Chun shook his head, his expression earnest. Uncle Xia, there is no need to punish Chenfeng. He speaks the truth. My ignorance over the years has led to many mistakes, disappointing you, Yingwei and Chenfeng. Rest assured, I will diligently train from now on and restore the Mu family's reputation. The middle-aged man, his hair streaked with gray, trembled with emotion, repeatedly exclaiming, Good, good, good. Once he left Su Chun and Apos' room, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter, tears streaming down his face. Brother Mu, do you see? Chen'er has matured. I never believed your child could be a wastrel. 18 years had passed. Watching the last bloodline of the Mu family gradually grow resentful towards the Xia family, transforming into a veritable wastrel, how could he not realize the injustice of it all? Yet, he believed this was not the true nature of the Mu bloodline. He held on a hope that one day, Su Chun would awaken. That day had finally arrived. After the Xia father and son departed, Su Chun began to sift through the memories in his mind. The Xia family and Apos' techniques were not advanced, lacking even spirit-level skills. Any technique in his memory surpassed that level. The spirit communication technique could not be pursued further. He needed a transitional spirit-level technique. Soon, a premier spirit-level technique surfaced in his mind, known as the Heavenly Gang Thunder Control Technique, created by a semi-king level cultivator. Its power was formidable, ranking among the top tier for both lethality and speed in spirit-level techniques. With the enhancement of his 500 comprehension points, Su Chun mastered the Heavenly Gang Thunder Control Technique in less than half a day. Flashes of milky white lightning danced across every inch of his skin. His cultivation soared from the 9th level of Spirit Awakening to the 1st level of Spirit Gathering. Such a pace of advancement was nothing short of astonishing. For Su Chun, it was akin to retracing the path of his previous cultivation journey. Chapter 40. The Son-in-Law Who Changes Fate, Part 2. 3 days later, Su Chun emerged from seclusion. Summer Yingwei, who had been cultivating at the Shuiyun sect, returned to her family. Summer Yingwei was exceptionally beautiful, truly deserving of the title of the flower of Qinghe City. Dressed in a gown of moonlight white, with her ink-black hair cascading down, she exuded an ethereal aura reminiscent of a celestial being, instantly evoking feelings of admiration. Oh, the sweet pangs of first love. How could such a fiancé indulge in the pleasures of the brothel? Su Chun scolded Mu Chun in his mind. Summer Yingwei and Apos' return to her family was not merely a matter of fulfilling a promise. She was to marry Su Chun. A celestial woman wed to a man who could not even defeat a waste. Su Chun felt as though he had taken on the role of the protagonist in a script. Yet, as he pondered, he sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a grim expression crossed his face. Damn it, I knew there was a flaw. The one who defeated him was also a waste. The son of the Fong family's patriarch, a genius from a decade ago, had lost his cultivation overnight. 3 days prior, he had vanquished Su Chun, rising to fame. And everyone believed that this young master from the Fong family was merely hiding his strength. But Su Chen knew better. This was no act of concealment. This was a classic trope of an old master. This was not the narrative of his reincarnation. He suddenly found Summer Yingyue's presence less appealing. According to the script, he had offended the protagonist, and after several encounters, Summer Yingyue would develop feelings for him. Upon discovering that she had a fiancé who had wronged the protagonist, a mere petty figure, the protagonist would swiftly eliminate him. Even with the memories of a powerful being from his past life, Su Chen was certain he could not contend with those ancient entities who had lived for countless years. He was wary of those old monsters. A single technique from a former faction had led to his demise in his past life. No, he absolutely could not bear such humiliation. Summer Yingyue observed Su Chen lost in thought. Puzzled, could it be that Mu Chun is dissatisfied with my request to marry after completing sect affairs? Summer Yingyue's return to her family was not solely to honor her commitment to marry Su Chen, but also to undertake the mission of recruiting disciples for the sect. Su Chen felt an immense weight on his shoulders. The following day, Su Chen quietly left the summer residence and made his way to the local auction house. The previous night, he had stayed up late crafting a rare cultivation technique. Auctioning it for tens of thousands of gold coins would not be a problem. Under the pressure of a potential prodigy looming over him, Su Chen felt an immense burden. One misstep, and he could lose his fiancée. As Su Chen departed the auction house, he collided with two figures cloaked in black robes. They exchanged a glance, both sensing an air of familiarity. Fong Bubi questioned in his mind, "Master, why does this black-robed figure seem so familiar?" He felt as though he had encountered this person before. Su Chen, too, sensed a faint familiarity emanating from the figure opposite him. Could it be mere coincidence? Su Chen's expression turned peculiar. He was 100% certain that this was the young master of the Fong family, seemingly the favored child of fortune. Surely, there were secrets at play. Maintaining his composure, Su Chen discreetly withdrew. Although Fong Bubi was curious about the identity of the black-robed figure, he did not pursue him. He had more pressing matters to attend to. As Su Chen left the auction house, he was convinced that the young master of the Fong family was indeed a person of great fortune. A fleeting thought of eliminating him crossed Su Chen's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The likelihood of his own demise seemed far greater. He could not discern Fong Bubi's cultivation level. Either Fong Bubi was significantly more powerful than him, or he possessed techniques or treasures that concealed his aura. Alternatively, he might have support from a powerful being far beyond Su Chen's previous life. Su Chen dared not take the risk. Thus, he resolved to cultivate a good relationship with him. Su Chen's eyes flickered. He was no naive youth. He was an ancient being who had lived for centuries. He understood that in this world, there were no enmities that could not be resolved. Besides, his conflict with Fong Bubi had only been verbal. Ultimately, he had suffered some losses, which hardly amounted to a life-or-death rivalry. Upon returning to the summer residence, Su Chen encountered Summer Chenfeng. Seeing Su Chen return, Summer Chenfeng sneered. "Oh, look who's back from his escapades. Only my father would believe in your act of repentance. I know that a dog will never change its habit of eating excrement." Su Chen cast a dispassionate glance at him. He understood that Summer Chenfeng's rigid impression of him could not be altered in a day or two. Summer Chenfeng, feeling ignored by Su Chen, became enraged. Increasingly convinced that Su Chen had wronged Summer Yingyue, he charged forward, declaring, "Mu Chen, today I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of my father and sister. Let you know that you are but a worthless waste, unworthy of my father's care or my sister's hand in marriage." Clenching his fist, he unleashed the Summer family's secret technique, the five-finger piercing fist. With cultivation at the 5th level of spirit gathering, a strike from him could surely gravely wound Su Chen. However, just as his fist was about to connect with Su Chen, he swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow. It was merely luck. One dodge was not enough to escape twice. Summer Chenfeng refused to believe that Su Chen possessed such skill. He transformed his fist into a palm, channeling his energy downward towards Su Chen. Yet, Su Chen was swifter, his hand becoming a blur as he seized Summer Chenfeng's arm, employing the heavenly gang sealing technique. In an instant, Summer Chenfeng felt a tingling numbness in his arm, rendering it powerless. Realizing something was amiss, Summer Chenfeng hastily retreated. But one arm hung limply at his side as he exclaimed, "What have you done to my arm?" Observing Summer Chenfeng's startled demeanor, Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "I merely sealed one of your spiritual meridians. It will gradually recover in a few hours." Hearing that his arm was not permanently damaged, Summer Chenfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief, regarding Su Chen with a look of astonishment. This time, he clearly sensed that this young man, who had previously only caused trouble for the Summer family, seemed somewhat different. Once Su Chen departed, Summer Chenfeng regained his composure. Even if you defeated me, you are still unworthy of my sister." Although Summer Chenfeng could not comprehend why Su Chen had suddenly grown so powerful as to easily defeat him, he remained unwilling to concede that Su Chen could become his brother-in-law. Su Chen's victory over Summer Chenfeng stirred considerable waves within the Summer family. Summer Chenfeng was regarded as the foremost talent of the family, second only to Summer Yingyue, who was training at the Shuiyun sect. Yet, he had been easily vanquished by Su Chen, which was utterly shocking. For Su Chen, defeating Summer Chenfeng was nothing to boast about. As a reincarnated being who had spent centuries cultivating, failing to handle a mere youth was a disgrace. Excluding the child of destiny, that was merely a fluke. A week later, Su Chen's technique auctioned for 80,000 gold coins. With this initial capital, Su Chen was confident he could elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of spirit gathering within half a month. Chapter 41, The Faithful Son-in-Law, Part 3. Half a month later, Su Chen's cultivation reached the peak of the gathering spirit realm. To advance to the spirit pattern realm, one requires spirit patterns, which manifest on beastly creatures above the spirit pattern realm. Upon emerging from his seclusion, Su Chen was approached by Xia Yinghua, who had heard of his victory over her brother. Although Xia Chenfeng's abilities were rather ordinary, he was undoubtedly a genius in the small locale of Qinghe City. Mu Chun, I hope you will participate in the upcoming Qinghe Grand Competition. Given your prowess, securing a commendable rank should pose no challenge, Xia Yinghua expressed to Su Chen. With Su Chen's remarkable talents, should he commit to diligent training, his future would be boundless. As his fiancée, Xia Yinghua naturally wished for Su Chen to flourish and excel. Familiar with the nature of such competitions, Su Chen readily agreed. It was evident to him that unforeseen circumstances would likely arise during this grand event. For a child of destiny, unexpected occurrences often accompany fortuitous opportunities. Even if this opportunity was not intended for Su Chen, he was determined to seize it. Xia Chenfeng was taken aback upon learning of Su Chen's participation in the competition, while Xia Bo, his uncle, was elated. Over the years, he had regarded Su Chen as his own child, even viewing him as superior in status to Xia Chenfeng. 3 days later, the Qinghe Grand Competition commenced. The so-called competition involved hunting beasts in a forest outside Qinghe City. The individual who killed the most formidable beasts would attain the highest ranking, provided they survived to the end. The prominent families of Qinghe City had already driven away all beasts of the spirit pattern realm and above from the region, leaving only minor creatures of the awakening and gathering spirit realms. Su Chen encountered Feng Bubi once more, who recognized him from their previous encounter. Feng Bubi vividly recalled how, a month and a half ago, he had reprimanded Su Chen for attempting to take liberties with Hong Fei. Just moments ago, his master had cautioned him through spiritual communication to be wary of this defeated opponent. Could it be that he, like me, possesses an opportunity? Noticing Feng Bubi's unwavering gaze upon him, Su Chen discreetly concealed himself behind the many younger members of the Xia family. This was not out of fear of being discovered, but rather because he found it rather awkward for one man to stare intently at another. Qinghe City was neither too large nor too small, hosting 3 main factions: the Shuiyan sect represented by Xia Yinghua, the martial house of the Great Flame Dynasty, and a force known as the Liuhua House. As the competition began, Su Chen followed the younger generation of the Xia family into the forest. Interesting, I've been targeted so soon? Su Chen chuckled. Some were coveting the secrets he harbored, suspecting he had acquired a fortuitous opportunity. He had anticipated this, yet was surprised at how openly they revealed their intentions. Pretending to be oblivious, Su Chen sought a more secluded spot. Enough hiding, come out, Su Chen called out casually. A rustling sound followed, as 12 individuals emerged from the lush underbrush and towering trees, blocking his path. Mu Chun, you truly possess an opportunity. Hand it over. And perhaps we shall spare your life, they demanded. Confused, Su Chen replied, opportunity? What opportunity? I merely ate a fruit I found. The group exchanged glances. A fruit? Could it be the legendary spirit fruit that can cleanse one's essence? Su Chen shrugged, indicating his ignorance. Upon learning that Su Chen's opportunity was merely a fruit he had consumed, their disappointment was palpable. Kill him. He cannot be allowed to live. They insisted. Mu Chun, you should blame the fact that some things in this world are beyond your reach. They continued, relentless in their pursuit to eliminate Su Chen. Unfazed by their lethal intentions, Su Chen remained calm as a long spear materialized in his hand. With a graceful flourish, he wielded the spear, effortlessly piercing the heads of the first few attackers. Blood splattered onto Su Chen's face, enhancing his already striking appearance. Why seek death? Su Chen sighed, finding it rather dull to bully these weaklings. Yet, he recognized the necessity of eliminating the threat entirely. His terrifying strength left the remaining attackers momentarily stunned, an indescribable fear creeping into their hearts. Unfortunately, it was too late. In mere moments, only one remained. Recognizing him as an acquaintance, Su Chen paused before striking. He approached the young man, who was now cowering on the ground, and thrust the spear between his legs, causing the youth to lose control of his bladder in fear. With a disdainful glance, Su Chen slowly crouched down. You cannot kill me. The youth trembled. I will answer your questions. Su Chen nodded. Why do you wish to see me dead? Who is behind this? The young man shook his head vigorously. No one instructed me. I coveted your opportunity. With a swift motion, Su Chen lifted the spear and aimed it forward, then brought it down suddenly. The sharp tip caused the youth to curl up, drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware of the icy point mere inches from him. Mu Chun, you are too ruthless. Our friendship should not warrant this. The youth pleaded, desperation lacing his voice. Su Chen inwardly scoffed. The youth was the pampered son of the city lord, a notorious wastrel who frequently urged him to sever ties with the Xia family and annul his engagement with Xia Yinghua. He readied the spear for a decisive strike. I'll tell you everything. The youth exclaimed, fearing for his life, "It is my elder brother. He desires Xia Yue for himself and wishes to eliminate you during this trial." Su Chen nodded, "I see." With that, he thrust the spear downwards. The youth's eyes widened in disbelief as his head was pierced, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Wiping the spear with a piece of cloth, Su Chen mused, "It seems I must acquire a spiritual weapon. Cleaning up after using a mundane one is quite bothersome." After collecting the youth's belongings, Su Chen's gaze flickered as he turned to depart, aware that the scent of blood would soon attract beasts who would consume the corpses left behind. In a concealed corner, a spectral figure hovered above Fong Bubi, gazing in the direction Su Chen had departed, murmuring, "So it is. This young man possesses a modicum of fortune, managing to find the legendary spirit fruit after your defeat." Fong Bubi emerged from the thicket. "Master, do you believe his words?" "I find it hard to believe, yet this world is never short of fortunate souls," the elder replied with a knowing glint in his eye. "Little Bubi, you better pray that you do not encounter him head-on in this competition." Fong Bubi's expression was confident. "Master, even should we meet, the one who shall fall will be him." Chapter 42, The Fortune-Changing Son-in-Law, Part 4. 3 days later, as Su Chen had anticipated, where there is a child of destiny, calamity is sure to follow. The once serene mountain range suddenly erupted in chaos, with malevolent beasts in revolt. Upon encountering the scions of the Xia family, who were under siege by these beasts, Su Chen felt compelled to lend his assistance. "Master Mu Chun, that is a spirit pattern realm beast." Xiaorou expressed her uncertainty. Although Mu Chun had changed significantly, having previously defeated Xia Chenfeng, the Xia family's foremost talent, doubt lingered. "Oh, the biases of the heart are like mountains," Su Chen remarked, exasperated. "Hurry, lead the way. If we delay, we may only retrieve corpses." Prompted by Su Chen, Xiaorou guided him to aid Xia Chenfeng. The Xia family's disciples suffered grievously. They faced a newly ascended spirit pattern realm beast, the Gale Demon Wolf, accompanied by its pack of over 10 minions. The Xia disciples were no match for such foes. Even with Xia Chenfeng's numerous hidden cards, the cunning Wolf King leisurely wore down the Xia disciples, and before long, when their trump cards were exhausted, they would become mere prey for the wolf pack. Cursed be this place for harboring a spirit pattern realm Wolf King. Xia Chenfeng lamented bitterly. He had yet to witness his sister's wedding or gain his father's approval. If he were to perish, would Su Chen torment his sister? Xia Chenfeng was unwilling to die, yet reality seemed indifferent to his desires. In the concealed thicket, the elderly Fong Bubi was astonished. "This is an aberrant Wolf King. It seems treasures lie nearby. Perhaps it was a rare celestial treasure." "Little Bubi, you are truly fortunate." Observing Xia Chenfeng being worn down by the Wolf King, Fong Bubi contemplated intervening to save him. As the son of the current head of the Xia family, rescuing Xia Chenfeng could forge an alliance between the Fong and Xia families. Given the excellent reputation of the Xia family head, just as Fong Bubi sought an opportunity, a figure leaped into the fray, wielding a silver spear, dispatching several demon wolves. It was him. Fong Bubi recognized the individual, Su Chen. Xia Chenfeng spotted Su Chen too, and seeing him surrounded by the wolf pack, he shouted urgently, "Mu Chun, I do not require your aid, leave at once." After all, that was a spirit pattern realm Wolf King. No matter how formidable Su Chen was, he could not contend with such a beast. Su Chen chuckled nonchalantly. "Do not flatter yourself. I have come to hunt this Wolf King and claim its spirit pattern. Leave quickly, do not hinder my pursuit of the Wolf King," he added, dismissing Xia Chenfeng's concerns. Hearing this, Xia Chenfeng's face reddened. Though he could not best Su Chen, he was no weakling. He had worked hard and now possessed a cultivation of the 6th layer of spirit gathering. However, Xia Chenfeng soon sensed something amiss. The wolf pack that had troubled them for so long was swiftly dispatched by Su Chen, leaving only the watchful Wolf King. The Wolf King awaited an opening from Su Chen but found none. Su Chen's reactions were astoundingly swift. Having eliminated the minions, the Wolf King felt exposed, stripped of its allies. Yet, rage boiled within the Wolf King, confident in its superiority over this mere human. It charged forth with a green emblem glowing upon its body, vanishing in a flash. Xia Chenfeng felt his heart leap to his throat, shouting, "Be careful, behind you." The Wolf King lunged at Su Chen, its claws sharper than blades. In a heartbeat, Su Chen pivoted, the tip of his spear glowing white as he thrust it towards the attacking Wolf King. Lacking a powerful spirit body, Su Chen nonetheless possessed vast combat experience, whether against humans or beasts. He aimed for the Wolf King's abdomen as it leapt. The Wolf King, fierce and undeterred by its injuries, sought to annihilate Su Chen in a mutual demise. Yet, a disdainful smile flickered on Su Chen's lips, with his celestial energy bursting forth. It formed a defensive barrier. When the Wolf King struck, the barrier creaked ominously, on the verge of shattering. But Su Chen reacted swiftly, sliding to evade the Wolf King's claws, then stabbing repeatedly. The Wolf King emitted a feeble howl, collapsing to the ground. Had the spirit pattern realm Wolf King truly perished just so? The members of the Xia family gaped in disbelief, as if witnessing an illusion. Su Chen peeled the spirit pattern from the Gale Demon Wolf. Though he found it lacking, he knew it could fetch several thousand gold coins. Xia Chenfeng, mouth agape, struggled to articulate his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter 2 words, Thank you. Su Chen secured the spirit pattern and addressed the Xia family members. You should exit the mountains. A beast tide is likely to erupt here. What about you? Xia Chenfeng inquired. Su Chen cast him a glance. I intend to venture deeper into the mountains. He discerned the presence of treasures nearby. He would not forfeit such an opportunity. The Xia family members exchanged glances, collectively looking at Xia Chenfeng. Though he was unsure of Su Chen's motivations, he understood he could not dissuade him. Take care. Xia Chenfeng led the surviving members of the Xia family back, while Su Chen advanced into the depths of the mountains. Followed closely by Feng Bubi, who was equally intent on seizing the opportunity presented by the Qinghe mountain range. As the tumult of beasts erupted, powerful creatures surged in a singular direction, allowing Su Chen to easily locate the source of the opportunity. However, seizing it proved a daunting task. With dozens of spirit pattern realm beasts surrounding the area, and 3 or 4 spirit sea realm beasts lurking within, it was implausible for him to claim the opportunity under their watchful eyes. Then a thought struck Su Chen, and he turned to address the unseen follower behind him. You have been tailing me all this way. It would be rather impolite not to show yourself now. Silence reigned in the air. On the surface, Feng Bubi was startled by Su Chen's sudden address. Master, has he discovered us? He mentally inquired of the elderly gentleman. He is merely bluffing. Remain calm. The elder advised. Su Chen, seeing no one emerge, continued, Brother, I know you have been shadowing me. You must suspect that treasures are about to manifest in the mountains. Let us join forces to procure them, and we can fairly divide the spoils based on our contributions. Moments later, a masked figure descended from a towering tree. Ahem, your observation skills are truly commendable. I am in awe, he said. Both Feng Bubi and the elderly gentleman were perplexed as to how their movements had been detected by Su Chen. Yet, Su Chen bore an expression of calm anticipation, as if he had foreseen this encounter. By the heavens, he truly has been following me. Su Chen mused, relieved at his own sagacity. Had he not remained vigilant, the ensuing chaos might have led to a futile struggle, leaving him with nothing. Chapter 43, The Fateful Son-in-Law, Part 5. The two quickly reached an agreement. Su Chen would divert the beast, while Feng Bubi would stealthily seize the treasure. A thunderous uproar reverberated as Su Chen created a significant commotion, startling the beasts, which then pursued him relentlessly. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Bubi slipped into the heart of the beast horde, concealed by the old man's protection, rendering the spiritual sea realm beasts oblivious to his presence. Soon, Feng Bubi deftly navigated through the myriad beasts and arrived at the mouth of a cave. Inside the cave stood a tree bearing several fruits, alongside an enigmatic egg of unknown species. He carefully concealed the egg and plucked the fruits before escaping. A fearsome roar erupted from the beasts. Su Chen recognized that Feng Bubi had succeeded. In a frantic flight, he hurriedly fled, with Feng Bubi catching up and urgently advising him, the beasts here are going mad. We must escape. Without a moment's hesitation, they raced towards Qinghe City. The Qinghe Mountains erupted in chaos, with the beasts surging forth, intent on finding and devouring those who dared encroach upon their territory. Within Qinghe City, Xia Chenfeng faced Xia Hongkai, his head bowed in shame. Why did you not stop him? Xia Hongkai fumed. The heart of the Qinghe Mountains is no place for those in the gathering spirit realm. Not even a powerful spiritual pattern realm warrior would dare venture deep within, where one must either be found alive or dead. Resolutely, Xia Hongkai resolved to seek out Su Chen, despite the elders of the Xia family urging him to reconsider. He coldly retorted, he is the child of my elder brother. How can I stand by and watch my brother's only bloodline perish? Meanwhile, at the Feng family estate, the patriarch Feng Zhan anxiously awaited Feng Bubi's return. He cannot possibly be dead, Feng Zhan declared. He set off with Xia Hongkai towards the Qinghe Mountains in search of Su Chen and Feng Bubi. The elders of both families, gritting their teeth, followed closely behind. As the sun dipped below the horizon, 3 figures emerged from the mountain's entrance. Among them was Xia Yingwe. Su Chen had never anticipated that, while others chose to retreat. Xia Yingwe would plunge into the beast horde to rescue him. Had Su Chen not arrived in time, she may have perished. Behind the trio trailed a massive wave of beasts. The warriors from the Feng and Xia families were both astonished and elated. They were thrilled that the 3 had survived, yet shocked by the recklessness that had drawn such a ferocious pursuit. First, we must rescue them. The warriors from both families instinctively united, charging forth to intercept the beasts and buy the trio precious moments to breathe. Su Chen, without hesitation, swiftly carried Xia Yingwe to safety behind the others. Feng Bubi soon followed. His mask had long since fallen away, revealing his youthful visage, yet he seemed unfazed, catching his breath with great gulps. For the sake of some treasures, their lives had nearly been forfeited. Fortunately, their skills had ultimately allowed them to escape. Exchanging a knowing smile, Su Chen and Feng Bubi acknowledged the bond forged through their harrowing experience. Should Feng Bubi wish ill upon Su Chen, it was conceivable that he could have led him to his demise within the mountains. Conversely, if Su Chen desired to confront Feng Bubi, he could have compelled the old man within him to slumber. Yet neither chose to act on such thoughts. Do not forget my belongings, Su Chen gasped, addressing Feng Bubi. The near brush with death was all for the sake of a few treasures. Xia Yingwe looked curiously at the two, pondering what treasures could incite such fury from the beasts dwelling deep within the mountains. Fong Bubi replied, Brother Mu, I found 3 spirit-nurturing fruits and a peculiar egg. What do you require? Without hesitation, Fong Bubi disclosed his findings. Su Chun was astonished. Spirit-nurturing fruits. No wonder the beasts pursued us so fervently. These fruits, blooming once every 300 years, ripening after another 300, and maturing thereafter, significantly enhanced the probability of breaking through to the spiritual soul realm. They were exceedingly rare treasures, each valued at no less than tens of thousands of gold coins, often without a market. As for the strange egg Fong Bubi had discovered, Su Chun speculated it might belong to a beast of unique lineage. If hatched, it could serve as a guardian spirit for the clan, albeit one that would require considerable resources to sustain. Not being a child of fortune, Su Chun did not believe he could adequately care for such a creature and thus opted for 2 of the spirit-nurturing fruits. These fruits not only aided those in the spiritual sea realm to advance to the spiritual soul realm, but also benefited those below the spiritual sea realm. Su Chun handed 1 spirit-nurturing fruit to Xia Yingwe, keeping 1 for himself. Fong Bubi retained 1 fruit and the unknown beast's egg, feeling a sense of relief. He found himself warming to Su Chun, especially as his teacher had mentioned that the peculiar egg possessed an extraordinary lineage, potentially worth more than all 3 spirit-nurturing fruits combined. Soon, through the combined efforts of the Xia and Fong families, the beast horde was temporarily repelled, allowing them to return to their respective homes. Su Chun's status within the Xia family soared. Upon returning, he set about attempting to break through to the spiritual pattern realm. However, the Xia family's reserves of spiritual patterns were woefully insufficient, limited to only white and blue quality patterns, which did not meet Su Chun's standards. He had no choice but to devise his own methods while awaiting a favorable opportunity. The most pressing matter for the Xia family remained the marriage between Su Chun and Xia Yingwe. After a ceremonial union beneath heaven, they entered the bridal chamber. Xia Yingwe, with a delicate demeanor, implored, Please cherish me, my husband. Su Chun, intrigued, inquired, Why did you adhere to your family's wishes and marry me? Xia Yingwe drew closer, her fair visage radiating a captivating charm as she shyly replied, Do you not recall our first encounter? Su Chun pondered, his mind conjuring images of that snowy night when the blind elder of the Mu family carried him to the Xia family's doorstep. He recalled seeing Xia Hongkai alongside Xia Yingwe, yet nothing seemed particularly noteworthy. Xia Yingwe blinked playfully, a smile gracing her lips. You appeared so lost and vulnerable, like an injured little beast, alone in the frigid wilderness, evoking a desire to protect you. Su Chun remained silent, taken aback. Continuing, Xia Yingwe added, My father told me you were my betrothed, and as your fiancé, I must safeguard my husband. Su Chun thought, What a wonderful father-in-law. As time passed, you grew increasingly handsome, and naturally, I found myself more enamored with you, leading me to agree to this union. Xia Yingwe gazed at Su Chun, her eyes sparkling with affection. With a swift motion, Su Chun turned, and the two harmonized beautifully. They remained inseparable for half a month before parting ways. My husband, do you truly not wish to return with me to Shuiyun sect for cultivation? With your talents, you would undoubtedly receive the sect's nurturing. Su Chun shook his head at the enchanting beauty before him. My path does not lie within the great Yin Empire. I may soon depart to explore the outside world. Xia Yingwe felt a twinge of disappointment, yet she steadfastly believed in Su Chun. Wait for me to make a name for myself, and I will come find you. Su Chun's spirit soared with determination. Chapter 44. The Faithful Son-in-Law, Part 6. Xia Yingwe returned to the Shuiyun sect to cultivate. Accompanied by Xia Qinfeng and several talented individuals from Qinghe City, Fong Bubi had not affiliated himself with any sect. Under Su Chun's subtle influence, the two forged a bond of brotherhood through shared experiences and mutual respect. Fong Bubi inquired, Brother Mu, are you departing from the Dain Empire? Su Chun nodded. I must leave the Dain Empire to accomplish a task before joining the Xian Yuan Sacred Land. In this lifetime, Su Chun's aspirations extended beyond merely inheriting the legacy left by Li Shenhua. He also sought the Xian Yuan Sacred Land, a revered realm that all martial prodigies dreamt of entering. If faced with the choice between a captivating beauty and the opportunity to enter the sacred land, no warrior would hesitate. Beauty fades, while the chance for greatness endures. Upon hearing Su Chun's ambitions, Fong Bubi felt a surge of longing. He too yearned to enter the sacred land, but burdened by a great secret, he was destined to walk alone. The journey is long. May we meet again by fate. Su Chun said, brushing the dust from his clothes as he bade farewell to Fong Bubi. He was set to leave Qinghe City and the Dain Empire in pursuit of the legacies of his former life. Brother Mu, until we meet again, Fong Bubi replied earnestly. After Su Chun departed, Fong Bubi's elder appeared, gazing at the retreating figure of Su Chun, exclaiming, In such a small place as Qinghe City, there exists such remarkable talent. His tone was infused with admiration. The world is full of heroes, each with lofty aspirations, striving to navigate the turbulent waters of life. This farewell might stretch into an uncertain future. Su Chun returned to the Xia family to take his leave of Xia Hongkai. As children grow, they inevitably leave the shelter of their elders, akin to birds spreading their wings to soar into broader skies. Xia Hongkai was overwhelmed with mixed emotions as Xia Yinghua, Xia Chenfeng, and Su Chun all departed from Qinghe City. In the early morning, facing the rising sun, Xia Hongkai watched Su Chun and Apos' silhouette fade into the dawn light. Regaining his composure, he returned to Su Chen's room and discovered an assortment of items on the table. He picked them up, revealing an elegantly inscribed title, Tian Gang Yu Lei Jinju. Deeply captivated, Xia Hongkai could not help but delve into its depths. Hours passed, and as dusk approached, he emerged from his trance. This technique surpassed his comprehension. If revealed, the Xia family would surely face annihilation overnight. Chun and Apos, Xia Hongkai murmured, concealing the treasured manuscript. Thank you. This is a debt my Xia family owes you. In the blink of an eye, half a year had elapsed since Su Chun departed the Dian Empire. He had consistently suppressed his cultivation, refraining from any breakthroughs. Having experienced the formidable enhancement of the violet-grade spirit patterns, he preferred to invest additional time in his training rather than resort to inferior quality patterns. At last, after months of diligent effort, he had amassed sufficient resources for his journey to the Tianyuan dynasty. Without delay, he set forth. After another 6 months of arduous travel, he returned to the Tianyuan dynasty, arriving at the site of his previous demise. 130 years had passed since his passing, during which Li Xianbing of the Xianyuan sacred land ascended to the realm of kings, followed by Li Xianyuan, who leveraged the national fortune to achieve a similar breakthrough. Su Chun felt a sense of gratification. The remaining nations, which had not fallen, were unified under Li Xianbing and Li Xianyuan and Apos' leadership, culminating in the zenith of the Tianyuan dynasty. Listening to the storyteller's animated recounting of the dawn of a new kingdom, Su Chun reflected on the legacy of Li Taizong, whose exceptional vision culminated in the end of the Tianfeng dynasty's reign, sparing the realm from further turmoil. While some accused Li Taizong of fratricide to seize the throne, time had vindicated him, though it was lamentable that he had since vanished. What heights might our Tianyuan dynasty have reached if he were still present? With a bitter smile, Su Chun realized such scenes were now lost to them. For Li Taizong had perished not far from the city, succumbing to an attempt to refine a technique that nearly led to his own possession. Su Chun departed the city and ventured into the mountains, guided by his memories until he reached a cliff. With a leap, he descended. As he intertwined his seals, a flash of silver light flickered and his figure vanished. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a scene reminiscent of a peach orchard. Beneath a towering tree sat a skeletal figure in tattered white robes. This was Su Chen's first encounter with his former self's remains, eliciting a tumult of emotions within him. He retrieved the possessions from his past life, relics he intended to bequeath to this existence. Among them was a violet-grade spirit pattern, meticulously chosen, a thunder flame Jiaolong pattern, ignited with blue lightning flames, possessing formidable destructive power. To acquire it, he had spent 30 years in the thunder flame region, exerting tremendous effort to slay the young Jiaolong. Su Chun refined the thunder flame Jiaolong spirit pattern, and in his wake appeared the form of the Jiaolong, a creature resembling a dragon, enveloped in blue flames, adorned with curved horns that crackled with electricity. Its tail a blade shimmering with lightning arcs, hovering in the air, exuding an aura of terrifying majesty. Indeed, it was powerful. Coupled with the Tian Gang Yu Lei Jinju, its might rivaled that of certain royal techniques. Filled with joy, Su Chun acknowledged the Jiaolong's might. Capable of matching a cultivator of the void realm at maturity, truly exceptional. After 3 months in seclusion, he emerged, having advanced to the 6th level of the spirit pattern realm. As the secret realm neared collapse, Su Chun laid his previous self to rest before departing once more. Yet another 6 months passed, and Su Chun elevated his cultivation to the 1st level of the Spirit Sea realm before heading to Dongwu City to participate in the Dongwu Secret Realm. The Dongwu Secret Realm, a legacy left by Su Chun in his previous life, was a kingly realm capable of summoning the entire Li clan's token. Centuries had passed, and the token had become a mere legend, with countless prodigies returning defeated. Yet, the tales of the Dongwu Secret Realm continued to circulate widely, drawing aspiring talents every 3 years with their hopes held high. Major factions sought to test their fortunes. The Tianyuan dynasty welcomed this, for the token had become a myth. Seizing the opportunity could yield considerable profits for the court. Upon reaching the Dongwu Secret Realm, Su Chun found himself amidst a gathering of exceptional talents from various factions, many of whom had already attained the Spirit Sea realm at a young age. He joined these prodigies in entering the Dongwu Secret Realm. In the royal capital of the Tianyuan dynasty, Li Xianyuan suddenly gazed towards the ancestral temple. A beam of light pierced the heavens. With wide eyes, Li Xianyuan murmured, "The token left by Taizong has emerged." The legend had come to fruition. Chapter 45, The Faithful Son-in-Law, Part 7. Within the Eastern Martial Secret Realm, a gilded token appeared in Su Chen's hand. This token was none other than the legendary Tong Wang Ling, which allowed its bearer to unconditionally summon the Li clan to fulfill 3 wishes. How formidable was the strength of the Celestial Source dynasty today? Outside the Eastern Martial Secret Realm, a majestic thoroughfare led to Eastern Martial City, which trembled as the entire city bowed in reverence. For the one approaching was none other than the ruler of the Celestial Source Dynasty, the Tianyuan king, Li Xianyuan. What matter could possibly rouse the king from his repose? The crowd was taken aback, but soon, a sharp-minded individual speculated in astonishment. Could it be that the fabled Tong Wang Ling has manifested? The prospect of something significant enough to stir the king was indeed no trivial matter. As the Eastern Martial Secret Realm reopened, a multitude of prodigies emerged, confirming the speculation that had taken root in the hearts of the crowd. Li Xianyuan approached Su Chun, a smile breaking through his authoritative demeanor. "Youngster, is it you who has acquired the Tong Wang Ling left by the Taizong?" Seeing Li Xianyuan again, and being addressed as youngster, left Su Chun feeling somewhat disoriented. He recalled the days when the small Li Xianyuan would follow closely behind him, calling him great-grandfather, gradually growing into the imposing king he was today. Truly, he was a worthy descendant. Adjusting his mindset, Su Chun replied with poise, "I have come to pay my respects to the Tianyuan king. Is this token indeed the Tong Wang Ling you speak of?" A shimmer of golden starlight flickered in his hand. Li Xianyuan felt a faint sense of familiarity emanating from the token, though he could not pinpoint its origin. Perhaps it was the aura of his great-grandfather. Within Eastern Martial City, numerous gazes burned with intensity as they fixated on the golden token in Su Chen's hand. Jealousy, greed, envy, everyone understood that this young man had struck gold. After a brief appraisal, Li Xianyuan nodded. "Indeed, this is the Tong Wang Ling left by the Taizong. With this token, you can summon the Li clan to assist you in fulfilling 3 wishes. Even if your desire is to ascend as the king of the Celestial Source Dynasty, we would comply without hesitation." Li Xianyuan's expression was grave, and his words ignited envy among the various factions within Eastern Martial City. The throne, a coveted aspiration that haunted the dreams of countless souls, was now within reach. However, Su Chen pondered to himself, should he choose to become the king of the Celestial Source Dynasty, he would likely meet his demise within a decade. He was acutely aware of the character traits possessed by the descendants he had raised. It was not to say these traits were unfavorable, rather, it was precisely such attributes that would propel the Li clan further. Moreover, he had no desire to reign, having grown weary of such power in his past life. He yearned solely to pursue martial arts and live for himself. Su Chun earnestly stated, "I do not wish to become the king of the Celestial Source Dynasty, nor do I covet the throne. My first wish is to gain entry into the Li clan's library to study the martial arts contained within." Li Xianyuan was slightly taken aback. It seems this individual possesses a steadfast heart for martial arts, much like my elder brother. The elder brother referred to as naturally Li Xianbing. Li Xianyuan continued, "No problem, as long as you swear not to divulge our clan's techniques to outsiders." Su Chen nodded, "That is only natural." Once Su Chen had completed his martial oath, Li Xianyuan inquired, "What is your second wish?" Su Chen shook his head. "I have not yet formulated a second wish. When the time comes, I shall present it." Li Xianyuan nodded. "Very well. The Li clan still owes you 2 wishes. He escorted Su Chen back to the royal capital, leading him to the library of the Celestial Source Dynasty. In the Celestial Source Dynasty, an obscure young man had obtained the legendary Tong Wang Ling, which allowed him to make 3 unconditional requests to the Li clan. Even if he sought to become the king of the Celestial Source Dynasty, the Li clan would acquiesce without a second thought. The narrative of an ordinary individual seizing fortune to alter his fate has been an immortal tale from ancient times to the present. Thus, the story of Su Chen acquiring the Tong Wang Ling spread rapidly far and wide. When word reached the masses that Su Chen's first wish was merely to enter the Li clan's library, countless people sighed in disappointment, deeming it a colossal waste. "If it were me, I would seize the throne of the Celestial Source Dynasty. Power, beauty, resources for cultivation, all within grasp. How could the Tong Wang Ling fall into the hands of such a simpleton?" Unbeknownst to Su Chen, news of his acquisition of the Tong Wang Ling had already permeated the Celestial Source Dynasty. He was presently immersed in studying the Emperor's surpassing scripture, a revered technique that transcended both king-level and emperor-level martial arts. Despite his remarkable understanding, rated at 500 points, he found it exceedingly challenging to grasp this art. The Emperor's surpassing scripture comprised 9 tiers, and Su Chen could only comprehend up to the 6th. What kind of prodigy was Li Shenhua, the founder of this technique, to have crafted such a formidable art? Su Chen felt immense admiration for this ancestor of the Li clan. After 2 years of diligent study, he took the Emperor's surpassing scripture with him, and his cultivation soared to the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm by the age of 21, an astonishing speed surpassing that of his previous life. Upon leaving the library, Su Chen sought out Li Xianyuan to present his second request, a slot to participate in the disciple assessment of the Xianyuan Holy Land. Li Xianyuan was taken aback. This request was not merely a demand. If Su Chen could enter the Xianyuan Holy Land under the banner of the Celestial Source Dynasty, it would yield immense benefits for the dynasty. Without hesitation, Li Xianyuan agreed. Su Chen accompanied the Celestial Source Dynasty to Xianling City to partake in the disciple assessment. To Su Chen's surprise, the elder in charge of the assessment was none other than his former comrade, Lin Wu. Approaching 600 years of age, Lin Wu appeared aged. his hair a cascade of white. Yet, the passage of time had imbued him with an air of authority, transforming him from a humble martial artist into a revered elder respected by nations far and wide. Upon seeing Su Chun, Lin Wu greeted him with a warm smile, remarking, "Not bad. If you pass the assessment, come seek me." The word had reached Lin Wu's ears about the Tong Wangling being acquired by an individual from the Celestial Source dynasty. With the loss of his old friend, the possibility of a reunion seemed bleak. He viewed Su Chun as the successor of his departed friend, and should Su Chun succeed in the assessment and join the Xian Yuan Holy Land, Lin Wu would not hesitate to seek him a supportive ally. Such is the benefit of having connections. Many prodigies cast envious glances at Su Chun, who had garnered praise from the Holy Land as emissary, each harboring their own thoughts. A unanimous consensus emerged. This young man's future was boundless. It was prudent to befriend him and utterly unwise to offend him. Once he joined the Xian Yuan Holy Land, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights. Chapter 46, The Fate-Altering Son-in-Law, Part 8. The Trial of the 100 Nations. This was not Su Chen's first participation in the Trial of the 100 Nations. In his previous life, he had taken part in the trial and discovered some unripe treasures within the secret realm. He had meticulously concealed these treasures, awaiting the opportunity in the next life to retrieve them. 500 years have swiftly passed, and Su Chen found himself uncertain about how many of those treasures remained intact. The harsh winters and biting winds of 5 centuries had erased even the marks he once left behind. As he followed the threads of memory, he realized that the secret realm bore little resemblance to what he recalled. The markings he had once inscribed had become useless, and he could no longer locate them. This realization left him somewhat disheartened, compelling him to seek new opportunities. Fortunately, luck was on his side. He soon encountered a formidable beast and easily vanquished it, obtaining a millennium-old earth ginseng. After further exploration, he secured several more fortuitous encounters. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed through the heavens and earth, heralding the emergence of an ancient steel. Su Chun lifted his gaze, intrigued by how many heritage runes he might comprehend in this life, and how potent a legacy he could attain. Many prodigies within the secret realm flocked toward the Xian Yuan ancient steel, vying for a place on the Dao platform. Upon seeing Su Chun, they recognized him as the favored prodigy of the elders from the Xian Yuan Holy Land, and none dared to offend him. Su Chun effortlessly claimed a spot on the Dao platform without contest. The young prodigies, upon spotting Su Chun, silently acknowledged his presence and tactfully withdrew to pursue other platforms. As the radiance of the Dao platform intensified, Su Chen's consciousness swiftly melded with it. Golden, resplendent runes cascaded through the air like raindrops. The mysterious and esoteric runes appeared before Su Chun as clear and comprehensible as the lines on his palm. Days passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. An increasing number of prodigies awakened. The brilliance surrounding Su Chun grew ever more radiant. The spectators marveled, recognizing him as a genius held in high regard by the elders of the Holy Land. Their curiosity deepened as to how many runes Su Chun would ultimately grasp. Gradually, only Su Chun remained. A month later, a beam of light ascended. 531 runes. Was this truly his limit? Su Chun discerned that the legacy he had acquired was that of a Void Realm Master, a level above the Profound Realm, and revered as Emperor. In the Xian Yuan Holy Land, a Void Realm Master was considered an absolute powerhouse. The legacy he received was merely a low-grade martial art of the Imperial tier. Yet, even the most inferior Imperial martial arts held immense value. Beyond the secret realm, this achievement stirred considerable excitement. Lin Wu recalled that in the previous trial, the most gifted genius, known as Lang Tian, who had the potential to become an emperor, had only comprehended 480 runes. Now, having entered the Xian Yuan Holy Land, he had reached the pinnacle of the Profound Realm, just a step away from breaking into the Void Realm. In contrast, Su Chun had comprehended over 530 runes, showcasing his undeniable talent. Ultimately, the outcome aligned with Lin Wu's expectations. Su Chun secured the top position to enter the Xian Yuan Holy Land. In the Eastern Wilderness, there were 12 major sacred lands, with the Xian Yuan Holy Land ranking 9th, standing proudly above the multitude. The vastness of the sacred land was merely the tip of the iceberg, surpassing even the territory of the Tian Yuan dynasty. Rare treasures and exotic beasts abounded, with undulating mountains and ethereal mists. Under Lin Wu's introduction, Su Chun became a disciple of a formidable figure known as Emperor Jinyu. The emperor, an elderly man with a goat-like beard, appeared somewhat lackluster. Yet, Su Chun could sense his formidable strength. Disciple Mu Chen pays his respects to master. Su Chun addressed the elder with utmost reverence. The old man's eyes sparkled with keen light as he regarded Su Chun. I had no intention of taking on a disciple, but Lin Wu insists that you are exceptional and may bring me surprises. Thus, I shall accept you as my disciple and impart all my teachings. Do not disappoint me. Disciple will strive wholeheartedly to fulfill Master's expectations, Su Chun affirmed with a nod. The master and disciple resided on Jinyu Peak, a grand place with numerous servants. Apart from Su Chun, there were no other disciples. This revelation astonished Su Chun. Being the sole disciple meant he could access all the resources of the lineage without competition, a tremendous opportunity. The following day, Su Chen commenced his training under Emperor Jinyu, who generously shared his knowledge. The technique he practiced was called the Jinyu Sutra, an upper-tier imperial technique. Su Chen soon learned that Emperor Jinyu was a peak Void Realm master, which filled him with excitement. With such a powerful ally, his path to cultivation seemed boundless. 3 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, Su Chen remained dedicated to his training on Jinyu Peak. With the guidance of Emperor Jinyu, he gained profound insights into the realms of cultivation. His progress soared, and in 3 years, he broke through to the 3rd level of the spiritual soul realm. Achieving a high-quality spiritual soul, he could easily surpass his former self from 3 lives ago. During these 3 years, Su Chen also learned of the old man's past and discovered that Emperor Jinyu had an old nemesis. This aversion was the reason he had refrained from accepting disciples for so long. The thought of revenge consumed him, leaving little room for other concerns. Now, as the emperor approached the end of his lifespan without having broken through to the Nirvana realm, he began to entertain the idea of taking on a disciple, especially since he was a close friend of Lin Wu. In this life, Su Chen was regarded by Lin Wu as the successor of an old acquaintance, which allowed him to become a disciple of a peak Void Realm master and still be the sole disciple. Throughout these 3 years, Emperor Jinyu expressed great satisfaction with Su Chen's aptitude. Perhaps in the future, he would break through to the Void Realm and inherit his master's legacy. Jinyu Peak would not fade into obscurity within the annals of the Xian Yuan Holy Land. Master, I hail from the Dian dynasty and have been away from my homeland for 4 years. I wish to return home to visit and humbly request your permission. Su Chen expressed. Achieving success and returning home in glory was a natural desire. Having established himself within the Xian Yuan Holy Land, Su Chen found himself pondering about Uncle Xia and the Xia siblings, wondering how they fared. Additionally, he thought of his sworn brother, Feng Bujin, who seemed to be a person of great fortune. Emperor Jinyu nodded. Since it is a return home, it is only fitting. Let Qiu and Kuan accompany you back to the Dian dynasty. Qiu and Kuan were both followers of Emperor Jinyu, servants of Jinyu Peak, and were also 2 formidable figures within the profound realm. In the outside world, they would be deemed royal figures. Thus, Su Chen embarked on his journey back to the Dian dynasty. Chapter 47. The Reversal of Fate. 9. The Great Flame Dynasty is one of the subordinate dynasties of the Xianyuan Sacred Land, featuring formidable powers, including those of the Void Realm. Recently, the Great Flame Dynasty unearthed an ancient ruin, believed to be the remnants of a fallen powerhouse from the Void Realm. This powerful figure had set up a barrier, allowing only those below the profound realm to enter. Various factions within the Great Flame Dynasty dispatched their strongest members, accompanied by disciples, to explore and seek their fortunes within. The Xia siblings arrived alongside the leader of the Water Cloud sect to broaden their horizons. After Su Chen departed from the Great Flame Dynasty, the Xia siblings diligently cultivated within the Water Cloud sect, making rapid progress and becoming among its most distinguished talents. Currently, Xia Yingwei has broken through to the 9th level of the Spirit Pattern Realm, while Xia Qinfeng has slightly lagged behind, achieving the 3rd level of the Spirit Pattern Realm. However, as more and more talented individuals from the Great Flame Dynasty gathered, Xia Yingwei and Xia Qinfeng found themselves lost in the sea of faces, becoming just another ordinary presence. Much like the Water Cloud sect itself, which in the context of the Great Flame Dynasty was merely a common grain of sand. A flamboyantly dressed young man, carrying a long sword, gazed at Xia Yingwei with burning desire in his eyes. He was Wang Shuang, the son of the city lord of Qinghe City, and a prodigy who had joined the Water Cloud sect. Wang Shuang had long coveted Xia Yingwei's beauty and had even arranged for his younger brother to approach her worthless fiancé, hoping to eliminate him and prevent her marriage. Only then would he have the opportunity to win both her heart and hand. Yet unexpectedly, his useless brother perished in a beast tide. Allowing Su Chen to escape a calamity, Wang Shuang had intended to act personally, but learned that Su Chen had already left Qinghe City, whereabouts unknown. Perhaps by now, even his corpse lay exposed in some desolate wilderness, devoured by passing vultures, thus sparing him the trouble of acting directly, which might leave a negative impression on Yingwei. As Wang Shuang's thoughts lingered on Xia Yingwei, his desire intensified. After her marriage, she exuded a unique charm, more captivating than ever before. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted, shaking the ground and disrupting Wang Shuang's reverie. He turned in shock toward the distance, where 9 formidable geniuses surrounded a young man. Wang Shuang recognized these 9 prodigies, for few in the Great Flame Dynasty were unfamiliar with them. Each ranked among the top 50 on the Great Flame Dynasty's genius list. And to see them unite against a single individual was a spectacle indeed. Xia Yingwei's beautiful eyes sparkled as she recognized the targeted youth, Feng Bubi, her husband's sworn brother. Armed with a silver spear, Feng Bubi exuded an overwhelming presence, standing defiantly against the 9 geniuses, turning the tide of battle and easily suppressing them. Within moments, 3 of the 9 were slain, forcing the remaining 6 to retreat. However, Fong Bubi was not inclined to let them escape easily. Fong Bubi, you are courting death. A towering figure with colossal hands clasped together enveloped Fong Bubi, revealing a tall youth clad in purple robes, his eyes gleaming with a violet hue. This was the Purple Robe Marquis, second on the Great Flame Dynasty's genius list. The Purple Robe Marquis personally intervened, sealing Fong Bubi's fate. It was rumored that Fong Bubi had slain the Marquis's younger brother, inciting his wrath and prompting a pursuit order. Surprisingly, not only had Fong Bubi survived the order, but within a year, he had gained significant notoriety, now defeating 9 geniuses in plain view. It seemed improbable that the Purple Robe Marquis would allow such a fearsome talent to live. Exceptional talent is often met with envy. Regrettably, such brilliance fails to temper itself, and opposing the Purple Robe Marquis will undoubtedly lead to disaster. As Fong Bubi faced the imposing purple-clad youth, animosity flared. The youth revealed a cultivation level of the spirit realm, while Fong Bubi was merely at the 9th level of the spirit sea realm. This battle should have been straightforward. Yet Fong Bubi unexpectedly forced his cultivation to the 1st level of the spirit realm. The purple-clad youth, enraged and no longer concealing his true strength, erupted with power comparable to the 3rd level of the spirit realm. This is bad. This fellow has been hiding his capabilities. Fong Bubi, taken aback by the revelation, found himself gradually at a disadvantage, contemplating retreat. The Purple Robe Marquis, infuriated that Fong Bubi had exposed his true cultivation, was resolved to eliminate him. Just then, the clouds above parted, revealing a magnificent carriage, flanked by 2 imposing figures radiating an aura akin to deities, causing the surrounding air to thicken as all present held their breath. These were kings of the profound realm, undoubtedly supreme beings capable of claiming dominion. The major factions of the Great Flame Dynasty were astounded. Seated within the opulent carriage was an exceptionally young man, long hair cascading beside him, emanating a calm aura as tranquil as an unruffled sea, displaying an incredible command over energy that was nothing short of astonishing. Wang Shuang looked up at the youth, feeling a strange familiarity, as if he recognized him from somewhere, yet he could not recall who he was. Unbeknownst to Wang Shuang, upon the appearance of that figure, the Xia siblings were overwhelmed with excitement. Xia Qinfeng's eyes widened as he murmured, "This guy. It's really him." It had been over 4 years without a word from Su Chun. Xia Yingyue's eyes sparkled with clarity. "I knew he would be all right. He has returned." 4 years, neither long nor short, was but a fleeting moment in the life of an exceptionally gifted warrior, yet within the hearts of loved ones. Those 4 years cast a shadow that occupied a significant portion of time. Su Qin spotted the Xia siblings and smiled gently. He then turned to Fong Bubi, whispering, "Brother, it's been a while." Fong Bubi's face lit up with joy. "Brother Mu?" Su Qin nodded, gesturing toward the purple-clad youth. "This person, I have guaranteed your safety. Do you have any objections?" The youth's expression darkened. "You underestimate me. With a mere sentence, you expect me to retreat? Would that not invite ridicule?" Su Qin replied, "Are you dissatisfied?" Seeing Su Qin's utter disregard for him ignited the purple-clad youth's anger, and he decided to take action. Su Qin complimented him. "Your courage is commendable," which only fueled the youth's rage further. Chapter 48, The Fated Son-in-Law, Part 10. Su Chun extended a single finger, commanding the mountains and rivers beneath it. The heavens and earth became prisoners to his will. Despite the purple-clad youth's desperate efforts, all proved futile and dim under the weight of that finger. "Stop! Our young master is the scion of the Eastern King," an elder exclaimed angrily, attempting to rescue the youth. "The Eastern King? What does that signify?" "Our young master is a direct disciple of the royal family of the Xianyuan sacred land, not to mention an unheard-of Eastern King. Even the sovereign of the great Yin dynasty must bow in reverence here." Upon hearing the guard's words besides Su Chun, the elder was struck with terror, only to be suppressed shortly thereafter. Su Chun waved his hand, sparing their lives. "In 3 years, let my sworn brother resolve our grievances personally." The purple-clad youth struggled to rise, but upon hearing this proclamation, rage overwhelmed him, and he fainted. The Purple Marquis shall have Fong Bubi conclude this matter, serving as his whetstone. Fong Bubi displayed gratitude, while the crowd erupted in astonishment. The mysterious youth was revealed to be a direct disciple of a sovereign from the Xianyuan sacred land. Xia Yingyue recalled Su Chun's prior words, "When I achieve greatness, I will surely return." With such a radiant identity as a disciple of the sacred land and a true sovereign, she felt a wave of inadequacy wash over her. Su Chun approached Xia Yingyue, whispering softly, "I have returned." Overcome with joy, she wept. Brother-in-law, I missed you too," Xia Qinfeng exclaimed with fervor. His brother-in-law was a disciple of the sacred land, a true sovereign protege. Su Qin paid Xia Qinfeng no mind. The members of the Shuiyun sect were left speechless upon witnessing Su Chun's acquaintance with Xia Yingyue. The sect master of Shuiyun sect smiled obsequiously, while Wang Shuang looked on with fury, his eyes nearly ablaze. His fists clenched tightly, gritting his teeth, producing a grinding noise, successfully drawing Su Chun's attention. After a moment's contemplation, A familiar name surfaced in Su Chun's mind, Wang Shuang, son of the lord of Qinghe City, who, like Xia Yingyue, had joined the Shuiyan sect 4 years prior, attempting to kill Su Chun but failing. Facing Wang Shuang's animosity, Su Chun cast a dispassionate glance. Just a single glance rendered Wang Shuang utterly awake, his fiery eyes filled with horror, as if beholding the most terrifying scene imaginable. Subsequently, he went mad. The Shuiyan sect dared not express their anger or voice their concerns. As the secret realm opened, a domain left behind by a fallen sovereign piqued Su Chun's interest. His strength, though considered average within the Xianyuan sacred land, was unmatched among the younger generation of the Great Yin dynasty, even against a 9th-layer spirit soul practitioner. Su Chun possessed the means to prevail. Upon entering the secret realm, he found a miniature world of mountains and rivers, even harboring some living beings that formed their own unique races with extraordinary abilities. Su Chun's thirst for realms beyond the ordinary deepened. In death, his power transformed into the secret realm, his blood becoming rivers, his teeth, bones, and marrow forming precious veins, while his skin and hair morphed into towering trees, birthing new life. Such formidable might surpassed imagination. The beings born within the secret realm, unable to resist the invasion, employed cultivation methods that were merely outdated bloodline inheritances, far inferior to the crystallization of wisdom accumulated over years in the outside world. Witnessing the plunder and extinction of a race, Su Chun felt no disturbance within. He discovered remnants left by a past sovereign on a priest, acquiring a lineage known as the Xianyong Sword Classic, classified as a low-grade royal technique. He even found several fist-sized low-grade spirit crystals, which elated him. Others within the secret realm also reaped substantial rewards, especially Fong Bubi, who, having exhausted his soul, fell into slumber. By fortune, he discovered a star spirit herb, healing his soul. Some rejoiced, knowing that the secret realm might collapse with the passage of time. Outside the secret realm, the sovereign of the Great Yin dynasty did not arrive, but the eunuch Huang appeared before Su Chun, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty has heard of your arrival and prepared a banquet. Might you have the time to attend? Even the sovereign, faced with a disciple of the sacred land, had to proceed with caution, exhibiting a humble demeanor. Su Chun understood that this deference stemmed primarily from the formidable figure of the prison sovereign standing behind him, an expert at the 9th layer of Dongxiu. Merely a step away from the Nirvana realm, the foundation of the Great Yin dynasty could scarcely contest a practitioner of the 3rd or 4th layer of Dongxiu. Su Chun nodded. Please inform the Yin Emperor that I shall attend. The sovereign of the Great Yin dynasty sought to forge a connection with him, and Su Chun would not decline. The eunuch Huang, having received Su Chun's message, left with a satisfied smile. Su Chun needed to make arrangements for the Xia family. Upon returning to the Xia family, he noted significant changes. Xia Hongkai had been diligently cultivating in secret, having obtained the techniques Su Chun left behind, and had rapidly advanced. Now the foremost practitioner in Qinghe City, a half-step spirit soul, the Xia family had risen to become the preeminent family in Qinghe City. Qin'er has returned. Xia Hongkai exclaimed with uncontainable joy, tears shimmering in his eyes upon seeing Su Chun again. Xia Qinfeng felt perplexed. He was the biological son, after all. Yet, it was evident that his father had clearly overlooked him. Upon seeing Xia Hongkai once more, Su Chun respectfully bowed. In this lifetime, although his biological father perished early amidst the beast tide, he was not without a father. Xia Hongkai was indeed the father of this life. Reflecting inwardly, he acknowledged that even he could not emulate such devotion, treating an outsider as though he were a biological child, unwavering for over a decade. When Xia Hongkai learned of Su Chun's enrollment in the Xianyuan sacred land, he was filled with immense pride. Upon the Yin Emperor discovering Su Chun's origins, news arrived as Su Chun approached the imperial capital. 20 years prior, the demon king that had unleashed the beast tide was besieged by the armies of the Great Yin dynasty. Su Chun understood that this demon king was the very cause of his parents' demise in this life. At last, he had met his end. Countless individuals who had lost everything to the beast tide rejoiced upon hearing this news, their joy overflowing. Within the Great Yin Palace, Su Chun was lauded, the center of attention, surrounded by nobles and dignitaries. He remained remarkably composed, accustomed to such scenes. Yet, in the eyes of those nobles, he was a paragon of grace, a genius of the sacred land, exuding an unparalleled demeanor. As the conversation turned serious, the dignified Yin Emperor managed a slight smile. This is my youngest daughter, Yin Shiming, who has long admired heroes, particularly those of your caliber from the sacred land. The exquisitely beautiful young woman, delicate and charming, spoke softly. I have admired you for a long time and wish to follow you, always by your side. Su Chun retorted, nonsense. Am I someone who would entertain such notions? Chapter 49, The Fate-Altering Son-in-Law, Part 11. Regarding the allure of beauty from the ruler of the Great Yin dynasty, Su Chun resolutely declined. Perhaps in his first and second lives, beauty held some temptation, but as his experiences multiplied, these superficial charms no longer piqued his interest. He preferred intriguing souls over fleeting beauty. After stabilizing the Xia family, Su Chun returned to the Xianyuan sacred land with the Xia siblings, dedicating himself to rigorous cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had elapsed. Su Chen's cultivation soared to the 7th level of the spirit realm, advancing rapidly. Yet, he remained humble. Within the Xianyuan sacred land, even the most ordinary disciple would be considered a genius in the outside world. Among them, some sequential disciples had even achieved the rank of kings before the age of 20. The decade-long Dao Inquiry Conference was on the horizon, a grand event in the eastern wilderness where countless prodigies would participate. Disciple, you may accompany the senior brothers from the sacred land to partake in the trials and witness a broader horizon, summoned the Jinyu Emperor to Su Chun. The Dao Inquiry Conference would feature many core disciples from the sacred land, which filled Su Chun with anticipation. He had never faced off against the pinnacle geniuses of the sacred land. The gathering of talents from across the realm intrigued him. On the vessel of the sacred land, young men and women stood, each radiating the aura of the spirit realm. Some exuded an astonishing presence that Su Chun could not fathom, far surpassing his former self. This realization left him in awe of the Jinyu Emperor's intentions. The sky was indeed vast beyond imagination. Having joined the Xianyuan sacred land for 8 years, Su Chun had primarily followed the Jinyu Emperor's teachings. Although he was aware of the many formidable prodigies within the sacred land, he had yet to encounter any. On the ship, Su Chun spotted a familiar face, Li Xianbing, the pride of his past life. Having become a disciple under a Nirvana realm elder within the Xianyuan sacred land, Su Chun could not discern the depth of his cultivation. However, he knew that Li Xianbing was on the verge of breaking through to the void realm. Li Xianbing acknowledged Su Chun with a smile and a nod. Upon arriving at the Dao Inquiry City, they were met with a congregation of countless prodigies, hailing from the 12 sacred lands or various ancient clans beneath the sacred land's banner. The assembly of so many talents was reminiscent of a dazzling constellation. The Xianyuan sacred land ranked merely 9th among the 12, and the eastern wilderness stood 4th among the 5 regions. What grandeur awaited in the legendary martial arts sacred land of the central continent, home to imperial clans. The Dao Inquiry Conference was a competition among the younger generation of martial artists in the eastern wilderness, and with competition came enmity. The Xianyuan sacred land and the Qingyu sacred land were 2 adversaries, each holding grudges from both the older and younger generations. One ranked 9th, the other 8th, neither willing to concede. Su Chun, however, did not encounter any disciples from the Qingyu sacred land. His first opponent was a prodigy from the ancient Tianshui Qing clan, whom he narrowly defeated. His second opponent was Zhong Muji, a disciple from the 3rd-ranked Zhangjian sacred land, against whom he suffered a defeat. This marked his first loss to an equal in cultivation. The young man, with long hair akin to ink, stood aloof, his eyes resembling deep abysses, emanating an air of chill that kept others at bay. After sheathing his ancient sword, he departed as if performing a trivial act. Su Chun found himself momentarily dazed. In his myriad lives, he had often wielded absolute power, easily defeating peers, which had bred a sense of loneliness in his invincibility. You were not unjustly defeated, Li Xianbing reassured him. The young man possessed a unique martial physique, significantly more potent than an ordinary spiritual body, though not as formidable as divine bodies. Li Xianbing shared his own struggles after leaving the Tianyuan dynasty to join the Xianyuan sacred land, admitting to moments of confusion. The world was rife with genius, and amidst such talent, he felt remarkably ordinary. Su Chun quickly adjusted his mindset, grappling with a sense of loss and melancholy. Centuries of accumulated martial experience had been effortlessly overshadowed by innate talent. The Dao Inquiry Conference continued, and Su Chun witnessed a fierce battle between a sequential disciple of the Xianyuan sacred land, Jiang Cheng, and a young woman from the Qingyu sacred land. Their clash resulting in a stalemate after 300 exchanges. The highest-ranked disciple of the Xianyuan sacred land was Shun Wuxin, a sequential disciple ranked 3rd, who, at under 30 years of age and possessing the 9th level of the spirit realm, secured the 7th position in the Dao Inquiry Conference. After witnessing such top-tier talents, Su Chun became even more resolute in his cultivation, eager to gain contributions within the Xianyuan sacred land. A decade later, he reached the 9th level of the spirit realm, a mere step away from the void realm. At 37, however, he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. Despite having previously broken through to the void realm in his past life, achieving it again proved exceedingly challenging. Thus, Su Chun departed the Xianyuan sacred land in search of opportunities. Along the way, he encountered Fang Buwu, whose cultivation level was also indiscernible to Su Chun, but presumably had entered the void realm. Brother Mu, you are on the brink of entering the void realm, aren't you? Fang Buwu guessed, then continued, I know of a place that may help you comprehend the mysteries of the void realm and successfully step across its threshold. Su Chun was taken aback by the generosity of such a precious opportunity. Fang Buwu led him to a site of inheritance, left by an unknown powerful figure. Here, Su Chun immersed himself in comprehension while Fang Buwu trained outside. 5 years later, Su Chen finally sensed the threshold of the Void Realm and soon crossed it. He had successfully broken through to the Void Realm. Filled with joy, he realized that at over 40, he would be regarded as a genius within the Sacred Land. Upon witnessing Su Chen's breakthrough, Feng Buwu smiled, saying, "Congratulations, Brother Mu, on your successful advancement to the Void Realm." Yet, Su Chen felt a tinge of melancholy, as he could no longer discern the depths of Feng Buwu's cultivation. "Dear brother, what are your plans moving forward?" he inquired. Feng Buwu revealed his intention to remain unaffiliated with any faction, choosing instead to be a solitary wanderer. "Brother Mu, to be frank, I need to journey to the Central Continent," he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As they parted ways, Su Chen wished him well, saying, "May you achieve great renown in the Central Continent." Feng Buwu raised a jug of wine, celebrating with Su Chen, before stumbling away the next morning. Setting off towards the Central Continent, Su Chen watched him depart, contemplating that perhaps a new legend would emerge from this farewell. Upon returning to the Xianyuan Sacred Land, Su Chen was greeted with unsettling news. Lin Wu had failed in his attempt to break through to the Void Realm and lay gravely wounded. Su Chen visited Lin Wu, who, despite his dire condition, was overjoyed to see him. Chapter 50, The Fateful Son-in-Law, End. Lin Wu has passed away, his injuries too grievous to withstand. In merely 3 months, he succumbed. Fortunately, he departed with a smile upon his lips. Su Chen was aware of Lin Wu's origins. His life, though not without its tribulations, was marked by a certain brilliance, rendering his existence worthwhile. After pouring a jug of wine upon Lin Wu's grave, Su Chen took his leave. Life is perpetually unpredictable. Su Chen has long since come to terms with the concepts of life and death. Thus, 8 years have slipped by, now 50 years of age. Su Chen heard his nephew, Xia Chenfeng, express a desire to return to the family. Xia Chenfeng, having stroked his head, acknowledged the exceptional training conditions Su Chen had provided at the Xianyuan Sacred Land. Yet, he still yearned to return home, feeling that such a sacred place was ill-suited for him. Each individual has their aspirations, and Su Chen respected Xia Chenfeng's choice. That year, Xia Chenfeng returned to the Great Yin Empire. In the 70th year, the Jinyu Emperor summoned Su Chen, bestowing upon him a token. "Disciple, your comprehension is unparalleled. Over the years, you have grasped my teachings, surpassing my expectations by 30 years. Thus, I am free of worldly ties. This is the Jinyu token, the emblem of Jinyu Peak. Should I fail to return, you shall become its master. You must gather disciples and ensure that Jinyu Peak does not fade into obscurity. My dear disciple, should I not return, regardless of how I meet my end, do not seek vengeance on my behalf." Su Chen accepted the Jinyu token, thus becoming the new master of Jinyu Peak. The Jinyu Emperor subsequently vanished without a trace, never to be heard from again. In the 100th year, the Jinyu Emperor perished, slain by his enemies, leaving no remains. Su Chen erected a monument in his honor. "Old fellow, the legacy you left behind shall flourish under my stewardship." Su Chen vowed at the emperor's tombstone. Without the protection of the Jinyu Emperor, Su Chen was compelled to confront the myriad responsibilities of being the Peak's master. However, the role of a Peak master was not easily assumed. 3 years after the Jinyu Emperor's demise, vast territories belonging to Jinyu Peak were divided up, and the supporting factions ceased their allegiance. The situation grew dire. Su Chen's cultivation had barely reached the 3rd level of Tongxian. In the 200th year, Xia Hongkai reached the end of his lifespan. Su Chen returned to the Xia family to bid him a final farewell. Xia Hongkai grasped Su Chen's hand, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Chenner, I can finally ascend to the afterlife and inform your father that his child shall be his lifelong pride." With that, Xia Hongkai departed in peace. Su Chen no longer entertained thoughts of returning to the Xianyuan Sacred Land. With the Jinyu Emperor's death, he found himself isolated. Bearing the weight of responsibilities alone, he became the envoy of the Sacred Land. In the 300th year, Su Chen's cultivation broke through to the 5th level of Tongxian, surpassing his previous life. A significant event unfolded within the Sacred Land, as an ancient ancestor emerged, intent on waging war against the infamous Soul Burial Forbidden Zone. The entire Sacred Land mobilized, and Su Chen was no exception. The Forbidden Zone harbored numerous terrifying creatures, as well as countless opportunities. Su Chen joined the Sacred Land in their incursion, reaping substantial rewards. Yet, as they delved deeper, the pressures upon the Sacred Land intensified, and even Su Chen faced perilous situations that nearly claimed his life. "I cannot proceed any further. Otherwise, I may invoke a great calamity." Su Chen resolved to retreat, and the Sacred Land did not impede him, though they lamented the loss. As Su Chen had anticipated, their deeper foray into the Xianyuan Sacred Land angered an ancient entity within the Soul Burial Forbidden Zone, resulting in heavy casualties within a single day. Several revered ancestors of the Sacred Land fell, bloodied in the Forbidden Zone. The last remaining saint of the Sacred Land, attempting to preserve its legacy, ultimately fell victim to a collective ambush by several saints, perishing within the Soul Burial Forbidden Zone. The elite forces of the Sacred Land were obliterated, leaving it in a state of near extinction. Su Chun could only smile wryly. A once mighty lineage that had gazed down upon the mortal realm for millennia had met its demise in such a dramatic fashion. In his current life, spanning a brief 300 years, he had witnessed the rise and fall of the sacred land. After the death of its saints, the Xianyuan sacred land fell into disarray, besieged by numerous powerful forces eager to seize its inheritance and treasured artifacts. In the 400th year, the Xianyuan sacred land vanished from the annals of history, transforming into various smaller sections. Su Chun established the Jinyu sect, welcoming disciples and achieving the 6th level of Tongxian cultivation. In the 500th year, dark forces emerged in the eastern wilderness, seemingly from other realms. Unfortunately, Su Chun encountered a malevolent entity, difficult to vanquish despite its 3rd level Tongxian cultivation. Ultimately, he discovered its weakness and successfully defeated it. In the 600th year, the Great Yin Empire faced an invasion from dark forces, and Su Chun led the Jinyu sect to assist. However, the situation was dire. Xia Qinfeng perished in this battle, sacrificing himself to buy time for his kin. Su Chun laid Xia Qinfeng's body to rest alongside Xia Hongkai. In the 800th year, the dark forces temporarily retreated. Su Chun heard whispers of Feng Bubei's renown, who had established a foothold in Zhongzhou. Yet, his own lifespan was drawing to a close. Su Chun returned to the grave of the Jinyu Emperor, murmuring, "Old fellow, I have failed to preserve the Jinyu peak you left behind, nor have I avenged you. I have broken my promise. Even the Xianyuan sacred land has fallen." In a state of confusion, Su Chun heard countless voices calling out to him. However, he could no longer open his eyes. He departed from this world, his life concluded. He has returned once more. Su Chun opened his eyes, finding himself back in the reversal space. In this life, he has passed on, narrowly escaping the fate of vanishing alongside the Xianyuan sacred land. In the 5th life, you are a son-in-law whose family was obliterated by a beast tide, living under the care of your father's good friend, who treats you as his own child. In your youth, you were rebellious, but matured into a composed individual, adept at resolving crises. Your cultivation advanced rapidly, shining brightly as you became a disciple of an elder in the Xianyuan sacred land. The first 70 years were smooth sailing, but following the death of your master, you lost your greatest support within the sacred land. Elders and disciples began to ostracize you, leading to your expulsion from the sacred land. You prudently established the Jinyu sect after its downfall, gaining fame and nurturing talented disciples, ultimately passing away peacefully. Evaluation, Blue 8 stars reversal points. 800, Chapter 51, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 1. Regrettably, Su Chun felt a twinge of sorrow. Had it not been for the fall of the Holy Land, he might have glimpsed the threshold of the Void Realm. The insistence of the Holy Land sages to assault the Forbidden Zones led to the annihilation of their elite forces, culminating in the demise of the sages themselves. Though he had narrowly escaped, he was left without power, reduced to a wandering cultivator, and could only establish the Jinyu sect to pass on the legacy of the Jinyu Emperor. Without resources for cultivation, Su Chun's progress was painstakingly slow, ultimately halting at the 8th level of the Profound Realm, leading to his untimely demise. Fortunately, during the preceding century, with the support of the Jinyu Emperor, Su Chun had experienced a period of brilliance. Qualifications, 0, Insight, 0, Family Background, 0, Mental State. 50. Su Chun had 800 points of reverse fate left. Qualifications, 350. Insight, 350, Family Background, 100. With everything in place, he directly commenced his next life. Upon opening his eyes, Su Chun was momentarily transfixed by his small, tender palm. To his surprise, he had awakened his memories so early in this life. After a brief daze, elation washed over him. The earlier the awakening of memories, the better. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered an array of precious items. In this life, his lineage would undoubtedly be distinguished. Around him were many people, including a strikingly handsome man and a beautiful woman. The man, clad in a green robe and never parting with his sword, gently cradled Su Chun. His gaze filled with tenderness. He was a remarkably gentle swordsman. The man placed Su Chun before the woman, who appeared to be in her early 20s. As she lightly touched Su Chun, her eyelashes fluttered, tears streaming down her face. The woman murmured, "This is our child." The man replied, "From now on, he shall be named Shin Chun, the heir of the Yujin Mountain Manor." Su Chun felt a heavy drowsiness descend upon him, and he gradually drifted into sleep. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Su Chun had begun to comprehend the environment in which he now resided. He was not in the eastern wilderness or the central continent, but rather in the south, in the southern barbarians, the weakest of the 5 great realms. The eastern wilderness, though second weakest, boasted 12 holy lands and some declining powerful factions. In contrast, the southern barbarians could count their holy lands on one hand. In this life, Su Chun was born in the Yujin Mountain Manor, which focused solely on swordsmanship and was supported by a profound cultivator, making it a significant force. Su Chun felt a sense of nostalgia for swordsmanship. Aside from his first life, where he practiced for the sake of appearance, he had not trained in swordplay since then. An exceptional sword bone, Truly my grandson. Su Chun was filled with astonishment. The lord of the Yujin Mountain Manor was his grandfather, a middle-aged man with an unkempt beard that scratched Su Chin's small face painfully. After a moment, Shun Lianxin chuckled bitterly. Father, please spare Chinner. Your beard is making his face all red. Shin Tianyi, realizing the situation, laughed heartily upon seeing Su Chin's flushed cheek. Not bad. Even at such a young age, he possesses this level of endurance. A fine seed for sword training. I was merely testing Chinner's resolve. Mastering the sword requires not only talent, but also a tenacious spirit, steadfast against countless storms, unyielding as a rock. Whereas other children might have begun to cry, Chinner did not. Shin Tianyi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Chinner is extraordinary. Su Chin, how ridiculous. Gazing at that smiling face, Su Chun clenched his tiny fists, wishing he could land a punch on that face if he weren't so small and powerless. Shin Lianxin remained skeptical. Su Chin observed his father's foolish demeanor and shook his head inwardly. Contrarily, his grandfather possessed a surprising depth of character. Shin Tianyi rummaged through his belongings and produced a crystal-clear small sword, radiating five-colored brilliance. Su Chin's eyes widened in awe. With his previous life's experience, he instantly recognized its significance, a congenital sword embryo. Even among the elites of the Holy Lands, few possessed such a treasure. Good grandson, do you like this? Shin Tianyi waved the congenital sword embryo before Su Chun. He nodded vigorously. For the sake of this sword, I shall forgive you, Su Chin thought. The congenital sword embryo had eluded even his master in his past life, the Jinyu Emperor. Shin Tianyi smiled, seemingly pleased with his cunning. If you are willing to study swordsmanship with your grandfather, I will gift you this congenital sword embryo. Su Chin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? I wish to follow my grandfather in the study of swordsmanship. Chinner. Shun Lianxin suddenly lifted Su Chun and stood before Shin Tianyi, solemnly stating, he is still young. These are merely idle words. I implore you to spare him, for he cannot train with you. Shun Tianyi's smile faded, his gaze turning cold as he replied, Shun Lianxin, do you dare to defy me? Su Chun, witnessing Shun Tianyi's abrupt change, felt a wave of frustration. The atmosphere shifted from paternal affection to a tense standoff. Shun Lianxin, fearful of Shin Tianyi, summoned the courage to draw his sword, which glimmered with a soft light, only to have it easily seized by Shin Tianyi. The clear wind sword emitted a mournful cry before being discarded. Shun Lianxin was effortlessly overpowered. The disparity in their cultivation levels was too vast. Seeing this, Su Chun felt as though his grandfather intended to eliminate his father, and he quickly interjected, Grandfather, please spare my father. I am willing to study swordsmanship with you. Upon hearing this, Shun Tianyi released Shun Lianxin and laughed. Now this is my grandson. Shun Lianxin, you are even outmatched by a child. Shun Lianxin's face turned ashen. His mouth agape, struggling for words, yet falling silent. Su Chun discerned that his father was a gentle soul, while his grandfather was a domineering figure, intolerant of any disobedience. Even from his own child. Su Chin's willingness to study swordsmanship under Shun Tianyi resulted in the latter gifting him the congenital sword embryo. They departed from the Yujin Mountain Manor. Su Chin finally understood why Shun Lianxin had sought to prevent Shun Tianyi from taking him for training. After all, he was merely a 3-year-old child. Su Chin found himself at a loss for words. Within the sword fusion furnace, the searing sword intent threatened to pierce him through and through. Gritting his teeth, he cursed inwardly. 3 days later, upon seeing Su Chun barely clinging to life, Shin Tianyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Good grandson, I knew I had not misjudged you. You are a natural talent for swordsmanship. Su Chun. He felt as if he were on the brink of death. Couldn't someone at least feed him a dose of medicine? Was this truly his grandfather? One might mistake him for a foe. Thus, Su Chun continued to follow his unreliable grandfather in the pursuit of swordsmanship, enduring all manner of trials and tribulations that left him in misery. Yet, he found joy in the process. For he was astonished to discover that his cultivation aptitude was actually rising under the severe training of his grandfather. Chapter 52, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 2, 10 years later. Su Chun is 13 years old. During this decade, Su Chun has come to understand why Shin Tianyi would go to such lengths to torment him. To create the sword control body tempering method is no small feat. It is a testament to exceptional talent. Su Chun cannot help but scoff at the thought. Had it not been for his myriad lifetimes of experience, which forged an indomitable will in his martial heart, he might not have endured the pressure and could have perished. The sword control body tempering method boasts a mortality rate of 99.999999999. It is no wonder that Shun Lianxin was reluctant for him to train under Shin Tianyi. It is a path from which one seldom returns. A thin veil of sword aura envelopes Su Chun, and with a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashes countless strands of sword energy. This is the sword control body. A postnatal martial physique. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my grandson. Shun Tianyi exclaimed, his gaze seemingly capable of devouring Su Chun whole, as he broke into hearty laughter. At 13, Su Chun has reached the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm, earning the title of the most talented individual in the history of the sword control manor. My good grandson, to become a true sword cultivator, one must not only engage in relentless training, but also conquer formidable opponents. All shall serve as your testing stones. Su Chen responded, more challenges? Shen Tianyi took Su Chen to various major factions to challenge the younger generation. Soon, a previously unseen figure graced the Southern Barbarian talent rankings, the sword master, Shen Chen. Ranked 100, a 14-year-old genius of the spiritual soul realm. He stood shoulder to shoulder with the true heirs of the sacred lands. With the sword control body as his foundation, Su Chen could effortlessly wield the renowned swords of the world, his combat prowess far exceeding that of ordinary martial prodigies. For years swiftly passed. At 18, Su Chen's reputation soared. Numerous factions in the southern barbarian region became aware of the extraordinary talent emerging from the sword control manor, placing him at the 63rd position on the talent rankings. During these 4 years, Su Chen's cultivation ascended to the 5th level of the spiritual soul realm. Upon returning to the sword control manor, Shun Lianqin and Shui Rou embraced Su Chen, tears of joy streaming down their faces. However, beside them stood a child of 6 or 7, whose features bore a resemblance to Su Chen. This is your younger brother, Shen Pingyan, Shun Lianqin said, ruffling the boy's hair with a hint of embarrassment. Both had believed Su Chen to be dead. Su Chen, unfazed by the presence of a younger sibling, crouched down to meet Shen Pingyan's timid gaze, pinching the boy's cheek playfully. Little Pingyan, I am your brother, Shen Chen. Shen Pingyan blinked his large eyes, slowly warming up to him. Brother, he shyly uttered. With a smile, Su Chen affectionately patted Shen Pingyan's head. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, your brother will wield his sword to protect you. Shen Pingyan gazed at Su Chen with wide eyes, feeling an inexplicable warmth from this young man. Shun Lianqin and Shui Rou sighed in relief upon witnessing the harmonious bond between the brothers. Standing aside, Shen Tianyi observed the scene with disdain. Not destined for greatness. This was his evaluation of Shen Pingyan. The child was too weak, unsuitable for sword practice, and in stark contrast to Su Chen, who possessed the sword control body. Su Chen commenced a period of focused training within the sword control manor, occasionally teasing Shen Pingyan. The boy, uninterested in swordsmanship, was guided by Su Chen towards other paths of cultivation. Su Chen smiled gently. There are countless paths in this world. Swordsmanship is but one of them. If you do not wish to practice the sword, then allow me to do so while you pursue what you love. Shen Pingyan nodded earnestly. He knew not the myriad paths. He only understood that avoiding sword training brought him joy. At the age of 20, a significant event transpired in the southern barbarian region, the emergence of the Tianshu tomb. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had heard of the Tianshu tomb's legendary status while in the eastern wilds. It was the final resting place of a superlative powerhouse, accessible only with a key. Most keys were held by the foremost factions, yet a few had been scattered throughout the southern barbarian region. Naturally, the sword control manor lacked the qualifications to possess a key. Su Chen could only mobilize the manor's resources to search for one. The Tianshu tomb not only harbored the legacy of that great being, but also a treasure trove coveted even by sacred lands. A tide of intrigue began to swell. After 2 months of investigation, Su Chen finally uncovered the whereabouts of one key. It resided in a realm of the demon clans, a gathering place for both human and demon prodigies. There he is, the sword master of the human race, Shen Chen. As the demon prodigies beheld a young man clad in white, he soared through the skies, sword energy cleaving the clouds as if parting the heavens. A myriad of sword lights danced behind him, instilling a profound sense of trepidation in the hearts of the demon talents. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised that even the demon prodigies were aware of his reputation. It seems that the key to the Tianshu tomb will undoubtedly fall into my hands. As the human prodigies witnessed Su Chen's entrance, they collectively sighed. His rank had surged to 54 on the talent rankings. In this era, with the true heirs of sacred lands and ancient families absent, Su Chen emerged as the foremost prodigy. The heirs of the sacred lands and ancient families, possessing their own keys, naturally refrained from competing for the scattered ones. The human prodigy ranked 53, the sword master. His flesh must be delectable. A demon youth with emerald eyes licked his lips, his forked tongue and obsidian skin giving him a serpentine appearance, coldly fixated on Su Chen. He, the three-headed serpent little demon king speaks true. The flesh of human prodigies is the most tender. I have long been yearning to devour the young master, declared a maiden in a light blue gown, her ethereal and mysterious presence adorned with feathered patterns, trailing strands of light behind her. Both demons were renowned talents among their kind, intent on joining forces to feast upon Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head. That will not do. My flesh is rather tough, so you cannot eat me. His expression turned serious, for he spoke naught but the truth. Haha, is the sword master perhaps afraid? Fear not. I shall be gentle, savoring you bite by bite. The maiden with the gentle gaze proclaimed, transforming into a blue phoenix, her mouth agape to swallow Su Chen whole. Beside her, the three-headed serpent bellowed, wait for me. You dare to eat alone. All 3 heads opened wide, unleashing flames, hail, and lightning. Su Chen, feeling exasperated, wondered if he appeared as feeble prey. He unsheathed his sword, the phenomena converging at its tip. With a singular stroke, he vanquished the demons. A record states, the sword master slayed 2 demon prodigies with a single strike, his fame echoing across the southern barbarian region. Chapter 53, Swordsmanship Genius, Part 3, Su Chen joyfully obtained the key to enter the Tianshu tomb, having slain 2 prominent members of the demon clans, thus further elevating his reputation. The natural order dictates that demons devour humans and vice versa. Therefore, Su Chen's actions in vanquishing the demon clan's prodigies served to uplift humanity, deserving of applause. Within the confines of the Yujian villa, Su Chen caressed the Jiechen's sword, his gaze filled with anticipation. In this lifetime, he had mastered the sword body, a feat with an almost infinitesimal success rate. Across the entirety of the southern domain, he had become a paragon of swordsmanship in the eyes of millions. He pondered the extent of his disparity with the esteemed sons of the sacred grounds, his excitement growing. Swordsmanship has always been a relentless pursuit. Only through continuous trials can one claim the right to be called strong. 3 months later, Su Chen departed from Yujian Villa and made his way to Tianshu Mountain. Upon his arrival, he found the area teeming with prodigies, their auras coalescing into a radiant mist. Some exuded majesty, others unparalleled grace, while some radiated fierce combat intent. Each individual qualified to enter the Tianshu tomb was undeniably formidable. Suddenly, Su Chen instinctively looked up as a powerful roar echoed, instilling a primal fear within him. He gripped the Jiechen, sword hung at his waist with unwavering resolve. 9 crimson dragons tore through the void, pulling a magnificent carriage adorned with intricate and opulent runes. Erect banners sounded the ancient horn of the Taiku era, the feathering sacred land, one of the ancient sanctuaries of the southern domain. In the carriage sat a young man clad in feathered robes, strikingly handsome and exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Though his eyes were closed, an aura of terrifying authority emanated from him, compelling others to instinctively submit. Su Chen was astonished to realize that he felt not a hint of aggression towards such a powerful figure. His sword trembled in fear. He could not hope to overcome such strength. It was akin to a mortal standing before a sovereign. There could be no defiance. The second on the prodigy list, a disciple of the feathering sacred land, a sacred body of the soul, Gu Yan. Such might. It was overwhelmingly formidable. Was this the essence of a top-tier prodigy? Su Chen felt the overwhelming strength of the sacred body. In his previous life, he had witnessed the clashes of the disciples from the sacred grounds, yet he had been too weak, his talents too meager to comprehend the true magnitude of their power. The feathering sacred land exuded immense prestige, with dragons pulling their chariot. As the sky darkened, a colossal figure obscured the heavens. A head, hundreds of meters in height, descended from the clouds, with golden irises shining brilliantly and scales as dark as ink, reminiscent of ancient celestial gold, shimmering with a black luster. It was he. It seemed the Azure Dragon lineage had produced a remarkable successor. Su Chen overheard an ancient elder nearby expressing his astonishment. The Azure Dragon clan was said to have once produced a true emperor, though now it had fallen into decline. Even so, it remained formidable. The massive figure transformed into a middle-aged man clad in black robes, yet his radiant golden pupils remained unchanged. The 9-headed crimson dragons trembled before such a disgrace. How could they dare to bear the noble blood of my dragon lineage? He raised his hand, intending to strike down the 9 crimson dragons. How dare you? A furious voice emerged from the direction of the feathering sacred land. A white-haired elder, frail yet exuding an aura comparable to the heavens, engaged in combat. The aftermath of their clash shattered mountains and rivers for miles. The confrontation between experts of the was truly terrifying. At that moment, a boisterous voice rang out. What a spectacle! A mudfish and a little old man fighting to the death here. Do they intend to sink Tianshu Mountain? A middle-aged man emerged from the void, accompanied by a handsome youth. Observing the scene with a playful smile, he seemed utterly unconcerned by the experts of the feathering sacred land. This was a master of swordsmanship. Su Chen felt an immense pressure, as if a blazing sun hovered above him. The middle-aged man was truly formidable. The experts of the feathering sacred land regarded him with wary gazes. Both sides snorted in unison, ceasing their conflict. The middle-aged man lamented, "What a marvelous show." Abruptly interrupted. It was the sword demon of the Tianjian sacred land. He had arrived, and it appeared that the youth beside him was the sword demon's disciple. That man was a lunatic. Surely, the disciple of a lunatic must also be mad. One should keep a safe distance from such madness. Su Chen heard the unanimous assessment of the middle-aged man from those around him. All deemed him insane. Su Chen committed to memory the youth beside the middle-aged man. Shortly thereafter, the final giant of the 3 great powers, also arrived. Before the assembled multitude, a tremendous tremor shook Tianshu Mountain, and countless beams of light erupted, forming a towering bronze portal. The grand bronze portal was intricately carved with numerous totems, which, upon the emergence of mysterious forces, evolved into a savage continent. depicting numerous powerful beings soaring and various exotic beasts, seemingly recording a moment from an ancient era. Su Chun felt a warm sensation enveloping him and discovered it was the key to the Tianshu tomb, radiating with a brilliant light. The bronze portal seemed to respond, shooting forth a beam that enveloped Su Chun and drew him within. Simultaneously, not only Su Chun but all others possessing the key to the Tianshu tomb were swept into the bronze portal. The world within the bronze portal was vaster than any secret realm Su Chun had previously encountered. Tiny suns and moons appeared simultaneously in the sky. Su Chun squinted as he found himself in a lush forest, before a lake rich with spiritual energy, shrouded in a layer of mist that concealed lurking dangers. However, at the center of the lake lay an island adorned with vibrant green vines, stretching skyward. The branches bore peculiar patterns, as if alive, inhaling the mist above the lake. What astonished Su Chun most was a fruit hanging from the vines, resembling emerald, pulsating with a potent life force. Su Chun murmured, "A treasure, yet it harbors perilous hidden dangers." The Tianshu tomb is replete with treasures, yet fraught with danger. There have been instances where disciples from the sacred grounds perished within. Su Chun could not afford to be careless. It was a member of the human race. Turning around, Su Chun spotted a towering demon prodigy with a tiger's head and a human body, who appeared overjoyed, his gaze greedily fixed on Su Chun. Su Chun also felt exhilarated. "It is you." The tiger-headed demon prodigy, oblivious to Su Chun's mutterings, suddenly found a sword suspended above his head, its sharp light creating a small hole atop his skull. The joy on the tiger-headed demon prodigy's face instantly froze. Chapter 54, The Genius of Swordsmanship, Part 4. "Dear sir, let us converse amiably," meow with a sudden thud. The young prodigy of the tiger-headed demon clan collapsed onto his knees before Su Chun, hoping this gesture would spare him from dire consequences. What manner of creature is this? A tiger or a cat? Su Chun pondered, bemused by the peculiarities of the tigers from the southern region. He raised his hand, gesturing towards a fruit dangling from the vines in the center of the lake. "Retrieve that fruit for me, and I shall grant you your life." Su Chun was not one to recklessly endanger himself. The little tiger presented a perfect opportunity. The young demon, recognizing the peril lurking beneath the lake's surface, lamented, "Can I refuse, my lord?" His face twisted in despair. It was a choice between immediate death or a slim chance at survival. The metaphorical sword hanging over him sank deeper into his consciousness. Without further hesitation, he plunged into the lake. As he stepped into the water, Su Chun observed a colossal shadow rising from below, a fearsome blood shadow fish, its strength formidable, intent on devouring the young demon whole. Terrified, the tiger-headed prodigy cried out, "Meow! My lord, save me!" In an instant, a blade of sword energy sliced through the air, striking the blood shadow fish. The creature recoiled in pain, sinking to the depths with a gurgle, leaving the surface stained crimson. The tiger-headed prodigy, filled with relief, swam to a small island, eager to pluck the fruit. However, upon touching the green vines, he froze, his eyes glazed over as if under a spell. Watching this unfold, Su Chun narrowed his eyes. Indeed, there is something amiss. It can control one's mind. Should I have recklessly ventured in, I might have fallen victim to it. He resolved not to touch the strange vines. Steeling himself, he cautiously approached and plucked the vibrant green fruit. As he did, the vines visibly withered, becoming desiccated. The young demon gradually regained his senses, filled with trepidation. He knelt before Su Chun, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life. I have no means to repay you, but am willing to serve as your mount." Su Chun chuckled softly. "You are quite the clever one." Just as he considered striking down the demon, it knelt before him in submission. "Very well. I am in need of a steed, so I shall spare your life." With that, he sheathed the sword of calamity. The young demon transformed into a majestic spirit tiger, adorned with wings, boasting an impressive lineage. Su Chun nodded in satisfaction and mounted the spirit tiger, setting forth towards his next destination. Within the Tianshu tomb, prodigies gathered, a dazzling assembly of talents. Some wielded swords to carve their names into history, while others left their mark upon the mountains. There were those whose writings would be revered for generations, and some shone as brightly as the sun, while others radiated the purity of the moon. As Su Chun rode his tiger demon through the secret realm, he encountered prodigies from both human and demon races. At the age of 20, he had achieved the 9th level of spiritual cultivation. "Shinshin, have you heard that the Tianshu Hall is about to open? Will you not join the festivities?" A young man wielding a spear inquired. His name was Yin Chong, a genius ranked 48th among the southern region's prodigies. Su Chun engaged him in conversation. Intrigued by the prospect of the Tianshu Hall, Yin Chong smiled and explained, "The true treasures lie within the Tianshu Hall. This tomb is said to be the resting place of a sage, and the hall is where the sage selected his successors. The treasures outside pale in comparison to what awaits within, like comparing refuse to gold. The prodigies from the Holy Lands come solely for the inheritance inside the Tianshu Hall." Su Chun's interest was piqued. He had sensed the extraordinary nature of the Tianshu tomb, but had never heard it described in such grand terms. The legacy of a sage. In his previous life, he had also been a disciple of a holy land, well aware of the reverence commanded by such beings. Ascending to the realm of the extraordinary was no trivial matter. Those who achieved it were the brightest stars of their era. Su Chun and Yin Chong journeyed together on their spirit tiger towards the Tianshu Hall, where a multitude of talents had gathered, disciples from holy lands, true successors, and heirs from ancient clans, alongside powerful demon prodigies. However, Su Chun's arrival drew the attention of some. A human dares to enslave our kind's prodigy. Su Chun recognized the demon prodigy before him, a member of the Flame Lion clan, whose strength rivaled the top 20 of the human prodigy rankings. His golden fur flickered with flames, exuding an aura that threatened to scorch the heavens. The gaze he directed at Su Chun was laden with murderous intent. And what of it? Su Chun's gaze remained serene, unyielding in the face of danger. Seeking death, the Flame Lion prodigy bellowed, launching an attack to crush the audacious human who dared defy him. A mere lion demon dared to recklessly challenge the human race. Did he believe there were no formidable opponents among them? In that instant, a young man cloaked in feathers, seated in the void, intervened. The might of his divine soul body was unmistakable. With a single strike, he subdued the powerful lion demon, leaving it gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Instilling fear among the demon kin, the feather-clad youth directed his gaze towards Su Chun. Would you be willing to become my follower? He sought to claim Su Chun for himself. Su Chun shook his head, declining. Thank you, my lord, but I am accustomed to walking my own path. Disappointment flickered across Gu Yin's face, yet he remained silent. It was merely a fleeting whim. He found Su Chun somewhat agreeable and wished to extend an opportunity. After several days, the Tianshu Hall opened, and Su Chun followed the crowd into its depths. Though unfamiliar with the hall, Yin Chong's family possessed records detailing its wonders. Together, they uncovered numerous treasures, even encountering 7 or 8 royal herbs. Among them, Su Chun witnessed the emergence of an imperial herb, but regrettably, it was not a battleground he could enter. In a moment of impulsiveness, Su Chun discovered a place of inheritance, just as he and Yin Chong intended to enter. A voice called out, "This inheritance is mine." Turning around, they beheld a young man clad in black, carrying a sword case. He looked vaguely familiar. Su Chun and Yin Chong quickly recalled that this individual was a disciple of the sword demon from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Chao Tianming's gaze swept over them, and he spoke coolly, "Leave, or face death." Yin Chong shivered, grasping Su Chun's arm in a bid to flee, yet found himself unable to move Su Chun. In a hushed tone, he urged, "Brother Shin, this man is a disciple of the sword demon. He is a lunatic. Even together, we may perish beneath his blade." Su Chun remained resolute, his hand resting on the sword of calamity at his waist. Yin Chong, recognizing Su Chun's intent, exclaimed in frustration, "You are courting death." Chapter 55, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 5, Shinshin of the Sword Controlling Manner. Please enlighten me. Su Chun's gaze was as sharp as a mountain peak, embodying the essence of a blade suspended between heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, Yin Chong cursed angrily and hastily retreated into the distance. With just a glance, he was certain that he was no match for the disciple of the sword demon. This was a truly formidable individual. Su Chun was acutely aware of this. Even his grip on the sword hilt trembled. A swordsman charges forward, resolute and unyielding. Indeed, he was a true swordsman. Chao Tianming was somewhat taken aback. Su Chun had the audacity to strike at him. Nevertheless, he decided to show mercy and unleashed a single sword strike. With that one blow, the sword light surged forth, and Su Chun's sword control technique erupted, coalescing thousands of sword energies into one. The sheer force was terrifying. Su Chun's garments were torn apart, and fine cracks appeared on the Jia Chen sword in his hand. With a gasp, he spat out fragments of his internal organs along with blood. Su Chun stared blankly at the sword in his hand until Chao Tianming passed by him and entered the inner chamber, at which point he snapped back to reality. Behind him, a deep chasm had formed, obliterating the defensive array with a single strike. This is truly a monster. Su Chun swallowed the bitter taste of blood, feeling his insides torn apart by the sword energy. That single blow had nearly ended him. He understood that he still had a long way to go to reach the level of such a monstrosity. "Brother Shin, you actually survived." Yin Chong returned, visibly excited to see Su Chun alive, and stepped forward. Suddenly, a gleaming spear sliced through the air, aiming directly for Su Chun's head with lightning speed. Su Chun gathered his sword energy with one hand, deflecting the unstoppable attack to graze his shoulder. He endured the pain and used the momentum to retreat swiftly. Seeing that his attack had not finished off Su Chun, Yin Chong's concern morphed into a cold, venomous gaze. "Brother Shin, I didn't expect you to guard against me so thoroughly." He believed that there was no possibility of error in his previous strike. The only explanation was that Su Chun had never trusted him. Su Chun grimaced, blood staining his mouth. "Brother Yin, we have only known each other for a few days. I cannot place my life in your hands." Yin Chong smirked coldly. "Even if you dodge this time, how many more times can you escape in your wounded state? Do not struggle. Hand over the sword techniques of the sword controlling manner, and perhaps out of our acquaintance. I will grant you a swift death instead of allowing you to suffer." Su Chun smiled brilliantly. He hurled the Jiachen sword, transforming it into a radiant arc of 9 colors. "Are you crazy?" You're going to self-destruct your life as sword. Yin Chong cursed. If the life sword shattered, Su Chen would be left either dead or severely injured. But Su Chen cared not. Survival was paramount. The self-destruction of his life sword would delay Yin Chong significantly. Su Chen mounted the tiger fur beneath him. Let us go, leave Tianshu Palace. Hesitating briefly, the tiger fur obeyed Su Chen's command. Departing from Tianshu Palace and finding a concealed spot to wait for him. Inside Tianshu Palace, Yin Chong's furious curses echoed. But soon, the sounds of combat resumed. As the injured Yin Chong had attracted the attention of other prodigies, Su Chen swallowed a royal herb hastily, disregarding any concern for waste. His injuries were too severe. The disciple of the sword demon was undoubtedly a top-tier talent in swordsmanship. Surviving one of his strikes had been merely a stroke of luck. And now he was further wounded by Yin Chong's attack. A glint of ferocity flashed in Su Chen's eyes. The self-destruction of his life sword would certainly bring Yin Chong suffering. If Yin Chong survived, Su Chen would surely kill him. Half a month later, although Su Chen still bore internal injuries, he appeared outwardly unscathed. He glanced at the tiger fur waiting outside the cave and said softly, "You saved my life. I shall not treat you poorly. From now on, you will be the guardian spirit beast of the sword-controlling manor, receiving offerings for generations to come." The tiger fur felt perplexed. Isn't that just a lifetime of servitude? Why not release me from the master-servant contract? It remained unspoken, trailing behind Su Chen. Its head hanging low, seemingly resigned to its fate. Inside Tianshu Palace, it had not attacked Su Chen, and now, the opportunity had passed. Killing Su Chen within Tianshu Palace would only lead to its own demise. It seemed this was fate. As Su Chen recovered from his injuries, he began to search for traces of Yin Chong. Had Yin Chong perished? Su Chen was somewhat surprised. The genius of the Yin family had shown no means of self-preservation and had died so carelessly. It appeared that the self-destructing blow had attracted many ruthless individuals who joined forces to eliminate Yin Chong. Death extinguishes life like a candle's flame. Su Chen no longer needed to seek revenge on Yin Chong. The Tianshu tomb was once again opened, claiming many prodigies lies within. It was a grave destined to entomb numerous corpses. Su Chen's fortune was relatively good. He reaped substantial rewards and was not far from breaking through to the Tongxian realm. Upon returning to the sword-controlling manor, Su Chen entered seclusion. Over a year later, he emerged, having broken through to the Tongxian realm at the age of 22. The entire sword-controlling manor was filled with joyous celebration. Their young lord had attained the Tongxian realm, adding another king to their ranks, one with boundless potential. Just as Su Chen's reputation reached its zenith, a piece of gossip swiftly circulated. The news claimed that Su Chen had fought against the sword demon disciple of the heavenly sword sacred ground and was easily defeated by a single strike. Such a genius was not a match for the sword demon disciple's prowess. Su Chen held the report tightly, myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. Someone had deliberately spread this information to overshadow his name and elevate that of the young sword demon. Or perhaps, they sought to sow discord between him and that young sword demon? Such schemes were rather crude. For a young and impetuous genius, it was the best form of open conspiracy. Yet, Su Chen was not a fledgling bird. He was not easily provoked. However, there was one thing Su Chen did not anticipate. Shin Tianyi had actually come to him. His face darkened. "Chenner, did you truly lose to that young sword demon?" Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Losing to the young sword demon was not a source of shame. Shin Tianyi's face flushed with indignation. "Impossible. Our sword-controlling manor's sword control technique is the pinnacle of swordsmanship. With your mastery of it, you should be the foremost genius of swordsmanship in the world. No one could surpass you." Observing Shin Tianyi's descent into madness, Su Chen felt a pang of sorrow. A frog at the bottom of a well. What does it matter how powerful the sword-controlled body is? There exist countless formidable physiques in this world. Before leaving, Shin Tianyi cast a deep glance at Su Chen. As if making some resolution, a sense of wariness stirred within Su Chen. This old man wouldn't be planning something reckless again, would he? He had always felt that this grandfather was somewhat suspicious. With that thought, a chill ran through Su Chen, his gaze freezing like frost. If Shin Tianyi harbored any intentions toward him, he would undoubtedly strike first. Chapter 56, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 6. Ever since learning of Su Chen's defeat at the hands of the sword demon disciple from the heavenly sword sacred land, Shin Tianyi had undergone a transformation. It seemed he could not accept that the legendary physique of the Yujian Mountain Manor could be so easily vanquished. "Chenner, you have deeply disappointed me." His gaze was frigid as he swayed into the ancestral hall of the Yujian Mountain Manor. There, he unearthed a black iron box. As if resolved to pursue a certain course of action. With the box in hand, he departed the ancestral hall. Months later, the sky roared with thunder, and torrential rain poured down. Shin Lianxin felt a sense of unease, as if a significant event were on the verge of unfolding. He glanced at his wife, and then at Shin Pingyan, who was reading in a pavilion. Both were unharmed. Shin Lianxin recalled that it had been a long time since he had seen Shin Tianyi. After a moment's thought, he told his family that he would step out for a while and left. He arrived at Shin Tianyi's residence, only to find the manor empty. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Shin Lianxin hurriedly pushed open the door and saw the black box in the center of the room. He quickly picked it up to examine it. The inscription before him sent chills through his body. Bloodline sword forging technique. Not good. Chenner is in danger. Rain pattered relentlessly as the wind howled. Within a 3-foot radius, the white-clad youth seemed to create his own realm. Su Chen's eyes were indifferent as he wielded a 3-foot green peak. Countless discarded swords were embedded in the desolate mountain. It was a scene of utter desolation. Before him stood a grand cauldron, bubbling with molten red magma. He witnessed Shintiani casting a swordsmanship master with severed limbs into the cauldron. Using the essence of this master to forge a sharp sword, the blade was as white as snow, imbued with a profound aura. What do you think of this sword? Good, grandson. Shintiani tossed the forged sword to Su Chen. Su Chen caught it. The blade was as delicate as a cicada's wing, filled with terrifying energy. Indeed, it is a fine sword. Shintiani smiled. If you surpass me, grandfather will forge the finest sword of the Yujian mountain manor for you. But if you lose, you shall no longer be worthy of possessing the Yujian physique. Su Chen lowered his gaze, his eyes deep with contemplation. Has this old man truly lost his composure because I was defeated by the sword demon disciple? He thought, bemused by the fragility of Shintiani's mindset. If he has the capability, he should confront the sword demon himself. As Shintiani moved, the sword scattered throughout the desolate mountain resonated with a low hum. Thousands of abandoned swords shed their dust and rust, erupting in a cold gleam, resembling a river of steel. Shintiani sought to strip Su Chen of his Yujian physique. Naturally, Su Chen would not remain passive. Grandfather, it is time for a change in leadership at the Yujian mountain manor. Su Chen had also set his sights on the position of the manor's master. Facing a level 1 opponent with a level 4, defeat seemed inevitable. However, golden currents suddenly surged within Su Chen, sacred and solemn, transforming into an ethereal dragon that coiled from his feet to his waist and then to his head. A radiant golden gaze rendered it impossible to look directly at him. With golden aura swirling about, the Emperor's astonishing scripture. In his previous life, he had grasped it but had not cultivated it extensively. With the legacy of the prison Emperor, the cultivation of the Emperor's astonishing scripture was of little use and might even provoke the Emperor's disdain. In this life, he had been secretly practicing this technique, never revealing it even in battles with Yanchong. Shintiani paused, then erupted in hearty laughter, filled with immense pride. My good grandson possesses such cunning. His gaze turned avaricious. Once Pandora's box was opened, only insatiable greed remained. Su Chen's eyes were calm as he swung his sword skyward. The Dust Calamity technique. A sword move conceived after his confrontation with the little sword demon, now manifested in a single strike. Though it was only one sword, it encompassed all of Su Chen's martial journey thus far. Thousands of abandoned swords seemed to freeze in time, gradually dissipating from sword tip to hilt, like sand in the wind. Shintiani leaned forward to gaze down, finding himself with only half of his body suspended in the void, blood spilling from his mouth. I have lost. Centuries of cultivation had succumbed to his own grandson, leaving Shintiani with a sense of unwillingness. His body fell into the cauldron, quickly engulfed by the searing magma. Arriving late, Shun Lianxin witnessed this scene, his face obscured by rain, unsure whether it was the downpour or tears. Fateful ties. Fateful ties. Trembling, Shun Lianxin grappled with the reality of his child having slain his father. This was grandfather's own choice. Su Chen approached Shun Lianxin, who lifted his gaze to meet Su Chen's icy visage. There was no glimmer of emotion. He saw the shadow of Shintiani, but more ruthless and unyielding. Is this person truly my child, my own flesh and blood? Shun Lianxin let out a bitter laugh and departed the Yujian mountain manor. Su Chen remained oblivious to Shun Lianxin's whereabouts. After Shintiani's demise, Su Chen ascended to the position of the Yujian mountain manor's master. Aside from the deceased Shintiani, the departed Shun Lianxin, and Su Chen, the only remaining members were 3 masters of the Transcendental Realm, a steward, and 2 guards, all of whom were also of the Transcendental Realm. The sword guards of the Yujian mountain manor were exceptionally elite. With Su Chen's renown, many swordsmanship prodigies came to join the Yujian mountain manor. A year later, Su Chen gazed into the cauldron as the magma receded, revealing a divine sword. Entirely black and wreathed in a layer of dark, ghostly fire. This sword had been forged from Shintiani's entire swordsmanship prowess, inherently possessing spiritual essence that could only be wielded by those of the Shun bloodline. Su Chen grasped the divine sword, feeling the black flames creep up his arm to his neck, dark veins resembling serpents. Yet, he felt not a hint of pain. His eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, a splendid sword. Henceforth, I shall name you Return to Dust. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. With the Return to Dust sword in hand, Su Chen departed the desolate mountain. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Since Shun Lianxin's departure from the Yujian mountain manor, there had been no word from him. Su Chen dedicated himself to cultivation, advancing from the 1st to the 3rd level of the Transcendental Realm. Such speed in breaking through 2 levels in 10 years was already remarkable. A future breakthrough to the Void Realm seemed almost assured. Brother, have you emerged from your seclusion? Shin Pingyan rushed over at once. Over these 10 years, Shin Pingyan had matured into a young man of remarkable demeanor, becoming Su Chen's right-hand man. Su Chen nodded and asked, during my 2 years of seclusion, have any significant events transpired? Shin Pingyan smiled wryly. Brother, the tasks you entrusted to me have borne fruit. The Qingwu dynasty and the Changle dynasty are both willing to submit to the Yujian mountain manor, becoming our vassal forces. However, the Yunyan dynasty has been meddled with by the Feishan Gate, creating constant disturbances. Even Elder Shen Kai has been injured, and the leader of the Feishan Gate has proclaimed that the Yunyan dynasty is under his protection. Even if you were to confront him personally, he would ensure you would not return. Chapter 57, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 7, The Feishan Sect. Su Chun discovered information about this faction in his mind. The Feishan Sect, a power that emerged only in the past millennium, is currently thriving. The founder of the sect, King Feishan, is a formidable figure at the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm, surpassing Shen Tianyi by 1 rank. They have set their sights on the territory of the Yunyuan dynasty. Since they oppose my Yujin Mountain Manor, I shall grant them their wish and personally visit the Feishan sect to see whether that old fellow's Feishan is truly invincible or if my sword is sharper. Su Chen's tone was chilling. In this life, he possessed talent and, naturally, ambition. He aimed to transform Yujin Mountain Manor into a colossal entity. Anyone who obstructed him must reckon with the sharpness of his sword. Pingyan, stay at the manor and take care of mother, Su Chen instructed Shin Pingyan, then departed with the elite of Yujin Mountain Manor, heading straight for the Yunyuan dynasty. A month later, powerful sword cultivators appeared over the skies of the Yunyuan dynasty. Su Chen effortlessly broke through the barrier of the Yunyuan dynasty, his black hair wildly billowing as he stood above the dynasty, resembling a deity or a demon. I am Shin Shun of Yujin Mountain Manor. Upon hearing this name, the eyes of the patriarch of the Yunyuan dynasty widened in shock. Shin Shun is the lord of Yujin Mountain Manor. The patriarch trembled. He was merely a half step into the Transcendence Realm, and before Su Chun, he felt no different from an ant. Su Chen approached the royal palace, flanked by dozens of powerful sword cultivators, entering as if it were an unguarded realm, with no one daring to impede him. The ministers within the hall prostrated themselves, unsure whether they were bowing to the figure on the dragon throne or to Su Chen. Silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to lift their gaze. The young ruler seated on the throne felt as though a colossal hand had seized his throat, rendering him breathless. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. It is the lord of Yujin Mountain Manor. How could he come in person? Yunhua could not comprehend why such a significant figure would personally visit the Yunyuan dynasty. A few months prior, he had chosen the Feishan sect, eliminating dissenters to secure his position, all while contemplating the revitalization of the Yunyuan dynasty. Su Chen's arrival shattered his illusions. In battles between such large sects, how could a leader like him easily intervene? Yet here was Su Chen, stepping into the fray with the elite of Yujin Mountain Manor, directly confronting the Yunyuan dynasty. Get down, Su Chen stated flatly. The young ruler's face flushed with anger but was quickly suppressed. He bowed his head and respectfully descended from the throne. Su Chen took a seat upon the throne, thinking, he is a patient individual. If he survives, he might become the revitalizer of the Yunyuan dynasty. Too bad. He has crossed paths with me. Su Chen had already sentenced this ambitious youth, who sought to reshape the Yunyuan dynasty, to death. Tell me the location of the Feishan sect. My lord, although we are a subordinate faction of the Feishan sect, we have only recently submitted and are unaware of its exact location, Yunhua replied, his voice faltering. Seeing Yunhua's ignorance of the Feishan sect's location, Su Chun felt a twinge of disappointment. If he had to purchase the information, it would require considerable resources. Yunhua suddenly felt a chill. He sensed that Su Chen intended to kill him. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Su Chen, Yunhua's mind raced, and just before Su Chen could act, he exclaimed, My lord, the patriarch can contact the emissaries of the Feishan sect. Su Chen reigned in his killing intent, and Yunhua gasped for breath, relieved to have survived. From now on, the Yunyuan dynasty shall submit to Yujin Mountain Manor. Do you have any objections? Yunhua dared not voice any dissent. However, from below, an elderly man in purple robes sprang forth. Your Majesty, we cannot comply with him. Our Yunyuan dynasty has stood for 1,300 years and has never encountered such a situation. A minister cannot serve two masters. How can a ruler serve two? Su Chen regarded him, then waved his hand. A sword cultivator immediately acted, severing the man's head, blood staining the hall. I am a benevolent lord, most fond of fulfilling such wishes. Is there anyone else with unwavering loyalty who wishes to speak? Su Chen smiled. Below, silence reigned. Under Yunhua's guidance, Su Chen quickly located the patriarch of the Yunyuan dynasty. At that moment, the patriarch awaited Su Chen's arrival, knowing that the lord of Yujin Mountain Manor had come. This matter could not end amicably. If I reveal the location of the Feishan sect to you, will you forgive the transgressions of the Yun clan? The patriarch of the Yun clan spoke with trepidation. Su Chen replied with a smile, Rest assured, as long as you obediently disclose the location of the Feishan sect, I will not trouble your clan. Upon hearing Su Chen's assurance, the patriarch of the Yun clan finally relaxed and divulged the location of the Feishan sect. After obtaining the information, Su Chen indeed spared the Yun clan, and everything seemed to return to tranquility. The patriarch prayed that the Feishan sect and Yujin Mountain Manor would suffer mutual destruction. Su Chen discovered the whereabouts of the Feishan sect. I, Shin Shun of Yujin Mountain Manor, have come at the invitation of the former sect master to pay my respects. The disciples of the Feishan sect, witnessing a middle-aged man followed by a throng of sword cultivators, immediately sensed that the visitor bore ill intent. The lord of Yujin Mountain Manor? The white-haired elder emerged from behind the mountain of the Feishing sect, his robes billowing. Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Old senior, do you wish to ascertain whether I, Shun, can depart unscathed from your Feishing sect? After years without drawing my sword, I too wish to discover whether your Feishing is indeed as formidable as you claim, or if my sword is sharper. The elder, with a forced smile, responded. In all my years traversing the martial world, I have yet to encounter someone as audacious as you, young one. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Su Chen replied calmly. The Yangtze River pushes the waves forward. Be cautious lest you find yourself buried beneath them. The elder grew furious, unleashing a torrent of energy akin to shooting stars. Su Chen, wielding the returning dust sword, unleashed a flurry of sword techniques. Kill, leave none alive. At Su Chen's command, the elites of Yujian Mountain Manor surged forth, assaulting the Feishing sect. Kings faced kings, generals faced generals, soldiers faced soldiers. The battle was cataclysmic. Su Chen had to concede that King Feishing was a formidable opponent. The Feishing techniques could both attack and defend. Such skills, if complemented by the sword techniques of Yujian Mountain Manor, could elevate their power to new heights. Yet, the victor would be me. Su Chen exploited King Feishing's desire for a swift resolution, enticing him into an offensive posture and delivering a devastating strike with the cease war technique. Experience proved invaluable. King Feishing was cautious, but alas, Su Chen's accumulated wisdom and patience surpassed his own. With King Feishing's demise, the fate of the Feishing sect was sealed. The only regret was that an old man managed to escape with some remnants of the Feishing sect. Pursue them. Eradicate the Feishing sect at all costs. Su Chen commanded coldly. If we do not eliminate the roots, they will sprout anew with the spring breeze. Chapter 58. The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 8. The news of the destruction of the Flying Star sect spread rapidly, instilling fear in all sections. The master of the sword-controlling manor was exceedingly ruthless. Those who comply prosper, while those who oppose perish. He has already begun to resemble a dominant figure of his era. With the annihilation of the Flying Star sect, Su Chen returned triumphantly. Brother, you're back? Upon seeing Su Chen's return, Shen Pingyan finally felt a sigh of relief. United in purpose, brothers can achieve great feats. Su Chen held his blood-related brother in high regard. The Yin Yuan dynasty had agreed to submit to the sword-controlling manor, and the Flying Star sect behind it had been eradicated. Shen Pingyan was astonished. Had his brother grown to such formidable strength? Under the halo of Su Chen's accomplishments, Shen Pingyan felt rather ordinary. At 20, he had reached the spirit-soul realm, with a promising future ahead in the profound realm. Yet he felt unable to lift his head in the presence of his brother. Su Chen instructed, there are still remnants of the Flying Star sect that have escaped. Organize a team and search for any traces of them at all costs. Regardless of age or gender, they must be exterminated to prevent them from growing and seeking revenge against our sword-controlling manor. Shen Pingyan nodded earnestly. Su Chen continued, as for the Yun Yuan dynasty, find a compliant member from the Yun clan side branches to take that position. Shen Pingyan committed Su Chen's orders to memory, akin to a sword executing commands. Having arranged everything, Su Chen began to utilize the resources of the Flying Star sect and the three major dynasties to cultivate the sword-controlling guards. His ambitions extended beyond mere power consolidation. Absorbing so many forces would inevitably arouse the wariness of those with Void Realm monarchs presiding over their factions. It seemed a visit to the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land was imperative. In this world, it was simply a matter of big fish eating small fish. Having a powerful backing was crucial. Without it, he would inevitably become the next meal. Su Chen was acutely aware of this reality. Within the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, a young man clad in black was diligently training amidst a sword grave filled with sword intent. An elder hurriedly approached him, whispering news. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Chao Tianming's eyes. Su Chen, the master of the sword-controlling manor? He wishes to see me? Chao Tianming had a vague recollection of Su Chen from over a decade ago, when he had endured a sword strike in the Tianshu tomb and lived to tell the tale. Few among the Sacred Land's prodigies could face a sword strike and survive. Very well, I shall meet him, Chao Tianming thought with newfound interest, eager to discover the purpose of Su Chen's visit. Guided by the elder, Su Chen met Chao Tianming. The black-robed youth sat in a pavilion atop a sword peak, surrounded by flourishing flora that seemed imbued with the essence of swords. His sword was even more powerful and sharper, and Su Chen felt his comprehension of swordsmanship was beyond his grasp. Is there something you wish to discuss, Master Shen? Chao Tianming inquired, a smile gracing his lips. His profound gaze seemed capable of piercing through Su Chen's thoughts. Indeed, the successors of the Sacred Land are seldom simple-minded. Su Chen nodded earnestly. To be candid, I wish to collaborate with the Sword Master. Chao Tianming smiled enigmatically. Are you seeking to leverage my reputation to deter those who covet your power? Having his intentions unveiled, Su Chen did not shy away and nodded affirmatively. Chao Tianming, a newly appointed Sword Master of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, had a shallow foundation. This was Su Chen's objective. I am willing to offer 30% of the sword-controlling manor's annual income as compensation, Su Chen proposed. Chao Tianming contemplated for a moment before responding slowly. 30% is insufficient. Su Chen's heart sank. Chao Tianming's smile widened. That might be the case for others, but for you, Su Chen, I believe you have great potential in swordsmanship. Su Chen's spirit soared. Does this mean you agree? Chao Tianming nodded. With the support of Chao Tianming, a disciple of the sword demon, Su Chen felt as though he had obtained a protective talisman. The two engaged in a sword discussion for half a day before Su Chen took his leave. Master Shun, your journey in swordsmanship has only just begun. Do not let it drown in the mundane. Chao Tianming advised as Su Chen departed. Su Chen paused, smiling. Thank you for your concern, Swordmaster. My path in swordsmanship will certainly not end here. I look forward to your guidance as I refine my skills. Once Su Chen left, Chao Tianming sighed softly. This individual lacked purity in his sword path. Without sincerity towards the sword, how could he ever ascend to the pinnacle of swordsmanship? All he could do was hope for Su Chen's timely awakening. Upon returning to the sword-controlling manor, news of its formidable backing spread, causing trepidation among various factions. They coveted the legendary sword-crafting techniques of the sword-controlling manor. Years swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 decades had elapsed. Su Chen's cultivation deepened to an unfathomable level, reaching the 6th layer of the profound realm. The foundation of the sword-controlling manor grew increasingly robust, rivaling those time-honored royal powers. In this lifetime, with sufficient cultivation resources, attaining the title of emperor was not out of reach. Su Chen was determined not to let the rare opportunity of the sword-controlling body, with its 1 in a million success rate, go to waste. He aspired to craft a legendary tale for himself. As he reviewed the reports from recent years, he discovered that the young king of the Yun Yuan dynasty had long since perished. Shen Pingyan had found a compliant member from the Yun clan side branches to support as the new king of the Yun Yuan dynasty. At least the dynasty would still bear the Yun surname. Noticing Shen Pingyan's heavy-hearted demeanor, Su Chen casually inquired, Pingyan, do you have something on your mind? Caught off guard by Su Chen's perceptiveness, Shen Pingyan stammered and fled, eliciting laughter from Su Chen. It seems Pingyan has found a romantic interest. I wonder which lady has captured the affection of the second master of the sword-controlling manor. Su Chen recognized this as a telltale sign of a romantic entanglement. Curious, he sought information from Shun's mother, who revealed, your brother has developed feelings for a princess from the Songming dynasty. Su Chen was puzzled. A princess? If he likes her, then why not marry her? The sword-controlling manor possesses boundless potential. Any sensible dynasty would not hesitate to ally with such a force. Shin's mother sighed bitterly. That princess has made 2 demands that Pingyan cannot agree to. Su Chen's curiosity was piqued. What are these demands? As long as they are reasonable, the sword-controlling manor will comply. As Shin Pingyan was his beloved younger brother and a capable aide, Su Chen was naturally invested in his lifelong matters. Shin's mother spoke softly, her tone filled with indignation. They want you to relinquish your position as the master of the sword-controlling manor, and then offer the entire sword-controlling manor as a wedding gift for the princess to marry Pingyan. Su Chen's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 59. The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 9. How dare he attempt to claim ownership of the Yujin Manor with just a few words? The audacity to propose Yujin Manor as a betrothal gift is truly astounding. Su Chen finally comprehended why Shen Pingyan had fled after his intentions were unmasked. He was likely too fearful to confront him. It seems that Pingyan harbors feelings for that woman. Yet the allure of a beauty scheme holds no sway over someone as seasoned as him, who has lived through several lifetimes. However, Shen Pingyan has always been Su Chen's sword, untouched by the venom of love. Even the coldest of hearts cannot escape the poison of love upon its first encounter, and there is no antidote to be found. The following day, Su Chen summoned Shen Pingyan to his side. Pingyan, do you truly desire the princess of the Songming dynasty? Shen Pingyan bowed his head and replied, Elder brother, I have feelings for her. Su Chen nodded, indicating his understanding. Since you cherish her, I shall naturally assist you. Shen Pingyan's expression brightened, only to be replaced by concern. Elder brother, I cannot accept your position as the manor lord, nor can I use Yujin Manor as a dowry. Su Chen remarked. You have quite the imagination. Shen Pingyan's demeanor turned awkward as he awaited Su Chen's plan. Su Chen calmly stated, to obtain a lofty princess is quite simple. One must extinguish the Songming dynasty. Once the Songming dynasty falls, stripped of her identity and status, she will have little choice. Shen Pingyan felt a chill at Su Chen's ruthlessness. Yet, Su Chen paid no heed to such sentiments. He understood the nature of these imperial daughters all too well. To treat her as a mere plaything was one thing, but to take her as a legitimate wife would ultimately lead to Shen Pingyan's demise. That very day, Su Chen journeyed to the rival dying dynasty. For over 2 millennia, these 2 great dynasties had been embroiled in enmity, each seeking to devour the other. The Emperor of Dying rejoiced upon hearing that the Lord of Yujin Manor had come to pay his respects. What brings Lord Shun to my dying dynasty? The Emperor pondered Su Chen's intentions. Su Chen spoke candidly. I wish to discuss a grand strategy with your majesty. The Emperor's expression immediately turned serious, and he dismissed his attendants. I am aware of the long-standing enmity between Dai and Songming. Yujin Manor can lend you considerable support. The Emperor's joy was palpable, though confusion soon clouded his features. How could such a fortuitous opportunity fall into our laps? Everyone knew that Yujin Manor was backed by the Heavenly Sword's sacred land. Even disregarding its origins, under the leadership of this legendary lord, Yujin Manor ranked among the most formidable forces beneath the imperial tier, boasting no less than a dozen experts in the transcendence realm. With a sigh, Su Qin shared a mixture of truth and embellishment regarding Shun Pingin's situation. Upon hearing this, the emperor's face flushed with anger. This is outrageous. The Songming dynasty has gone too far. We have many unmarried princesses in Dying, all of exquisite beauty. If your younger brother has any preferences, even as a concubine, it would be their honor. This was a clear display of his stance. However, Su Qin declined to entertain the emperor's offer. He was well aware of Shun Pingin's character. Given Yujin Manor's current standing, what kind of woman could he not attract based solely on beauty and figure? The emperor, though disappointed, suggested, since you and I get along so well, why not form a brotherhood of different surnames to support one another? Su Qin considered it, finding no immediate drawbacks. Their bond would symbolize an official alliance between Yujin Manor and the Dying dynasty. Within a month, Dying launched an offensive against Songming, catching them completely off guard. Upon returning to Yujin Manor, Shun Pingin, feeling conflicted, approached Su Qin. Pingin, you must understand that for the sake of Yujin Manor, you cannot show mercy. Rest assured, elder brother will ensure your beloved is returned to you unharmed. Su Qin's words, laced with mock concern, only deepened Shun Pingin's unease. Yet, trusting in his elder brother's intentions, he chose to believe in him. Su Qin gathered the sword guards of Yujin Manor. Over the past 30 to 40 years, he had imparted the blood-burning secret art from the spirit communication technique to the sword guards. Each selected guard was a prodigy, training by sacrificing their lifespans, resulting in rapid cultivation. The lowest among them was at the high spirit soul level, with several having entered the transcendence realm. It was time for this sword to taste blood. Su Qin's gaze was icy. If it did not draw blood soon, it would grow dull. He had hoped for an opportunity, and now that Songming dynasty had delivered itself to him, with orders issued to mobilize hundreds of thousands of troops from the three nations. Accompanied by the sword guards of Yujin Manor, they advanced like a sharp blade straight into the heart of Songming. Within the Songming dynasty, the emperor's expression darkened. After 20 years of war, the dynasty had suffered tremendous losses. Your Majesty, it is dire. General Wang has been defeated by Shun Shun at the Songming River and is now missing. Upon hearing this news, the emperor was consumed by rage, his breath faltering as he coughed up blood. Impossible. Wang Fong is our undefeated war god. How could he be vanquished? A hush fell over the assembly. Had the situation not been so grave, they would have refrained from informing the emperor of General Wang's defeat. The emperor's expression hardened. If they force my hand, then let them prepare for a royal war. Over the course of 20 years, Su Qin amassed great wealth and power. The name of the sword guards instilled fear into the hearts of the Songming dynasty. Even the mythical undefeated war god fell before him. His own cultivation soared from the 6th to the 7th level of transcendence. Many talented individuals were sent to reinforce the sword guards. Seated upon his throne, Su Qin's eyes gleamed with a frenzied ambition. Streams of golden energy enveloped him, as a resplendent golden dragon manifested, coiling around him and gradually solidifying. After defeating Wang Fong, he refrained from further action, biding his time for an opportunity. The royal war was on the verge of commencement. The title of emperor was reserved for those at the Void Realm. Songming dynasty possessed only one elder whose cultivation had reached this level. Initiating a royal war would inevitably require him to leave the imperial capital, the heart of the dynasty's fortune. The Imperial Supreme Sutra could refine this royal fortune, consuming it for personal gain. Was it worth the elaborate effort to annihilate the Songming dynasty for a mere breath? Su Qin was no fool, even if he were dealing with his own brother. What he sought was merely an excuse, no matter how flimsy. Even the Dying dynasty could not decipher Su Qin's true intentions. The dragon vein, the entire dynasty's fortune. Su Qin aimed to harness this royal fortune to cultivate the 7th level of the Imperial Supreme Sutra, thereby ascending to emperor. Chapter 60, The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 10. As expected by Su Qin, under the pressure of the Great Jing dynasty, the ancestral figure of the Songming dynasty emerged, challenging the ancestral figure of the Great Jing dynasty. The two masters of the Dongshu realm engaged in combat unnoticed, while the Yujin Mountain Manor remained still. Having lost 13 sword guards, Su Qin also vanished from sight, leading the 13 sword guards on a surprise attack against the Songming dynasty. The Song Emperor never anticipated Su Qin's audacity. With the return to Dust Sword, he struck down 18 kings, exterminating all 13 sword guards. Riding on his tiger companion, Su Qin confronted the renowned Song Emperor. Though not of the Dongshu realm, the Song Emperor, relying on the dynasty's fortune, barely possessed the cultivation of the 9th layer of Tongxian. Shin Shun of Yujin Mountain Manor. The Song Emperor's expression darkened. He had heard of Shin Shun's reputation as a swordsmanship genius, destined for great achievements. A sense of foreboding gripped him. If he underestimated the young man before him, it could lead to his demise. Lord Song Emperor, have I offended the Songming dynasty in any way? The Song Emperor asked in a low voice. Su Chun pondered for a moment before replying. This is all thanks to your daughter, who covets the foundation of Yujian Mountain Manor in my life. Regrettably, I cannot part with my foundation, nor my life. The Song Emperor was taken aback, and his expression turned ominously dark as realization dawned upon him. This is a misunderstanding. Su Chun, however, struck without hesitation. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not had become irrelevant. The return to Dust's sword, intertwined with Su Chen's bloodline, unleashed a torrent of sword energy with the assistance of his tiger companion, leaving the Song Emperor in unbearable agony. With a precise strike, Su Chun severed the Song Emperor at the waist. It was challenging for someone of his caliber to perish easily. The palace was under siege, with numerous Tongxian experts rushing to assist. Unwilling to delay, Su Chun seized the barely alive Song Emperor. Tiger Fur, hold him hostage at the palace gates. You must not leave even a step until I return. Tiger Fur's heart raced with excitement. He was now brazenly holding a ruler of the human race captive. Without further ado, Su Chun took the throne of the world, channeling the imperial extreme astonishing scripture, ravenously consuming the fortune of the Songming dynasty. Calamities struck across the Songming lands. Seas dried up, deserts expanded, snow fell under the scorching sun, and countless spiritual beings suddenly lost their essence and perished. The ancestral figure of the Songming dynasty, engaged in battle with the great Jing dynasty's ancestor, suddenly let out a furious cry, "Thief! Dare you steal the fortune of my Songming dynasty?" The shout jolted Su Chun awake, prompting his immediate retreat with Tiger Fur from the imperial capital. Surrounded by 2 to 3 dozen experts of the Tongxian realm, Su Chun, holding the Song Emperor hostage, could only watch as he made his escape on Tiger Fur. Without uttering a word, Su Chun dashed back to Yujian Mountain Manor, disregarding the sword guards and the million-strong army. If I become emperor, you all will die with purpose. Sensing the theft of their fortune, the ancestral figure of the Songming dynasty, despite sustaining severe injuries, returned to the imperial capital only to find the Song Emperor on the brink of death, consumed by rage. The fortune was the foundation of the dynasty. Its instability foretold calamity. With less than a quarter of their fortune remaining, the dynasty faced imminent collapse. Even if the Songming dynasty fell, they would seek vengeance against the thief. The ancestral figure harbored deep-seated hatred. An aging master of the Dongshu realm unleashed a massacre, incinerating 1,000,000 troops and claiming the lives of over 100 sword guards. Severely wounded and depleted of energy, the ancestral figure of the Songming dynasty was ambushed by the great Jing dynasty, leading to the dynasty's downfall. The Jing emperor regarded a beautiful woman with disdain. What an impressive Shinchun of Yujian Mountain Manor, what a remarkable younger brother. The Jing emperor laughed in anger, astonished at Su Chen's patience. Realizing that his true aim was the fortune of the Songming dynasty, he had been outmaneuvered, reduced to a mere pawn, receiving only a quarter of the fortune. In a fit of rage, the Jing emperor decapitated the woman, ordering her head to be placed in a brocade box and sent to Yujian Mountain Manor. Within Yujian Mountain Manor, Su Chun returned and immediately entered seclusion. He needed to swiftly digest the immense fortune he had acquired. Shen Pingyan awaited his beloved, but instead of her, he received a brocade box containing her severed head, plunging him into despair. Little Pingyan, are you truly willing to defy your brother for a woman? Tiger Fur blocked Shen Pingyan's path, finding human emotions incomprehensible. Shen Pingyan felt exhausted. He intended to leave Yujian Mountain Manor. Sensing that his brother was no longer the same, transformed by the pursuit of power and cultivation, even plotting against him, the 100 sword guards were merely expendable pawns, easily sacrificed. Such cold-bloodedness was unbearable. Tiger Fur allowed Shen Pingyan to depart. He was the master's brother and could not be harmed. Su Chun remained in seclusion for 50 years, emerging with an aura that could dazzle the heavens. A commanding presence swept through like a tidal wave, akin to the rising sun. Everyone believed that the seemingly fallen Yujian Mountain Manor had birthed a master of the Dongshu realm. Upon exiting seclusion, Su Chun discovered only Tiger Fur waiting for him. The manor was now home to just a few cats, the strongest being at the spirit soul realm. Master, you have finally emerged. Tiger Fur's eyes brimmed with tears. 50 years had passed since Su Chun entered seclusion. During these years, what transpired in Yujian Mountain Manor? Su Chun asked, noting the manor's dire decline. Even a slow development could not have led to such a state. Tiger Fur recounted everything that had occurred over the years. Upon learning that the great Jing dynasty had sent the head of the Song Emperor's daughter to Yujian Mountain Manor, Shen Pingyan had become disillusioned and abandoned the manor altogether. With the main manor master in seclusion and the second manor master gone, Yujian Mountain Manor was left leaderless. The 3 subordinate dynasties, Qingwu, Changel, and Yunyan, seeing the manor's weakened state and the absence of its leaders, eliminated the manor's envoys and sought refuge elsewhere. In just 50 years, Yujian Mountain Manor had deteriorated, losing its territory and resources. Tiger first seethed with anger. Had I not feared disturbing your seclusion, I would have devoured those traitors long ago. Understanding the events of the past years, Su Chun did not express excessive rage. He gathered the remaining loyal individuals from Yujin Mountain Manor, handpicking them to form 18 sword guards and bestowing upon them the blood-burning secret art. Su Chun then visited his mother in this lifetime. The once graceful and gentle woman had become elderly, but upon seeing Su Chun, a smile graced her face. Chinner, you have come. Su Chun remained silent. Shui Ro had renounced her cultivation, becoming an ordinary person. Chapter 61. The Swordsmanship Prodigy, Part 11. 10 days later. Su Chun buried his biological mother from this life. The loss of loved ones and the departure of old friends had become a recurring theme for him, a norm experienced across countless lifetimes. It was challenging for him to evoke the same tumultuous feelings he had in his previous 3 lives. The petals fell and the waters flowed eastward. How many grand ambitions were merely spoken of in jest? Yet, Su Chun rebuilt the Swordmaster Villa and assembled the sword guards. To avoid squandering the promising start of this life, and to acquire more reversal points. He aimed to leave a more profound mark in this world. Within less than a decade, the news of the Swordmaster Villa's resurgence spread across hundreds of nations. The royal families of the 3 kingdoms that betrayed the Swordmaster Villa were completely annihilated, leaving no royal lineage behind, as all were taken over by the emissaries of the Swordmaster Villa. However, this was only the beginning. After taking control of the 3 kingdoms, Su Chun waged relentless wars, aggressively invading other dynasties to exploit their resources for the training of the sword guards. At the heavenly sword sacred land, Su Chun encountered Chao Tianming once more. Having not seen each other for a century, Chao Tianming's prowess was far more terrifying than Su Chun had anticipated. Upon meeting Su Chun and realizing his successful breakthrough into the Void Realm, Chao Tianming regarded him with even greater esteem. It has been 60 years without your news, and even the Swordmaster Villa has fallen into decline. I thought you had perished. Shin Chun, you truly surprise me, he remarked. A Void Realm presence in the sacred land is akin to being an elder. Su Chun smiled. You flatter me, Swordmaster. I merely achieved a fortunate breakthrough. I cannot compare to someone of your caliber, who has surely taken that monumental step. Chao Tianming nodded. I recently visited Central Continent and stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity. Su Chun felt a twinge of envy. After all, he prided himself on his rapid cultivation, having broken into the Void Realm in just over a century. Yet, Chao Tianming had reached the Nirvana realm, with prospects of becoming a saint. What brings you to seek me? Chao Tianming inquired, not surprised by Su Chun's intentions. He was well aware that Su Chun was never one to approach without purpose. I wish to request a royal decree from you, Swordmaster. Chao Tianming appeared slightly taken aback. You wish to establish a dynasty? The founding of a dynasty requires the approval of the sacred land. Su Chun nodded. Cultivating the Imperial Extremity Sutra requires national fortune. I will consult the sacred lord about this matter. Chao Tianming agreed. While establishing your dynasty, do not neglect your swordsmanship practice. His expression turned serious, as if giving a solemn warning. With Chao Tianming as his backing, the royal decree was swiftly delivered into Su Chun's hands. Armed with this decree, Su Chun gained the qualification to establish a dynasty. He was no stranger to founding a dynasty, and he decided to name it the Swordmaster Dynasty, a fitting tribute to the ancestors of the Swordmaster Villa. After finalizing the name, a powerful dynasty emerged in this realm, with Su Chun naturally assuming the role of sovereign, ruling over the world. Upon learning of the establishment of the Swordmaster Dynasty, the major powers surrounding them exhibited varied reactions. Some extended their congratulations, others scoffed, while some were gripped with fear. The Emperor of Great Jing wore a grim expression. Having suffered a significant loss of national fortune at Su Chun's hands, he had failed to manage the aftermath of conquering the Songming dynasty for 50 years. With incessant rebellions draining his resources, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards his sworn brother, contemplating the ease of establishing a dynasty. How could it be so simple? The world has limited resources. With another nearby dynasty, the Great Jing dynasty will undoubtedly be affected. Soon, he devised a strategy. The Swordmaster Dynasty. Su Chun coldly examined the memorials on his desk. The Lin Crocodile clan, the Spirit Shark clan, and the Ice Turtle clan wish for my Swordmaster Dynasty to annually present tribute, or they will dispatch their armies to obliterate my dynasty. Su Chun scoffed. Am I truly that easy to bully? Each clan demanded 10 million warriors and 1,000 geniuses annually, heedless of the potential consequences. While he was ruthless, it did not imply he lacked humanity. Behind these 3 clans stood formidable demon entities, yet behind him loomed the heavenly sword sacred land. With the blood ignition secret method, the time cost of training sword guards was significantly reduced, despite their fleeting lifespans. For Su Chun, as long as the supply of such swords continued, it sufficed. Su Chun refused to offer tributes to the 3 clans in exchange for peace, inciting their fury. The newly established monarch of the dynasty displayed such ignorance of the rules. Did he truly believe that relying on the heavenly sword's sacred land would render him invincible? Then let us fight. Let blood flow across the land. And let the head of the Sword Master dynasty hang upon the walls of the imperial capital, serving as a warning to all who dare defy our commands. The three clans unanimously resolved to unite against the Sword Master dynasty. This marked the first calamity of their nation. The Sword Master dynasty stood firm, with countless sword cultivators willing to brave the flames of war. In a protracted conflict lasting 33 years, innumerable lives were lost, and the ranks of the sword guards were replenished time and again. Eventually, the three clans found themselves overwhelmed and pursued peace negotiations. Yet, Su Chun was unsatisfied and, wielding a sword, charged into the Lin Crocodile clan, slaying the demon king of the Profound Realm, 9 heads, and severely wounding a demon emperor of the Void Realm. He managed to retreat under the relentless pursuit of the clan's ancestors, leaving the world in awe. The terror of the Sword Master body shocked everyone, and the name of Shun Huang resonated across 100 nations. Upon returning to the imperial city, this victory left the Sword Master dynasty severely depleted, prompting a period of recuperation. Su Chun began selecting women of exceptional talent from various regions to take as concubines and nurture future generations. He had encountered many rare beauties and celestial maidens over the past centuries. During this time, Su Chun also attempted to cultivate the Sword Master body, but the success rate was nearly non-existent. After a century of planning, not a single individual succeeded. In the 300th year, Su Chun encountered a familiar face, Shun Lianxin, his biological father in this life. However, Shun Lianxin appeared frail and aged, with little time left. Su Chun calmly regarded him. Your mother has long since passed away. She abandoned her cultivation and relinquished her will to live. Shun Lianxin's lips trembled as he finally spoke. Take me to see her. Su Chun led Shun Lianxin to the ruins of the Sword Master Villa, where the grass flourished and the birds sang. Shun Lianxin knelt, unable to rise. As Su Chun descended the mountain, a sudden rain began to fall from the clear sky, gradually intensifying into a refreshing downpour. Su Chun held no interest in what Shun Lianxin had endured or experienced over the past 2 centuries. Just as he did not intervene as Shun Lianxin departed, he reflected. In this life, I seem somewhat heartless. I wonder how future generations will judge me. Su Chun narrowed his eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. In the 360th year, through relentless effort, Su Chun finally bore a genius with a martial body, the heavenly gang-breaking sword body. He named the child Shin Yinjian. Shin Yinjian lived up to Su Chun's expectations, exhibiting the same grandeur as Su Chun in his youth, achieving the Profound Realm at a tender age and slaying 3 demon clan prodigies. However, this drew the ire of other powers, leading to a joint ambush by several formidable races. Chapter 62, The Swordsmanship Genius. End. In the Imperial Sword Dynasty, Su Chun was in seclusion when suddenly, the token hanging at his waist emanated a crimson glow. An ominous realization struck him. His disciple Jian Er was in peril, summoning the Guichen sword. The space before him shattered like a mirror. Within the palace, a formidable aura swept across the land. Upon his arrival, Su Chun's countenance turned grim. Shun Yinjian had not perished, yet his cultivation had been utterly obliterated. Grandfather. Shun Yinjian spoke weakly. The formidable Tian gang-breaking sword body now vanished, rendering him akin to a mere mortal. Enraged, Su Chun returned to the Imperial Sword Dynasty, launching a thorough investigation in search of the audacious individual who dared to strip Shin Yinjian of his powers. The crippling of Shin Yinjian was undoubtedly a colossal blow to the Imperial Sword Dynasty. After a fruitless search, Su Chun's suspicions fell upon the great Jing Dynasty. Previously, he had utilized their strength to undermine them, and the Jing Emperor bore a grudge. In the great Jing Dynasty, the Emperor erupted in fury, denouncing Shin Chun, "You madman. Why would you claim I dispatched someone to cripple the crown prince of the Imperial Sword Dynasty?" Since Su Chun's emergence from the Lin Crocodile clan, he had avoided this harbinger of misfortune. Why would he provoke them? The Jing Emperor sought to clarify matters and arranged a meeting with Shin Chun. The two sworn brothers met again after 3 centuries. "Brother, I assure you, I did not act alone," the Jing Emperor implored. Su Chun, however, scoffed. "Brother, you still recognize me as such? The Lin Crocodile clan, the Spirit Shark clan, and the Ice Turtle clan conspired at your behest, leading to the untimely demise of countless citizens of the Imperial Sword Dynasty." A heavy silence fell upon the Jing Emperor, realizing that Su Chun had uncovered the truth. "From this day forth, we are no longer brothers. Our bond is severed," Su Chun declared, dismissing their past with a wave of his hand. The Jing Emperor was seized by an overwhelming dread and attempted to flee, only to be swiftly slain by Su Chun's sword, his lifeblood staining the atmosphere. All guards of the great Jing Dynasty met the same fate at the hands of Su Chun's sword guards. Seizing the chaos within the great Jing Dynasty, Su Chun dispatched his troops to invade. In a matter of days, a figure riding a celestial crane appeared in the palace of the Imperial Sword Dynasty. The forces behind the great Jing Dynasty had mobilized. "Shin Emperor, your actions have gone too far." Su Chun countered, "I need not your guidance in my affairs." His conduct was undeniably tyrannical. However, with the support of Chao Tianming, Most factions merely turned a blind eye to his excesses. Ultimately, Su Chun acquired half of the national fortune of the Great Jing dynasty before withdrawing his forces. With Shun Yinjian unable to cultivate, Su Chun sought to nurture a new heir. Yet for 400 years, the imperial sword dynasty birthed no new innate martial bodies. In a rural area, a diminutive, stooped old farmer pushed open a wooden door. He beheld his grandson cradled in the arms of a middle-aged man. Indeed, long time no see. Shin Pingyan gazed upon the familiar visage, noting the newfound authority and depth it possessed. To think you could find me after all this time. Shin Pingyan remarked with a bitter smile. Su Chun chuckled and addressed the child in his arms. Great-granduncle will take you to enjoy a life of opulence, shall we? Shin Pingyan's expression darkened instantly. Brother, he is but a child. Su Chen's smile dissipated. You should understand what the innate sword body represents. Shin Pingyan stood defiantly before Su Chun. No matter what, I will not allow you to take this child. Su Chen's expression remained impassive, with a mere gesture. He immobilized Shin Pingyan to the ground. This matter was beyond Shin Pingyan's control. Shin Pingyan coughed, blood mingling with shattered internal organs. He recalled their first encounter. Remembering the youth's words, if anyone bullies you in the future, your brother will slay them with his sword. Yet now, the only one who had bullied him was Su Chun. Shin Pingyan burned his dwindling lifespan in a futile attempt to break free from Su Chen's grip. Su Chun departed with the child, naming him Shun Daoyuan. He had granted Shin Pingyan several centuries of stability. A decade later, yet another swordsmanship genius emerged in the realm. Shun Daoyuan entered the heavenly sword Holy Land. That same year, a significant event unfolded. The beings of the Western Domain declared war on the Southern Domain. To herald a new era, the Western Domain sought to shatter the Southern Domain and seize its fortunes, for they aimed to pick the softest fruit. An ancient entity in the Western Domain aspired to transcend into a great sage, yet the region's vitality and fortune were insufficient to support such an emergence. This conflict was both a gamble and a contest. However, Su Chun was taken aback when Chao Tianming was unexpectedly slain by an ancient aberration from the Western Domain. Witnessing the battle, Su Chun observed two near-saint entities clash, resulting in cataclysmic upheaval. Chao Tianming exhausted his swordsmanship, yet still fell short. While powerful figures from the heavenly sword Holy Land were obstructed by mighty beings of the Western Domain, it became evident even those with divine bodies could meet their demise. A wave of sorrow surged within Su Chen's heart. This world was replete with talents. Fate and time were indifferent. In this battle, though Su Chun miraculously survived, he bore grave injuries. The Western Domain gained little, as the ancient existence's chance to ascend to a great sage was thwarted. Now a millennium old, Su Chen's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Void Realm. Following the conflict with the Western Domain, the Southern Domain, already in decline, continued to wither, resembling an age of magical decline where saints were absent. Even the prodigies had vanished. None remained to bear the banner. In this era, where saints were scarce and rebirth was rare, Su Chun inexplicably transformed into a formidable figure. The imperial sword dynasty emerged as one of the few remaining great powers. Su Chen's inner sorrow dissipated. The age of decline was upon them. His first course of action was to annex the Great Jing dynasty, followed by the conquest of 3 more dynasties over the next 2 centuries. His cultivation soared to the 9th level of the Void Realm. Su Chun then entered seclusion to breach the Nirvana realm, with but 300 years of lifespan remaining. He was prepared to wager everything. Yet, silence ensued. With white hair and a reluctant gaze, Su Chun realized the laws of the Southern Domain were incomplete. Restoration would require 200 to 300 years, hindering his ascension to the Nirvana realm. I am filled with hatred. How could it be that after reaching the threshold of the Nirvana realm, I am told the heavens have closed their gates, denying my breakthrough? It was then Su Chun encountered Shun Daoyuan. A sudden thought struck him. If he annihilated the entirety of the Shun bloodline, would he have a chance to ascend to the Nirvana realm? Shun Daoyuan stood before Su Chun, sword in hand, confronting him. Great-granduncle, allow me to accompany you on your final journey. Su Chun chuckled. Do you seek vengeance for your grandfather? Shun Daoyuan struck at Su Chun, wielding a pure swordsmanship that mirrored the essence of Chao Tianming. The two battled for 3 days and nights. Weakened by age and previous failures, Su Chun succumbed, plunging into the furnace before Shun Daoyuan. I shall forge a sword for you. I hope your swordsmanship does not mirror my own. 1,500 years passed. Su Chun perished. Chapter 63. Rebirth as the Great Villain, Part 1. Once again, Su Chun found himself in the reverse fate space, his heart a tumultuous sea of emotions. In the final moments of his previous life, he had been unable to advance further, ultimately choosing to fulfill Shun Daoyuan's aspirations. In this life, entrusted to Shun Tianyi, he endured considerable suffering in the early stages, but ultimately cultivated the postnatal sword body, qualifying him to compete with the prodigies of the sacred lands. In his 6th life, he was born in the sword cultivation manner, endowed with remarkable talent, and having achieved the sword body with a success rate of less than 1 in a billion, thus embarking on a journey to challenge the world's elite. His swordsmanship distinguished him among his peers, and he carved a path through many obstacles, until he encountered the true depth of the sacred lands. His once proud swordsmanship was effortlessly shattered, leading him to doubt his own abilities. Disappointed, his grandfather fell to him, and he took over the sword cultivation manor. He began to focus on enhancing his realm, seeking greater strength, and calculating the fate of the dynasty. After numerous trials, he successfully established a dynasty, igniting countless wars and resulting in the deaths of billions. Many branded him a tyrant, yet he remained indifferent, easily suppressing dissent with his sword guards. During the war in the southwest, he shone brightly, his fame extending beyond the southern domain, even reaching the western domain. After the conflict, the southern domain lay in ruins, and he became one of the few formidable figures in the world, an enforcer for the sacred lands, suppressing the talents of the southern domain and ruthlessly extracting resources to facilitate his final breakthrough. Ultimately, he failed. He died, leaving behind a glorious legacy in the southern domain that drew countless admirers. Evaluation, Blue Star rating, 5 reverse fate points. 5,000. Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. 5,000 reverse fate points were an undeniably substantial sum. Qualifications, 0. Comprehension, 0. Family background, 0. State of mind, 150, with 5,000 reverse fate points. He was determined to lead an exhilarating life. Qualifications, 2,000 comprehension, 2,000 family background, 1,000. Su Chen felt a surge of ambition. Turning to the next page, he embraced his reincarnation. Upon opening his eyes, he meticulously sorted through the memories in his mind. He discovered that in this life, he was born in the northern domain, the most powerful domain aside from the central domain. In this life, he was the most cherished descendant of an elder from a declining sacred family. His great-grandfather was a revered figure of the Nirvana realm. With a stoic expression, Su Chen adjusted his attire. His family was known as the Gu clan. Once, they had produced a saint, but after his death, no second saint arose from the clan. They were left with a sacred artifact to suppress the lesser beings and maintain the clan and Apos' glory. In this life, he was named Gu Chun, one of the top 5 prodigies of the Gu clan. With the Qinyuan body, he had broken through to the spirit-soul realm at the tender age of 18. Just as Su Chen prepared to venture out, a young woman burst into his residence and knelt before him. Lady Lin Yuer pays her respects to Lord Gu Chun. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her delicate features exuding a fragile charm that easily stirred a man's instinct to protect. Such a gem, even in Su Chen's previous life, where he had been surrounded by countless beauties, few could compare. Have you come to seek me for some important matter? Though the woman was exquisite, Su Chen's seasoned heart remained composed, reflecting on how advantageous it was to have a high starting point. Lord, Lin Zhan has left the Qing Xian martial mansion. Should we send someone to eliminate him? Su Chen paused, feeling a sense of familiarity. After recalling, he also remembered Lin Yuer's background. She was the daughter of an elder from a minor family within the Qing Xian dynasty, while Lin Zhan was the son of the family head. They had grown up together. During a previous visit to the Qing Xian dynasty, Gu Chun had recognized Lin Yuer's talent and took her as a maid, motivated partly by his admiration for her beauty. This was indeed good news for Lin Yuer, akin to a windfall from the heavens. As she swiftly kicked Lin Zhan aside and sought refuge in Gu Chen's embrace, the Lin family unanimously supported this decision, except for Lin Zhan, whose objections were inconsequential. After providing the Lin family with cultivation resources, Gu Chun took Lin Yuer away, leaving Lin Zhan in a state of impotent fury. Since Lin Yuer departed from her family, Lin Zhan, seemingly empowered, managed to enter the largest martial mansion in the Qing Xian dynasty, vowing to seek revenge on Gu Chun. Witnessing Lin Zhan's relentless pursuit, Lin Yuer grew anxious, fearing that Gu Chun might misunderstand, leading her to make several attempts to eliminate Lin Zhan, all of which failed. This only intensified Lin Zhan's hatred for Gu Chun, believing him to be the mastermind behind it all. Gu Chun found himself exasperated, contemplating how to deal with this foolish rival. Su Chen's expression turned peculiar. How did this resemble the fate of a favored son? How had he become the villain once more? Damn it! Su Chen could not help but utter a curse. Lin Yuer trembled slightly, her enchanting eyes lifting to meet his. Her cheeks flushed as she sweetly asked, Lord, do you require my services tonight? Su Chen replied, This Lin family truly has no one normal. Not tonight. You may withdraw for now. I am aware of Lin Zhan's situation. Lin Yuer felt a pang of disappointment. How could a mere mud-legged fellow like Lin Zhan compare to Lord Gu Chen? It was utterly absurd. Once Gu Chun made his move, there would be no chance for reversal. She had lost patience with Lin Zhan, realizing she could not hinder her pursuit of a better life, especially since she had offered him ample support, only to be met with ingratitude and slander against Gu Chen's name. After Lin Yuer departed, Su Chen rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Lin Zhan was different from Feng Bubi. The latter's conflicts were merely verbal disputes that could easily be resolved. However, Lin Zhan was obstinate, and Su Chen could not fathom a way to make him abandon his quest for vengeance. For individuals with such lofty ambitions, Having stolen their childhood sweetheart meant it was a matter of life and death. Naturally, Su Chun did not wish for his demise, especially after investing a substantial 5,000 reverse fate points in this life. Unable to let go of the insurmountable hatred, he resolved not to sit idly by. Then, he would resort to killing. With a cold gaze, Su Chun reflected on his 6 lifetimes. In his previous life, he had also been on the verge of entering the Nirvana realm, and his combat experience far surpassed that of a mere novice. Eliminating Lin Zhan would allow him to seize the opportunities he possessed. Perhaps this life still held the hope of achieving sainthood. With this thought in mind, Su Chun no longer hesitated and rose to seek out his grandfather in this life, the 3rd elder of the Gu clan, Gu Yixian. Chapter 64. Rebirth as the Great Villain, Part 2. The 3rd elder of the ancient clan wielded immense authority over the clan's punitive measures, a power so profound that it inspired trepidation in many. Yet, before Su Chun, he appeared merely as a benevolent grandfather, offering an array of Su Chin's favorite delicacies. "Oh, Chinner, you have arrived." Ancient Yixian expressed his satisfaction with Su Chun, noting how closely the boy resembled him in character. Following the demise of Su Chin's parents in their quest for hidden realms, he had promised to fulfill any desire of Su Chin's, no matter how grand, be it plucking stars from the heavens. As Su Chun casually sampled a piece of the colorful fairy bean cake, he remarked, "Grandfather's cakes are truly unparalleled in flavor." Ancient Yixian's smile broadened, his gaze filled with affection. Su Chun devoured several pieces, feeling a warm current flow through him. Each confection was crafted from rare and exquisite ingredients, undeniably delightful. However, Su Chun did not lose sight of his objective. He turned to Ancient Yixian and stated, "Grandfather, I wish to request your assistance in dealing with a certain individual." Su Chun had no intention of allowing Lin Zhan to gradually ascend to a formidable status akin to a major antagonist. He called upon Ancient Yixian, a revered figure of the Nirvana realm. Although it might seem ludicrous for a Nirvana master to deal with a mere fledgling below the spirit soul realm, Su Chun had spoken. Ancient Yixian's expression grew serious. "Chinner, whom have you provoked?" Su Chun recounted the events concerning Lin Zhan, then added, "Grandfather, I desire the opportunities that lie within him. For a young scion to achieve such heights within 2 years is no ordinary feat. He may possess significant fortune, or perhaps be shielded by an ancient entity. Regardless of the truth, your collaboration is essential to ensure absolute success." Upon hearing Su Chun's words, Ancient Yixian's eyes flickered with contemplation before he nodded. "Very well, I shall grant you a talisman. Should you shatter it, I will arrive at the battlefield post-haste, ensuring all goes according to plan." He handed Su Chun an orange-yellow talisman imbued with his essence. With Ancient Yixian's backing, Su Chun felt a renewed sense of confidence in vanquishing Lin Zhan. He also procured a contingent of elite warriors from the ancient clan, setting an elaborate trap to ensure Lin Zhan's demise. Soon enough, an opportunity presented itself when Lin Zhan appeared within the Spirit Fox clan. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Su Chun's eyes. This was his inaugural strike against a child of destiny, and failure was not an option. Within the Spirit Fox clan, Lin Zhan gazed tenderly at the young fox maiden tending to his wounds. He felt immense gratitude towards her. For had it not been for her timely rescue during his reckless venture into the treacherous Songlong Sea, he might have perished. "Lin Yuer, Gu Chun, I, Lin Zhan, shall not rest until I settle the score with you." Rage simmered within him as he recalled being hunted by the ancient clan. To protect Qing Xuanwu Manor from repercussions, he had fled into the perilous Songlong Sea, battling adversaries for a chance at fortune. Though he had miraculously acquired treasure, he bore grave injuries. The fox maiden, her hands glowing with verdant light, extinguished the radiance and wiped the sweat from her brow. "Big brother Lin Zhan, your injuries are nearly healed. You merely need to rest and recuperate." Lin Zhan nodded in appreciation. "Thank you, Miss Huan. I vow to repay this life-saving grace 100-fold. As Lin Zhan began his recovery within the Spirit Fox clan, he aided Huan in repelling troublesome scions and helped the clan maintain its stature among the 13 families of Songlong Island. His bond with Huan deepened day by day. However, this tranquility was disrupted when a prominent figure from the ancient clan arrived. Lin Zhan's heart sank as he recognized the familiar faces of Gu Chun and Lin Yuer. Swathes of ancient clan guards encircled the Spirit Fox clan, alarming its patriarch. "Patriarch of the Fox clan, if you surrender Lin Zhan, I will not only absolve your clan of harboring a fugitive, but also bestow upon you a void-breaking pill to aid your ascension into the void realm," Su Chun proclaimed, believing his offer to be quite generous. "Never. Lin Zhan is a benefactor to our Spirit Fox clan. If you seek his life, you must first tread over my fallen kin," the patriarch declared with righteous indignation. The elders echoed his sentiment, declaring, "Lin Zhan is our savior. To betray him would be akin to betraying our very souls." Su Chun mused to himself, are they not all a bunch of fools? Nevertheless, the Spirit Fox clan had secured its position among the 13 families of Songlong Sea, complicating matters for him. His expression grew increasingly cold. "Does the patriarch truly wish to oppose my ancient clan?" Slaughtering the Spirit Fox clan would undoubtedly incur the wrath of Songlong Palace, and returning to the ancient clan would invite punishment, potentially endangering ancient Ishian. However, Su Qin could not afford to delay. Who knew when he might encounter the Child of Destiny again? Until they are no more, I cannot find peace in my meals or sleep. Su Qin thought resolutely. He was determined to eliminate Lin Zhan within the Spirit Fox clan at any cost. The patriarch extended his hand, coldly asserting, "Escort the young master of the ancient clan away." Su Qin softly remarked, "What need is there to sacrifice an entire clan for one who is scarcely even kin? Kill." With Su Qin's command, the guards of the ancient clan surged forward, launching an assault on the Spirit Fox clan. "Protect our benefactor." Members of the Spirit Fox clan emerged, engaging in fierce combat with the elders of the ancient clan. "Gu Chun, I will see you dead." Lin Zhan's heart ached as he witnessed numerous members of the Spirit Fox clan fall beneath the blades. He yearned to confront Su Chun in a desperate bid for vengeance. Su Chun noticed Lin Zhan. Although his appearance was unremarkable, he emanated an indomitable spirit. Eliminate him at all costs. Su Chun harbored no intentions of facing Lin Zhan in a duel. He commanded his guards to execute Lin Zhan, ensuring no future threat remained. Just as the guards were about to strike the fatal blow, the patriarch of the Spirit Fox clan erupted with a sudden surge of strength, vanquishing his opponent and shielding Lin Zhan from harm. "Benefactor, flee. Take Huan and escape the Spirit Fox clan." Su Qin seethed internally. Why is it so difficult to kill him? With urgency, he crushed the talisman in his hand. The world darkened abruptly. A celestial diagram appeared above the Spirit Fox clan, obscuring the sun and moon. An imposing elder materialized, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. Ancient Ishian, the third elder of the ancient clan. The skies over Songlong Sea dimmed. A figure of the Nirvana realm had arrived. Ancient Ishian wasted no words, his gaze icy as he fixed upon Lin Zhan. "It is this boy. Chinner has declared he must perish." His expression hardened with malice, and he advanced towards Lin Zhan. A Nirvana master wielding the intent to eliminate a fledgling of the spirit soul realm was a fearsome sight. Just as ancient Ishian was poised to obliterate everything, a colossal hand emerged from the mists, halting his advance. A majestic black serpent, its 9 heads swirling around an elderly figure, danced with ethereal grace. "Ancient Ishian, this young lad is under the protection of Songlong Palace. If you wish to take his life, your current form is unworthy. Summon your true self." Seeing the palace lord of Songlong Palace appear, Su Qin could not help but feel a sense of awe at the potent aura of the Child of Destiny. However, a booming voice echoed across the expanse. "Since when did Songlong Palace presume to meddle in the affairs of my ancient clan?" Chapter 65, Rebirth as the Great Villain, Part 3. In the distance, a pair of colossal hands tore through the fabric of space. Within the profound void, 2 figures emerged. One, an elder with flowing white hair, bore a sword upon his back, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. The other, a middle-aged man, had his hands folded within his sleeves, squinting with eyes that glimmered with a chilling light. Upon their arrival, the smile on Songlong's face abruptly froze. The 3 elders of the ancient clan, Gu Ishian and Gu Ho, the 5th elder, had both arrived, each a revered figure in the Nirvana realm. Su Qin felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated such formidable support from his grandfather, who had even summoned another Nirvana-level master. "How audacious of the Songlong Palace to impede the affairs of my ancient clan. Those whom we seek to eliminate shall not find sanctuary under your protection," Gu Ishian declared with a disdainful snort. A layer of frost spread rapidly across the sea's surface, a manifestation of his overwhelming power. Gu Ho narrowed his eyes, fixating on Songlong, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike. The myriad phenomena of Nirvana blossomed around him. At Gu Ishian's command, they would not hesitate to eliminate Songlong. Songlong, feeling the weight of their gazes, was undeterred. "I have vowed to protect young Lin Zhan. The Spirit Fox clan cannot be exterminated by your ancient clan. You shall not lay a finger on him unless you tread over my lifeless body." Simultaneously, the void shattered like a mirror, unleashing a cataclysmic force that swept across the Songlong Sea. To clear obstacles for his grandson, Gu Ishian was prepared to obliterate all life within the Songlong Sea. Su Chun was perplexed by Lin Zhan's immense allure, which compelled powerful beings to willingly risk their lives for him. Nevertheless, this did not waver Su Chin's resolve to eliminate Lin Zhan. With blood-red eyes, Lin Zhan gazed at Su Chun, witnessing one protector after another fall before him, including the woman who had once saved him. In a frenzy, he roared, "Gu Chun, Lin Yuer, if I, Lin Zhan, do not perish, I shall repay you 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold." Su Chun's murderous intent was palpable. "Lin Zhan, all of this is of your own making. I have afforded you countless chances. Had you not insisted on opposing me, none would have perished." These near-fatal words ignited Lin Zhan's fury, causing him to cough up blood. The leader of the Spirit Fox clan, in a fit of rage, ignited everything within him and charged at Su Chun. Despite being met with a barrage of attacks, he pressed forward, bloodied and battered, intent on reaching Su Chun. Yet, This lethal strike was intercepted by a colossal hand. Gu Ho had intervened. Gu Yixian held back Songlong, allowing Gu Ho to unleash his might. Uncle Gu, spare no words. Act swiftly and eliminate him. Su Chen urged, fearing further delays might lead to unforeseen complications. Gu Ho nodded, raising his hand with a flourish, rendering the entire Spirit Fox Mountain insignificant before him. The powerful beings of the Spirit Fox clan were instantly crushed, and even the ancient clan's guards who had failed to retreat were caught in the chaos. It appeared that Spirit Fox Mountain was on the brink of annihilation. Lin Zhan was struck with such force that he lost consciousness. This scene seemed an assured victory. However, just as Lin Zhan was about to vanish along with Spirit Fox Mountain, a radiant, multicolored light erupted from his chest. A cube-shaped object materialized, shattering in midair and transforming into a beam of celestial light that pierced the heavens and the earth, carrying Lin Zhan's body far away into the cosmos. Gu Ho reached out to halt him, but upon touching the beam, his hand aged and decayed in an instant. The stench of decay forced him to sever his withered arm, helplessly watching as Lin Zhan's figure retreated into the vast expanse of the universe, heading towards an unknown destination. Witnessing Lin Zhan's escape nearly drove Su Chen to despair. This was beyond unfair. He had summoned the pinnacle of combat strength, poised to eliminate Lin Zhan. Yet even Lin Zhan seemed to have given up, only to be whisked away by an invincible force. Su Chen felt his heart bleed, while Gu Ho's expression soured. A sacred artifact, this fellow possesses a self-reviving holy weapon within him. Yet, for such a treasure to be wielded by one of mere spirit realm cultivation, it was akin to a child flaunting gold at a night market. Fear not, nephew. Once he departs the northern region for the starry expanse, he will likely be hunted down and his sacred artifact seized within mere months, Gu Ho added. Su Chen chuckled bitterly. If it were that easy, Lin Zhan would not have escaped. The growth rate of a fated child truly instilled despair. After a moment, Gu Yixian, bearing 3 severed heads, felt a pang of trepidation upon learning of Lin Zhan's escape. With half of the ancient clan's strength deployed, such a formidable show of force had allowed a mere spirit realm warrior to flee. How dare that Songlong Palace oppose my ancient clan and shelter our wanted criminal? We shall first eradicate that Songlong Palace, ensuring the world understands that although my ancient clan may be in decline, we are not to be trifled with. Gu Yixian's gaze turned frigid. In his eyes, the interference of that Songlong Palace was the reason a mere spirit realm warrior had slipped away. Under Gu Yixian's leadership, that Songlong Palace and 13 affiliated races were eradicated within a month. After leaving some ancient clan warriors to occupy that Songlong Sea, Gu Yixian returned to his clan with the others. Su Chen felt vexed for failing to kill Lin Zhan. His frustration turned into a fervent dedication to training. He wished to avoid encountering Lin Zhan again, lest he be relegated to a mere pawn in their deadly rivalry, where only one could survive. Su Chen had an inkling that Lin Zhan would not perish in the cosmic expanse. One day, he would surely return to the northern region. Not long after, Su Chen received troubling news. His grandfather, Gu Yixian, had been impeached by the Elder Council for mobilizing a significant portion of the ancient clan's guards, sparking suspicion regarding his motives. Had Su Chen succeeded in eliminating Lin Zhan, the spoils would have easily compensated for the losses. However, since Lin Zhan had escaped, the council viewed the ancient clan's efforts as a source of ridicule. It was likely that the 10,000 Beasts Sacred Hall was also beginning to exert pressure on the clan. After all, that Songlong Sea was nominally under their jurisdiction. Su Chen adjusted his attire and set off toward the Elder Hall. Chapter 66. Rebirth as the Great Villain, Part 4. In the ancient clan's Elder Council, there were 12 seats occupied by powerful elders, each a revered master of the Nirvana realm. The existence of the ancient clan relied upon them, perpetuating the glory of the sacred lineage. With eyes closed, Gu Yixian, apart from Gu Ho, found himself the focus of the remaining 10 elders and the current clan leader, Gu Tsong. Some gazes were filled with wrath, others remained placid, while a few reveled in schadenfreude. Gu Yixian had wielded the authority of punishment for centuries, exercising utmost caution without revealing the slightest flaw. Yet now, he had committed such a grave act. Gu Yixian, are you aware of your transgressions? You have brought upon our ancient clan such formidable foes. Gu Yixian did not so much as flutter his eyelids, remaining indifferent to their accusations, which incited further ire among the elders. Just then, a voice echoed from outside. Gu Chen requests an audience. The elders began to murmur amongst themselves. Gu Chen, the third elder's grandson, a young prodigy of some renown within the clan. What brings him here? Humph, all of this turmoil stems from Gu Chen. Were it not for him, how would our clan have offended a genius wielding a sacred artifact? Let him enter. Su Chen pushed open the grand doors and entered the Elder Council, guided by Gu Ho. As he surveyed the assembly of elders, he mused, indeed, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Though the ancient clan had fallen, it still boasted 12 Nirvana realm masters and possessed sacred artifacts, instilling a sense of awe in the unruly. Gu Chen, are you aware of your culpability? This calamity arose from your actions. resulting in severe casualties among our clan members and incurring enmity with numerous factions, leading to endless repercussions. Su Chun bowed his head and replied. The clan member Gu Chen acknowledges his fault. This incident was entirely my doing and bears no relation to my grandfather. One elder chuckled softly. How filial. Su Chen remained silent for a moment before lifting his gaze. However, I discovered an item on Lin Zhan, which I am willing to present to the clan. Gu Yixian opened his eyes, and the assembly of elders turned their attention to Su Chun. After a brief pause, the tall figure in the center spoke lightly. What item? Su Chun produced an ancient jade tablet, which was seized by a large hand. The 10 elders clustered around the clan leader, eager to uncover the information within the tablet. The sword body technique. This actually records the method for cultivating an acquired martial body. An elder exclaimed, astonished. Martial bodies are categorized into innate and acquired, the former being naturally endowed, while the latter can be cultivated over time. Innate martial bodies are rare, and acquired martial bodies even more so. Techniques that can transform an ordinary individual into one with special physique are invariably supreme. Even at the height of the ancient clan's power, such techniques were non-existent. How can this be? An elder questioned in disbelief. How can we authenticate such a technique? Where did you acquire it? Gutsong inquired sternly. Su Chen's demeanor remained calm as he slowly replied. This technique belongs to Lin Zhan, one of his secrets. Whether the clan leader believes it or not, a simple investigation will reveal the truth. Gutsong glanced at the other elders, who nodded in agreement, before continuing. If this item proves genuine, you shall be a benefactor of our ancient clan, and this matter will be set aside. They were all acutely aware that possessing a technique capable of transforming ordinary individuals into extraordinary talents would greatly enhance the strength of the ancient clan, potentially restoring the glory of their ancestors. Gu Yixian cast a glance at Su Chun, and the two exited the elder council together. After a moment, Gu Yixian finally spoke. Chinner, is the technique you presented truly authentic? Su Chun nodded. The item was genuine, without question. In his previous life, he had successfully cultivated it and even refined it further. However, since his last life, no one else had managed to achieve mastery over it. The success rate was dismally low. As for Lin Zhan, he perfectly matched the characteristics of someone suddenly acquiring a special physique and subsequently gaining renown, leaving Su Chun unconcerned that the clan might trace the origins back to the southern domain. As Su Chun had anticipated, a month later, the technique was confirmed to be authentic. Gu Yixian retained his authority over punishment, and everything appeared as if nothing had transpired. Su Chun continued to embody the role of the clan's young master. Time flew by, and a year had passed. Su Chun opened his eyes as Lin Yuer's voice resonated outside his cave dwelling. My lord, the ancient clan's competition for the younger generation begins in 1 week. Su Chun recalled that the ancient clan periodically held competitions for its younger generation, with talented youths participating. Based on their prowess, they were ranked within the clan. The higher the rank, the more abundant the resources allocated. Su Chun ranked fourth within the clan, neither too high nor too low. This time, he was determined to secure the first position within the ancient clan's rankings. Su Chen's resolve strengthened. He felt immense pressure, having allowed Lin Zhan to escape into the outer starry realms. The ancient clan fared decently in the northern domain, but beyond this realm, they would not even be qualified to dine at the table among myriad races. Perhaps only a sage could traverse the vast expanse of outer starry realms unhindered. To avoid becoming a mere pawn for Lin Zhan, Su Chun had no choice but to engage in frantic cultivation, awaiting the next opportunity to confront Lin Zhan and devise a plan to eliminate him. Soon, the day of the ancient clan and Appos, as competition for the younger generation arrived. Su Chun encountered other prodigies of the clan, 3 males and 1 female, each possessing special physiques. As Su Chun assessed them, they too scrutinized him. The so-called geniuses of the ancient clan were insignificant in their eyes. Only the 5 of them were worthy adversaries. Su Chun exerted no unnecessary effort. Even warming up was unnecessary, as he effortlessly subdued the others. Before long, he faced one of the remaining 4. Gu Xiong, endowed with a thunder tribulation body, was a muscular man enveloped in arcs of lightning, his hair standing on end. Gu Chen, you might as well concede. Gu Xiong boasted arrogantly. Older and more powerful than Su Chun, with a deeper foundation. Su Chun replied with indifference, apologies, but you've stolen my line. Gu Xiong struck first, unleashing a deluge of thunder from the heavens, conjuring a vision of a thunderbird with outstretched wings, charging directly at Su Chun. Gu Chen, perhaps give you a few more years, and you might be fit to spar with me, but not now. Su Chun remained speechless as the particles of yin and yang burst forth, manifesting the Qian Yuan body, as he simply clenched his fist and swung it. The thunderbird was shattered by the force of his punch, and the residual power struck Gu Xiong, sending him crashing from the sky to the ground, creating a deep crater in the specially crafted battle platform. Su Chun landed beside Gu Zi and Appos, On, who struggled to rise. What martial technique was that? Gu Zi and Appos, On gasped. Su Chun replied nonchalantly, just an ordinary punch. Gu Xiong laughed heartily. What a splendid name. He then succumbed to unconsciousness. This left Su Chen deep in contemplation. This truly was just an ordinary punch. Chapter 67. Rebirth. As the great villain 5, Su Chen's single punch vanquished Gu Ziong, creating a significant uproar within the Gu clan. Gu Zi and Apos, Ong, ranked 3rd, had been defeated with but a single blow. The elders of the clan exchanged glances, bewildered by the spectacle. What had just transpired? It seemed truly just an ordinary punch. Yet, upon reflection, that punch seemed to harbor something more profound. The essence of martial intent? Impossible, even with martial intent. It should not have easily overcome Gu Ziong, who had tempered his physique through the thunder tribulation, rendering him as formidable as an ordinary Transcendence Realm warrior. The force of heaven and earth belonged to the Transcendence Realm, and it appeared that Gu Chun had likely broken through to that realm. A Transcendence Realm warrior at the tender age of 10, comparable to the true disciples of the sacred grounds. Haha, truly, he is the grandson of the 3rd elder. It has been ages since our clan has produced such a genius. Given time, perhaps the Council of Elders will gain another member. A smile crept onto Gu Xian and Apos' stern visage. This lad has even concealed his progress from me. In merely a year, Su Chun had ascended from the 7th layer of the spirit soul to the Transcendence Realm, making him a genuine youthful sovereign, with bright prospects for breaking into the Nirvana realm, and perhaps even a faint chance of touching the threshold of the sacred realm. The revelation of Su Chen's cultivation level struck many of the Gu clan's prodigies like a blow. I shall challenge you, Gu Chun, declared Gu Yuan, the foremost genius of the Gu clan, standing before Su Chun, his prowess at the half-step Transcendence realm. Su Chen replied, you must know that challenging me leaves you with no hope of victory. This world is not devoid of prodigies who can confront foes across vast realms. However, Gu Yuan is not among them. On the path of martial arts, one must forge ahead. Until the cosmos is settled, how can one retreat? Gu Yuan proclaimed, his spirit ablaze with determination. He charged directly at Su Chen, a pure heart for martial arts. Su Chen saw in him a reflection of his former self, a time when he too possessed such an untainted martial spirit. Very well, Su Chen responded, unleashing his attack with 2 fingers resembling a sword. The air resonated with the sound of weapons, brilliance dazzling and obscuring vision. What terrifying martial skills! No wonder he has achieved the Transcendence Realm at such a young age. Praised the many elders of the Gu clan. Even for a grand clan like the Gu, producing a Nirvana Realm warrior is no trivial matter. It may take centuries to witness the emergence of another youthful sovereign. Though the Nirvana Realm boasts a lifespan of 3,000 years, it too has its limits. Ultimately, someone must carry the torch to ensure the perpetuity of a power. Within the Gu clan, Su Chun undoubtedly represents fresh Nirvana blood, showcasing talents worthy of the clan's attention. Defeated, Gu Yuan gazed at Su Chun with bitterness in his heart. From that point forth, the title of the clan's foremost prodigy would no longer belong to him, but to the youth before him. Following this battle, Su Chen became a core seed of the Gu clan, retreating to the ancestral grounds to cultivate, seldom seen outside. 15 years later, while immersed in his training, Su Chen received news of an ancient ruin appearing in the outer starry sky, prompting numerous forces from surrounding domains to dispatch personnel, including the Tianxian domain. The northern domain, where Su Chen resided, also sent a multitude of factions to partake in the excitement. As a top-tier power beneath the sacred grounds, the Gu clan would naturally seize the opportunity to join in. Accompanied by the elders of the Gu clan, Su Chen embarked on a journey through the outer starry expanse, sensing that he might encounter Lin Zhan during this excursion. The location of the ruins lay within a starry region of the outer cosmos, featuring an immense, glacial fragment of the ancient kingdom. Surrounding it were numerous celestial bodies, teeming with various factions. Accompanying the Gu clan members, Su Chen broadened his horizons, having ventured beyond the Tianxian domain for the first time. Countless beings populated the outer realms, diverse and myriad in form. However, only those with the stature to enter the outer realms were substantial powers, each boasting at least one Nirvana realm elder, with some sacred grounds dispatching ancient figures wielding sacred artifacts, creating grand displays in the cosmos. After searching for a while, Su Chen could not locate Lin Zhan. Yet he understood the difficulty of the task. With so many beings in the outer realms, the notion of finding one individual was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Failure was to be expected. However, even if Su Chen could not find Lin Zhan, the latter would inevitably seek him out. Their paths were destined to cross in battle. As the ancient kingdom and Apos' ruins stabilized, a decree manifested in the sky, declaring that only martial artists below the Void Realm were permitted entry, and that weapons above the royal grade were prohibited within the ruins. Perplexed, Su Chen sought clarification from the elders of the Gu clan, who explained that the space here was fragile. If all major forces were allowed to enter, the potential for a sacred war could lead to catastrophic consequences, causing the space to shatter and retreat into the void, hiding in the unknown, leaving all factions with empty hands. Su Chen mused, it seems these ancient families possess great wisdom. No wonder none from the clan at the Void Realm have come. They had likely anticipated this. Besides Su Chen, several other prodigies at the 9th layer of transcendence had also arrived, individuals who were celebrated figures from hundreds of years past. While some may not match Su Chen, their talents were formidable, even surpassing Gu Yuan. Together, they ventured into the ancient kingdom and Appos' ruins. Within, remnants of a powerful and ancient civilization could be discerned, suggesting it was once a mighty realm within the Starry Sea, now tragically lost to the annals of time due to some dire crisis. After entering the ancient kingdom, it was not long before Su Chen encountered an external prodigy hunting those from the Tianxin domain. This being possessed blue skin, lacked hair, and was covered in scales, resembling humans in form. Are you from the Tianxin domain? Do you recognize the Gu clan of the northern domain? The blue-skinned outsider licked the blood from the blade's edge. His azure gaze is deep and dark as the ocean's abyss, eyeing the Gu clan's prodigies as though they were prey. A prodigy from the Gu clan, standing at the 9th layer of transcendence, furrowed his brow and replied, "We are indeed the Gu clan of the northern domain. Are you searching for us?" Upon hearing this, the blue-skinned entity in Appos' expression brightened. Haha, so you are the Gu clan from the Tianxin northern domain. What a stroke of fortune. You are the enemies of my lord, who has placed a generous bounty on your heads. I shall sever your heads to claim the reward. Chapter 68, Rebirth of the Great Villain, Part 6, Your Excellency? Su Chen furrowed his brow, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Could it be that the Your Excellency he referred to was Lin Zhan? A prodigy of the ancient clan, known as Gulan, observed the brazen demeanor of the blue-skinned creature and coldly scoffed. Is that all you and Appos' got? Such audacity. Your skin would make for a fine pair of toe shoes. With that, he charged at the blue-skinned being, intent on vanquishing the arrogant extraterrestrial. In the vast expanse of the outer cosmos, countless domains coexisted, populated by myriad races. The Tianxin domain had produced several eminent emperors, and its denizens naturally harbored a sense of pride when traversing the realms. The audacity of this unrecognized blue-skinned creature to consider them prey warranted a severe reckoning. Gulan made his move, while the other prodigies of the ancient clan observed coolly, confident that the blue-skinned being would prove no match for Gulan, whose cultivation had reached the 7th layer of the profound realm, a commendable level among the tens of thousands of prodigies entering the ancient kingdom. The blue-skinned entity, provoked by Gulan's words, felt a surge of anger. Its scales rippled, changing color, and it vanished from sight, causing Gulan's attack to pass through and obliterate a mountain behind him. Vanished? Su Chen watched the suddenly absent blue-skinned creature, recalling the admonitions of Gu Yixian before his departure. Chinner, there are countless extraterrestrial beings, each race possessing unique talents. Never underestimate even the weakest, lest you pay a heavy price. Now witnessing the blue-skinned creature's abilities, Su Chen finally understood why Gu Yixian had felt the need to caution him. Such previously unseen tactics were indeed extraordinarily bizarre. Gulan, seeing nothing in the arena, arrogantly declared, "You think you can contend with my ancient clan? If you possess any courage, show yourself. A mouse that dares not reveal its face cannot possibly be formidable." From the heavens came a chilling laugh. "Rest assured, I shall sever your head, and I shall indeed do so." Gulan's eyes brightened as he directed his attack toward the source of the voice. Yet it still passed through without consequence. No one was there. He attempted several more times, all to no avail, which began to fray his patience. Within the ancient clan, their leader, Gu Tiangang, coldly remarked, "Gulan, finish this swiftly. Do not linger here." Upon hearing this, Gulan wasted no time, biting his own blood to place upon a jade pendant, causing ripples to emanate from beneath his feet, unleashing a powerful aura of destruction that spread outward. At that moment, a dagger pierced Gulan's chest, transforming into a long blade that penetrated through. It was then that Su Chen made his move, his sword weapon flying from his waist, its light fragmenting as he swung it toward the blue-skinned entity. Faced with this, the blue-skinned creature had no choice but to relinquish its dagger, attempting to employ its previous tactic once more. However, Su Chen would not grant it another chance. He descended like a full moon, delivering a decisive strike that cleaved the blue-skinned being in two. The prodigies of the ancient clan gasped in shock. This was the clan's supreme technique, the moon-eating sword art. Su Chen approached the fallen blue-skinned creature and coolly inquired, "Who are you? And where is Lin Zhan?" The blue-skinned being, clinging to life, replied, "I have already reported your whereabouts to your excellency. You cannot escape." Emotionless, Su Chen swiftly severed its head. Gulan, witnessing the demise of the blue-skinned creature, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." He had nearly met his end. The other prodigies of the ancient clan arrived, and Gu Tiangang regarded Su Chen with dissatisfaction, saying, "Gu Chen, this is Gulan's battlefield. Why did you interfere?" Su Chen shot him a glance. "Should I merely stand by and watch Gulan perish?" Gu Tiangang retorted, "The blood of my ancient clan flows with the essence of saints. Such nobility demands that we do not resort to ambushes or overwhelming the few." Su Chen deemed him a hubristic fool. "So, we use Gulan as bait?" He tore away Gu Tiangang's pretense, causing his face to flush with anger. "Enough. The crisis has not yet passed." Another prodigy of the ancient clan interjected, diffusing the tense atmosphere. In the time that followed, Su Chen encountered numerous opportunities within the ruins of the ancient kingdom, advancing his cultivation significantly. However, he remained diligent in seeking news about Lin Zhan. At long last, his efforts bore fruit. Su Chun learned from an extraterrestrial being that Lin Zhan had taken a renowned quasi-saint as his master and established the War God Hall, attracting numerous talents from the outer realms, thereby gaining considerable renown among the younger generation of extraterrestrial powers. Lin Zhan and his War God Hall members had also arrived at the ruins of the ancient kingdom. Fortunately, this Your Excellency was not truly a saint, Su Chun mused. No matter how extraordinary the child of destiny, it was implausible to ascend from the spirit-soul realm to the nirvana realm in just over a decade. The leap was too vast. While gathering opportunities, Su Chun continued to probe for information regarding Lin Zhan. One day, a radiant spectrum of colors illuminated the sky, infinite Tao rhythms converging into an ocean, amidst which blossomed a singular flower. It was a sacred herb. The legendary sacred herb had emerged. The prodigies went into a frenzy, and the ancient clan was no exception. With the sacred herb, they might birth a new saint, restoring the former glory of the ancient clan. Gu Tiangang laughed heartily, his excitement palpable. This sacred herb must belong to our ancient clan. Su Chun gazed upward, witnessing throngs of prodigies soaring toward the location of the sacred herb, a multitude resembling stars flickering as they approached the flame. Even in his mind, a terrifying thought emerged. He too desired to possess the sacred herb for himself. The sacred herb, a treasure coveted by sacred lands. Once, an ancestor of the Xianyuan sacred land had ventured into the soul burial forbidden zone for a single sacred herb, willing to sacrifice the entire Xianyuan sacred land to obtain it, and now it appeared so brazenly before him. Here, there were no saints, no powerful beings of the nirvana realm, nor even a single from the void realm. However, amidst the throng, Su Chun spotted a familiar figure, one that awakened him from his reverie. Lin Zhan. Madness. The sacred herb is of no concern. I must first eliminate the child of destiny. Su Chun resolved fiercely in his heart. Here, he was surrounded by countless prodigies, many of whom were no less than the most extraordinary sons of sacred lands. Should he join the fray, he would likely become a mere supporting role, or, worse, a stepping stone for Lin Zhan. It would be wiser to focus on Lin Zhan. As long as he prevented Lin Zhan from acquiring the sacred herb, it mattered not who did, for it would still be a gain for him. He had not forgotten that the one who took Lin Zhan as a disciple was a quasi-saint. If Lin Zhan were to obtain the sacred herb, that quasi-saint would ascend to true sainthood, heralding the end for the entire ancient clan, and Su Chun would lose all his cards to turn the tide. Chapter 69. Rebirth as the Great Villain, Part 7. The clash of countless prodigies and the terrifying turbulence of chaotic battles sent shivers down one's spine. Talented individuals, who had remained hidden for a century, were obliterated into dust, their profound cultivation merging with the ethereal essence of the sacred herb, rendering it even more enchanting. Such a battle was undeniably brutal. Witnessing this scene, Su Chun felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The conflict among the prodigies from the two southwestern domains paled in comparison to the intensity here. Life was trivial, merely the existence of ants, while a single achievement could lead to eternal desolation. Su Chun observed as the ancient Tian gang, vying for the sacred herb, was obliterated by a powerful passerby, and other prodigies of the ancient clans were besieged and slaughtered by numerous celestial talents, meeting their demise without respite. In this grand battle, the genius of the ancient clans was no different from a stray dog on the roadside. The glory of the holy clan was, indeed, the least valuable of all. Behind Su Chun, Gulan felt a deep sense of sorrow. He had not accompanied Tian gang but chose to follow Su Chun. Observing Gulan's shattered resolve, Su Chun had no time to console him, for he noticed Lin Zhan drawing near the location of the sacred herb, with a single step into the void. A celestial talent attempted to strike at Su Chun, who retaliated with a swift stroke of his sword, forcing the assailant back. However, this action drew the ire of more prodigies. Just as Su Chun prepared to slay these adversaries to impede Lin Zhan, Gulan appeared before him, his face ashen, declaring, "I owe you a life. Allow me to hold them off. This way, we are even." Su Chun offered no words, simply responding, "Take care." He then withdrew from the battlefield, advancing toward Lin Zhan. Before long, a searing heat and thunderous booms echoed through the slaughterhouse, no longer surprising to those present. Without hesitation, Su Chun aimed his sword toward Lin Zhan. Securing this sacred herb would surely enable his master to live anew, perhaps even achieve true sanctity. Lin Zhan, consumed by desire, concealed his whereabouts using the treasures of the Lanling clan. Should he obtain the sacred herb and elevate his master to sanctity, he would be free to unleash his vengeance upon the ancient clan within the Tianqian domain. The hatred of the past haunted him day and night, never allowing him a moment's peace. Yet, a flash of sword light shattered Lin Zhan's fantasies, turning everything into mere illusions. He intercepted the sudden sword beam, only to see a longed-for figure appear before him, sword blocking his path. Lin Zhan's eyes instantly blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth. "Gu Chun, it's you." Gazing at Lin Zhan's predatory glare, Su Chun replied coolly, "You shall not claim the sacred herb. Then I shall kill you and take it." Lin Zhan, blinded by rage upon spotting his nemesis, deemed slaying Su Chen more critical than obtaining the herb. War Goddess Art. With a fierce shout, Lin Zhan no longer concealed his strength. A powerful aura erupted from him as he wielded a silver war spear, resembling a reincarnated god of war. Charging at Su Chen with combat prowess that approached the pinnacle of the Transcendence realm, Su Chen swung his sword, creating a multitude of shimmering blades. His own aura no longer hidden, unleashing the full force of his power. Transcendence Realm 9. Eclipse Moon Sword Technique. A full moon materialized behind Su Chen, causing the sword path to resonate and drawing the attention of many prodigies. Who is this? Such mastery in swordsmanship? So formidable. Although not on par with divine body-level prodigies, he is undoubtedly the foremost beneath them. Is that the Lord of the War God Temple? Damn it. He sneaked in here to seize the sacred herb while we were off guard? Lin Zhan of the War God Temple, you have finally revealed yourself. Today shall be your doom. In an instant, those with enmity toward Lin Zhan joined the fray, encircling him. Su Chen and Lin Zhan exchanged blows for dozens of rounds. Despite the disadvantage of realm suppression, he had to admit that the Son of Fortune was indeed monstrous. Fortunately, Lin Zhan's many foes alleviated some pressure on Su Chen. Gu Chen, I shall undoubtedly kill you today. Lin Zhan, like a rabid dog, disregarded everything and lunged at Su Chen. Desiring Lin Zhan's death as fervently as Lin Zhan sought his own, Su Chen refused to believe that so many prodigies could not fell a single Lin Zhan. The War Goddess art was truly tenacious. Su Chen cursed inwardly. It felt as if the more Lin Zhan's health waned, the more resilient he became. Though visibly wounded and on the brink of collapse, he always managed to unleash an explosive surge at critical moments. Had it not been for Su Chen's cautious experience over countless lifetimes, he would have perished numerous times. Around Lin Zhan, allies driven by hatred shifted in and out of the fray. Just as Lin Zhan was nearing exhaustion, prodigies from the War God Temple broke through the encirclement. Your Excellency, we shall hold off the enemies. Flee quickly. Talents from various clans stood fearlessly before Lin Zhan. Wounded and battered, Lin Zhan watched helplessly as the talents he had gathered fell one after another, blood and tears streaming from his eyes as he cried out, Gu Chen, I will ensure your demise. Su Chen, heavily injured, faced wave after wave of War God Temple prodigies, showing no mercy as he claimed their lives. Drawing ever closer to Lin Zhan, he knew he had to eliminate Lin Zhan. Who could predict how formidable he might become next time? As some prodigies realized they could not defeat Su Chen, they chose to self-destruct, buying Lin Zhan precious moments to escape. Lin Zhan, you coward. You fled the Linghu clan alone, and now you abandon the War God Temple and those who would lay down their lives for you? Su Chen sought to provoke Lin Zhan with words, forcing him toward death. Lin Zhan clenched his fists, held tightly by a woman beside him. The remaining members of the War God Temple shouted, quickly, take the Lord away. Do not let our brothers die in vain. The woman chanted incantations. And a black fissure appeared in the space before them, ready to whisk Lin Zhan away. Su Chen, in a panic, gathered his remaining vitality into his sword. One strike. To end the conflict. Everything around seemed to slow down as Su Chen's swordsmanship ascended to new heights at that critical moment. This strike was imbued with a chilling intent to kill, determined to keep Lin Zhan here. Just as the sword was about to claim Lin Zhan's life, the frail woman stepped in front of him, using her last ounce of strength to push Lin Zhan into the crack. Brother Lin, you must survive. As the space healed, the agonizing cries of Lin Zhan echoed faintly. Watching Lin Zhan escape once more, fury consumed Su Chen. And he decapitated the woman with a single stroke, leaving the battlefield without a backward glance. Even with years of composure, at that moment, all he could think was one word, damn. Chapter 70, Rebirth as the Great Villain, Part 8. Upon departing from the ancient nation's ruins, Su Chen stood as the sole survivor among the once illustrious young talents of the ancient clan, as the others perished in the fierce struggle for the sacred herb. Fortunately, Su Chen's journey bore abundant rewards. News of the sacred herb's emergence within the ancient ruins swiftly spread across the realms. Su Chen learned that the last sacred herb was ultimately acquired by the true inheritance of the Taichu Holy Land in the central continent of the Tianshan domain. The fact that Lin Zhan did not obtain the sacred herb mattered little to Su Chen. Its ultimate possessor made no difference to him. Upon returning to the ancient clan, the loss of numerous young prodigies left the clan elders in profound grief. Only Gu Yixian felt a sense of relief, grateful that his grandson remained unharmed. For him, the others could perish, but his grandson's life was paramount. Back within the clan, Su Chen threw himself into relentless cultivation. He was acutely aware that allowing Lin Zhan to escape would ultimately lead to a reckoning for the ancient clan in the future, a battle for its very survival. Time passed swiftly, and in just 20 years, Su Chen successfully broke through to the Void Realm. His Qianyuan body proved vastly superior to the postnatal sword mastery body, allowing his cultivation to progress without significant impediments. Apart from a few techniques and martial arts reserved solely for the clan leader, Su Chen diligently explored every aspect of the clan's martial arts and methodologies. Merely relying on his own strength would not suffice to vanquish Lin Zhan. He set his sights on the clan's revered sacred artifact, recognizing the necessity of elevating his status within the ancient clan. Su Chen began to transform his public persona, periodically delivering teachings to other talented individuals within the clan, sharing his insights on cultivation. Even the elders often attended his lectures, occasionally gaining newfound wisdom. Outside the clan, Su Chen also forged connections with talented figures from various domains. A century passed, and he ascended to the position of the young clan leader, poised to become the next clan head, barring any unforeseen circumstances. However, he did not relent in his pursuit of Lin Zhan's whereabouts. Regrettably, the vastness of the extraterrestrial expanse proved daunting. A century elapsed, yet he barely scratched the surface. Even the clan's scouts suffered numerous casualties. One fateful day, a formidable figure arrived in the Qingxian dynasty. Su Chen descended directly upon the dynasty, the Lin family. Having thrived under the resources left by Lin Zhan and the support of the Qingxian martial house, saw its power surge, even producing a martial artist of the spirit soul realm. Su Chen sensed a multitude of auras sweeping through, and soon, a black-robed elder materialized before him. Greetings. Young clan leader, he acknowledged with a nod. The Lin family and the Qingxian dynasty had long been under Su Chen's watchful eye the moment Lin Zhan resurfaced. He would be ensnared in an inescapable trap. Yet, a century passed without a whisper from Lin Zhan, estimating that Lin Zhan's cultivation now rivaled his own. If not surpassed it, Su Chen's patience began to wane. The Lin family members lay prostrate before the fearsome young man, apprehensive. My lord, what is your intent? Lin Yuping, Lin Zhan's father, queried in confusion, unaware of the offense he had committed against this formidable figure. With a cold smile, Su Chen replied, If you must assign blame, let it rest upon your beloved son. I once offered the Lin family a path to survival, yet your son chose to spurn it. Lin Yuping attempted to resist, but was swiftly subdued by the ancient clan's powerful warriors. All those closely associated with Lin Zhan were apprehended and imprisoned within the ancient clan's dungeons. Su Chen showed no mercy to the remaining Lin family members, executing them without hesitation. Subsequently, Su Chen visited the Qingxian martial house, seizing friends of Lin Zhan and a female companion who had harbored feelings for him, bringing them to the ancient clan. Even a prince of the Qingxian dynasty, due to his connections with Lin Zhan, was not spared, finding himself imprisoned alongside the others. Yet, Lin Zhan remained elusive, leaving Su Chen feeling increasingly troubled. The once impulsive Lin Zhan seemed to have learned the art of patience, biding his time like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, diligently honing his skills. Hatred had spurred Lin Zhan's growth, dulling his once sharp edge. An adversary of such caliber, coupled with great fortune, posed a formidable challenge. 500 fleeting years passed, and still, Lin Zhan did not make an appearance. Su Chen's cultivation reached the 9th level of the Void Realm, just a step away from the Nirvana Realm. Unexpectedly, this year, his grandfather, Guixian, achieved a breakthrough to the 7th level of Nirvana, becoming second only to the clan leader. The old clan leader's lifespan neared its end, retreating to the clan's ancestral grounds, while Guixian assumed the role of acting clan leader. Beyond the realms, after escaping from the ancient nation's ruins, Lin Zhan encountered numerous trials and tribulations. Members of the War God Hall perished before his eyes, and once cherished companions fell to protect him. The failure to secure the sacred herb, coupled with his master's waning vitality and a siege by formidable foes, led to more losses. These experiences catalyzed Lin Zhan's maturation. He began to cultivate a demeanor of composure, ruthlessness, and a willingness to employ any means necessary to seize opportunities, thereby growing ever more powerful. He re-established the War God Hall, carving out a significant reputation in the extraterrestrial realms, even defeating several true inheritors from esteemed holy lands, amassing numerous followers and drawing many strong individuals to the War God Hall. In the vast expanse of the extraterrestrial skies, Lin Zhan found himself engaged in a fierce battle with a powerful adversary. Within mere exchanges, he annihilated the foe with a single thrust of his spear, reducing the opponent to mere mist. Yet, upon slaying the extraterrestrial warrior, Lin Zhan felt no thrill. His expression remained impassive, as if this were an everyday occurrence. At that moment, a being with antennae approached, kneeling before Lin Zhan with utmost respect. My lord, the War God Hall's 100,000-strong army has assembled. With but a command from you, we shall return to the Tianxin domain together. A faint smile graced Lin Zhan's cold visage. This day had been long awaited. For the sake of vengeance against the ancient clan, he had endured far too much. Aware that his father had been captured, knowing that his friends and family in the Tianxin domain languished imprisoned by the ancient clan, he remained unmoved, repeatedly convincing himself that it was a trap, and that entering the Tianxin domain would lead to an inescapable net of doom. He even considered the ancient clan's sacred artifact, knowing well that his adversary would not hesitate to activate it at any cost the moment he appeared in the Tianxin domain. After all, this was a man so cautious that he had summoned 2 Nirvana realm experts to assist in besieging him while he was still in the spirit soul realm. Caution, ruthlessness, a myriad of strategies. Lin Zhan had to admit that even when facing the scions of holy lands, Su Chen was, in many respects, the more formidable opponent. Father, grandfather, Qing'o, I shall annihilate the entire ancient clan, offering Gu Qin's head as a tribute in your honor. With the War God Hall's 100,000-strong army, he set forth for the Tianxin domain. Chapter 71, Rebirth as the Great Villain, 9. In the north region of Tianxin, Su Chen opened his eyes, and an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through his body. His black and white pupils glimmered with a trace of joy. Nirvana realm. He had finally succeeded in breaking through. After 7 lifetimes, he had finally ascended to supremacy. With Su Chen's breakthrough, the Elders' Council trembled, Su Chen assumed the role of clan leader, wielding immense power over a vast lineage, with the entire landscape under his dominion. To his delight, the method for forging the sword body had, after centuries of effort by the ancient clan, yielded some progress, successfully cultivating 3 innate sword bodies. Although these newly developed sword bodies were far weaker than those of his previous life, riddled with shortcomings, they still surpassed ordinary martial artists. Allowing for swifter cultivation and higher potential, they were perfectly suited as warriors. Unfortunately, time was not on Su Chen's side. Gazing at the intelligence sent from a friend within a sacred land, he murmured, "This day has ultimately arrived." The report explicitly detailed Lin Zhan leading the army of the War God Temple to the north region of Tianqian. It also conveyed regret that he could not assist Su Chen, as there were forces within the sacred land that forbade his involvement. He could only risk a warning. Su Chen understood that Lin Zhan's growth undoubtedly surpassed his wildest imagination. He now possessed the capability to annihilate an entire clan. Returning to the north region of Tianqian to settle old scores, behind him loomed a power that even the sacred land regarded with trepidation. Upon learning of this formidable adversary, Su Chen refused to remain passive. This was a destined confrontation, and he employed every means at his disposal to make preparations. He dispatched the seeds of the ancient clan beyond the realms, preserving the last flicker of their legacy. Yet, Su Chen harbored no certainty of victory in this battle. As time passed, accompanied by the thunderous sounds above the territory of the ancient clan, warships emerged from the void, upon which stood powerful beings. Their faces twisted in bloodthirsty smiles as they gazed toward the ancient clan. These are the enemies of the sovereign? Finally, we can feast. The ancient horn sounded. Su Chen lifted his gaze towards the center of the warships, where a youth stood atop the head of a colossal dragon, clad in golden armor, wielding a golden war spear. The youth's expression was cold, his head bowed, his gaze directed at Su Chen. Commence! At Su Chen's command, an array of intricate runes appeared in the sky above the ancient clan, enveloping the territory like raindrops. The sacred formation of the ancient clan. Lin Zhan regarded the fearsome array with a smirk. He had encountered such formations countless times before. Summon the holy weapon. With Lin Zhan's order, the members of the War God Temple revealed ancient runes upon their foreheads, a tremendous force converging in the skies above the ancient clan. An ancient giant bell materialized. And as its chime resonated, the very heavens and earth spun in chaos. The holy weapon. It is indeed a holy weapon. The elders of the ancient clan looked on in astonishment at the ancient bell. The might of the holy weapon shattered countless territories of the ancient clan. Even with the protection of the holy war, numerous low-level beings of the ancient clan were reduced to blood mist. Simultaneously, as the holy weapon was summoned, countless members of the War God Temple were drained of their power, succumbing to death. Su Chen smiled, observing the familiar yet strange figure before him, calmly stating, "Lin Zhan, you have changed." Lin Zhan, facing the nemesis he had once dreamed of vanquishing, appeared eerily calm, as if two old friends quietly observed the carnage of their respective forces. Unmoved. In response to Su Chen's mockery, Lin Zhan merely replied coldly, "People inevitably change. Am I now someone you fear?" Su Chen shook his head and waved his hand, conjuring several figures from thin air. Elderly yet familiar faces. One ancient figure, wrinkled and frail, broke into tears upon seeing Lin Zhan. The latter trembled. Though their features had aged significantly, he recognized them clearly. His father. His mentor who had cared for him in the Qingshan Martial Academy. His senior sister with whom he had shared fleeting moments of affection. Now they stood before him, alive, after countless days and nights of nightmares where they demanded answers as to why he had not saved them. Joy and rage surged within him. Su Chen observed the tumultuous emotions on Lin Zhan's face, chuckling softly. Alas, time has taken its toll. In the end, only a few of them have survived. Lin Zhan, do you know? It took considerable effort to ensure their survival until now. Lin Yuping, filled with indignation, shouted, "Zhaner, do not mind us. Slay the ancient clan. Avenge your fallen kin." The others echoed, "Lin Zhan, do not concern yourself with us. Kill Su Chen. We die with honor." At their words, Lin Zhan's body trembled, roaring with fury. "Su Chen, you despicable wretch. Release them, and I will preserve the last ember of the ancient clan for you." Su Chen scoffed. "He is already dead. What do I care for the floods that follow his demise? Zhaner, you must live well." Before Lin Zhan, Su Chen unbound the restraints on the others. United in purpose, they gathered their energies and chose to self-destruct. Su Chen did not intervene. "Su Chen, I will kill you." With eyes aflame with rage, Lin Zhan raised his golden war spear, only to find a familiar figure blocking his path, glaring at him with malice. Lin Yue appeared, standing before Lin Zhan. "You are the cause of their deaths. The Lin family of 530 souls perished because of you." Lin Zhan's heart bled as he gazed at Lin Yue, letting out a low, anguished growl. "Lin Yue, step aside." Lin Yue sneered contemptuously and charged toward Lin Zhan, meeting her end before him. Witnessing the demise of the one he had longed to kill day and night, Lin Zhan felt no joy. Tears of blood streamed from his eyes as he plunged into the ancestral grounds of the ancient clan. Within the ancestral grounds, figures arose, dragging their broken forms, offering no words as they charged toward Lin Zhan. Many fell before him, while others managed to inflict grievous wounds upon him. Once the ancestral grounds' resources were exhausted, Su Chen offered a slight bow toward the front. He gazed at Lin Zhan. the blood markings beneath his feet sprawling like a spider's web in all directions. I vow to defend the glory of the sacred clan. With fervent voices echoing through the heavens, ancient clan warriors self-destructed, unleashing an immense wave of energy towards Su Chun. At the center of the formation, a blood-red longsword emerged, inscribed with ancient symbols of mountains and rivers, chronicling the history of the ancient clan. Grasping the ancient sacred sword, Su Chun felt the power of the ancients awakening within him. In that moment, he experienced an unparalleled surge of strength. Chapter 72, Rebirth as the Great Villain, complete. What is the saint? Feeling the overwhelming and terrifying power, Su Chun was entranced, finally understanding why saints are so revered in this world. The battle between the Xinyuan Holy Land and the Forbidden Zones, along with the southwestern domains, involved the participation of saints. However, the level of combat was beyond Su Chun's capacity to observe. Now, gathering the majority of the ancient clan's strength and activating the ancient saint's sword, remnants of the ancient clan sage's power revived within Su Chun, allowing him to experience a fraction of a saint's terrifying might. This power could effortlessly obliterate any being beneath a saint. Su Chun did not waste words. This power would not last long, and he must kill Lin Zhan before the ancient saint's strength dissipated. Raising the ancient saint's sword, a mere flash of sword light seemed as if it would split the heavens, the terrifying fluctuations drawing the apprehension of many powerful beings. Once, the ancient saint commanded respect across the northern domain, truly fearsome. How many heroes had fallen to a single ancient saint's sword? Now, who could force the ancient clan to such desperation, even resorting to the use of the ancient saint's sword? The fully revived divine weapon would surely cause even ordinary saints to feel a headache. The scene was brutal. I felt the ancient clan's territory transform into a bloody furnace. After this battle, even if the ancient clan emerged victorious, they would likely exist only in name, as a divine weapon would surely attract the covetous eyes of countless fiends. As the sword light that split the heavens appeared, another dreadful power spread throughout the northern domain. A divine weapon, yet another fully revived divine weapon. Was this to herald the onset of a holy war? This is bad. Should a holy war commence, it would undoubtedly lead to the suffering of countless beings in the northern domain. Quickly, raise the protective array of the clan to shield against the divine might. The intertwining powers of the two divine weapons darkened the skies of the northern domain, thunder and rain clashing as countless people watched in confusion, only seeing two beams of light soaring into the heavens, colliding fiercely. Lin Zhan wielded a divine weapon, which did not surprise Su Chun. However, Lin Zhan was currently in a shattered state of mind and severely wounded. As long as Su Chun killed Lin Zhan, the divine weapon in his hand would become his, allowing him to establish a force even larger than the ancient clan. Su Chun brandished the ancient saint sword, battling Lin Zhan from the ancient clan to the northern sea, from the northern sea to the 10,000 mountains, and from the 10,000 mountains to the starry void beyond. Countless beings trembling and dying in the clash of the two divine weapons. Ancient Chun, you shall not be my match. I will personally slay you to avenge those who died by your hand or due to your actions. Lin Zhan was enveloped in a golden aura, his blood dripping and shimmering with golden light, shattering stars as it fell. Because of me, Su Chun scoffed coldly. Had you not insisted on being my enemy, how could I have laid hands on mere ants? They perished due to your foolishness, blindness, and arrogance. Lin Zhan's body trembled, his face turning cold as he calmly replied. Ancient Chun, our conflict is merely a matter of victors and vanquished. Su Chun laughed heartily. Victors and vanquished. What a splendid notion. In terms of ruthlessness, I must concede to you, Lin Zhan. Su Chun pressed his attack against Lin Zhan, seeking to force him into a mistake. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Lin Zhan grew fiercer with each passing moment, the divine aura around him increasingly dense. Could he be breaking through to become a saint mid-battle? Su Chun inwardly cursed, sensing an ominous premonition. Should Lin Zhan become a saint, all hope would be lost. He had invested too much into this battle. Yet, the difficulty of slaying the child of destiny far surpassed Su Chun's expectations. Bestowed by heaven, marked by fortune, Su Chun charged back into the northern domain. Lin Zhan suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. The breakthrough opportunity he sensed amidst the battle became elusive with the chaos of his mind. Ancient Chun, do you dare? Lin Zhan seemed to grasp Su Chun's intention, his voice hoarse with rage, attempting to thwart Su Chun. A smile graced Su Chun's face as he abandoned his engagement with Lin Zhan, redirecting the ancient saint's sword towards the crowd in the war god temple. With this strike, what choice will you make, Lin Zhan? Su Chun's gaze was filled with anticipation. He relinquished his defense. If Lin Zhan chose to save those in the war god temple, he would inevitably forsake his chance to break through to become a saint. With the power of the ancient saint still at his disposal, Su Chun could continue to battle Lin Zhan, with the outcome uncertain. If Lin Zhan opted for the breakthrough, he would witness the elite of the war god temple perish before his eyes once more. Under Su Chun's watchful gaze, Lin Zhan closed his eyes, his black hair turning white in an instant. 3,000 strands of white hair swirling as he helplessly watched the elites of the war god temple vanish. A torrent of potent energy erupted from Lin Zhan's body, sweeping across the northern domain, like a sun illuminating all, a dense sea of golden vitality forming. He had become a saint. Su Chen smiled. With Lin Zhan's decision, he had lost all chances of victory. The ancient saint's sword in his grasp erupted with the most radiant light. The last glory of the ancient clan converged here. Su Chen's final consciousness was engulfed by the power unleashed by the ancient saint's sword. Before him, everything turned dark. Su Chen returned to the reversal space. Truly deserving of the title Child of Destiny, favored by fortune, Su Chen murmured softly. In this lifetime, he had repeatedly pushed Lin Zhan to the brink. Yet unexpected circumstances always allowed Lin Zhan to escape. Even in the final confrontation, which nearly shattered Lin Zhan's heart, he still did not impede his ascension to sainthood, merely guiding him along the path to becoming a saint. Yet, Lin Zhan did not emerge unscathed. The elite forces he had assembled in the war god temple were buried, and his mindset was nearly shattered, becoming an eternal nightmare. Curious about the gains of this lifetime, Su Chen hastily summoned the Book of Reversal and began to peruse its contents. Seventh life. You were born into a fallen holy clan, favored by a Nirvana realm elder grandfather. Possessing a natural Qinyuan body, you were considered a top talent even within the ancient clan. Your only flaw was unintentionally offending a great child of destiny, harboring a vendetta since childhood. You chose to strike first, initiating a hunt against this great child of destiny. Unfortunately, despite your caution, you failed to eliminate him. You began to ascend to a higher position within the ancient clan, forging alliances with the northern domain's prodigies, becoming a focal point of attention in an era, ultimately taking control of the ancient clan. In the final battle, all your schemes shattered the enemy's mindset, yet you still fell beneath the weight of fate. This battle yielded no victors, although you served as a stepping stone. Even as time flowed on and the ancient clan faded into the annals of history, one person would remember you forever. Evaluation, Blue 7 stars reversal points, 7,000. Chapter 73, The Boundless Pill Sovereign, Part 1, with 7,000 reverse fate points. Su Chen felt a mixture of exhilaration and disappointment. In this life, born into a fallen sacred clan, had it not been for Lin Zhan, who prevented him from perishing due to old age, perhaps his standing would have been much higher. Truly, those favored by destiny are exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Su Chen couldn't help but reflect. Even as his adversary, he had to admit that had his schemes been directed at an ordinary individual, they would have perished long ago. Yet Lin Zhan not only avoided collapse and despair, but transformed step by step until he attained sainthood. To be defeated by such an individual does not seem unjust. Nevertheless, Su Chen wished to avoid encountering such fortuitous beings in the future. Qualification, 0. Comprehension, 0. Family background, 0. State of mind, 300, with 7,000 reverse fate points. Su Chen looked at his family background. Adding 100 points would ensure he would not face an untimely demise. With the remaining 6,900 reverse fate points, he allocated 3,450 points to both qualification and comprehension. He then turned the page, entering a new reincarnation. The azure sky and white clouds stretched infinitely. The wind rustled the grass, revealing cattle and sheep. Su Chen opened his eyes, bewildered. He gazed at the coarse linen garments adorning his body, devoid of any vitality. What on earth? Has he become an ordinary person? Hastily, Su Chen began to rummage through his memories, eager to discern the circumstances of this life, especially since he had invested 100 points into his family background. In this life, he was an abandoned infant, fortuitously landing at the doorstep of a solitary elderly man, who kindly took him in. Notably, his name remained unchanged, still Su Chen. The elderly man raised Su Chen, nurturing him into a cowherd. Su Chen, starting from being a cowherd, despite the unexpected turn of events, Su Chen quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, he had once been a revered sage in his past life, and he was absolutely confident that even starting from a mortal's position, he could rise to become a formidable figure. In this lifetime, the ancient clan's cultivation techniques were no longer accessible. Su Chen was uncertain whether that final explosion of the divine weapon had claimed Lin Zhan's life. If not, he would be forced to confront a saint from the outset. Just the thought of it was despairing. He casually selected a royal-grade technique from his mind and began to practice. Soon, as time passed, within less than 3 hours, Su Chen's cultivation successfully advanced to the first level of spirit awakening. The pace of his cultivation was remarkable. It is well known that a typical genius would require several years to reach the spirit awakening realm. In his previous life, with the aid of ancient clan treasures, it took him an entire day to achieve the same. However, Su Chen was not satisfied. If he had sufficient resources, he was confident he could reach the spirit gathering realm within 3 days. Unfortunately, he was currently destitute. As the daylight waned, he had to herd the cattle back home. Upon reaching the village's edge, a melodious voice halted him. "Chinner, this is the fish soup my mother made. Let me bring it to you." A lovely girl named Ah Fong, with twin ponytails, held a bowl of fish soup at the village entrance. Upon seeing Su Chun, she immediately beamed with a pure smile. Su Chun recalled the girl's name from his memories. Her name was Wang Fong, affectionately called Ah Fong, the daughter of Aunt Wang and Uncle Wang from next door. They had grown up together, childhood companions, and Aunt Wang and Uncle Wang often looked after Su Chun and the elderly man. Taking the fish soup, Su Chun noted it was somewhat lukewarm. He did not gulp it down, but offered his thanks to Wang Fong. Watching her retreating figure, Ah Fong felt a bit dazed. Today, Chun'er seemed not only to have returned later than usual, but also appeared different. The boyish timidity and insecurity had been replaced by a strong and compelling aura. Returning to the dilapidated thatched hut, the room was in disarray. Su Chun placed the fish soup on the table and looked around, finding no trace of the elderly man. Suddenly, Su Chun froze, as a figure had silently appeared behind him, causing his heart to skip a beat. To have eluded his notice and appeared so quietly indicated mastery over the forces of nature. This presence was at least that of a spirit soul realm individual. "Is it you, Chun'er?" A familiar aged voice came from behind, and Su Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turning around, he saw an elderly man, hunched over, leaning on a cane, with white hair, a wrinkled face, and one eye clouded over. Su Weichong. This was the elderly man's name. The one who had rescued Su Chun from the snowy ground and raised him. In his memories, he had always been an ordinary old man. Now, Su Chun realized that those 100 points in family background were not wasted. "Grandfather, this is the fish soup Aunt Wang made. Ah Fong asked me to bring it for you to taste." With Su Chun's assistance, Su Weichong settled onto a stool, smiling. "Ah Fong is quite thoughtful. You're also quite considerate. Sit down and enjoy the soup." Su Chun took 2 chipped bowls, and the grandfather and grandson shared the fish soup. After a while, once the soup was finished, Su Weichong reflected and softly remarked, "Chun'er, that girl Ah Fong is truly a wonderful girl. If you were to marry her, she would undoubtedly make a good wife and mother. She seems to have feelings for you as well." Su Chun fell silent, acutely aware of this fact, yet feigning ignorance. Replied, "Grandfather, Ah Fong is a lovely girl, but I desire more than domesticity. I fear it may hold her back." Su Weichong chuckled softly. "I envision that you and Ah Fong will be together, have a healthy son, perhaps even a few daughters. You would live a blissful life, surrounded by children and grandchildren, navigating through a peaceful century, untouched by the cultivation world, free from deceit and treachery, shielded from the sorrows of life and death, and spared the torment of immortality." Su Chun continued to remain silent. After a moment, he spoke, "But that is not what I desire." He understood why, despite his exceptional talent and comprehension, he had not pursued cultivation. Su Weichang's gaze dimmed. "I have long foreseen this day. Chun'er, your aptitude is unparalleled in my lifetime, and that is precisely why I wish to spare you from the path of cultivation. Alas, it is fate, and you have inevitably chosen this road. Since your mind is made up, I shall no longer persuade you." Su Chun was astonished by the old man's openness. "Chun'er, do you wish to learn alchemy?" Chapter 74, The Infinite Pill Master, Part 2, Alchemical Master? To Su Chun's astonishment, the old man was indeed an alchemist. In this world, the status of an alchemist was exceedingly revered, and it was one of the most affluent professions, if not the most. However, to avoid revealing any signs of ignorance, Su Chun feigned ignorance and inquired further. "An alchemist? It is the most esteemed profession in the world. Once one becomes an alchemist, power, status, beauty, everything is within reach." Upon mentioning alchemists, Su Weichong's spirit soared. Su Chun was curious. "Old man, since you are an alchemist, why do you linger in this corner?" At this question, Su Weichong's expression darkened. "This matter, if given the chance, you will naturally come to know." Thus, Su Chun began to study alchemy under Su Weichong's guidance. In this lifetime, his physique was known as the 7-aperture Linglong body, a profound constitution that allowed him to learn anything with remarkable efficiency. "Chun'er, alchemy is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Even the most ordinary first-tier alchemist cannot achieve success overnight." When Su Chun broke through to the spirit-gathering realm, Su Weichong took him to a mountain peak, unearthing a long-preserved alchemical furnace from the ground, which was dark and rusty. Su Chun, intrigued, asked, "Old man, can this black pot really refine pills?" Although not an alchemist himself, Su Chun had encountered numerous alchemists in his past lives. The alchemical furnace was the lifeblood of an alchemist, a matter of utmost importance. He had never seen an alchemist use such a dilapidated furnace. Su Weichong chuckled. As the saying goes, true masters never complain about their environment. A genuine alchemist can use anything in heaven and earth as an alchemical furnace. Su Chun nodded, thinking, "I believe you not." The old man was quite mischievous, spouting nonsense with a straight face. Su Chun suspected that the old man had likely used the furnace for brewing wine upon his retirement, and now it was perhaps lost to time, leaving him to make do. With a gentle smile, Su Weichong enveloped himself in a layer of flames, which danced around the furnace like fire dragons. He then tossed in some medicinal herbs, which instantly liquefied and formed pills in the furnace, quickly transforming into exquisite first-tier elixirs. Su Chun was astonished. Based solely on this alchemical technique, the old man was at least a fourth-tier alchemist. This is my trademark skill, the 8 Desolations alchemy method. I once thought it would be lost to the grave, but it seems to have found a new home with you. Su Weichong sighed. Approaching the end of his lifespan, he had initially intended to share a mundane life with Su Chun. However, with Su Chun embarking on the path of cultivation, his life was destined for the extraordinary. No one willingly forsakes everything to return to a life of simplicity once they step onto the path of cultivation. Su Chun earnestly recalled the alchemical techniques Su Weichong had just demonstrated. Ethereal blue flames flickered to life in his hands, diverging in 8 directions as he placed the prepared herbs within. A day later, as Su Chun gazed at the pills emerging from the furnace, he felt a surge of realization. Alchemy did not seem insurmountable. On his first attempt, he succeeded. Su Weichong did not utter a word, vanishing from Su Chen's sight, leaving him unaware of where he had gone. Days passed without a glimpse of the old man. During this time, Su Chun dedicated himself to refining pills, successfully creating second-tier elixirs in just 3 days. With the pills in hand, his cultivation speed accelerated significantly. A week passed, and while refining pills and consuming them, Su Chen's cultivation reached the 4th level of spirit gathering. With the herbs left by the old man depleted, he had no choice but to descend the mountain in search of more. At the foot of the mountain, Su Chen suddenly furrowed his brow. There was a scent of blood. He was acutely sensitive to the smell of blood. Something must have happened in the village. In this life, the villagers had shown much kindness to both Su Weichong and Su Chun, and he held a fondness for these simple folk. Sensing a potential crisis in the village, Su Chen wasted no time and hurried toward it. Within the village, as Su Chun had anticipated, a band of horse bandits had descended upon it. The leader of the bandits was a brutish man with a bald head and a scar that resembled a centipede across his face, exuding an aura of menace. He wielded a massive 9-ringed saber, blood dripping from its edge. The villagers trembled in fear, knowing they were no match for these martial artists, relegated to mere victims. "Boss, there's a pretty little girl here." One of the bandits' lackeys sneered, tugging at a delicate young girl's hair. Xiaofang, the son of a villager, rushed forward, desperate to save her, but was swiftly kicked aside into a pile of hay, unconscious. "Huh, heroic rescue? Look at yourself." The bandit laughed heartily. Xiaofang despaired. Captured by these ruthless bandits, she could only anticipate a fate of unimaginable torment. Suddenly, the bandit's laughter was cut short. He clutched his throat, blood gushing forth, splattering onto Xiaofang. The warmth of blood was overwhelming. The bandit leader had fallen. The terrifying scene left Xiaofang in a state of shock. The remaining bandits were on high alert, their leader gazing at a blood-stained leaf nearby. Was it this leaf that killed him? They wondered in disbelief. The large man raised his saber, trembling, and called into the air, "Who goes there? Why do you assist these villagers in slaying my brothers from the Horsehead stronghold?" Silence ensued, and in an instant, a youth leaped from the heights, landing gracefully on the ground. The villagers stared at the boy, their expressions filled with incredulity. "Chunno?" Xiaofang's eyes widened in recognition. Su Chen nodded, his tone calm. "It is I?" He effortlessly summoned the saber from the fallen bandit's grip and turned his gaze toward the remaining bandits. His eyes instilled a chilling sense of dread in the bloodthirsty leader. Memories of years past flooded back. He recalled a time when he had yet to become a deserter, having witnessed a powerful figure whose gaze mirrored that of the boy before him. Indifferent, as if they existed in entirely different realms. "Run, I must flee." The once fearsome bandit leader, terrified, mounted his horse and fled without a backward glance. The other bandits, seeing their leader's flight, sought to escape as well. However, they were far too weak before Su Chun, who dispatched them with the swiftness of a phantom. Su Chen seized a horse and pursued the fleeing bandit leader. To eradicate the roots, one must cut the grass. Chapter 75, The Supreme Alchemist, Part 3, Matu Village. The leader of Matu Village. A formidable master at the spirit pattern realm, has dominated Matu Mountain for 5 to 60 years, his reputation for ferocity preceding him. The 7th master has returned, and each time he does, he brings back great spoils. Upon sighting the bald, burly man riding towards the gates, the village guards gasped in astonishment. As the gates swung open and the man entered, his face was pale with terror as he shouted, "Close the gates. Quickly, shut them." The 2 guards, puzzled, questioned, "7th master, aren't you waiting for the brothers to return?" They only saw the 7th master alone. "They are dead. They are all dead. Close the gates. Hurry." The bald man appeared to be in a state of delirium, his voice a frantic whisper. Despite their confusion, the guards dared not hesitate. Yet, just as they prepared to shut the gates, a young boy in tattered garments appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Upon seeing the boy, the bald man was struck with sheer horror, his legs trembling as he fell from his mount, scrambling backward in a frantic attempt to escape the youth. "Who are you? Why do you appear in Matu Village?" Sensing the gravity of the situation, one guard obstructed the boy, while the other rang the alarm bell, echoing across the village. Enemy attack. The boy, Su Chun, made no effort to thwart their actions. Once they completed their tasks, he vanished in a blur, and and two heads flew into the air, their bodies collapsing, their eyes wide with disbelief until the very end. As the commotion stirred within Matu village, Su Chun wore a placid smile, muttering to himself, "It seems fitting to resolve this all at once, rather than pursue them one by one." Upon witnessing the village leader's arrival, the bald man thought he had found salvation and attempted to call for help. In the next instant, his head exploded. Seventh brother, the other leaders, witnessing the demise of the bald man, erupted in fury. "Whoever you are, daring to slay our leaders, you shall pay with your life. If we do not eliminate this boy, how can we continue to thrive in this realm?" The leaders of Matu village were not weak. The least among them was at the gathering spirit realm, with the village leader being a master at the spirit pattern realm. As Su Chun stood his ground against the onslaught of the village leaders, he merely raised his hand to rest upon the blade in his grasp, lightly gliding his fingers along the edge, and everything around him slowed to a crawl. In swift succession, he dispatched 5 of the leaders with 5 strikes. The final leader, however, managed to react in time to block a blow. He opened his mouth to speak, but upon seeing the boy's gaze fixed upon him, dread gripped his heart. No. The leader was struck with a sense of foreboding and prepared to defend himself, but it was too late, too swift. A gleaming blade cut through the air, aimed directly at his head. Intent, the realm of intent. Until his last breath, the leader could not comprehend how they had provoked a being who had grasped the essence of intent. With the death of all the leaders, the members of Matu village fell to Su Chun's blade. Once the threat was eliminated, Su Chun began to gather the spoils of war. The accumulated wealth of Matu village, built over many years, amounted to a staggering sum of 100,000 gold coins. Among the captives taken by Matu village, Su Chun showed no malice. He simply released them. As he ventured underground, Su Chun frowned and turned to leave, but a deep voice called out to him. "Young hero, I am the lord of Nanshan City, betrayed by my subordinates and captured by Matu village. If you release me, I, Nangong Tao, swear to reward you handsomely." Su Chun paused, then turned back to free the middle-aged man who had suffered greatly. "Thank you, benefactor. May I know your name?" Nangong Tao expressed his gratitude, having thought his fate sealed, only to find hope in this moment. Su Chun, upon seeing the bodies strewn across Matu village, including the troublesome village leader, Nangong Tao was left in utter shock. All of this was the doing of the young man named Su Chun. He deemed it wise to befriend such a prodigious talent, for to offend him would be folly. As Su Chun prepared to depart, Nangong Tao hastily called out, "Benefactor, take this token of my identity. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to come to Nanshan City and seek me out." Nangong Tao retrieved a jade token, which he had safeguarded meticulously, even from Matu village. Su Chun accepted the token and subsequently departed. Back in the village, as the sun set, the townsfolk breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Su Chun return unscathed. "I have dealt with Matu village. There shall be no more bandits troubling us." The villagers were at a loss for words. In the presence of Su Chun, their gratitude was tinged with a hint of fear, and none dared to reminisce about the past. "Brother Chun, are you truly a martial artist?" A girl named Afong mustered the courage to inquire. Su Chun nodded. That night, Su Weizhong finally returned. Su Chun did not inquire about his whereabouts. Instead, he continued to follow Su Weizhong in his training of alchemy, a journey that lasted 3 years. 3 years later, Su Weizhong addressed Su Chun, "Chun'er, you have mastered the 8 desolate alchemy technique. You have surpassed me. There is little left for me to teach you. Shallow waters cannot contain a true dragon. You shall venture beyond the Dragon Sky Empire, into broader realms. Your talent is unparalleled in my lifetime. Old man, do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" Su Chun asked. Su Weizhong chuckled. "In my youth, I was filled with ambition, unaware of the vastness beyond my ken. A gamble cost me everything. If I have a wish, on that day, I hope you will journey to Zhongzhou to witness the flourishing age of alchemy. If the 8 desolate alchemy technique were to flourish there, I would smile even from the grave." Su Chun replied earnestly, "Old man, that day will surely come." As if struck by a thought, Su Weizhong produced a longevity lock, intricately carved with dragon and phoenix motifs, along with the character Su. "This was left behind when you were discovered. It may pertain to your origins, and it is quite extraordinary." Su Chun accepted the longevity lock, astonished to find it crafted from the rare Aurora stone, a material scarcely possessed even by ancient clans. Having conveyed his final wishes, Su Weizhong faded from Su Chun's life. Understanding that it was time for him to leave this place and embrace the wider world that awaited him, Su Chun prepared for his journey ahead. Chapter 76. The Boundless Pill Sovereign, Part 4. At the village entrance, as the first light of dawn broke, Su Chun, burdened with a knapsack, turned to see a graceful maiden standing there. "Afong." Su Chun was taken aback. "Brother Chun, are you leaving the village?" Afong's smile was faint, almost forced. Su Chun nodded slightly. "I am aware, Brother Chun is a martial artist. My parents have mentioned that one day you would depart from the village," Afong said. Her gaze lowered. Su Chun fell silent. He was no longer the carefree boy tending cattle. "Thank you, Afong, and to Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang." I have already informed Lord Nangong. Soon, someone will come to bring you to the city, where you shall live a life of luxury, he reassured her. Ah Feng's large eyes brimmed with tears. Brother Chun, may I embrace you? Su Chen nodded, not declining her request. Brother Chun, this is not what I desire. I wish to leave with you. Please take me with you. Su Chen shook his head. The world of martial artists was not meant for ordinary people. Ah Feng lacked the aptitude for martial arts and could never become a martial artist. Ah Feng, he spoke gently, in 100 years of life, I am merely a passerby. Perhaps in the future, you will encounter a young man who captures your heart. You will marry, have children, and lead a blissful life. Why cling so desperately? The girl clung to him tightly. But they are not you, Brother Chun. I only love you. With a heavy heart, Su Chen departed, gently rendering Ah Feng unconscious and returning her home. Before embarking alone on a journey of leveling up and seeking fame, Nangong Tao would ensure Ah Feng's family lived free of worry for a lifetime. The path of life was long. He could not halt for a single person. In the Dragon Shao Empire's capital, Su Chen squinted against the light. After 3 months of investigation, he had come to understand his current location. After much wandering, he found himself back in the eastern region. Over 2,000 years had passed, and the eastern region had undergone significant changes. Following the fall of the Xian Yuan Holy Land, only 11 Holy Lands remained. However, a millennium ago, a formidable Holy King arrived from the central region, known as the Invincible Holy King, whose reputation was well-deserved, overwhelming many Holy Lands in the east. This Holy King turned out to be a sworn brother of the ancestor of a minor sect called the Jinyu sect. After helping the Jinyu sect avert a crisis of extinction, he willingly took on the role of a guest elder. With a Holy King presiding, the Jinyu sect filled the void left by the Xian Yuan Holy Land. Although the Holy King did not linger long, he left behind a legacy, a holy weapon that could be revived at will, along with several sacred artifacts. Thus, the Jinyu sect transformed into the Jinyu Holy Land. Su Chen smirked. Isn't the Jinyu sect the one I established in my 5th life? Initially founded to preserve the legacy of the Jinyu Emperor after the fall of the Holy Lands, it unexpectedly evolved into a Holy Land in just over 2,000 years. Have I inadvertently become the revered ancestor of this Holy Land? Truly remarkable. Unintentionally cultivating a thriving legacy, he had fulfilled the aspirations of the old, goat-headed Jinyu Emperor. What a loyal brother. Alas, born in the wrong era, Su Chen mused, contemplating whether he could have triumphed had he persevered a few more centuries until the arrival of an invincible figure. Regrettably, even if he were to exhaust all the resources of the Jinyu sect, he could not sustain himself for even a few years as his lifespan waned. This young master has arrived at the imperial capital, the carriage driver announced. Su Chen disembarked, having 2 purposes for his visit to the Dragon Shao Empire. One was to participate in the upcoming alchemy conference. After 3 months, he had not only learned about the Jinyu Holy Land, but also discovered the identity of Su Weichong, the old man who was a 6th-grade alchemist of the Dragon Shao Empire, known as the 8th Desolation Alchemist. His fame was substantial, though he had suffered misfortune as the perennial second-rate, ultimately sustaining injuries in a gamble that diminished his cultivation from the profound realm to the spirit realm, leading him to retreat from the cultivation world in despair. Old man, watch closely how the foremost alchemist operates. Su Chen was determined to help the old man shed the shame of being second-rate. His second purpose was to use the Dragon Shao Empire as a stepping stone to gain entry to the Jinyu Holy Land. After all, he was, in a sense, the ancestor of the Jinyu Holy Land. Currently, he had another important task. Arriving at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild, he was greeted by a beautiful attendant, who approached with a smile. Young master, may I ask if you are here to participate in the alchemist evaluation? Upon seeing the young man, it was evident he hailed from a well-to-do family, and his demeanor commanded respect. Su Chen nodded. Su Chen, here for the first-grade alchemist evaluation. First-grade alchemists were not uncommon in the capital, and the attendant swiftly guided Su Chen through the evaluation process. Moments later, he emerged from the alchemy chamber, proudly wearing the emblem of a first-grade alchemist. I wish to continue with the evaluation for a second-grade alchemist, Su Chen stated. Within just a few hours, he completed the evaluation for the third-grade alchemist. Before long, he stepped out again, declaring, I seek to take the evaluation for a fourth-grade alchemist. In a single day, achieving the status of a fourth-grade alchemist caused a stir within the entire alchemist guild. This young man aspired to evaluate as a fourth-grade alchemist. They could not make such decisions unilaterally, as fourth-grade alchemists held a prestigious position in the Dragon Shao Empire, prompting them to summon the vice president. The vice president, accompanied by several talented alchemists from the guild, approached Su Chen with surprise. You wish to evaluate as a fourth-grade alchemist? Su Chen nodded affirmatively. The vice president replied, Be aware, the evaluation for a fourth-grade alchemist is not easily passed. Each year, many suffer injuries during the assessment, especially with the alchemy conference approaching. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Su Chen remained resolute, stating, I wish to give it a try. The vice president ceased his insistence and led Su Chen to the alchemy chamber. A day later, the Alchemist Guild was abuzz once more. When Su Chen emerged, He wore the emblem of a fourth-grade alchemist, undeniably successful. In less than 2 days, an ordinary individual had transformed into a distinguished fourth-grade alchemist. Such an occurrence had never been seen in the Dragon Shao Empire, marking a miracle worthy of inclusion in the annals of the Alchemist Guild. The vice president, filled with admiration for the young talent, inquired, "Do you have a mentor?" Recalling the old man, Su Chen nodded. "I am a disciple of the 8 Desolation Alchemist." "What a pity, no. Wait, did you just say?" The vice president's eyes widened, and the entire guild was left in stunned silence, questioning whether they had misheard. The 8 Desolation Alchemist. Is that not the legendary alchemist of the Dragon Shao Empire, who has been missing for 200 years? Gasp. So, he is a disciple of the Alchemist King. No wonder, no wonder. The gazes of all present shifted dramatically towards Su Chen, a 6th-grade alchemist, a master alchemist, of which there were scarcely a handful in the Dragon Shao Empire, let alone one of the renowned 8 Desolation Alchemists. Chapter 77, The Supreme Pill Master, Part 5. To take the examination for a 4th-grade alchemist in one breath is indeed reasonable for a disciple of the Pill King. Just as everyone was crafting excuses for Su Chen, he suddenly spoke up. "Esteemed elder, I wish to take the examination for a 5th-grade alchemist." The vice president, witnessing Su Chen's serious demeanor, responded earnestly, "Are you certain? What is your level of confidence?" Su Chen replied, "Above 50%. In truth, it was 99%. But he did not wish to discourage the elderly man before him. A 50% chance is already quite substantial in alchemical assessments, where a mere 20 or 30% is often deemed fortunate. The examination for a 5th-grade alchemist is notably complex. Typically, one must apply for qualification from the Sacred Assembly. However, our Alchemist Guild still holds an emergency quota, allowing for exemption from such application. Young brother, as a disciple of the 8 Desolation Pill King, we shall not be stingy with this quota, the vice president added. Su Chen understood his implication and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder." He was well aware of the nuances of human relationships. The vice president, upon hearing this, smiled and continued, "I have already informed the president of this matter. He should return to the imperial capital tomorrow. The 5th-grade alchemist examination must be personally overseen by the president." Thus, Su Chen was obliged to wait one day. An explosive piece of news spread throughout the imperial capital. The disciple of the 8 Desolation Pill King, who had vanished for over 2 centuries, had resurfaced at the Alchemist Guild. Within the entire Long Shao dynasty, only a handful of Pill Kings could be counted on one hand, making this a moment of great public interest. A silver-haired middle-aged man within the dynasty, upon receiving the news, smiled and mused. "Junior brother, is this the disciple you spoke of? At less than 20 years of age, he aims to challenge the 5th-grade alchemist examination. Indeed, he is a prodigy. However, Qing Er is also a genius in the art of alchemy. To surpass her will not be so simple. Truly, I look forward to it." A gentle breeze caressed his face. The silver-haired man's white robe billowed elegantly, with a 6-star alchemist badge gleaming proudly on his chest. He was the foremost alchemist of the imperial family, the contemporary Pill King of the Long Shao dynasty, the Ghost Valley Pill King. The following day, Su Chen arrived at the Alchemist Guild to undertake the 5th-grade alchemist examination. He encountered the guild president, a 6th-grade Pill King, who squinted his eyes, his rotund figure presenting a kind and amiable appearance. This affable figure was none other than the Flame Ash Pill King. In the presence of a 6th-grade Pill King, Su Chen maintained a calm demeanor, exhibiting an air of nonchalance that only served to elevate the Flame Ash Pill King's regard for him. Few dared to display such composure in front of a Pill King. "Ah, so this is the promising disciple of that old coot from 8 Desolation. His judgment is indeed commendable," the Flame Ash Pill King remarked with a smile, appearing quite familiar with Su Chen's master. Su Chen remained unfazed by the praise. A 6th-grade alchemist holds considerable prestige within the Long Shao dynasty, yet he had encountered 8th-grade alchemists before. Though rare, 2 existed within the ancient clans. Thus, the presence of a 6th-grade alchemist did little to stir his emotions. The Flame Ash Pill King thought little of it. Understanding that this young man was indeed a disciple of a Pill King, the examination commenced swiftly. Although Su Chen currently possessed the cultivation of the Spirit Sea realm, concocting a 5th-grade elixir posed no challenge for him. 3 days later, a crimson pill materialized before him, wreathed in flames and boasting a lustrous hue. Truly, the next generation is ever more formidable than the last. The Flame Ash Pill King, filled with emotion, exclaimed, "Congratulations! You have successfully passed the 5th-grade alchemist examination, becoming the youngest 5th-grade alchemist in the Long Shao dynasty. Given time, you shall surely surpass us old fogies. Are you here for the alchemy conference of the Long Shao dynasty?" Su Chen nodded in affirmation. The Flame Ash Pill King continued, "With your participation, those young ones may find themselves in quite the predicament. I am eagerly anticipating the spectacle of the alchemy conference." Su Chen registered at the Alchemist Guild, and with half a month remaining until the conference commenced, he decided to remain in the imperial capital. News of Su Chen spread throughout the Long Shao dynasty. A 5th-grade alchemist under 20, bolstered by the reputation of a pill king as his mentor, swiftly capturing the attention of various factions, all eager to court his favor. However, Su Chun was indifferent to these overtures. His ambitions have always extended beyond the confines of the Long Shao dynasty. How curious, the old man's reputation carries such weight. Su Chun mused, surprised. He had not forgotten that within the royal family was the first alchemist who had brought the old man to ruin. Given such a formidable enemy, it was perplexing that so many were willing to risk their fortunes to ingratiate themselves with him. There must be something amiss. Regrettably, Su Chun could uncover no clues. And perhaps only by confronting that individual could he glean the truth. The good news was that no one had provoked him, nor was he being hunted down. Soon, the day of the alchemy conference arrived. Su Chun found himself among the alchemical prodigies of the Long Shao dynasty. Most were third-grade alchemists, with a scant few reaching the fourth grade. Among them, one figure captured everyone's attention instantly. Dressed in a moon-white gown, the young woman exhibited a graceful demeanor. Her exquisite features and snow-like complexion accentuated by the 5-star badge adorning her chest, drawing even more admiration. Song Wanqing approached Su Chun, securing her flowing locks with a jade hairpin, lifting her elegant neck. Strands of hair fell gracefully over her shoulders, revealing a subtle air of pride. Su Chun, I have heard of your renown as the youngest 5th-grade alchemist, disciple of the 8 Desolation Pill King. My master has foretold that you shall be my greatest rival, competing for the top position at the alchemy conference. Su Chun, I, Song Wanqing, declare that I will defeat you, just as my master vanquished the 8 Desolation Pill King. Su Chun paid little heed to the flurry of words from Song Wanqing. His attention was drawn to another individual. On the stage, seated among the many alchemists, was a silver-haired middle-aged man, who too had fixed his gaze upon Su Chun. He offered a warm smile, his familiar eyes reflecting the regard one might hold for a promising junior. Su Chun pondered. It seems that the old man is quite the character himself. Noticing Su Chun's nonchalant demeanor, Song Wanqing's brows furrowed, her chest rising and falling with indignation. Su Chun, did you hear what I said? Su Chun regarded the once gentle woman, now transformed into a fierce figure, and replied, Yes, I heard you. Please, continue. Song Wanqing felt a deep sense of humiliation. Ever since learning of Su Chun, she had regarded him as her arch-rival, willing to declare such an open challenge. Yet, she was met with indifference from the one she deemed most significant. Su Chun, I will undoubtedly defeat you. She stomped her foot, letting out a huff. Su Chun simply responded, Oh. This infuriated Song Wanqing, who charged at Su Chun.